In the spring of the 214th year of the Tianyuan era, Lu Tuji was promoted to the city of Wuling. The following year, with governance flourishing and the populace thriving, the Wuling Tower was renovated, enhancing its former structure and inscribing the names of eminent individuals upon it, earning the admiration of the masses. In a mountain village, within a thatched cottage, a young man emerged, stretching lazily and yawning, as he grasped a wooden stick, dipped in ashes from the grass to brush his teeth. His name was Yi-chan. Not long ago, he had been a wage slave on a planet called Earthstar, but upon awakening, he found himself transported to a realm known as the Tianyuan continent. Over the course of half a month, through subtle inquiries within the village, he learned that he now resided in a mountainous village within the territory of the Xuanwu dynasty. Furthermore, from the villagers' reactions, Yi-chan discerned that there had likely been someone who resembled him in every aspect, even in name, inhabiting the thatched cottage. Prior to his arrival, after several days of contemplation, he concluded that it might be a parallel world that he had crossed over, while that individual had crossed over in the opposite direction, leading the villagers to believe that he was indeed the Yi-chan they recognized. Thus, he had unwittingly inherited the legacy of the previous occupant of the cottage, although it consisted merely of a dilapidated hut, a patch of barren land, and 5 taels of silver hidden beneath a rickety bed. This is absurd. It is all a Fark Eno system, no magical guide, no wise elder, nothing at all. How can one endure such a life? After completing his morning routine, Yi-chan mumbled to himself while shouldering an axe to gather firewood. In the novels he had read, protagonists were often endowed with all manner of magical aids, yet here he was, having tried every method mentioned in those stories to trigger his own magical awakening. But to no avail. However, since he was here, he might as well make the best of it. Though he often grumbled, he gradually accepted his circumstances, for life must go on. With axe in hand, he approached the trap he had set the previous day, discovering a large gray rabbit ensnared within. Yi-chan swallowed hard. A gray rabbit indeed. Today he would feast, carrying the rabbit towards the stream. He hummed a tune, but just as he neared the water's edge, he suddenly spotted something dark lying amidst the grass. Could it be a bear? The villagers said there are bears in the mountains. Yi-chan thought, startled given his small stature, he would hardly stand a chance against such a creature. Yet, upon closer inspection, it appeared that it was not a bear at all, but rather a human. More precisely, a woman. Could she be a young lady in distress?
Yi-chan ponderet, hastening togards her.
As he approached the woman lying on the ground, he spoke gently. Do not be alarmed, I merely wish to assist you with that. He carefully turned her over, and upon seeing her face, he was taken aback. She was more stunning than a celestial being. As Yi-chan gazed in awe at the beautiful woman, her eyelids fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes, which were filled with a wary glimmer. Her name was Chen Yujing, known as the Empress of the Nine Nether in the Kanglan realm atop the Tianyuan continent. She had inadvertently activated a teleportation array within an ancient relic, which had transported her directly to this lower realm, the Tianyuan continent. What vexed her most was that the ancient relic's previous owner, an unscrupulous individual, had insidiously placed poison within the teleportation array, specifically targeting emperors. Despite her fervent attempts to suppress it, she was ultimately powerless against the toxin, which erupted within her, causing her to plummet from the heavens into unconsciousness. At that moment, she found herself in close proximity to a man, and upon scanning him with her spiritual awareness, she discerned that he was merely an ordinary individual. Her defenses relaxed slightly, yet the poison surged within her, compelling her to fixate intently on the man who chattered incessantly, his words incomprehensible. In the fleeting seconds before her consciousness was engulfed, Chen Yujing suddenly sprang to her feet. Upon witnessing this scene, Yi-chan recalled the concept of possession often depicted in novels, and he was instantly seized by terror. Had he persevered through more than 20 years of life only to traverse into this realm for his demise? He began to resist vigorously, shouting moments later. Yi-chan stared incredulously at the enchanting woman before him, his expression one of disbelief. Was the act of possession in this world truly so overwhelming? His prior reluctance was swiftly cast aside. 2 hours later, Yi-chan rolled his eyes and fainted when he regained consciousness. He found his vision blurred, his back aching, and after lying in contemplation for a considerable time, he realized he had not been possessed. Observing his tattered hemp garb, he cast a peculiar glance around, Noting that the celestial maiden had vanished without a trace, Wei-chan remained silent as he retrieved the wild rabbit he had tied up, supporting his waist as he made his way down the mountain, muttering to himself, "What on earth is happening? This is absurd." Upon descending and entering his dilapidated thatched hut, Qian Yujing, clad in a flowing black robe, appeared in the sky, gazing down at the humble abode with a complex expression. Before vanishing in an instant, back in the thatched hut, Yi-chan observed the afternoon sky, enduring his aches as he began to prepare the rabbit. "Such a cute little bunny, but I must apologize otherwise, I might starve." Several hours later, he sat on a stone at the entrance, cradling a bowl of rabbit soup, gnawing on a leg of the rabbit. "Truly, this ancient planet offers exquisite flavors," Yi-chan exclaimed, his mouth greasy with delight. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a group of ruffians approaching in the distance, local bullies, as one might say in this region. He hastily finished the rabbit leg, choking slightly, his face reddening, and after gulping down some soup to soothe himself, he clutched his chipped bowl and scurried towards the small courtyard enclosed by a fence of branches. He ladled a generous portion of rabbit meat from the pot onto a stone he had prepared, then poured out a bowl of soup, reluctantly adding a few pieces of meat before stepping outside with a smile plastered on his face. "Brother Big Dog, what brings you here? I recently caught this rabbit. This soup is but a small token of my appreciation." The ruffian known as Brother Big Dog regarded Yi-chan with smug satisfaction, but his expression soured when he noticed that the bowl contained only half a serving of rabbit meat. "Yi, my brother mentioned he saw you carrying down an entire rabbit at noon, weighing at least 4 or 5 pounds. Is this paltry offering meant to disrespect me, Brother Big Dog?" With that, he snatched the bowl from Yi-chan and kicked him to the ground. Yi-chan gritted his teeth. Having endured twice already, he resolved that thrice would be the limit. He could no longer bear it. What kind of life was this, with no end in sight? In a fit of rage, he leapt to his feet and charged at Big Dog Brother. That night, Yi-chan, bruised and battered, leaned against the rickety wooden bed, gazing mournfully at the last remaining broken bowl. His defiance had not only proven futile but had also earned him a severe beating, leaving him bereft of even the hidden rabbit meat he had managed to stash away. "You 3 mongrels, just wait. Once I have honed my body, I shall make you regret the day you crossed me," he exclaimed, raising his fist, only to be reminded of his pain, which compelled him to grimace as he slowly reclined on the bed. Thus, time slipped by for over half a month. Yi-chan, having undergone rigorous training, had grown even thinner. With the scarcity of rabbits and the demanding nature of his workouts, it was no surprise. Were it not for the plot of land he possessed back in the village, Yi-chan feared he might not survive the winter. Early one morning, armed with a hoe, he prepared to toil in the fields. Upon pushing open the dilapidated door, he froze in place. There stood the celestial maiden from half a month prior, clad in a flowing black robe, her face adorned with an indescribable expression. Yi-chan felt a surge of panic, stumbling over his words. I. Qian Yu gazed at the bewildered man before her, a wave of indignation washing over her. How had she stumbled upon such a mundane individual? Biting her lip, she fixed her gaze on Yi-chan and, with a tone laden with resentment, declared, "I am with child." "Your child?" Yi-chan was utterly taken aback. Was this a twist of fate? A mercy from the heavens for a man without a golden finger, bestowing upon him a wife? Chapter 2. A child cannot be without a father. Ah, what is this? Yi-chan was utterly bewildered, his expression shifting to one of incredulity. Unable to find the right words, he reflected on his lifelong singlehood, having never even had a girlfriend, and now he was to become a father? Had he truly underestimated his own prowess? A child cannot be without a father, Qian Yujing stated with a stoic demeanor, her tone resolute. It was also her first encounter of intimacy with a man, and who could have anticipated that this singular moment would lead to her conception? Since her departure a fortnight ago, she had been striving to discover a way back to the Kanglan realm. But no one in the Tianyuan continent had managed to transcend the supreme realm. Bound by the constraints of this dimension, should she forcefully tear apart the fabric of space, it would spell disaster for this world. She had no desire to reduce this planet to mere ashes. Thus she remained patient. However, a week prior, she began to feel unwell, plagued by persistent nausea. Upon introspection, she was struck with astonishment. Even as the 9 Nether Empress in the Kanglan realm, Unfazed by the challenge of battling 3 great emperors, the revelation of her pregnancy left her in disarray, uncertain of how to proceed. After a week of contemplation, she resolved to seek out the man from before. After all, a child cannot grow up without a father, and he was merely a mortal. At worst, she could raise the child with him, living as a commoner for a century before returning to the Kanglan realm with her offspring. Yi-chun stared blankly at the modest belly of the fairy before him. Was he truly to become a father? An inexplicable wave of emotion surged within him as he looked up at her and earnestly declared, "I will take good care of you both." Qian Yujing observed the sudden seriousness that came over him, feelings of mixed emotions welling up inside her. Fortunately, he was not unappealing. Otherwise, without uttering a word, she stepped into the dilapidated courtyard, her brow furrowing at the sight of the humble abode. Yi-chun approached, scratching his head awkwardly. "It's rather shabby. With 3 months until winter, I promise to build a new house before the cold sets in. Otherwise, it will be too frigid." She nodded slightly, acknowledging that this man exhibited some sense of responsibility. Parting her crimson lips, she introduced herself. "I am Qian Yujing."
Yi-chun paused.
Suddenly realizing he did not even know her name, he hastily responded, "You can call me Yi-chun." Entering the thatched hut, they found little more than a rickety wooden table and a dilapidated bed. Yi-chun felt a surge of embarrassment as he stood before Qian Yujing and declared, "I will make you a wooden bed before nightfall. I assure you I will take good care of you." Qian Yujing remained silent, merely nodding in response. She was apprehensive about losing her composure. After all, here was a grown man who lacked even a proper home. Taking a deep breath to calm her emotions, she sat on the rickety bed, steeling herself. She had resolved to accompany him as an ordinary woman and bear their child, and she must not let her instincts take over. Otherwise, with a mere gesture, she could summon palaces from her spatial ring. Yet, she wished to refrain from such displays. She wanted to discern whether this man, Yi-chun, was worthy of being the father of her child. Observing Qian Yujing's serene countenance, Yi-chun poured her a glass of water and spoke, "I will go and make you a wooden bed." After speaking, Yi-chun seized the axe at the door and hurried to the pile of wood he had been chopping in the yard, only to realize he had no saw, making it impossible to split the logs. An idea struck him. He summoned a rope and, employing the technique of crafting a raft, tightly bound several relatively straight tree trunks together. Qian Yujing merely stood silently before the thatched cottage, observing him. After nearly an hour, the raft was finally completed. Holding the axe, he approached the dilapidated door of the yard, where one of the doors remained relatively intact, albeit missing some corners. With a swing of the axe, he dismantled the door panel and crashed the raft against it, giving it a push and finding it quite satisfactory. "I am truly a genius," Yi-chun mused to himself with delight. Qian Yujing, face-palming, shielded her eyes and returned to sit on the rickety wooden bed. Subsequently, Yi-chun carefully fashioned several wooden pegs with his axe, securing 4 straight pieces of wood onto the bed frame. He then scraped the surface of the wooden door to remove the dust, and, admiring his newly crafted bed, he walked back into the thatched cottage. The cottage was small, and Yi-chun placed the bed on the other side, turning to Qian Yujing, feeling a bit awkward as he said, "Could you please stand up for a moment?" Qian Yujing said nothing but complied, stepping aside. Yi-chun approached and tossed the bedding onto the new bed, then opened the only dilapidated cabinet, retrieving another set of cleaner bedding he had washed earlier, which he meticulously arranged on his former bed. Having completed these tasks, Yi-chun looked at Qian Yujing, offering an apologetic smile as he said, "Although we have only just met and, by accident, are expecting a child, this is my fault. I assure you that I will not let you and your child suffer while I am here. We can cultivate our feelings gradually. Though I may be rather ordinary, I possess a sense of responsibility. I promise you that before winter, I will ensure you have a brick house to live in." Reflecting on the timeline, he noted it was September, and by May or June of the following year, their child would be born. He resolved to save some silver and strive to move them out of the mountain village and into town before the end of the following year.
Yi-chun spoke earnestly.
Previously, he had intended to seek opportunities elsewhere after enduring this winter alone, aiming to make something of himself in this world. However, his perspective had shifted. He was no longer alone but had a family and an impending child. The urgency to earn money surged within him, for, regardless of the location, one cannot progress without funds. Moreover, he believed that with the knowledge he possessed, he could certainly forge a path in this world. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Qian Yujing regarded him with a solemn expression. Her usually calm demeanor momentarily stirred, yet she remained expressionless as she replied, "All right, I will wait." Yi Chen nodded, turning to spread his previous bedding on the door panel. Once finished, he declared, "I will head up the mountain to see if I can catch some game. After all, nutrition must be maintained during your pregnancy. You look quite slender, which suggests you have not fared well before. By the way, may I ask where you are from?" Qian Yujing listened as Yi Chen spoke of her troubled past, her eyelids twitching slightly, her tone cool and detached. "I am an orphan." Yi Chen nodded in understanding, a look of realization crossing his face. "No wonder. You appear so emaciated. Unfortunately, I consumed all the meat and rice yesterday. Stay at home while I venture into the mountains to procure some wild game for you." With that, he dashed outside, only to suddenly pause and turn back. "Just remain indoors. There are a few rascals in the village who like to roam about. With your beauty, they might come over to bully you." Upon hearing this, Qian Yujing frowned. "What is a rascal?" Yi Chen, taken aback, realized he had misspoken and quickly clarified. "A rascal is our term for a bully." Qian Yujing nodded, her eyes flickering with intrigue as she countered. "If they were to bully me, would you protect me?" At this, Yi Chen straightened his slender frame, thumping his chest which bore no muscle. "You are my wife. Whoever dares to bully you shall face the wrath of my ancestors for generations." Chapter 3. Dare to bully my wife? Securing the rickety gate, Yi Chen sprinted vigorously up the mountain with an axe in hand. Although Qian Yujing did not observe him directly, she remained acutely aware of everything under the influence of her spiritual perception. Suddenly, she heard Yi Chen muttering as he ran, "I suppose I am now a family man. I can't afford to be reckless anymore. I need to earn money to support my little wife. It seems that the only brick house in the village belongs to the village head. I must inquire about it later." Upon hearing this, a flicker of irritation crossed Qian Yujing's face, and she scoffed softly, "Little wife? What nonsense is this?" Recalling her spiritual perception, she gazed at the dilapidated thatched cottage and sighed, absent-mindedly touching her flat abdomen, her expression one of confusion. Upon reaching the mountain, she followed the traps she had set the previous day, her heart pounding with anticipation. To her dismay, not a single trap had caught a rabbit. In the past, she would have felt a mild disappointment, but now it was different. She had a little wife to support. Oh heavens! Please let the last trap yield a reward. "I am now a man with a little wife," she murmured. Arriving at the final trap, he noticed that the branches and leaves covering it had vanished, and his face lit up with joy. Rushing to the pit, he was astonished to find a 1-meter wild boar inside. The boar was robust and healthy, causing Yi Chen to salivate. He threw his head back and laughed heartily. "The heavens have not forsaken me." "Thank you." The wild boar, hearing the human voice, grunted as it attempted to climb out, but after struggling all night, it found the task daunting. Yi Chen looked down at the boar and felt an increasing fondness. "Sorry, little pig." He then fashioned a sharp point on a thick branch with his axe. After a month of practice, he wielded the axe with confidence. Standing before the pit, he gripped his makeshift spear and plunged it into the boar's neck. With all his might, the spear broke upon impact, merely scratching the boar's skin. Yi Chen nearly tumbled in as he rose, spitting on his hands and brandishing the axe. "What are you grunting about? Do you really think I can't handle you?" With that, he retrieved a rope from his waist, secured it to the axe, but cleverly kept one end in his grip, ensuring that even if the branch broke, the axe would not fall in. Grasping his makeshift long axe, Yi Chen seized an opportunity and struck again. This time, the boar's hide could not withstand the blade, and a gaping wound appeared. Overjoyed, Yi Chen swung the branch with fervor, and after several minutes of relentless hacking, the wild boar finally succumbed to its injuries. Confirming that the boar was indeed dead, Yi Chen jumped into the pit, bound the boar's body with the rope, and lifted it with effort. The boar measured 1 meter in length and weighed over 100 pounds. Fortunately, he had been training diligently during this period. Although it was strenuous, he managed to carry it, slowly maneuvering it out by pressing against the earthen wall. Emerging from the depths of the pit, Yichun once again gathered slender twigs and blades of grass to cover the top, then grasped the rope and hoisted the wild boar onto his back. His face flushed as he slowly descended the mountain. The journey of 4 to 5 li proved arduous. After scarcely traversing a mile, Yichun felt as fatigued as a water rabbit, collapsing onto the ground to wipe the sweat from his brow. His body was smeared with pig's blood, exuding a foul stench. With a pallid complexion and parched lips, he felt no discomfort. The thought of his beloved wife awaiting his return ignited a surge of strength within him. After a brief respite, he continued to bear the wild boar down the mountain. At last, after 2 hours of toil, the sun reached its zenith, and Yichun found himself nearing the thatched cottage at the edge of his village. Struggling to lift his head, his face was ashen, his lips threatening to crack. Carrying over 100 pounds for 4 to 5 li along the rugged path would have left his former self utterly defeated. Suddenly, he spotted several figures standing at the entrance of his yard, his heart tightening as he widened his eyes. It was then he recognized his wife, her demeanor cold, flanked by the trio of ruffians known as the Big Dog Gang. Fury surged within him. How dare they harass his wife? Yichun, fueled by an unknown resolve, cursed under his breath and began to run, flinging the wild boar at their feet. Drawing the axe from his waist, he positioned himself protectively before Qian Yujing and turned to her, saying, "Have they bullied you? Hurry inside. I shall handle this." The Big Dog Gang, eyes fixed on the fallen boar, were astonished. With nothing else to occupy their time that noon, they had previously tormented a widow in the village and, seeking further mischief, had wandered to Yi Chen's abode. Kicking open the dilapidated door, Guzi's sharp eyes caught sight of Qian Yujing seated within the thatched cottage. Although she had disguised her beauty to a modest degree, in this small mountain village, the likes of her were a rarity. Without hesitation, they aimed to harass her. Qian Yujing, initially intent on annihilating these repulsive men, recalled Yi Chen's words before his departure, and, suppressing her murderous thoughts, forced them back toward the entrance. "Big Dog, this wild boar weighs at least 100 pounds. If we take it back, we 3 brothers could feast for half a month." San Guzi and Guzi rushed towards the deceased boar, reaching out to lift it. Seeing this, Yichun felt an intense rage. This was meant to nourish his beloved wife. He shouted furiously, "Let go! This is my catch. If you want to eat, go hunt your own." A disdainful smile crept across Big Dog's face as he patted Yichen's cheek. "Yi, it seems the absence of our visits has made you restless." Standing behind Yichen, Qian Yujing's eyes flickered with a glimmer of concern, as if recalling how these men had often bullied him. She remained still, contemplating the future of her child's father, silently observing how Yichun would handle the situation. Yichun forcefully shoved Big Dog aside, raising his axe and declaring, "If you desire the wild boar, it shall be over my dead body. Otherwise, you shall not lay a finger on it." Upon hearing these words, the 3 wild dogs exchanged glances, simultaneously revealing disdainful smirks. The larger dog, arms crossed, remarked, "It's been half a month since that Yi appeared. He's overdue for a thrashing, humph." The trio flexed their wrists and necks, producing ominous cracking sounds, their expressions menacing as they fixed their gaze upon Yichun. Yichun turned to glance at Qian Yujing, forcing a smile onto his pale face as he licked his cracked lips. He softly spoke, "You should go inside first. I will not allow them to lay a finger on you or the wild boar." Without waiting for Qian Yujing's reaction, he brandished his axe and charged forward, declaring, "You 3 wild dogs, I shall fight you to the bitter end." Chapter 4. Bruised and beaten, defying the bully daring to confront us, brothers. A sinister grin spread across the face of the burly man as he effortlessly evaded the axe, leveraging his imposing stature to deliver a powerful blow to Yichen's abdomen. The other 2 companions charged forth, raining punches and kicks upon Yichun, swiftly bringing him to the ground, the axe now in the hands of the burly man. Though the situation seemed dire, it was not entirely hopeless. However, carrying over 100 pounds of wild boar had drained Yichun of his strength. Yet, even in this state, he roared in defiance, fighting back with fervor, spurred on by thoughts of his beloved wife and unborn child. summoning an unexpected surge of energy. With a fierce kick, he sent the third man sprawling, rising to engage the second in combat. Aware that he could not take on all three, he focused his efforts on one. "You've crossed the line, you scoundrel!" he exclaimed. The third man, clutching his injured abdomen, charged again, while the burly man, wielding the axe with a menacing grin, swung it at Yi Chun. Observing this, Qian Yujing furrowed her brow. With a subtle flick of her fingers beneath her robe, a surge of spiritual energy entered Yi Chen's body. Instantly, his complexion flushed, and he felt an overwhelming power coursing through him, propelling him to strike the second man, sending him flying. As the axe swung down, Yi Chen dodged deftly, grasping the burly man's wrist, and with a swift kick, sent him hurtling away, reclaiming the axe. Clutching the weapon, he faced the advancing third man, a grim smile creeping across his battered visage. The third man froze in fear, bewildered by the sudden display of strength from Yi Chun. Yi Chun was not inclined to let him off easily. He delivered a kick that sent the third man flying as well, following closely behind. With the reverse side of the axe, he shattered one of the third man's arms, watching as he writhed on the ground in agony. With a cold glare, Yi Chun admonished, "This time, I shall spare your life. Should you dare to provoke me again, or threaten my wife, it will not merely be an arm you lose." With that, he ordered them to flee. Yi Chun refrained from delivering a fatal blow. In such precarious times, he possessed little strength, and taking a life could lead to dire consequences under the law of this world. Thus, he resolved to bide his time until he became more familiar with his surroundings. The three men, sensing their imminent peril, lowered their heads in terror and hurriedly retreated from the village. They could not return, as their past had been marked by bullying others. Who would dare bully them now? After dispatching the trio, Yi Chun did not immediately turn to Qian Yujing. Instead, he struggled to tame his disheveled hair, attempting to restore some semblance of order. For how could he allow his beloved wife to witness him in such a disheveled state? Qian Yujing, perceiving his intentions, softened her previously indifferent expression slightly and remarked, "You just declared that you would not let them harm me or the wild boar. Are you implying that I am akin to the boar?" Upon hearing her words, a chill ran down Yi Chen's spine, and he quickly turned to clarify. "No, that is not what I meant." "What then do you mean?" Qian Yujing interjected, cutting him off. "I must emphasize that they cannot harm you, nor can they disturb the wild boar. It is crucial that you are not with child. You must not be subjected to any fright. The wild boar is intended to nourish you, and should they interfere with it, there would be nothing left to eat, which would be detrimental to your health." Yi Chun earnestly explained, finally clarifying his thoughts, as he gazed intently at Qian Yujing. She looked at him, refraining from further comment, and turned to return to the courtyard, quietly taking a seat on a newly crafted wooden chair. Noticing the new chair, Yi Chun looked at Qian Yujing with a hint of surprise. "Did you make this? It's quite impressive. However, such laborious tasks should be left to me in the future. Your focus should be on recuperating. You must not overexert yourself. I shall handle everything." As Qian Yujing gazed at Yi Chun, who patted his lean chest, her tranquil demeanor stirred slightly, yet she ultimately chose to remain silent. An awkward silence enveloped the courtyard. Yi Chun scratched his head, breaking the stillness. "I'm going to slaughter the pig now. You should head inside. It would be too cruel for you to witness, and as a woman, it may not be suitable." Qian Yujing still said nothing, merely rising to enter the house. Yi Chun stretched his body, feeling a warm sensation within. His injuries seemed to have faded entirely. With a smile, he watched his delicate wife's silhouette, his heart brimming with motivation. He carried the wild boar into the courtyard and, picking up a wooden bucket, called out to Qian Yujing inside the house, "I'm going to fetch some water. It's quite warm. Do stay inside and avoid the sun." After saying this, he grabbed the yoke and set off to draw water. Despite his battered appearance, he remained cheerful along the way. Upon reaching the well at the village entrance, he filled a bucket with cool, clear water. After quenching his thirst in hearty gulps, he felt much better and patted his belly before pouring out the remaining water to continue fetching more. While drawing the second bucket, Lu, the village widow, approached with her own bucket. Upon seeing Yi Chun's bruised face, she came closer with concern. "Yi Chun, have you been beaten again by the big dogs?" Does it hurt? She reached out as if to tend to his wounds. Lu, who lived quite far away and rarely encountered him, had a reputation for being flirtatious and often sought Yi-Chen out during their limited meetings. Yi-Chen quickly sidestepped, responding, "It is inappropriate for men and women to touch." Instead of being offended, Lu laughed heartily. "You are quite cultured. Why not consider being with me? I have 3 acres of land that could support your studies in town. Perhaps you could even earn a degree." Yi-Chen shook his head vigorously in response. "No need. I already have a wife." Lu was momentarily taken aback, staring at him. "Is it that widow Wang from the other side of the village? How could she possibly compare to me? Let me tell you, she is not worth your time. You have no idea how often the big dogs visit her. Who knows what might have transpired? I am not like her." Yi-Chen rolled his eyes, internally cursing, while outwardly he replied, "My wife is not from our village. She hails from the neighboring one, and we are expecting a child. Perhaps you should consider someone else in the village." With that, he hurriedly departed, eager to escape the situation. Upon returning home, he poured water into the large vat, which was missing a corner, wiped the sweat from his brow, and shouldered the yoke to fetch more water. This time, upon arriving, he found that widow Lu had already departed, which relieved him considerably. After several trips, Qian Yujing leaned against the doorframe, observing the flustered and perspiring Yi-Chen, her expression softening slightly. At this moment, he seemed to be adequate, yet if he were consistently so industrious, how could he still reside in a dilapidated thatched cottage? It warranted further observation. Having just arrived, he might be putting on an act. With this thought, Qian Yujing retreated into the house, placing her hand on her abdomen and entering a state of contemplation. Having attained the cultivation level of a great emperor, any further training would not elevate her prowess. This realm relied solely on perception. Aside from her reverie, she could think of nothing else to occupy her mind. Eventually, Yi-Chen filled the vat with water, secured the lid, and glanced at the sky, estimating that it was nearly 1 o'clock. Turning back to the house, he hesitated before calling out, Qian Yujing, are you hungry?" Qian Yujing lifted her gaze, taking in Yi-Chen's battered appearance. Her lips moved slightly before she finally replied, "Not hungry." Yi-Chen forced a smile. "Don't deceive me. You arrived early this morning and it's almost 1 now. Even I, a man, am hungry. How could you not be? Wait a moment. I shall slaughter a pig and prepare a soup for you." Chapter 5. I fear I may let you down. As he spoke, Yi-Chen began to sharpen his knife, scraping the surface of a wooden table in the yard with an axe. He rinsed it with water, placed the wild boar upon it, and with a swift motion, plunged the knife into the creature. In an instant, blood gushed forth. Previously, it had not fully drained. Yi-Chen, gazing at the blood, suddenly had an epiphany. He hurriedly fetched a wooden bucket to catch the blood, though he only filled it halfway, suspecting too much had already spilled. Noticing his coarse linen garment stained with coagulated blood, he found it uncomfortable and discarded it onto a nearby stone, revealing his gaunt frame, with little more than a few ounces of muscle. Qian Yujing rolled her eyes at the sight. She recalled that just half a month prior, Yi-Chen had possessed a bit more flesh. How could he have lost so much weight in such a short span? Moreover, he had appeared rather handsome then. Now he looked like a rough man. Turning her head away in disbelief, she pondered her previous folly in choosing him and felt a twinge of frustration at the notion that it was he who had caught her eye. Yi-Chen, oblivious to her gaze, merely felt the sun's oppressive heat and hastened his task. Despite it being his first experience with slaughter, he had certainly seen enough pigs in his previous life at the market. He cleaned the entrails and placed them in another clean wooden bucket, silently grateful for having several on hand, lest he find himself without a place to store them. Looking at the pig's body, he glanced down at the kitchen knife in his hand, set it aside and picked up his axe, giving it a quick rinse before delivering a powerful blow to the bone. As he chopped, he shouted, 80, 80, 80. Qian Yujing, drawn by the commotion, furrowed her brow in confusion, wondering why he was counting while chopping. Before long, Yi-Chen had divided the wild boar into 6 substantial pieces. He took the cleaver, cleaned the hind leg, and after washing it, hurried into the adjacent kitchen, essentially a humble grass hut with a rudimentary stove. He tossed the leg inside, poured in a bucket of fresh water, and added some ginger and yam he had gathered. He retrieved a few green onions, washed them, chopped them into segments, and added them to the mixture, lamenting the absence of salt. Having been in this place for a month, he was aware that salt existed in this world, albeit too costly for the average person. Those better off in the village could afford only coarse salt, procured from the town. He himself lacked culinary skills, knowing only that sea salt is derived from evaporated seawater. However, he had yet to see the ocean. Nonetheless, he remained unfazed, having discovered various plants with seasoning properties, which he had collected, dried, and ground into powder, yielding a pleasant flavor. After all, it was not harmful. At the very least, he had not perished yet. He ignited a fire, adding a substantial amount of firewood, then dashed outside, using the knife to pierce a hole in the pork, binding it with rope to hang on the clothesline in the yard to dry. Lacking salt and not knowing how to cure it, he realized that if left indoors, it would spoil within a few days. Having completed these tasks, Yichen finally found the time to handle the pig's blood and offal. He intended to transform the pig's blood into coagulated blocks, which would prove to be quite palatable. The offal could be cut and boiled to create a delightful pig organ soup, simply requiring a dash of chili for an exquisite flavor. After all, every part of the pig is a treasure. Once these were settled, Yichen began to wash his blood-stained clothes, while Qian Yujing silently observed, her eyes clouded with inscrutable thoughts. An hour later, the pig soup was finally ready. Yichen glanced at the lone bowl, suddenly struck by a realization. How could he have forgotten this detail? He picked up a ladle and filled half the bowl with soup, adding a generous portion of meat. The rich aroma wafted through the air, causing Yichen to swallow hard as he carried the bowl, chopsticks in hand, towards the thatched hut. Noticing Qian Yujing still seated on the bed, he placed the bowl on the table and said, "You must be starving. Come and eat. It smells divine." Qian Yujing remained silent, rising to approach, and sat on the wooden stool, gazing at the meat and soup in the bowl. Yichen continued, "Today truly feels like a gift from the heavens. To think I have never caught a wild boar before. In the past, it was only the occasional wild rabbit. Why aren't you eating? Aren't you hungry?" Qian Yujing interrupted his musings with a calm inquiry. I'm not hungry. You eat first." Yichen quickly waved his hands dismissively. Yet, his stomach betrayed him with an embarrassing growl. Flushing with awkwardness, he scratched his head and stood up. "You go ahead. I'll make a wooden bowl. We only have this one at home. Please don't mind it. There will be more in the future." With that, he hurried outside to find a suitably sized piece of wood, using an axe to split it, then grabbed a kitchen knife to begin carving. Qian Yujing pressed her lips together, watching the bowl of meat soup, a faint smile tugging at her mouth before her expression shifted to contemplation. She stared blankly at the chopsticks resting atop the bowl, pondering when she last consumed food. Was it 1,000 years ago? What were these wooden sticks? Were they meant for eating? And what did food even taste like? Lost in a haze of confusion, Qian Yujing stared at the bowl, her mind racing with thoughts. Meanwhile, Yichen crafted a rudimentary wooden bowl, filled it with soup, and returned with chopsticks, only to find Qian Yujing still in a daze. With a hint of curiosity, he asked, "Is it not tasty?" He then picked up a piece of pork with his chopsticks and placed it in his mouth, his eyes widening in delight. Good heavens, this ancient wild boar is truly delectable. Seeing his reaction, Qian Yujing mimicked his actions, tentatively picking up the chopsticks and, with the poise befitting an empress, quickly grasped their usage. She lifted the bowl, savoring a sip of the soup. "Is this the taste of food? It seems rather pleasant." Noticing her enjoyment, Yichen beamed, lowering his head to focus on his meal. He rapidly finished his bowl, observing that Qian Yujing had only consumed half, her refined manner of eating contrasting sharply with his own hasty approach. Setting down his bowl, Yichen crawled beneath the bed, prompting Qian Yujing to turn her head in confusion, uncertain of Yichen's intentions. Soon, Yichen emerged, holding a wooden box in his hand. He blew off the dust from its surface and, with a hint of excitement, placed it on the table before Qian Yujing, saying, "Don't blink." With a beaming smile, he opened the wooden box to reveal 5 taels of silver. This silver was discovered while he was moving his bed, and the previous occupant of this place likely never anticipated that one day they would traverse through time. Thus, this fortunate find of 5 taels of silver fell into Yi Chen's hands. With a grin, he pushed the box towards Qian Yujing and exclaimed, "Aren't you astonished? 5 taels of silver. Indeed, a whole 5. 1 coin can buy 2 steamed buns, and a single tael amounts to 1,000 coins. Can purchase a multitude of items. A house in the town merely costs 3,000 taels. Now that you are my wife, I entrust this silver to your care." Qian Yujing's eyes widened slightly in astonishment, not at the 5 taels of silver, since she had no concept of currency, as they primarily used spirit stones, and her space was filled with countless precious spirit stones, but rather at the fact that this man chose to entrust all his money to her. Parting her red lips, she asked, "Aren't you afraid I might take your money and leave?" Yi Chen paused momentarily, then chuckled nonchalantly, "Not at all. Why not? There's no reason." Chapter 6. Widow Lu causes a stir observing that Qian Yu was silent. Yi Chen smiled gently and reassured her, "Do not fret too much. I am still quite young, merely 24 years of age. In due time, I shall earn a considerable fortune. Tomorrow, let us venture into town to procure some daily necessities. With this money, I can buy you some nourishing supplements. And look, we have wild boar. Allow me to tell you, every part of the pig is a treasure. I can prepare a delightful pig offal soup, which is simply exquisite. The pig's blood is also edible, and I have already devised a plan. These can all be sold. Though I am uncertain about the price of wild boar meat in town, I am certain we can make some profit. Then, I shall head to the mountains to dig some pits and set traps. If we manage to catch a wild boar, we can earn some money, and as for rabbits, we shall feast on them ourselves. By the way, I must inquire with the village chief about where to obtain bricks. If necessary, I can even fire my own bricks, as I believe I possess that skill. Regardless, before winter sets in, I am determined to ensure you have a brick house to dwell in." The more Yi Chen spoke, the more his excitement grew. Initially, he intended to save some money to depart, but that notion dissipated as he realized he had a family to consider. "Once we accumulate enough funds, I shall endeavor to establish a business in town. Oh, and I can brew wine. We can sell our own concoctions. I possess many skills, and within 3 years, I am confident I will have you both residing in the town. By then, we can continue saving and perhaps even open a tavern, supplying some inns. No, I must devise a proper plan." Yi Chen's expression turned contemplative, yet he lacked paper and pen, so he tapped his head, committing his thoughts to memory for the present. Qian Yu observed his musings, and her expression gradually softened. This man, it seemed, was not devoid of merit. After finishing her soup, Yi Chen inquired, "Would you like some more? There is still plenty in the pot." "No, I am full," Qian Yu replied coolly, then settled onto the rickety bed. Seeing this, Yi Chen chuckled, "I shall wash the dishes. Let the soup simmer for later." With that, he tidied up the bowls and exited. Gazing at the pot of meat soup, Yi Chen swallowed hard. He had not yet satiated his hunger. In the past, he would have devoured it all, but now, with a delicate wife, he felt the weight of responsibility for his family. Covering the pot, Yi Chen began to wash the dishes. In the thatched cottage, Qian Yu, unable to see Yi Chen, reached into the air and grasped a fruit shimmering with iridescent hues. This was an ancient divine fruit from the Kanglin realm, a treasure of the highest order. Consuming the divine fruit, Qian Yu refined the inherent divine power, slowly nurturing it for the developing embryo of her child. This was not merely Yi Chen's offspring. It was her own flesh and blood. Naturally, she would not permit her progeny to possess ordinary talents. Thus she diligently practiced a secret technique she had fortuitously acquired, the innate sacred body art. Its sole drawback was the requirement for a vast quantity of heavenly materials and treasures. For others, this might pose a challenge, but for her, the only female emperor in the Kanglin realm, the Nine-Nether Empress, it was hardly an obstacle. Moreover, the treasures she consumed were not merely spiritual objects. They were divine artifacts. Once the child is born, their innate talents will undoubtedly reach an astonishing pinnacle. Qian Yujing watched as Yi Chen emerged from the kitchen, continuing his labors, and sighed softly, resting her hand on her abdomen. She anticipated that after the child's arrival, she would have to seal away the child's gifts. accompanying Yi Chun until the end of his days, before returning with the child to the Kanglan realm. From the very beginning, she had sensed with her spiritual power that Yi Chun possessed no spiritual roots, let alone any aptitude for cultivation. Rather than revealing her identity as the Empress, she preferred to walk alongside him throughout his life. A century for her was but a fleeting moment. As Yi Chun finished his tasks and donned a clean linen robe, he addressed Qian Yujing. I visited the village chief's home. Qian Yujing merely nodded in acknowledgement, saying nothing further. Just as he reached the door, he noticed Widow Lu storming toward him, her demeanor fierce, his brows furrowed in concern. Widow Lu, what brings you here? Widow Lu scoffed, pushing past Yi Chun with an air of aggression as she entered the courtyard. Upon seeing a woman clad in black seated with her back to her, she approached the entrance of the thatched cottage, hands on her hips, and exclaimed, "Who is this wild girl? What business do you have in our mountain village? Is there not a single man in your village? The one named Yi is of interest to me, so you better leave at once." Qian Yujing furrowed her brow and turned to glare at the unexpected intruder. Upon recognizing Qian Yujing's features, Widow Lu clucked her tongue in disdain. A seductress, huh? You may be pleasing to the eye, but instead of learning something worthwhile, you've chosen to entice men. How utterly disgraceful. Widow Lu, that is enough. Yi Chun arrived just in time, forcefully pushing Widow Lu aside. He had no prior dealings with her, and her intention to provoke him ignited a surge of anger within. In a low, assertive voice, he declared, "Widow Lu, this is my wife. Apologize to her." Apologize? Widow Lu retorted furiously, pointing accusingly at Yi Chun. "Look at yourself. You're as poor as a church mouse. I pity you enough to let you live with me, and now you dare to become arrogant?" Yi Chun clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. "Though I may be poor, I have my pride. I do not need your pity. Leave now. Fine, you insolent Yi." Before Widow Lu could finish her sentence, Yi Chun struck her across the face. "Speak another word, and I will break your mouth. Do not think I shy away from striking a woman." As a man who had spent 9 years in compulsory education, it was Yi Chen's first instance of striking a woman. Widow Lu screamed in shock, clutching her face, and fled in tears. Once she departed, Yi Chun slowly relaxed his fists, but a wave of tension washed over him as he turned back to his delicate wife. "I am fine. Were you not headed to the village chief's house? You should go," Qian Yujing said coolly, her expression remaining as indifferent as ever.
Yi Chun nodded,
letting out a sigh as he hurried into the village. After Yi Chun left, Qian Yujing's expression softened slightly. Up to this point, Yi Chun possessed several commendable traits. She reached into the void, summoning the shimmering celestial mirror into her grasp. This mirror is no ordinary object. In her travels through the cosmos, she encountered a planet where the celestial Tao had just been born, and life had yet to emerge. Thus, she seized the essence of the Tao and forged it into a mirror, which she named the Mirror of the Firmament. This mirror possesses immense power, capable of annihilating heaven and earth. Yet at this moment, she merely holds the mirror before her face, using it as a vanity mirror. "Celestial Tao of the moon, do you think I am beautiful?" Qian Yujing inquires softly, addressing the Tao reflected within the mirror. The celestial Tao of the moon, taken aback, hastily manifests its form. A diminutive, ethereal girl, no larger than a thumb, bearing an expression of utmost reverence as she responds to Qian Yujing, "Master, your beauty is unparalleled in the heavens and the earth. You are exceedingly lovely." Chapter 7. A mere mosquito dares to thirst for the Empress's blood? Upon hearing these words, Qian Yujing furrowed her brow. She had already diminished her beauty considerably, yet did she still appear so enchanting? The little girl, Yu Tiandao, observing her master's frown, was instantly struck with fear, her face paling. She had witnessed her master's formidable prowess. In the past, she single-handedly battled 3 heavenly emperors, leaving one grievously wounded and compelling him to retreat into seclusion for a century, thereafter harboring an intense dread of Joyo City. "Master, did Yeya say something amiss?" She hastily bent down, fully aware that her master detested displays of affection. Thus, the 108 female city lords of Joyo City were all icy yet awe-inspiring sisters. "You are not at fault. I am," Qian Yujing replied softly, her countenance subtly shifting, appearing even less alluring than before. She intended to gradually reduce her beauty. A sudden alteration would undoubtedly be noticed by Yi Chun. She aimed to inconspicuously transform her image, merely appearing slightly more attractive than the average woman in this world. Yu Tiandao gazed at her master, utterly perplexed, failing to comprehend the situation. After inspecting her reflection, Qian Yujing tossed the mirror of the firmament into her spatial realm. Then, after a moment's reflection, retrieved it and placed it on the adjacent bed, murmuring, "It's too troublesome to keep taking it in and out. Let us just keep it out." She then glanced down at Yu Tiandao standing upon the mirror's surface, her tone icy. "Without my express instructions, you are forbidden from emitting any radiant aura or revealing yourself." The little girl, Yu Tiandao, nodded vigorously, vanishing from the mirror's view. Inside the mirror, Yu Tiandao sat in the room she had conjured, resting her chubby little face on her arms, swinging her tiny feet, her large, adorable eyes filled with confusion. What on earth is going on with my master? This is quite abnormal. Meanwhile, Yi Chun had been running and came to a breathless halt, striding towards the village chief's home. He touched the swollen areas on his face, grimacing. "Damn it. 3 wild dogs. Do they really think I can't handle them? It seems my training has proven effective. I must persist," he muttered to himself, soon arriving at the village chief's residence. "Aunt Zhang, is the child with you? Where is Uncle Chief? I need to speak with him about something." "Oh, Xiao Yi, have you been beaten again? Sigh, those 3 rascals in the village run amok daily, and your village chief can't keep them in line. It's pointless to look for him," Aunt Zhang said, cradling the child in her arms, her brow furrowed. She had little impression of Yi Chun. It seemed he had arrived in the village years prior, nearly starving at the entrance until her husband rescued him, subsequently building a thatched hut nearby and allocating a piece of barren land to him. In her memory, her husband mentioned that this boy was utterly unambitious, often sleeping until midday and refusing to work the fields, and over time, her husband had ceased to concern himself with him. Upon seeing him now, she assumed he had come seeking the chief's intervention regarding a beating, naturally wanting to brush him off. Yi Chun, however, had not anticipated Aunt Zhang's line of thought. Looking at the 2 brick houses of the village chief, he scratched his head and said, "Aunt Zhang, that's not the case. Winter is fast approaching, and it will be too cold. The thatched hut may not withstand it. I was wondering if it would be possible to build a new house." "Build a house? Figure it out yourself. Seeking help from Uncle Zhang won't be of any use, as he is preoccupied with farm work." Upon hearing this, Aunt Zhang furrowed her brow. "That's not what I meant. In the past, I could endure hardships alone, but now that I have a wife, I cannot let her suffer alongside me. I am merely contemplating earning some money to build a brick house." Aunt Zhang's expression softened at this revelation, and she gazed at Yi Chun with surprise. "Young Yi has ambitions. You're thinking of building a house and supporting your wife." Yi Chun scratched his head, smiling shyly. "It's from the neighboring village." Aunt Zhang chuckled. "Forget about the brick house for now. A square meter requires around 200 bricks. Despite the small size of our 2 houses, they contain over 10,000 bricks. That amounts to 10 taels of silver. You might as well chop some wood and construct a wooden house, as most homes in the village are wooden, don't you think?" Aunt Zhang beamed, for their brick house was her pride and dignity. In the entire village, who else could afford to build such a structure? Yi Chun, observing the house, estimated its size to be around 50 square meters. If he were to build, it would need to be at least 100 square meters, costing a minimum of 20 taels of silver. After bidding farewell to Aunt Zhang, Yi Chun walked home deep in thought, not pondering how to make money, but rather how to profit from brickmaking. Indeed, he planned to earn from producing bricks, 2 bricks for a single coin. Establishing a brick kiln was not a daunting task for him. As for making the bricks, naturally it involved clay, which he was familiar with having grown up in the countryside. Not only could he build his own house, but if he managed to find buyers, he could expand his operations and amass wealth. With this thought igniting a spark in his eyes, he hurried home, brimming with enthusiasm. Inside the thatched cottage, Qian Yujing gazed at Yi Chun's bed, holding a premium, a tribute-less spirit stone in her hand. She tossed it onto the bed, where it transformed into spiritual energy that seeped into the wooden planks. Although Yi Chun could not cultivate, She hoped to enhance his physical body with a touch of spiritual energy, at the very least making him robust and less prone to illness. After all, his bony frame was quite an eyesore to her. When Yi-chun returned home and noticed Qian Yujing lost in thought on the bed, he approached her and said, "Tomorrow I'll take you to town to buy some things, as I don't have a single piece of clothing for you." Qian Yujing nodded slightly, then resumed her daydreaming. Observing her, Yi-chun struggled to find a topic of conversation. After a moment's contemplation, he grabbed a shovel and went outside to a nearby spot to begin digging a pit. He intended to construct a kiln for brickmaking. Clay was readily available, as he recalled a source not far away. He aimed to complete the kiln and fire it, ensuring he could safely extract clay for brick production. Meanwhile, within the mirror of the celestial vault, the moon of heavenly Tao gazed in utter astonishment at Yi-chun. With a swift motion, she leaped from her ethereal bed, her chubby hands covering her round face, her expression one of disbelief. "What have I just witnessed? A man! Oh my, there's a man beside the master." As Yu Tiandao leapt and screamed, the external world remained shrouded in mystery, oblivious to her endeavors within her own space. After a bustling afternoon, during which she fetched several buckets of water, she successfully constructed a kiln approximately 2 meters in height. With determination, she tossed in firewood, preparing to dry the moisture within, ensuring the kiln would be capable of firing bricks. In the evening, Yi-chun warmed the meat broth in the pot and served a bowl to Qian Yujing. After their dinner, Yi-chun resumed his activities outside. This time, however, Qian Yujing did not sit idly in the house but instead took a stool to watch Yi-chun bustling about, pondering his intentions. A few mosquitoes approached, causing Qian Yujing to frown slightly. In an instant, the mosquito within a meter of her transformed into ash. How dare these mere insects attempt to feast upon the blood of the Nine-Nether Empress? A foolish endeavor. Chapter 8. The frightening bully. By the time it reached 9 o'clock, Yi-chun felt a deep ache in his back and waist as he gazed at the collapsed kiln, a bitter smile tugging at his lips. Indeed, the task of brick firing was far more complex than he had initially imagined. "What are you doing?" Qian Yujing, unable to contain her curiosity, suddenly inquired. Yi-chun slapped his own face with a resounding smack, leaving Qian Yujing momentarily stunned. "What on earth are you doing?" Peering at his palm, Yi-chun cursed under his breath, "Damn mosquitoes." Qian Yujing remained silent. "Bricks are too expensive. I intended to fire them myself. As you can see, it was a failure, but it's not a significant issue. I shall try again tomorrow. Success is within reach." A smile forced itself onto Yi-chun's face. "Do not worry. I will ensure you have a home of blue bricks before winter arrives." Qian Yujing nodded slightly, rising to take her seat. "It's getting late. You should rest early. All right?" Yi-chun felt a surge of exhilaration. His delicate wife was actually concerned for him. Such a promising beginning often unfolds in this manner. "Do you wish to bathe?" Yi-chun called out. "No need," she replied. "Very well," he nodded, then undressed, donning the trousers he had fashioned himself. He stepped outside, pouring several buckets of cold water over his body before applying his homemade bathing ash and began scrubbing himself. After dousing himself with another few buckets of water, he felt completely refreshed. He quickly dried off and, finding a spot hidden from Qian Yujing's view, changed into his trousers and slipped into a hemp garment before returning to the thatched cottage. Seeing Qian Yujing lying sideways on the bed with her back to him, Yi-chun hesitated before speaking. "You should sleep on your back. It's not advisable for you to lay on your side now that you're expecting." "It's fine," came her indifferent reply. Scratching his head, Yi-chun extinguished the oil lamp on the table and lay down on his wooden plank, staring at the thatched roof. His mind was preoccupied with thoughts of what to purchase tomorrow and his plans for making money. Eventually, fatigue overcame him, and he fell asleep. The day had been exhausting, and he was nearing his limit. Had it not been for the sudden surge of strength during the fight, he might have been unable to move by the afternoon. Hearing Yi-chun's steady breathing, Qian Yujing turned to face him, her gaze filled with a complex mixture of emotions as she touched her abdomen. After observing him throughout the day, she deemed his character to be relatively decent, though she remained uncertain if he was one of those greedy scoundrels. Having cultivated for a millennium, she had witnessed many lose themselves in the face of temptation, thus harboring mistrust towards everyone. Consequently, aside from the 108 city lords, she had few confidants in the past 1,000 years. Staring at Yichen, a sense of reluctance stirred within her. She, the esteemed Empress of the Nine Nether, had become pregnant with a mortal's child. Her gaze flickered as she pondered the fragile nature of humanity, which often falters under scrutiny. Gradually turning away, she murmured to herself, "I hope this trial will lead to disappointment, allowing me to convince myself to depart from you. Should you prove worthy of the test." Impossible. Humanity cannot withstand such trials. Suddenly, a cold glint flashed in Qian Yujing's eyes. In an instant, her figure vanished. She had just noticed 3 figures approaching outside the thatched cottage. It was indeed the trio that Yichen had dispatched during the day. Outside the thatched cottage, 3 wild dogs, brandishing torches, wore expressions of hesitation. "Big dog brother, will burning the house cause any trouble?" inquired second dog. Though they were the bullies of the village, their misdeeds had not yet escalated beyond harassing women. At most, they merely intimidated the villagers. When daytime had snatched the axe away, it was not only an act of self-preservation but also an attempt to instill fear in Yichun. Even if they possessed tenfold courage, they would never dare to truly harm him. Who the hell said to burn down the house? Let us set fire to the firewood at their doorstep to frighten them. Teach them a lesson so they know we 3 dogs are not to be trifled with. Big Dog slapped his palm down. Unbeknownst to them, Qian Yu, who was invisibly listening above, wore a cold expression upon hearing their words. Initially contemplating the immediate eradication of the trio, she reconsidered. Perhaps they still held some value, and as a dignified empress, it would be beneath her to extinguish 3 insignificant ants. In the next moment, the torches extinguished. What is happening? Why did they go out? The 3 mumbled, soon retrieving flint to reignite the torches. Just as they lit them, the flames snuffed out once more, accompanied by a sudden chill in the air. In this September night, typically warm, an unexpected breeze sent shivers down their spines. Big dog brother. What is going on? Why won't they stay lit? Second dog and third dog stammered, as dark clouds enveloped the moon, rendering the surroundings pitch black. They reached out to feel for Big Dog but found only emptiness after groping for a while. Trembling, they attempted to relight their torches. There was no sign of Big Dog. "Ghost, it's a ghost!" one of them screamed, as the 2 of them shrieked and fled back to the village, completely forgetting about their torches. Meanwhile, the vanished Big Dog lay in the mountains, trembling in sheer terror. After finally lighting a torch and seeing his surroundings, he let out a strange cry, darting about like a headless chicken. Suddenly, he stumbled into the trap where Yichun had captured a wild boar. "Ah!" Big Dog howled, feeling as though he had twisted his ankle, curling up in the pit, too frightened to move. Deep in slumber, Yichun heard the eerie cries outside the thatched cottage, mumbled something in his sleep, turned over and continued to doze. Qian Yu had already found herself comfortably in bed, seemingly as if she had never left. A gentle stream of spiritual energy wafted from the wooden floor, intertwining with Yichun's breath, seeping into his being. Unbeknownst to him, gradually, the bruises on his face began to heal. At dawn, Yichun awoke punctually, stretching with satisfaction. He felt as if he had never had such a restful sleep since his arrival in this realm. After a brief stretch, he turned to glance at his lovely wife still asleep on the other side of the bed. A smile graced his lips, affirming that this was no mere dream. He truly had a wife. Stepping out quietly, he engaged in some light exercise in the courtyard, feeling invigorated and brimming with strength. Washing his face and brushing his teeth with wood ash, he retrieved a piece of pork from the rope and began to prepare a hearty soup. Imagining that his delicate wife would awaken to the enticing aroma of the meat broth, a smile involuntarily graced Yichen's lips. Is this what it feels like to have a home? While Yichun was busy cooking, Qian Yu quietly stirred from her slumber. She picked up the mirror of the firmament and made slight adjustments to her appearance, satisfied as she set the mirror aside. Glancing outside, she conjured a divine fruit, savoring it slowly as its essence transformed into energy to nourish her child. After finishing the divine fruit, Qian Yu stepped out of the thatched cottage, gazing at the mist weaving through the distant woods. Before long, a shadowy figure emerged from the mountains, limping and shouting, rushing toward the village without so much as a glance in her direction. Chapter 9. The Empress's astonishment after finishing breakfast. Yichun and Qian Yujing set off towards the town. Along the way, Yichun noticed Qian Yujing trailing behind him, glancing back several times. She spoke softly. Do you wish to say something? I could carry you. The town is a bit far, Yichun suggested awkwardly. No need, Qian Yujing replied coolly. Nodding quietly, Yichun continued along the narrow path. As they rounded a grove, he spotted two individuals ahead, but paid them little mind.
Moments later.
A cloth bag suddenly fell from one of them. Yichun failed to notice, but Qian Yujing furrowed her brow. When Yichun reached the spot, the bag shifted slightly, causing him to nearly stumble. Cursing under his breath, he turned to see the bag and approached it. Upon opening it, the dazzling gold within made his eyes widen in astonishment. The bag was filled entirely with gold. Weighing it in his hands, he realized it was exceedingly heavy, easily containing over 100 taels. Overcome with excitement, his face flushed, he stammered to Qian Yujing. This is gold. Qian Yujing responded calmly. I just saw those two drop it. Yichun turned back to the two distant figures, tightening his grip on the bag. Qian Yujing noticed his knuckles turning white. She thought to herself that indeed, few can remain composed in the face of such wealth, and it seemed Yichun was not among them. Gazing at the gold, Yichun took a deep breath, abruptly securing the bag. He turned to Qian Yujing earnestly. Such a vast amount of gold must be of great importance to them. I must return it. With that, Yichun began to chase after the two individuals. Qian Yujing's eyes widened in shock, disbelief evident in her expression. She whispered, But this is gold. Did you not say you wanted to buy us a house in the town? And save money to start a business to support us both? With this gold, we could buy a house in the city right away, and as long as we keep quiet, they would never know it was us who took it. She could hardly fathom how Yichun could remain so calm. Was human nature not prone to temptation? Hearing her words, Yichun halted, turning to face her. Under her gaze, he slowly returned to her side. His expression serious, he grasped her shoulders firmly. You are my wife, and I will do everything in my power to ensure your well-being. However, we must understand that this gold does not belong to us. It is ill-gotten wealth. We cannot betray our conscience for it. I promised you that I would secure a home for us in town, and I will fulfill that promise, even if it means exhausting myself to earn the necessary funds. We may be poor, but we must uphold our integrity, and I hope our child grows to be a person of integrity as well. Though his voice was soft, it carried a resolute conviction. After speaking, he playfully pinched her cheek, offering a smile before turning to pursue the two figures in the distance. Ah, you two gentlemen ahead, you've dropped your gold. Gold, Yichun shouted as he ran. Qian Yujing gently touched the spot where she had been pinched, and upon seeing Yichun catch up with the two men and return the gold, her lips curled into a faint smile. She truly did not anticipate that Yichun would exceed her expectations. Although he was merely a mortal, he was indeed impressive. Thus, she resolved to accompany him as an ordinary person for a century. In truth, the two individuals and the gold were mere phantoms conjured by her to test Yichun. The outcome had surpassed her expectations. When Yichun returned, Qian Yujing's expression softened considerably. After nearly 2 hours, the two finally arrived at the bustling town. As Yichun gazed at the lively scene, everything sparked his curiosity. This marked his first visit to a town since his arrival, and everything appeared as if it belonged to a bygone era, filled with novelty. Rice and flour were essential commodities, thus their prices were exorbitant. He learned in the village that the sole means of earning money was through the annual harvest and selling grain, yielding a maximum income of merely 2 taels of silver per year. Meanwhile, laboring in the town, with meals and lodging included, would earn a mere few coins a day. He suspected that the 5 taels of silver he possessed were likely left behind by the previous owner. Having purchased several jin of rice and flour, Yichun shouldered the burden and passed by a pork stall. He approached and inquired, "How much for a jin of pork?" "Fatty meat is 100 coins, spare ribs are 120, and big bones are 80 coins. The stall owner cheerfully replied, picking up a knife. "Would you like a jin? This bone is excellent for broths, very beneficial for the body." "No, thank you," Yichun chuckled, waving his hand as he left with Qian Yujing. On the way, he exclaimed with excitement, "Did you hear that? The fatty pork is 100 coins. I reckon they raise their own pigs. If it were wild boar, it would likely be even pricier. That wild boar we encountered yesterday weighed over 100 gene. If we keep 20 gene, after accounting for the offal, we would still have 60 gene left, which could easily fetch 5 taels of silver. This is incredibly lucrative." Though wild boars roamed the mountains, their numbers were sparse. Unless one were an exceptionally skilled hunter, most would not stand a chance against a wild boar, given those formidable tusks. Yi Chen's encounter yesterday could only be attributed to sheer luck. Qian Yujing couldn't help but chuckle internally. Could one be so excited over 5 taels of silver? However, she maintained a composed demeanor. Passing by a fabric shop, Yi Chen led Qian Yujing inside, and upon exiting, he bore a bundle on his back containing clothing he had purchased for her. Although not extravagant, the 2 garments had cost over 300 coins. Ready-made clothing was indeed a drain on resources. As Yi Chen spotted a nearby stall selling maltose, his eyes lit up. He approached and bought a large bag for 10 coins. Handing the maltose to Qian Yujing with a smile, he said, "This is quite delicious. See if you like it." Qian Yujing remained silent as she accepted the malt candy wrapped in oil paper. Unfamiliar with this delicacy, she pinched off a small piece and placed it in her mouth. It was sweet with a hint of bitterness. Noticing Yi Chen's expectant gaze, Qian Yujing nodded. "It's quite sweet. I'm glad you like it," Yi Chen replied, continuing to stroll through the streets with her. As she watched Yi Chen walk ahead, holding the oil paper bag, a peculiar sensation blossomed within Qian Yujing's heart. For centuries, she had never wandered so leisurely with another soul. In her earlier, less powerful days, she had accompanied others to the market with a wary heart, always on guard against betrayal. Had it not been for her caution, she might have long since fallen. In her later, more formidable years, she had become a solitary figure until she founded the 9 Nether City and claimed the throne, gradually gathering followers. This feeling was rather pleasant. A subtle smile graced the corners of Qian Yujing's lips. It seemed that the life of mortals held its own unique joys. Chapter 10. The existence of cultivators in this world. Yujing, let us procure an ox cart. The journey home is rather lengthy, and considering your pregnancy, it would be unwise to overexert yourself, Yi Chen remarked earnestly as he halted by a vendor specializing in ox carts. As you wish, Qian Yujing replied with a calm demeanor. Nodding with a smile, Yi Chen entered the establishment, only to emerge moments later with a rather awkward expression. He had underestimated the cost of the oxen. Even the most inferior, limping beast was priced at 10 taels of silver, and with the cart, it amounted to a staggering 12 taels. How could he possibly afford such an expense? Fear not, we shall purchase one when we have the means. It is merely 12 taels, and once my business commences, I shall earn it swiftly, Yi Chen said, still slightly embarrassed, while Qian Yujing maintained her serene countenance. After procuring a substantial collection of items, Yi Chen had spent 2 taels of silver and now carried a hefty bundle as they prepared to return. Noticing the time, he remarked, "Let us dine before heading back. I must treat you to the local cuisine." They entered an inn, where Yi Chen spent 81 on 5 dishes and a soup, featuring 3 meat dishes, 2 vegetable dishes, and a comforting tomato and egg soup. Observing Qian Yujing's graceful manner of eating, he slowly followed suit, reminding himself not to appear as if he had never partaken of a meal. "Waiter, bring the wine." Just as Yi Chen was savoring his meal, 2 men clad in fine garments, with swords at their waists, strode into the inn, their booming voices resonating throughout the hall. Yi Chen's gaze turned towards them, astonished by their formidable physiques. Despite their attire, their well-defined muscles were evident. "Certainly, gentlemen. This way, please." The waiter hurried over, guiding the 2 men to a window-side table across from Yi Chen. Once seated, the man who had called out earlier laughed and said, "Brother Zhou, your formidable strength must have reached the 9th level by now. I witnessed your prowess in the training grounds today. Truly impressive. The day you break through to the Qi refinement stage is near. Do not forget your younger brother then. Brother Lu, you are too kind. Our strengths are comparable, and your words flatter me," Brother Zhou replied with a smile, accepting the fiery wine jug from the waiter. They exchanged knowing glances and raised their vessels in a toast. The other patrons of the inn watched in wide-eyed astonishment as the 2 men drank from the jug, a stark contrast to the customary sipping of the fiery wine known for its intense heat, which felt akin to a searing blade passing down one's throat. Yichen, intrigued by their mention of the 9th level of strength and the qi refinement stage, observed the dishes being served, all rich and hearty. Could it be that this world harbored cultivators? Did that imply the existence of immortals? Goodness, Yichen thought, reflecting on his month-long seclusion in the village, where the furthest anyone had ventured was to the town. The notion of immortals existing in this world ignited a thrill within him. Often, in tales of protagonists traversing into new realms, they began without any extraordinary abilities, yet upon engaging in cultivation, their fortunes would ascend dramatically, leading to unfettered joy. With rapt attention, Yichen listened intently while dining, captivated by the conversation between the two men regarding cultivation practices, the blood condensation realm, and the qi training realm, igniting an insatiable curiosity within him. Qian Yujing observed Yichen's distracted demeanor but remained silent, continuing to savor her meal. She now realized that dining was a splendid way to pass the time. Although the food was quickly transformed into an almost negligible amount of energy, the flavors were delightfully novel. After a considerable wait, Yichen noticed the two men had nearly finished their meal and leaned towards Qian Yujing, whispering, "I shall return shortly." With excitement, he approached the duo and politely inquired, "Good sirs, I overheard you speaking of the blood condensation realm and the bull strength. Could you enlighten me on what that entails?" The two martial men appraised Yichen's appearance, a faint smile gracing their faces. "You must be from the village, young brother," one remarked. Yichen, with a beaming smile, replied, "Indeed, it is my first time in town, and I am utterly bewildered. I humbly seek your guidance. You speak somewhat like the scholars from the academy. I, old Zhou, have little fondness for such literati, always prattling on in their lofty manner. It is quite tiresome." As he spoke, he filled a bowl with a fiery liquor and extended it towards Yichen. "If you can down this in one go, it signifies your status as a martial brother, for all martial men are kin. What say you? Will you drink?" Yichen gazed at the murky drink, pondering its significance. After all, he had not shied away from spirits in the past. Without a moment's hesitation, he accepted the bowl, raising it to his lips and gulping it down. The two men exchanged surprised glances at the audacity of this village youth, nodding in approval. His boldness resonated well with their tastes. As the fiery liquor coursed down his throat, Yichen was taken aback. Was this truly alcohol? It felt more akin to raw spirits. Yet, driven by his yearning for knowledge, he forced it down. Refreshing. A true man. The two clapped their hands in acknowledgement, casting a look of respect towards Yichen. Upon finishing, Yichen could not suppress a coughing fit, his tongue numb from the potent drink. "Brother, might you share your insights now?" he stammered, his head spinning from the effects of the liquor. Qian Yujing subtly moved her fingers, channeling a thread of spiritual energy to Yichen, purging the alcohol from his system. Instantly, clarity returned to his mind, and he felt revitalized. Perplexed, he pondered whether his unique ability was an invulnerability to intoxication. What a peculiar gift. Was his purpose in this new world merely to engage in drinking contests? Young brother, bull strength is not an extraordinary skill. It is accessible to all who enlist in the military, where one can learn its cultivation methods. As for the blood condensation realm, it is one of the foundational levels of cultivation. Bull strength represents the most basic technique within the blood condensation realm, which comprises 9 levels. When one's blood energy reaches the potency of 9 fierce bulls, that signifies the completion of the blood condensation realm. As for the qi cultivation realm beyond the blood condensation realm, it is a domain unattainable by ordinary individuals. To reach the qi cultivation realm, one must possess a spiritual root to attract spiritual energy into the body. Take, for instance, the scholars from the academy. They all possess such roots. However, this rare trait is difficult for common folk to attain. I happen to have a testing stone here. Allow me to let you try it. The martial artist of the Zhou surname said, pulling out a black stone from his bosom and tossing it directly to Yichen. Yichen hurriedly caught it, fearful of damaging it. "Brother, how does one use this?" Yichen inquired, somewhat bewildered as he examined the stone. "Simply hold it and concentrate. If you possess a spiritual root, the stone will naturally emit light," the martial artist of the Lu surname replied with a smile.
Ye Chen nodded.
His excitement palpable as he gazed at the spirit-testing stone in his hand, internally exclaiming. Transmigrators are typically endowed with innate divine bodies or supreme bones. Even those of lesser talent are extraordinary geniuses among millions. What sort of body will I possess? How exhilarating! He closed his eyes, focused his mind, and deep within, he roared. Come forth, my golden finger! Chapter 11. What if one lacks a spiritual root? Being an ordinary person is quite acceptable. With excitement still bubbling within, the martial artist of the Zhou clan waited expectantly for a moment, then shook his head at the martial artist of the Lu clan. They both sighed and retrieved the spiritual testing stone. When Yi Chun sensed the stone had been taken from his hand, he opened his eyes, puzzled. Elder brother, but I haven't finished my test yet. The Zhou martial artist chuckled softly. Little brother, the test is complete. Typically, if you possess a spiritual root, it will emit a glow upon contact. You have held it for quite some time, yet there is not a flicker of light, indicating that you lack a spiritual root. Lack of a spiritual root. None. Spiritual root. The Zhou martial artist's words left Yi Chun in utter bewilderment. How could he be without a spiritual root? Wasn't the presence of a golden finger essential for a transmigrator? Why did he possess nothing? Aside from acquiring a charming little wife for himself, he found himself bereft of any extraordinary abilities. What was happening? Could it be that he was truly worthless? Suddenly, a hand clapped on his shoulder. The Lu martial artist tossed him a small booklet. But do not despair, little brother. Lacking a spiritual root is merely a condition. We too are without one. Although the path of martial arts and body refinement is challenging, among practitioners of the same realm, we martial artists are the strongest. This is a copy of the Mighty Bull Strength technique. I thought it might suit you, so I'm gifting it to you. The path of body refinement is arduous. And if you choose not to pursue it, living a stable life as an ordinary person is also quite commendable. Thank you, brothers, Yi Chun said, accepting the booklet with a forced smile, his heart heavy as he returned to his seat. After the meal, as Yi Chun walked back, he perused the Mighty Bull Strength booklet given to him by the Lu martial artist. Qian Yujing furrowed her brows slightly and turned to look at Yi Chun, who had fallen behind. She approached him slowly and remarked softly, Is cultivation truly so significant? Yi Chun was momentarily taken aback, regaining his focus as he gazed at his dear wife, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. Of course it is important. If I could cultivate, I would take you to better places, rather than remaining in that small mountain village. Qian Yujing pressed her lips together. I've heard that the path of cultivation is divided into righteous and evil paths. What is your perspective on this? Yi Chun shook his head with a smile. The distinction between righteousness and evil? Isn't that merely a trivial concern for the idle? Take myself as an example. I lack the qualifications for cultivation. If the evil path allowed me to cultivate, I would certainly pursue it. Once I achieve success, I could engage in good deeds. Does that make me a villain simply because I tread the evil path? It is illogical. Righteousness and evil are not the measures of a person's worth. Those who claim righteousness might also commit heinous acts. Can they still be deemed righteous? One's origins cannot determine everything. It is ultimately about one's actions. After speaking, Yi Chun shook off his gloom and, with a carefree smile, declared, Enough of that. If I cannot cultivate, then so be it. After all, I now have a wife. Being an ordinary person is not such a dreadful fate. Once I earn enough, I shall become wealthy. With that, he strode forward confidently. Qian Yujing remained lost in thought, taken aback by Yi Chen's words. She had not anticipated that the man she had inadvertently fallen asleep beside in the mountains possessed such profound thoughts. And what was this notion of wealth? How curious. A faint smile unconsciously graced her face. She was known as the Empress of the Nine Hells, having cultivated the dark path, which had always rendered her unwelcome in the realm of righteousness. Yi Chen's words brought her great joy. Shaking her head, she followed Yi Chen into the village. He carried a burden on his back, humming a tune that Qian Yujing could not comprehend. Yet she paid no mind, gazing at his retreating figure, resolute in her decision to remain by his side and ensure his safety in this lifetime. The September heat was oppressive, and after a brief walk, Yi Chun felt drenched in sweat. Turning to glance at his petite wife, he furrowed his brow and inquired, Aren't you hot? Chen Yujing, taken aback, had no inkling of why he suddenly asked such a question, and without a second thought replied, "Is it hot?" Observing her bewildered expression, Yichun couldn't help but pinch her cheek, chuckling, "Just checking." With that, he turned back and resumed his song. Chen Yujing touched her cheek, still stinging from his playful pinch, and couldn't help but stomp her foot in frustration. This fellow was becoming increasingly audacious, yet she felt utterly powerless, for he was the man she had chosen. Upon returning to the thatched cottage at the village's edge, Yichun set down his burden and collapsed onto a nearby seat, panting heavily. It was undeniably exhausting to carry such a load for nearly 2 hours. Only those who had experienced it could truly understand. Approaching the water jar, he ladled a scoop of water and drank heartily, finally regaining his breath. "I'm heading up the mountain to see if there are any gains from yesterday. Don't worry, I will return shortly," he declared, seizing his axe and dashing up the mountain. As Chen Yujing watched Yichun depart, she settled onto the bed, unwrapping the oil paper package in her hands. She pinched off a piece of maltose and popped it into her mouth, a gentle smile spreading across her face. It was indeed quite sweet. At that moment, the mirror beside her seemed to witness something astonishing. The usually cold and aloof master was smiling, seemingly due to a man devoid of any cultivation. She felt her mind teetering on the brink of madness. If the female lords of Nine Hell City were to learn of this, it would surely cause an uproar. After consuming 2 pieces of maltose, Chen Yujing picked up the celestial mirror and examined her reflection, slightly adjusting her beauty downward. She noticed that Yichun appeared oblivious to the changes in her appearance. Once satisfied, she tossed the mirror onto the bed and looked towards Yichun's side of the room, her eyebrows arching in surprise. Remarkably, the spiritual energy from the precious spirit stone she had discarded the previous day had completely vanished. This left her perplexed. Logically speaking, how much spiritual energy could an ordinary person absorb? That single precious spirit stone should suffice for an average mortal for several years, yet Yichun had consumed it entirely in one night. However, her soul had undergone a transformation into a divine essence, capable of scanning a person's body. She was certain that Yichun possessed no cultivation talent, merely a mortal physique. So why was he able to absorb spiritual energy so swiftly? Once again, she produced a precious attribute-less spirit stone, transforming it into spiritual energy that sailed towards Yichun's bed. Determined to stay awake that night, she resolved to observe how Yichun managed to absorb an entire precious spirit stone. In the moonlit realm, the celestial being observed the actions of its master in the mirror, and suddenly, a most ludicrous thought surged through its mind. Could it be that its master harbored a penchant for cultivation? Such an idea was utterly preposterous. As this notion settled in, the celestial being felt a chill enveloping its form, having inadvertently uncovered its master's inclinations. Would its master erase its sentience upon this discovery? With this thought weighing heavily, the celestial being fluttered to the small bed, concealing itself beneath a delicate quilt, trembling in apprehension. Descending from the mountain, Yichun clutched a sizable yam in his hand. Having failed to capture any prey in yesterday's traps, he mused that he could not return empty-handed. Thus he procured the yam, knowing it would yield a delicious broth when stewed. Upon his return, he washed the beef offal and chopped it into small pieces, commencing the preparation of the soup. He added some cabbage and vermicelli, ladling out 2 bowls, then tossed in dried red chilies to continue simmering. He intended to prepare several pots of pig offal soup to sell in the town the following morning, borrowing the village chief's ox cart for the journey. After enjoying dinner, Yichun resumed his work on the brick kiln outside. Learning from yesterday's missteps, his efforts proved satisfactory this time. Chen Yujing, as she had the day before, sat at the door on a stool, observing him. Around 10 o'clock, Yichun gazed at the bricks he had fired with exhilaration, already envisioning tomorrow's venture to the town with his pig offal soup. With his eloquence, he was confident he could sell out by noon, after which he would promptly dig clay to mold into brick forms, striving to amass enough bricks within 3 months. That night, after bathing and reclining in bed while perusing a booklet on the strength of the barbarian bull, Yichun suddenly remarked, "You haven't bathed in 2 days. Are you certain you don't wish to wash? I have a large tub here. I can heat some water for you to bathe indoors while I stand guard outside, ensuring no peeking." Chen Yujing, at a loss for words, turned away and ignored him. Noticing her silence, Yi-chan stifled a yawn, casting the booklet aside. Exhausted from the day's labors, he soon fell into a deep slumber. Once assured that Yi-chan was asleep, Qian Yujing turned to gaze at him from across the room. In her eyes, wisps of spiritual energy flowed with his breaths, nourishing his corporeal form. Oddly, each breath seemed to draw only a faint trace. How could it possibly be absorbed completely overnight? Chapter 12. Am I a born warrior? Qian Yujing observed calmly, utterly devoid of boredom. In her past training, she often secluded herself for years at a time. Around 2 or 3 in the morning, she suddenly felt a jolt of energy. She sensed a change within Yi-chan, his vital essence surging, and his absorption of spiritual energy accelerating. Could it be that he is suited to be a warrior? Qian Yujing furrowed her brow. Some individuals, despite lacking spiritual roots, possess commendable talent in physical cultivation. Yet she decided to dismiss the thought. If he could become a warrior and strengthen his body, that would be beneficial. She lay back, closed her eyes, and her heart remained undisturbed. For she understood well that the path of martial arts is far more arduous than those of Confucianism, Taoism, or Buddhism. Moreover, even with the aid of premium spirit stones, he had merely broken through to the first realm of a warrior, blood condensation. It was still merely the most rudimentary level. Before dawn, well before 5 o'clock, Yi-chan awoke, stretching his body and feeling invigorated, as if an inexhaustible power coursed through him. Glancing at his petite wife still in slumber, he tiptoed out to wash up and prepare breakfast. He heated the spicy soup he had prepared the night before until it was bubbling hot, poured it into a nearly 1-meter-tall wooden barrel, and covered it to keep warm. Upon noticing Qian Yujing waking up, he entered the room with 2 bowls of non-spicy pork offal soup that he had prepared earlier. "You're awake. Eat while it's hot and try this pork offal soup," Yi-chan said with a smile, placing the bowls and chopsticks on the table. Qian Yujing nodded, sat on the stool, tasted a spoonful, and remarked, "It's quite good." Upon hearing his wife's praise, Yi-chen's face lit up with joy, and he patted his chest, declaring, "Of course, I made a whole barrel today, intending to borrow the village chief's ox cart to take it to town and sell it. I've even named this pork offal soup, Yis pork soup." As she sipped her soup, Qian Yujing nearly choked upon hearing this. She cast a sideways glance at the jubilant Yi-chan as he dashed out, shaking her head in amusement. "Yes, pork soup." Carrying a 2-kilogram piece of pork belly, Yi-chan approached the village chief's home in the dim light of dawn. The village chief's family was at the table eating breakfast when they noticed Yi-chan arriving with the pork. The village chief, holding his bowl, approached him. "Young Yi, what brings you here?" "Uncle Zhang, I was thoughtless before and caused you trouble. A couple of days ago, I hunted a wild boar on the mountain and brought you 2 kilograms as a token of gratitude for saving my life." Yi-chan replied with a smile, his eyes scanning the yard, where he spotted the village chief's ox cart. Hearing this, the village chief slapped his thigh and said, "Ah, that was years ago. You came to my village starving and nearly unconscious. Should I have just stood by and watched you perish at my doorstep? It was no great matter to give you a piece of barren land. We live in a valley where wasteland is abundant. Take this pork back. Look at you, you're as thin as a twig." "Ah, Uncle Zhang, your words are misplaced. One should repay a life-saving grace with gratitude. I have another request today and hope you can assist me." Yi-chan pressed the piece of pork into the village chief's hand and, without waiting for a response, continued, "I have some pork here and I wish to take it to town to sell, hoping to earn a little money. I now have a wife who is expecting, and I need to provide for my family. I hope Uncle Zhang can lend me the ox cart for a day. If this pork is insufficient, I can bring you some more. Well, regarding the ox cart, I don't need it at the moment, so feel free to use it. Just feed the ox some grass." The village chief replied, smiling, while tightening his grip on the pork. Even as the village chief, he could hardly afford to buy pork even once a month, unless during festive occasions when he might purchase a few tails. As for hunting wild boar in the mountains, no one in the village dared to attempt it. Years ago, wild boars had become a menace, and there had been fatalities. "Thank you so much, Uncle Zhang. I will ensure the ox is well fed," Yi-chan promised, patting his chest. After chatting for a while, he hurried home with the village chief's ox cart. The village chief, with a grin on his face, turned to his wife and said, I always thought highly of young Yi. Look at this, 2 pounds of wild boar belly. His son, Zhang Eru, remarked, I never expected Yi Chun could win a wife. I wonder which girl would choose him with nothing but a dilapidated thatched hut to his name. Aunt Zhang chimed in, you can't deny it. Young Yi hunted a wild boar. Look at yourself. If your father weren't the village chief, what could you achieve? Zhang Eru raised his head, ready to retort, but fell silent, unsure of how to respond. After all, who could say for certain if the wild boar was truly his kill? Perhaps it was just a stroke of luck. Li Xiaomei, Zhang Eru's wife, sipped her porridge and said sarcastically, Enough. Whether it was luck or not, it's commendable that he knows how to be grateful. Unable to tolerate the comments any longer, the village chief finished his porridge in one gulp, slammed the bowl on the table, and picked up a hoe from beside the door, saying, Eru, hurry up and eat. I'll be waiting for you in the fields. All right, father. Zhang Eru quickly drank his porridge, wiped his mouth and followed him outside. As Yi Chun drove the ox cart, he encountered 3 wild dogs. Bending down, he picked up a stone and glared at them. You want to fight again, do you? The 3 wild dogs, upon seeing Yi Chun, exhibited expressions of terror and hurriedly fled. Yi Chun blinked in confusion, wondering what was happening. Did they fear him so much after just one confrontation? Indeed, the meek fear the strong fear the reckless, and the reckless fear those who are undeterred. Dropping the stone, Yi Chun plopped onto the ox cart. Old ox, let us go. Once the 3 wild dogs were far away and out of sight, they panted heavily, Damn, that's eerie. Living in that cursed place. How come those wild spirits haven't taken him yet? Brother dog, don't say that. The more you say, the more frightened I become. Erguzi's face turned pale. All 3 wild dogs shuddered at the thought of that strange occurrence from the previous night, terrified to approach Yi Chun again. Returning to the courtyard, Yi Chun gazed at the enormous wooden barrel, his arms crossed. Initially, he intended to exert all his strength to lift it, but he merely perceived it as somewhat heavy. A flicker of doubt crossed his mind when he suddenly recalled the manticore strength technique he had studied the previous day. The first layer of the blood condensation realm promised strength akin to that of an ox. With this thought, Yi Chun's expression transformed with excitement as he dashed indoors, retrieving the booklet on the manticore strength from his bed. Following the instructions within, he began to channel his energy, and indeed the vital essence within him began to surge. After confirming several times, Yi Chun realized he had genuinely broken through to the first layer of the manticore strength. A radiant smile illuminated his face. The booklet stated that to successfully enter and surpass the first layer, one must not only consume nourishing food but also diligently cultivate their strength, often taking a month to achieve such a breakthrough. Yet, he had managed to attain it overnight. Could it be that he was a naturally gifted martial artist? Chapter 13. The Empress's strategic scheme. Yi Chun, brimming with excitement, turned to the serene Qian Yujing beside him and exclaimed, My dear, I have reached the first tier of formidable strength. I now possess the power of an ox, which equates to an astonishing 800 pounds. Soon, I shall venture into the mountains to hunt wild boars. A wild boar weighs about 200 pounds, and after accounting for the offal, there should still be around 150 pounds of meat. If we price the meat at 100 won per pound, that amounts to 15 taels of silver. Furthermore, if we sell the offal as pork soup at 2 won a bowl, we could easily make an additional 1 or 2 taels of silver. We are bound for wealth. As Yi Chun calculated the profits, he became overwhelmingly exhilarated, completely oblivious to the manner in which he addressed Qian Yujing. Noticing her calm demeanor, he remained unabated in his excitement, proclaiming, Fear not, for your man has become quite formidable. Should those 3 wild dogs dare to bully you again, I shall make them regret it. Qian Yujing, witnessing his exuberance, sighed in resignation and replied, All right, I understand. You are indeed impressive now. Off you go to the town. Excellent. Yi Chun nodded, and together they exited the thatched cottage. He helped Qian Yujing onto the ox cart and led the ox along the path to the town. Meanwhile, within the mirror space of the celestial mirror, Yu Tiandao was in a frenzy, leaping about and exclaiming, Oh my heavens! He actually dares to call the master wife, and the master isn't even angry. How could this be? "Master, what has happened to you? Were you not the most disdainful of men, the nine-nether Empress?" Yu Tiandao found it utterly incomprehensible. If this man were an emperor, perhaps she could accept it, but he was merely a pitiful creature, weaker than the weakest ant. The realization nearly drove her to madness, further solidifying her belief in her master's peculiar penchant for nurturing such individuals. With the ox cart now in tow, the journey became significantly easier. Yi Chun continued to boast about his newfound strength to Qian Yujing. Spotting a large stone by the roadside, he rolled up his sleeves and exclaimed, "Who lacks public spirit to leave such a boulder here?" He dashed over, lifted the stone, and hurled it away, then turned to strike a pose for Qian Yujing, flexing his biceps as if to showcase the meager muscle he possessed. Qian Yujing's lips twitched. She had endured this display along the way, but seeing this spectacle finally prompted her to chuckle, shaking her head in exasperation at Yi Chun. "All right, put that flesh away. You're as thin as a stick. There's nothing impressive about it." Yi Chun was momentarily captivated by Qian Yujing's unexpected laughter. As he gazed at her in astonishment, she quickly composed herself, reverting to her previous calm demeanor. "Have you finished admiring? How could I ever tire of looking?" Yi Chun chuckled, walking backward while holding the oxen's reins. He said to Qian Yujing, "Honestly, you look stunning when you smile. You should smile more often." Qian Yujing rolled her eyes, fully aware of her own beauty. During her years of cultivation, suitors wishing to become her partner could fill an entire dynasty. Upon reflecting on this, Qian Yujing shook her head, pondering how this mere mortal had managed to gain her favor. Thankfully, he wasn't entirely devoid of merit. Otherwise, she would indeed be at a loss for tears. Yi Chun, noticing her eye roll, continued to chuckle and said, "Truly, I never dreamed I would have such a beautiful wife as you. I can only assume I must not have saved the world in my past life. Fate is indeed wondrous." Qian Yujing, hearing him speak of fate, let out a soft huff and replied, "What, do you have objections to having me as your woman?" "Objections? How could there possibly be any?" he exclaimed, merely expressing his amazement. Just then, as he spoke, his heel caught on a stone, causing him to stumble and fall backward. Seeing his disheveled state, a smile tugged at the corners of Qian Yujing's mouth. This man was rather amusing, always uttering the most nonsensical phrases. Dusting himself off, he glared at the stone on the ground and kicked it away before hastily following the ox cart, eager to continue chatting with Qian Yujing. "Enough, just walk your path. I am already carrying your child. I can hardly walk away from this," Qian Yujing remarked, a hint of exasperation in her tone. Upon hearing this, Yi Chun's smile brightened, and he straightened his posture, offering a mock salute. "I shall dutifully obey your command, my esteemed wife." Noticing Qian Yujing pressing a hand to her forehead, Yi Chun turned away with a grin, feeling a surge of excitement. Affection progress level 5. Current status 5. He recalled their first meeting, when her demeanor had been so frosty. Now, she was smiling. What tremendous progress, with renewed determination to stoke the flames of affection. He took the reins of the old ox and began to sing. "I long to journey to distant mountains, to the seaside where seagulls soar. Regardless of the storms that may arise, your presence is sufficient. I adore the curve of your lips, the arch of your brows. The white clouds hanging in the azure sky resemble your smile. Your laughter is truly enchanting, akin to the blossoms of spring, dispersing all worries and sorrows. Your laughter is truly captivating, like the summer sun, illuminating the world in a beauty reminiscent of a painted scroll." Qian Yujing listened quietly to Yi Chun's melodic hum. Her heart, tempered over countless years, began to stir. Observing his slender silhouette, a gentle smile unexpectedly graced her face, and her once tranquil heartbeat quickened imperceptibly upon reaching the town. The daylight brightened, heralding the arrival of morning. Yi Chun guided the ox cart to a tavern named Wankalai, a place he had scouted the previous day. Nearby was a vendor selling steamed buns, and with his delicious pork offal spicy soup paired with 2 buns. The aroma was simply irresistible. Moreover, yesterday he had conducted a mental market analysis based on his prior knowledge, concluding that this location was indeed ripe for profit. He planned to price his pork offal soup at 2 coins per bowl, which was beyond the means of the villagers, and even those who worked in the town would find it costly, as their daily earnings barely amounted to 2 coins. Hence, those individuals were to be excluded from consideration altogether. He must take into account the lower strata of the town, a demographic that is directly overshadowed by the middle class. The middle class enjoys a relatively affluent lifestyle, their basic needs for sustenance and enjoyment well met. In contrast, the lower class is still compelled to toil for their livelihoods, though their circumstances are undoubtedly more favorable than those of the villagers. Hence, their consumption of meat is infrequent. What he refers to as a pig offal soup could be generously regarded as a meat dish. Priced at a mere 2 coins, it is a testament to his integrity. He removed a stool from the ox cart, allowing his petite wife, who is expecting, to sit comfortably, as prolonged standing would not be beneficial for her. Upon lifting the lid, a rich aroma of meat broth wafted through the air. It was early morning, and those setting up stalls had risen before dawn, with little time to spare for breakfast. The proprietor of the nearby steamed bun shop, his nose twitching at the enticing scent, glanced at the buns in his hand and suddenly found them less appealing. He approached and inquired, "Young brother, what is this? Is it for sale?" Chapter 14. The fiery pig offal soup. Why sell it? If I have brought it out, it is meant to be sold. Yi-chun exclaimed with a smile, grasping the prepared spoon and bowl, addressing the owner of the bun shop. Yes, pork soup, featuring fresh wild boar meat, tender and flavorful. Only 2 per bowl. Boss, 1 bowl please. After an hour's journey, the wooden barrel had retained its warmth, so the Yez pork soup was still piping hot. As he spoke, he filled a bowl to the brim and handed it over, complete with red chili, cabbage, vermicelli, and pig offal, creating a feast for the eyes. The bun shop owner, upon catching a whiff of the aroma, felt his mouth water. He took the bowl, blew gently on the steam, and cautiously took a sip, his eyes widening in astonishment at the exquisite flavor. "Young brother, this is truly delightful. For one, I'll have another bowl," the shop owner exclaimed, pulling out for one and calling out, "Wife, come out and taste this soup. It's divine." Yi-chun grinned as he accepted the money, secretly thinking to himself, pork is inherently aromatic, and with a touch of lard and the freshness of cabbage, how could it not be delicious? He retrieved a wooden barrel of water and another barrel of bowls, all prepared the day before. He filled another bowl for the bun shop owner's wife, and soon the two began to enjoy their meal alongside the buns, savoring every bite. Before long, the bun shop owner finished, wiped his mouth, and Yi-chun took the empty bowl, rinsed it briefly in the water barrel, and returned it to the original wooden barrel. "You've truly outdone yourself. This pork soup for just 2 a bowl is exceptional. Will you be back tomorrow?" The shop owner inquired eagerly. "Of course. I am a hunter, and I have plenty of wild boar. I was hoping to sell a bit," Yi-chun boasted. The bun shop owner beamed with joy and turned to the nearby vendors who were eyeing them curiously. "What are you waiting for? Come and enjoy this pork soup. It's the real deal. Just 2 for a generously filled bowl, utterly irresistible." Instantly, the crowd could no longer resist. They were accustomed to purchasing 2 steamed buns from the bun shop owner for breakfast at 1 each, but now, with the pork soup only an additional 1, how could they remain seated? They rushed over, calling out, "Young brother, 1 bowl for me too. And for me, here's 2. Another bowl for me." A throng of vendors gathered around, and Yi-chun could hardly contain his delight, proclaiming loudly, "This is Yez pork soup. Remember the name. Payment goes to my wife, the lady sitting beside me." In an instant, the crowd approached Qian Yujing, handing over their coins. She was utterly bewildered, having been engrossed in her own thoughts, and now unexpectedly thrust into the situation. Seeing them extend their hands with copper coins, she reluctantly accepted the payments. Soon the bowls ran short, and those at the front had yet to receive theirs. Yi-chun, feeling somewhat embarrassed, said, "I apologize, everyone. I didn't expect such a turnout, and we're out of bowls. Could you please wait a moment?" "Not a problem. I have a bowl of my own," one vendor said, returning to his stall to fetch a bowl. Seeing this, those who had paid also headed back to their stalls to retrieve their own bowls. In the early morning, a woman, accompanied by her maid, ventured out to purchase vegetables. Overcome by curiosity at the bustling scene, they approached a gaunt man who was calling out, "Yez pork soup, featuring fresh wild boar meat, tender and flavorful. available for just 2 coins a bowl. For only 2 coins, you risk nothing and gain a delicious bowl of Yez pork soup. A maid from a grand estate squeezed her way through the crowd. Being a servant in the manor, she earned a fair amount of copper coins each day, making 2 coins a modest sum for her. "I would like a bowl as well," she declared. Upon seeing the generous serving of pork soup, she was momentarily taken aback, feeling as though she could not possibly finish it. Yet the aroma was irresistible. As she tasted it, the delightful flavor combined with a tolerable spiciness made her mouth water uncontrollably. Despite believing she had savored the finest dishes in the manor, she had never encountered such an appetizing delight. Before she realized it, the bowl, which she thought would be too much, was empty. Rubbing her pleasantly full belly, the maid's eyes sparkled with inspiration. The young mistress had been suffering from anorexia for the past 2 months, losing weight and causing great distress among the family. Even renowned physicians had been unable to remedy her condition. Gazing at the soup, the maid envisioned the possibilities. If this delectable broth could entice her mistress to eat, she would surely be rewarded handsomely by the master, perhaps even promoted to a senior maid. A truly remarkable prospect. Immediately, she handed over her bowl and produced 4 coins, saying, "Another bowl, and the extra 2 coins will cover the cost of your bowl." Yichin glanced at her with a smile and replied, "Just give the money to my wife." He took the bowl and filled it to the brim once more before handing it back to her. The maid, now clutching the bowl, abandoned her vegetable purchases and hurried back to the estate. Meanwhile, Yichen's business flourished. Soon, the towering barrel was nearly empty. Chen Yujing, who was collecting the copper coins, had to wrap them in cloth for safekeeping. Observing the throngs of people bustling about, she felt no irritation, but rather a sense of joy. The once imperious Empress had been grounded by Yi Chen's influence. At the Zhang residence, a maid rushed into the main hall with a bowl in hand, interrupting the family's mealtime. The tall and slender Master Zhang, exuding an air of authority, put down his chopsticks and admonished, "What a reckless display! Whose maid are you?" Startled, the maid dropped to her knees, holding the bowl close as she stammered, "I am Xiao Dai, a maid from the kitchen responsible for purchasing vegetables. I encountered Yez pork soup at the market and, upon tasting it, found it extraordinarily delicious. Considering the mistress's ailment these past 2 months, I brought it for her to try." Fearing punishment, she hurriedly divulged her explanation. Upon hearing her words, Master Zhang's anger dissipated slightly as he raised his hand, saying, "Test it for poison first, then let the mistress have a taste." The serving maid took the bowl, produced a silver needle, and tested the soup, shaking her head at Master Zhang. "Sir, it is free of poison." Master Zhang nodded gently, turning to glance at his frail, ailing daughter beside him, and, with a heart full of compassion, said, "Yuqing, why not give this a try and see if it pleases your palate?" Zhang Yuqing slightly inclined her head, her delicate brows resembling willow leaves in a slight furrow, and her eyes, glistening with unshed tears, reflected a tinge of sorrow. She appeared as serene and lovely as a flower mirrored on still waters. The maid carefully placed a bowl of pig offal soup before Zhang Yuqing. Observing the unappealing appearance of the broth, she furrowed her brows once more, glanced up at her concerned parents, and let out a soft sigh. With her jade-like fingers, she picked up the spoon and slowly tasted a spoonful. As the soup touched her lips, Zhang Yuqing was taken aback, her eyes widening slightly. In the gaze of her parents' worried expressions, she surprisingly set down the spoon and picked up the chopsticks to savor the dish. Master Zhang's eyes widened in astonishment at this unexpected turn of events, exchanging incredulous glances with his wife. Over the past 2 months, they had tried countless dishes, yet they had never witnessed their daughter eat with such enthusiasm. Before long, after finishing the bowl of pig offal soup, Zhang Yuqing clasped her stomach, her brow slightly furrowed. Master Zhang, alarmed, feared the soup might be poisonous, and urgently inquired, "What is it, my daughter?" "I feel so full," she replied. Master Zhang stood frozen for a moment, then suddenly turned to the maid still kneeling on the ground, his tone filled with urgency. "What did you just say this soup was called?" The maid, her heart brimming with joy, quickly responded. The servant heard it referred to as Yez pork soup. "Ah, the esteemed Yez pork soup," exclaimed Master Zhang, slapping the table in delight. He addressed the maid, "You have done well. From this day forward, you shall no longer be a mere grocery maid. You will serve as the young lady's personal attendant. Moreover, go at once and invite that person to our residence. It is imperative that we bring them here." The maid, named Xiao Dai, was overjoyed. Becoming a personal attendant was something she had never dared to dream of before. Chapter 15, Hunting. Initiating the hypothetical principle. 184 coins. 184 coins. What a windfall. On the winding path leading to the village, Yi Chun swaggered with his coin pouch, laughing heartily, while Qian Yu sat on the ox cart, watching Yi Chen's exuberance with a hint of helplessness. Is a mere 184 coins enough to elicit such joy? Yi Chun turned around, handing the coin pouch to Qian Yu, and exclaimed with excitement, "My dear, I am undoubtedly a genius. They do not consume pig offal. Yet our meat soup's primary ingredient is precisely that. Even if I do not venture into the mountains to hunt wild boars, I can negotiate with those selling pork in the town to acquire their pig offal. For a trifling cost, I can secure nearly tenfold returns." Impressive, Qian Yu remarked, her tone tinged with resignation. "Indeed, if I set my mind to earning money, it would be a matter of minutes," Yi Chun declared, brimming with self-satisfaction. While Yi Chen's confidence swelled, he pondered how to hunt wild boars, recognizing that pig offal was merely a small profit, whereas wild boar meat represented the substantial gain. Meanwhile, a maid named Xiao Dai arrived at the market with a group of servants, only to be taken aback upon discovering that the individual who had previously sold Ye's pork soup was nowhere to be found. Anxiously, she approached a nearby bun shop and inquired, "Sir, where is the young man who sold the pork soup here earlier?" "Oh, that lad? Once he sells out, he surely must depart," replied the bun shop owner, smacking his lips. That Ye's pork offal soup is indeed extraordinary. Xiao Dai grew frantic. Having promised her master she would procure it, and now, with the vendor missing, she felt utterly distressed. Observing her anxiety, the bun shop owner chuckled and reassured her. "Do not worry, I've inquired. He will return tomorrow morning." Upon returning to the village, Yi Chun returned the ox cart to Aunt Zhang. After a brief chat, he made his way back to his thatched cottage. Noticing that the day was still young and midday was some time away, Yi Chun contemplated whether to venture into the mountains. Glancing at the dried wild boar meat he had prepared, he entered the house, picked up his axe and rope, and informed Qian Yu that he was heading into the mountains before stepping out the door. Qian Yu gazed at the empty thatched cottage. Although she had grown accustomed to solitude, her recent interactions with Yi Chun had gradually grounded her. Remembering she had yet to consume the divine fruit that day, she retrieved one and began to savor it. Suddenly, she spoke softly, "Moon Tiandao." "Coming, master."
A petite figure ressembling Timblina émerged.
Floating a short distance in front of Qian Yu, her large, round eyes gazing at her with innocence. Taken aback by the adorableness of the diminutive Moon Tiandao, Qian Yu instinctively touched her abdomen, pondering whether her pregnancy had altered her perception. The once indifferent Moon Tiandao now seemed somewhat endearing to her. Moon Tiandao, noticing the change in her master's gaze, felt a surge of panic. Could it be that her master intended to erase her intelligence? Had her master not preferred a stoic demeanor, she might have been weeping and pleading for her intelligence to remain intact. As she observed the terrified expression on the face of Yu Tiandao, Qian Yujing suddenly smiled, her voice unusually gentle. "Tell me, have I been too cold-hearted in the past?" Yu Tiandao, the little girl, quickly shook her head. "Master is not cold-hearted. Master is wonderful." Qian Yujing slightly shook her head and extended her hand, allowing Yu Tiandao to perch in her palm. With trepidation, Yu Tiandao fluttered down, her large eyes gazing up at her master with a pitiful look, her tone tinged with a hint of weeping. "Master, please do not erase my intelligence. I have seen nothing." Qian Yujing was momentarily taken aback, her heart stirring. Was this how she had perceived herself all along? With a sigh within, she looked at the suddenly endearing Yu Tiandao in her hand and spoke softly. "What are you saying?" "I merely found myself feeling bored and wished for someone to converse with." Yu Tiandao was taken aback. Her master, who had always been solitary, was actually feeling bored? There must be a trick. She surely sought to test my loyalty. In the next moment, Yu Tiandao watched as her master placed her hand on her abdomen, her gaze drifting, murmuring, You, do you think this child will be a boy or a girl? If it's a girl, will she resemble me? What name shall we give her? Even when she had witnessed the collapse of a world Dao being crushed by Chen Yujing, Yu Tiandao had merely furrowed her brow, showing no shock whatsoever. But now, her mind was ablaze with thunderous astonishment. Her master not only had a mortal as a companion but was also expecting a little one. Is this still the Nine-Nether Empress I know? Yu Tiandao was utterly bewildered. In her state of confusion, Yu Tiandao blurted out a thought she wished to retract. Shouldn't Master consult the male counterpart about such matters? Immediately regretting her words upon seeing her master's piercing gaze, she barely had time to formulate a remedy before her master spoke. You make a valid point. What? Yu Tiandao was once again dumbfounded. When had her master ever sought others' opinions on her affairs? This was simply unacceptable to Yu Tiandao. Congratulations, dear little rabbit. You have won the lottery, destined to become the sustenance for my future little treasure. Yichen grinned as he seized the gray wild rabbit caught in the trap. In swift succession, he bound the rabbit securely with grass rope and slung it over his back, continuing deeper into the mountain. Large beasts like wild boars rarely roamed the outskirts. The last encounter could only be attributed to divine providence. Truth be told, Yichen felt a twinge of excitement, as the village chief had cautioned against venturing too far. For in the depths, the dangerous wild boars were but the last in line, and villagers typically only hunted at the periphery. As he ventured deeper into the mountain, the surroundings grew cooler. The vegetation became denser, and towering trees shielded him from the scorching September sun. With a cautious heart, he activated the hypothetical principle, anticipating potential dangers that may arise. Before long, after walking more than 20 meters, Yichen suddenly lowered his head, disgusted, and lifted his foot to scrub it against the grass nearby. To his chagrin, he had stepped in a large pile of dung. He never anticipated that this unexpected predicament lay beyond the confines of his hypothetical principles. Shaking his leg in disgust, clad in straw sandals, he found the situation rather unsettling. How infuriating! Tomorrow, he vowed to venture into town and purchase 2 pairs of cloth shoes, no matter the cost. Having been impoverished for so long, he had no choice but to wear straw sandals. Muttering to himself, he bent down to take a whiff, only to realize with a start that it was pig dung. The hypothetical principle suddenly activated. With his axe at the ready, he followed the footprints on the ground, estimating that they likely belonged to a wild boar weighing around 300 to 400 pounds. Not far along the trail, the sound of a babbling brook reached his ears. Peering through the underbrush, he beheld a robust wild boar drinking from the water, its stature suggesting it indeed weighed about 400 pounds. Fixating on the boar's succulent hindquarters, Yichen prepared to strike. However, before he could make his move, a tiger, exceeding 4 meters in length, emerged from nowhere, pouncing on the boar in an instant and sinking its teeth into the creature's neck. The boar struggled briefly before becoming motionless. Yichen broke into a cold sweat, relieved he had not ventured out. The proximity to the outskirts was merely 400 meters, and such a formidable tiger roamed this area? Had he been recklessly flirting with death all this time? After dispatching the boar, the tiger turned its gaze towards Yichen's hiding place in the thicket. In an instant, Yichen's hair stood on end, his heart racing uncontrollably. Oh no, it has set its sights on me. Chapter 16. Who says tigers cannot climb trees? The tiger advanced step by step, and Yichen's hand, gripping the axe, became slick with sweat. His heart raced like a drum as he watched the ferocious beast drawing nearer. Suddenly, in a fit of desperation, Yichen leaped up, seized the trunk of a nearby tree, and began to ascend without a second thought. With a deep, resonant roar, the tiger pounced without any forewarning, delivering a powerful strike to Yichen's rear. In a flurry of panic, Yichen uttered some incoherent exclamations, clawing desperately upwards. The small rabbit, still alive but terrified by the tiger's roar, fainted in fright. Stay away from me, Yichen cried out nonsensically, scrambling up the tree. Suddenly, he felt the trunk tremble beneath him. Looking down, his eyes widened in disbelief. Hadn't the books claimed that while cats imparted all their skills to tigers, they had never taught them how to climb trees? What on earth was happening? To his astonishment, The tiger was creating large dents in the trunk with each mighty swipe of its paw, climbing with sheer force. Yi-chun was at a loss for words, frantically continuing his ascent. Then came the sound of a heavy object hitting the ground. Looking down, he realized the tiger had inexplicably fallen. The tiger glanced up at Yi-chun, licked its lips, and trotted away to feast on 2 succulent pig hindquarters. Although Yi-chun felt a pang of sorrow watching the tiger devour the meat, he silently prayed for it to finish its meal and leave. Those hindquarters weighed a staggering 70 to 80 pounds. After finishing its meal, the tiger approached a nearby stream for a drink, only to return to the base of the tree, lying in wait and gazing at Yi-chun. Indeed, it was playing the waiting game perfectly. Not only was it poised to consume him, but the adorable rabbit behind him was likely to fall prey as well. Yi-chun was speechless, his limbs numb from exhaustion as sweat poured down his brow. Suddenly he shouted, "Help! The tiger is attacking. Is there anyone who can save me?" However, in these remote mountains, the nearest help was the villagers of Shangua. Who among them would dare venture into the depths of the forest? Meanwhile, in a thatched cottage, Qian Yujing, who had been conversing with Yu Tiandao, began to feel a sense of restlessness. Remembering Yi-chun, she realized he had been gone for quite some time. Aside from his initial venture, he usually returned swiftly. With this thought, she unleashed her spiritual energy, sweeping it across the mountain. After a thorough search, she still could not find Yi-chun. Her delicate brows furrowed, and in an instant, her spiritual force expanded to cover the vast mountain range. It was then that she spotted Yi-chun and the tiger beneath the tree. Anger surged within her, and to prevent Yi-chun from sensing anything amiss, she exerted a slight, almost imperceptible pressure, causing the tiger to leap 4 meters into the air before hastily crossing the stream and disappearing into the underbrush. Yi-chun was momentarily stunned. After waiting a while, he slowly descended the tree and turned to flee. After a few steps, he suddenly smacked himself. "You absolute fool!" With renewed urgency, he raced back to the stream, binding the limp wild boar that had lost its hind legs with a rope. He then secured the small rabbit to his chest and hoisted the boar onto his back, his face flushed with the effort. Even though the tiger had consumed 70 to 80 pounds, he still bore an impressive weight of over 300 pounds. Although he possessed the strength of a formidable bull, weighing nearly 800 pounds, was 300 pounds truly a burden? With flushed cheeks, he sprinted back from the woods, straining every muscle in his body. After a safe journey, Qian Yujing, upon seeing Yi-chun emerge from the mountains, retracted her spiritual energy with a surge of anger. Was he reckless enough to venture deep into the mountains? What if something happened and no one found him? When Yi-chun returned home, panting heavily, he immediately lifted the water jar and drank deeply before collapsing onto the ground, wiping the sweat from his brow. Qian Yujing stepped out, her expression somewhat frosty. "Where have you been?" "Wild boar," Yi-chun replied breathlessly, pointing at the boar. "I saw that. I asked where you went." Qian Yujing's tone turned colder. Only then did Yi-chun realize that his dear wife seemed upset. He quickly scrambled to his feet and exclaimed, "I was terrified. There was a massive tiger. Thankfully, I escaped with my life. Otherwise, I would have been done for." Observing the chill in his wife's demeanor, he raised his hands in assurance. "Rest assured, my love, I will never venture deep into the mountains again." Qian Yujing's expression gradually softened as she huffed and walked toward their thatched cottage. Yi-chun let out a sigh of relief and followed with a grin. "Hey, dear, were you just concerned about me?" "Not at all," Qian Yujing replied coldly. Yi-chun's smile brightened even more as he took down the small rabbit he had caught. "Oh, it has perished. Perfect for soup. Tonight, I'll prepare rabbit soup for you. Far tastier than boar soup." With that, he grabbed a cleaver from the kitchen and set to work on a new round of butchering. However, this time, he merely extracted the entrails of the pig and placed the whole animal in a shaded area, not intending to dismember it. There was plenty of pork at home. The pig would be taken to town the next day, allowing him to sell both wild boar meat and pork offal soup. The rabbit, however, was not so fortunate. It was swiftly prepared and cooked, yielding a delightful rabbit soup for lunch. Qian Yujing seemed to have embraced the mundane life of a mortal, even offering praise for the deliciousness of the rabbit soup. Hearing this, Yi-chun felt a surge of excitement. If his wife deemed the rabbit soup delectable, he resolved to catch a wild rabbit every day for their meals. After enjoying 2 bowls, Qian Yujing observed Yi Chun preparing to wash the dishes and gently remarked, "You should eat more, you're too thin." Yi Chun paused, a grin spreading across his face as he realized her concern. He hurriedly filled another bowl for himself, acknowledging that 1 bowl left him only half satisfied. After their meal, Yi Chun rested for a while before glancing at Qian Yujing, who sat on the bed engrossed in an old, tattered book she had found. Stealthily, he picked up a pair of straw sandals nearby and stepped outside, removing the sandals he wore and tossing them far away. He rubbed his foot on the ground, muttering to himself before donning the newly retrieved sandals. "It's time to work. The sooner we make bricks, the sooner we can build our house," Yi Chun declared as he grabbed a shoulder pole and 2 large wooden buckets, taking a shovel and stepping out. Qian Yujing merely cast a fleeting glance before returning her focus to the book in her hands. This antiquated tome, unearthed through her spiritual efforts in the Tianyuan continent, recounted tales of local customs and folklore, serving as a delightful diversion amidst her ennui. Yi Chun arrived at the site where he intended to craft brick molds and promptly set to work. The process of making these molds was far from arduous. His rural upbringing had endowed him with the necessary skills, and it was only after his studies that he had ventured into the bustling metropolis. Once the brick molds were meticulously completed, he carefully placed them into a wooden barrel. Gazing at the barrel, Yi Chun mused to himself, "A bullock cart is indeed a necessity. Otherwise, transporting these will be exceedingly slow." Upon returning home, he placed the molds into a 2-meter-wide brick kiln and commenced the firing process, eager to ascertain whether his efforts would yield success. Should he achieve his goal, it was clear that this modest kiln would be inadequate. He would need to construct a larger one. After all, with a single firing, a more spacious kiln could accommodate a greater quantity and save considerable time. Chapter 17. Visitors from the Zhang residence. The process of firing bricks typically requires at least a day's time. Yet Yi Chun ceased the endeavor by midnight. He had ascertained that his brick kiln was entirely functional, and the bricks within could indeed be fired. However, he acknowledged that the duration and hardness were still insufficient. Nevertheless, this did not detract from his exuberant spirit. Rushing into the house with a handful of semi-finished bricks, he excitedly proclaimed to Qian Yujing, "My dear, look, bricks. With these, I shall construct a brick house before winter arrives. Soon, we shall no longer reside in that humble straw hut." Qian Yujing merely smiled softly, replying with gentle restraint, "It is getting late, you should rest early. We have to go to the town tomorrow." Yi Chun nodded in agreement, murmuring to himself as he discarded the dozen or so semi-finished bricks into the courtyard. As was his routine, he washed himself with wood ash and cooled off with a few buckets of cold water before returning to bed. Perhaps due to exhaustion, he fell asleep swiftly upon touching the mattress. Qian Yujing turned her gaze towards Yi Chun, realizing that her aversion to the mundane life of ordinary people was not as pronounced as she had imagined. Instead, she found an unexpected sense of novelty, particularly in witnessing Yi Chen's diligent efforts to cultivate their modest household. An inexplicable feeling of fulfillment enveloped her, an experience she had never encountered since her journey of cultivation began. Lying on her back, Qian Yujing slowly closed her eyes, attempting for the first time to forego her practice in favor of slumber. As Yi Chen's rhythmic breathing resonated, strands of spiritual energy permeated her body, converting into vitality that nourished her flesh. The once gaunt form of her physique had become less pronounced over the past few days, and as her vitality surged, her body would inevitably transform into a robust figure. In this world, the measure of a warrior was often determined by his physique. Those who were tall and imposing were usually perceived as martial artists. Of course, a small fraction might merely be ordinary individuals. As for the monks, though they practiced the Diamond Sutra and appeared robust, they were devoid of hair atop their heads. Confucianism and Taoism held a disdain for martial artists. Hence their members tended to possess more balanced physiques. After all, martial artists lacked spiritual roots and were often seen as rough and ready for a fight, willing to roll up their sleeves without a second thought. They shunned association with the more refined. The following morning, just after 4 o'clock, while the sky remained dark, Yi Chun began fetching water to prepare soup. By the time he completed these tasks, it was still shy of 5. He carried a pound of pork to the village chief's home, a gesture of gratitude for saving his life, with another pound intended for borrowing a bullock cart. However, Uncle Zhang resolutely refused to accept anything further, insisting that Yi Chun simply take the cart, feeling that he had already received enough with the 2 pounds of pork. His sense of fairness was the foundation of his esteemed position as village chief, earning him the respect of the community. After loading the wild boar and pork soup onto the cart, Yi Chun found himself in an awkward position, as there was no room left to sit. Qian Yujing, unperturbed, offered, "I can walk. That would be unfair to you. Once we sell this pig, we shall promptly purchase a bullock cart." Yi Chun replied, a hint of embarrassment in his tone, feeling that he had not done enough, leaving his wife to traverse over an hour's journey on foot. Upon arriving in the town, just as the dawn broke yesterday, Yi Chun chose not to sell wild boar meat first, but rather to offer pig offal soup. This delicacy sells quickly, and with the favorable reputation built yesterday, patrons were already awaiting his arrival. With a beaming smile, Yi Chun encouraged, "Please, do not rush, form an orderly line. I have a large pot, and there is plenty for everyone." Upon seeing the wild boar on the ox cart, one observer exclaimed in astonishment, "What a magnificent wild boar! You are truly a hunter." Yi Chun chuckled modestly, "Ah, it's nothing at all. Would you care for some wild boar meat? Look at this fresh black-haired specimen, just captured from the mountains. It is absolutely fresh." The pork belly is priced at 121 per gene, and the taste of wild boar meat is entirely distinct from that of domestic pigs. With a glimmer in his eyes, he began promoting his wild boar meat while serving. "Very well, I shall take a gene. You seem to be a man of substance." The customer replied with a smile, handing over 121. As Yi Chun began to slice the meat, he suddenly realized he had forgotten to bring a scale, which caused him to feel somewhat embarrassed. One of the stall owners, noticing his predicament, offered him a scale, to which Yi Chun expressed his gratitude. The vendor waved his hand, saying, "I simply sell scales. This one is 10 won. Just give me 110 won and I shall take a gene as well." Yi Chun was taken aback, realizing the business had come full circle, yet he genuinely needed the scale. He promptly cut 2 genes and handed them to the 2 buyers. The number of patrons able to afford the pork was limited, and despite selling half a barrel of Ye's pig offal soup, he had only managed to sell around 8 or 9 genes of wild boar meat. After a while, as the sun rose higher, shoppers began to fill the streets for the second wave of customers. While he was serving pig offal soup, a maid squeezed her way through the crowd and excitedly announced to Yi Chun, "At last, I have found you. Please stop selling. I am a maid from the Zhang residence. My master requests your presence at the manor. We will purchase all the soup." Those who had not yet been served frowned at this news, and one voice questioned, "The Zhang family is known for their literary heritage. Why have they taken to such measures today?" Yi Chun too furrowed his brow, aware that inciting public discontent would be detrimental. He smiled at the maid and replied, "If you wish to buy soup, I shall sell it to you, but you cannot take it all. There are many patrons who are still waiting." Upon hearing this, the maid panicked, fearing her words might tarnish the reputation of the Zhang family, and quickly addressed the crowd, "Everyone, please listen. Our young lady has been ill for the past couple of months, and yesterday, after I bought this pig offal soup, she was able to eat again. Thus, we wish to invite this gentleman to the manor to examine her. I ask for your understanding." Once she finished speaking, several people nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth in her words. Indeed, the young lady of the Zhang family had been gravely ill, and none of the town's physicians had been able to cure her. However, not everyone shared this perspective. Upon hearing that the soup might possess healing properties, a commotion erupted as many clamored to purchase it. Such is human nature. The more outrageous the rumors, the more fervently they desired it. Yi Chun, seeing the frenzy, ladled out a bowl for the eager customers. As he observed that all had made their purchases and no one else approached, he glanced down at the remaining third of the soup and declared, "The soup for today has sold out. I shall return tomorrow." A few scattered voices responded, as the crowd stood around indulging in meat soup, which also positively impacted the nearby bun shop's business. After all, the mere soup was insufficiently satisfying. It was the accompaniment of a steamed bun that truly brought joy. Glancing at the anxious maid, Yi-chun calmly remarked, "Once they finish their meal and return the bowls to me, I shall accompany you to the Zhang residence. But let me clarify, I am not a healer. I am merely a hunter skilled in butchery." The maid nodded fervently. "I appreciate your help. May I ask your name?" Yi-chun glanced at the wild boar, a mischievous smile playing on his lips as he replied, "You may call me Yi Tuesday." The maid found nothing strange in this. Indeed, many butchers bore surnames that included the character for butcher, such as the pork seller, Zhang Tuesday. As they awaited the return of the bowls, Yi-chun approached Qian Yujing to tally the earnings from that morning, 164 coins, plus the remaining third, estimating it to be roughly equivalent to yesterday's haul. "Have you finished the maltos?"
Ye-chan suddenly inquired.
Qian Yujing paused, a rare hint of embarrassment crossing her face. "Yes, it's all gone." She was uncertain how it had disappeared so swiftly, as it was not nearly as delightful as the divine fruit. Yet her boredom sometimes prompted her to indulge in a piece. Yi-chun chuckled softly, "Let us purchase some more upon our return. Little brother, I placed the bowl here for you." He approached, rinsed the bowl in the water bucket and set it aside. Watching Yi-chun busily attend to his tasks, Qian Yujing felt a gentle smile bloom on her face, and an unfamiliar warmth stirred within her heart. Was it a sense of comfort? Chapter 18. Zhang Yuqing, the daughter of a wealthy family. How impressive! Yi-chun, pulling a cart, arrived at the entrance of the Zhang residence, gazing at the grand facade with envy. When would he be able to afford such an opulent house? "I must earn more," he encouraged himself, feeling optimistic about the future. Following the maid into the Zhang estate, Yi-chun and Qian Yujing traversed the artificial hills and flowing water, arriving in the courtyard. "Please wait here. I will summon the master and mistress," the maid instructed softly before hurrying towards the main hall. "My dear, this house is truly magnificent. Once we have wealth, we should acquire a similar one," Yi-chun whispered to Qian Yujing, but before he could elaborate on his grand aspirations, a tall, slender man with a beard and dressed in luxurious attire emerged. Upon seeing Yi-chun in his tattered hemp clothing and straw sandals, the man frowned slightly. "Is the Yi family's pork soup your creation?" Master Zhang inquired directly. Yi-chun nodded and lifted the wooden barrel, revealing a fragrant aroma that wafted into the air. Master Zhang's doubts dissipated, and he instructed the maid, "Please fetch the young lady." The maid nodded and quickly went to summon the young lady. After a brief conversation with Master Zhang, Yi-chun learned that he had merely come from the village in the valley, which led to a subtle disdain from Master Zhang, though he concealed it well. The Zhang family had a long-standing scholarly tradition, and as a practitioner of the qi cultivation phase, he looked down upon someone like Yi-chun, who earned a living through hunting. This mindset, rooted in centuries of Confucian disdain for martial practitioners, influenced his perception, deeming them too coarse. Yi-chun sensed the condescension in their dialogue. Although displeased, he chose to maintain his composure, aware that he was on the other man's territory. Soon, Zhang Yuqing approached slowly, accompanied by a maid holding an umbrella. Yi-chun cast a fleeting glance but quickly lost interest. She bore the appearance of a pampered young lady, and he had little appreciation for such spoiled heiresses. Zhang Yuqing inspected the wooden barrel and nodded at her father. Master Zhang stroked his beard and asked Yi-chun, "What would the recipe for the Yi family pork soup fetch?" Hearing this, Yi-chun chuckled and replied, "It is merely pork soup. You mentioned that your esteemed daughter suffers from anorexia. I possess several other recipes as well, which are far more valuable than this soup. Would you care for a demonstration?" Master Zhang frowned at this, only interested in the pork soup recipe, dismissing Yi-chun's other offerings. "You are but a hunter. What notable recipes could you possibly have? My household chefs are all skilled. They can prepare anything. There is no need for that. I require only the pork soup recipe." Yi-chun felt an itch in his teeth. A recipe for pork soup was hardly worth much, perhaps a mere 10 taels of silver at most. However, he was in dire need of silver and was determined to strive for his own interests. He immediately shook his head and said, "Master Zhang, please consider my other recipes before making a decision. If my dishes are unpalatable, I shall gladly gift you the pork soup recipe." Master Zhang was displeased. How dare this hunter bargain with him? He had already replaced numerous doctors and chefs, and his daughter could hardly stomach any of their dishes. With a disdainful sneer, he replied, "Very well, let us see what you can conjure up." Yi-chun smiled and, accompanied by a few others, proceeded to the kitchen. Upon entering, he was astonished by the vastness of the kitchen, larger than his entire thatched cottage and yard combined. Is this truly the kitchen of a wealthy family? How opulent! Observing Yi-chen's rustic demeanor, Master Zhang scoffed, eager to witness what tricks this country bumpkin could perform. Yi-chen examined the condiments in the kitchen and soon formulated a plan. Anorexia implies a disinterest in food, yet this young lady of wealth could certainly enjoy his pork offal soup, suggesting she was merely weary of the palace's offerings. Without hesitation, he began to cook. In no time, he prepared vinegar-dressed shredded potatoes and stir-fried cabbage. Upon noticing some pickled vegetables, he also crafted a pickled fish dish. These recipes were a breeze for Yi-chan. Aside from the pickled fish taking a bit longer, the other two dishes were ready in under 10 minutes. Master Zhang and his wife watched in anticipation as Yi-chun placed the two dishes and soup on the table. The aroma wafting through the air was irresistible, causing them to salivate uncontrollably as they hurriedly summoned their daughter to taste. Zhang Yuqing initially hesitated, but as the delightful scent hit her, all reluctance vanished. She picked up her chopsticks and sampled the stir-fried cabbage. The moment it touched her palate, her expression transformed. She could hardly swallow fast enough, having never tasted such flavorful cabbage before. The deliciousness was almost overwhelming. The otherwise ordinary potatoes were transformed by Yi-chun into an entirely distinct flavor. In their experience, potatoes were merely ingredients for soup. Never had they encountered such a delightful rendition of shredded potatoes. As for the paicide arsistance, the pickled fish, Zhang Yuqing could only manage a few bites before feeling full. She was already satiated. Wiping her mouth, she approached her father, clutching his arm and exclaiming, "Father, is he a new chef? This is exquisite." Master Zhang, taken aback by her words, turned his astonished gaze toward Yi-chun. He stepped to the table, picked up a new pair of chopsticks and took a taste. His eyes widened as he turned to Yi-chun and said solemnly, "Yi butcher, how much for these 3 recipes along with the pork soup recipe?" Yi-chun remained silent, casting a proud glance at his petite wife. Noticing her lack of surprise, he sheepishly rubbed his nose and replied to Master Zhang, "These are my specialty dishes. I am unsure of their worth. Please suggest a price, and if it seems fair, I shall sell them." Master Zhang nodded, pondering briefly, then extended 2 fingers, signifying 8. Yi-chen's heart leaped with joy. 80 taels? Master Zhang shook his head and said, "No, 800 taels for the recipes of these 4 dishes." Yi-chen's heart surged with excitement, yet he managed to maintain a composed expression, accustomed as he was to life's tempests. He replied, 800 taels it is. By the way, I noticed there is no pork in your kitchen. The wild boar on my cart was freshly slaughtered this morning, weighing approximately 200 jin. What do you think? Just a mere 200 jin of wild boar. Let us make it an even 900 taels. Master Zhang remarked with a faint smile, observing Yi-chen's exuberant demeanor with a hint of disdain. In his mind, he thought a mere warrior is still a warrior. He cannot contain his excitement over such trifling sums, unlike us scholars who maintain our composure. "Thank you very much, Master Zhang," Yi-chen exclaimed gratefully. Master Zhang remained silent, retrieving a stack of banknotes from his sleeve, counting out 9 notes, and handing them to Yi-chen. It was the first time Yi-chen had seen banknotes, and upon reading the inscriptions, he awkwardly inquired, "Where can I exchange these for silver?" Chapter 19. My wife initiated the conversation at the Xuanwu Silver Bank. However, each silver note incurs a handling fee of 1 or 2 taels, meaning that a 100-tael note will only yield 99 taels in cash, explained Master Zhang indifferently. As Yi-chan emerged from Master Zhang's residence, he eagerly gazed at the silver note in his hand and exclaimed to his beloved wife, "My dear, look, 900 taels. We are merely 2,100 taels away from purchasing a house. If I had known earlier, I would have prepared a few more dishes." Impressive. Chen Yujing praised Yi-chan once more. Yi-chan chuckled, entwining his fingers with Chen Yujing's, and placed the silver note in her palm. "Here you go, darling. Let us venture forth to acquire a cart. And some malt sugar as well. Humph, I am now wealthy." Yi Chun thought back to the disdainful gaze of the cart market owner from their previous encounter, and couldn't help but huff in determination to throw down 100 tael note and purchase the finest cart available. As they walked through the streets, Yi Chun suddenly inquired, "My love, why do you not ask how I came to prepare those dishes?" Qin Yujing glanced at him and replied coolly, "Is it necessary to ask?" "Well, I suppose not," Yi Chun conceded with a shake of his head, dutifully leading the cart. He had initially intended to boast before his wife, but it seemed that opportunity had slipped away. Upon arriving at the cart market, Yi Chun strode confidently ahead, while Qin Yujing remained outside, observing the carts. "Why are you here again?" The market owner frowned upon seeing Yi Chun. "I have come to purchase a cart. What is with your attitude?"
Ye Chen retorted, displeased.
And walked directly into the barn to inspect the cattle. The owner, noticing Yi Chen's demeanor, sneered, "Young man, the limping cow you looked at the other day has already been sold. The lowest price for the current stock starts at 20 taels. Are you certain you possess that much silver? 20 taels? Is that even a concern?" Yi Chun retorted, producing a silver note from his pocket and tossing it at the market owner's face. "Open your eyes and see clearly. I have wealth. My previous visit was merely to gauge your attitude, and I did not anticipate such poor service." Yi Chun was exceedingly arrogant, intent on reclaiming the dignity he had lost during their last encounter. "Sir, these cows are all priced at 20 taels. If you would follow me this way, I can show you some excellent cows priced at 40 taels. The market owner's demeanor transformed upon seeing the silver note, as he smiled broadly and slightly bowed, eager to usher Yi Chun to a different section. Yi Chun shot him a glance and pointed directly at a cow before him. "This one, and ensure it is fitted to a cart. Do not forget you mentioned that the cart would only cost 2 taels. Sir, might you reconsider? I have even finer cows available." "This one does not quite suit your standing," the market owner protested, unwilling to settle for a mere 22 taels when he sought greater profit. "No reconsideration. It is this one. Bring it out. I will oversee the loading." Half an hour later, Yi Chun emerged, leading a brand new cart. This was a young heifer, as Yi Chun contemplated the possibility of breeding in the future, perhaps yielding several calves. Moreover, this cart was not like the village chief's. It was equipped with a canopy to shield against the sun. Holding onto the ox, I purchased some malt sugar and bought 3 pairs of cloth shoes for both myself and Chen Yujing before gradually departing from the town. Along the way, Yi Chun sat atop the village chief's cart, allowing Chen Yujing to ride alongside him in the newly acquired ox cart. With a large leaf he found on the road shielding his head from the sun, Yi Chun found the ride to be quite smooth, gradually succumbing to drowsiness as he nodded off. Observing his demeanor, Chen Yujing smiled faintly, her gaze softening. "Yi Chun, I genuinely enjoy living in Shangua village. The town is far too noisy for my liking," Chen Yujing suddenly remarked,
Ye Chen yolte davake.
wiping away the non-existent drool from the corner of his mouth as he turned to her. "What did you just say? I didn't quite catch that. Seems I dozed off." With a yawn, he fully roused himself. Chen Yujing continued, "I said, I truly enjoy living in Shangua village. The town is far too noisy for my liking. All right, then we can simply build a larger house when we return. It's quite straightforward." Yi Chun replied with a smile. Although he was no longer troubled by a lack of silver, he had no intention of using it to purchase blue bricks, as he was capable of crafting them himself. There was no need to spend unnecessarily. He preferred to save his funds for other aspirations, such as brewing wine and opening a tavern. Earning money was a gradual process, and he needed to think long-term. After all, he was not just a husband. He would soon be a father as well. With this thought, Yi Chun felt a surge of enthusiasm. Clearly, there were many endeavors awaiting him, and he must not let today's newfound wealth lead to complacency. "I've made up my mind. I will save the silver, accumulate funds for business ventures, and when the child is older, we shall not attend the academy but rather invite a tutor to our home." Yi Chen's sudden exclamation startled Chen Yujing, who had been lost in her own thoughts. Casting him a sidelong glance, she resumed contemplating what tasks she might undertake, realizing that without some engagement, the years would not pass easily. As they neared the village, Yi Chun suddenly spotted a nest of yellow and black creatures nestled among the haystack by the dirt road. He halted the cart and rushed over to investigate, prompting Chen Yujing, after a moment's hesitation, to follow out of curiosity. Upon reaching the haystack, Yichun clicked his tongue in regret. There lay a litter of newborn puppies, seemingly abandoned by their mother. Squatting down, he gently touched the tiny puppies, no larger than his palm, only to discover they had all perished. However, Qian Yujing, with a sweep of her spiritual energy, detected a flicker of life in one of them. With a subtle motion of her finger, she infused a thread of spiritual power into the puppy, which immediately quivered, its life force revitalized. Seeing one of the little puppies move, Yichun exclaimed in delight, "There's still one alive." With utmost care, he gently cradled the little mutt in his arms. Observing the tiny creature whose eyes had yet to open, Yichun was filled with compassion. Having grown up in the countryside, he harbored a deep affection for such dogs. He vividly recalled the sorrow he felt when his beloved dog, De Huang, passed away when he was merely 12 or 13. His grief had been profound. With a tender tone, he addressed Qian Yujing, saying, "My dear, this little puppy is simply adorable. Let us take him home and raise him." Qian Yujing, moved by the sight of the pup, nodded in agreement. Yichun's face lit up with delight as he gently stroked the puppy's head and cheerfully remarked, "Given that your fur is all yellow, we shall name you De Huang as well. I hope you grow up swiftly." The little puppy seemed to respond, tilting its tiny head, exuding an irresistible charm. Chapter 20. The coming crisis upon Yichun's return to the village with 2 ox carts. Half the villagers were left utterly astonished. It was the time of day when most were returning from the fields, and to see Yichun, who had almost faded from their memories, leading 2 ox carts was nothing short of astonishing. In the entire village, only 3 or 4 families owned ox carts, so possessing even one was a mark of distinction. "Young Yi no Yichun, is that truly your ox cart?" A middle-aged man stammered in disbelief. With a smile, Yichun nodded, "Indeed, I earned the money from hunting and selling wild boar meat to purchase this cart for convenience." "Remarkable, truly remarkable. I always knew young Yi had potential. Look at him now, he has a wife and an ox cart. Such progress." A crowd of villagers buzzed with excitement, their faces betraying envy and admiration as they gazed at Yichun returning home with his ox cart. "Humph, what is so special about an ox cart? Perhaps he stumbled upon some lucky fortune," one scoffed. "Exactly. If he had money, why not build a wooden house instead of living in that dilapidated straw hut?" Another chimed in, "Maybe his wife is a simpleton. Did you see her? Even in this sweltering heat, she wears a long robe, the hood covering her face. Perhaps she is unattractive and wishes to avoid mockery." Only a handful praised Yichun's achievements, while countless others were eager to disparage him. It was an unfortunate reality in this small mountain village, where too many harbored jealousy towards those who thrived. Yet, these whispers did not reach Yichun's ears, for he resided 100 meters away from the village entrance on a barren piece of land, rendering him oblivious to their chatter. Qian Yujing, too, did not use her spiritual energy to hear the gossip. Even if she had, Yichun would have dismissed it with disdain. Engaging in arguments with such individuals would only lower his own intellect. Why waste time slandering others when one could focus on building wealth? A gaggle of gossipers. Upon returning to his thatched abode, Yichun gathered a pile of dry grass and placed the little puppy on the ground inside. In this scorching summer, it was fortunate that the temperature was manageable, alleviating his concerns about the cold. Having completed these tasks, Yichun began slicing pork to prepare a meal. Today, he intended to make pork noodles with the surplus destined for the little puppy. After washing his hands, he began kneading the dough to create handmade noodles. He lit the stove, and soon, the fragrant pork noodles were ready, enhanced by the addition of some cabbage for extra flavor. After satisfying his hunger, Yichun sampled the warm broth, crushed the noodles with his chopsticks, and carefully fed the little puppy. To his delight, the puppy, enticed by the aroma, began to eat. Yichun's face broke into a smile. This little pup must not have had any milk. It can eat the noodle soup directly. Truly a resilient native dog. Qian Yujing remained silent. Had it not been for her spiritual energy invigorating the puppy's vitality, it would have perished long ago. That energy still nourished its body. Once the meal was finished, Yichun prepared to wash the dishes. But this time, Qian Yujing stood up and said calmly, "Allow me to wash the dishes. You may attend to your tasks." Yichun was momentarily taken aback. his gaze fixed intently on Qian Yujing. A sudden smile blossomed on his face as he grasped her arm and pulled her to the edge of the bed, gently pressing her shoulders down to sit her down. Darling, I must tell you, now that you are expecting our little one, you must refrain from household chores. Allow me to take care of everything. You deserve to rest. Qian Yujing felt a twinge of helplessness. She had been exceedingly bored these past few days. Enough. I shall handle all the work. You shall not lift a finger. With a mischievous grin, Yichun turned and began to tidy up the dishes, heading out to wash them. However, inside he was elated. His little wife was already considering washing the dishes, which he deemed a promising sign. Progress on the charming wife strategy. 5. Current progression. 10. As he hummed a cheerful tune while scrubbing the dishes, Yichun completed the task and glanced back at the little puppy, who was nestled comfortably in Qian Yujing's palm. With a smile, he ventured outside to commence reconstructing a larger brick kiln. After spending the entire afternoon, Yichun had erected a kiln measuring 4 meters in length, 2 meters in width, and 2 meters in height at the previous location. It was sufficiently spacious. He estimated that he could fire around 1,000 bricks at once. If he were to build a small 2-story house, he would require approximately 60 to 70,000 bricks. After dinner, Yichun set out with the ox cart to create brick molds. Qian Yujing accompanied him with the little dog, observing Yichun laboring in the muddy ground. As she watched the growing number of brick molds, an idea sparked in her mind. When Yichun was momentarily distracted, she subtly moved her fingers, causing some of the clay to magically transform into brick molds, which then fell into the pile Yichun had created. An hour later, Yichun surveyed the mound of brick molds, satisfaction evident in his eyes. He clapped his hands and chuckled. It seems my efficiency is quite commendable. In just over an hour I have produced this many. After loading the molds onto the ox cart, he made 2 trips back home, resulting in over 1,000 molds completed by around 10 o'clock. Exhausted, he had no intention of firing them that night. After taking a shower, he closed the door and fell into a deep slumber. Qian Yujing noted that the exquisite spirit stone had not yet been fully absorbed by Yichun, nodding slightly. This was a sign of normalcy, as the first day had been an anomaly. As she lay in bed, she gradually drifted off to sleep, leaving only the moonlit sky to echo the sounds of chaos in the mirror. The following morning, Yichun chose not to venture into town. They still had pork to consume, and the remaining offal was minimal, sufficient for their needs. Moreover, he had a more pressing task at hand: firing the bricks. Indeed, the process of firing bricks required at least a day. Otherwise, the density and hardness would be inadequate. Thus, he set out early to gather firewood. By dawn, he had managed to carry down 100 to 200 pounds of wood, with a plump gray rabbit hanging from his waist. The morning meal consisted of a delightful rabbit meat soup, with a little meat paste mixed into the soup for the puppy. After placing the brick molds into the kiln, Yichun began the firing process. The temperature for firing bricks was crucial, and he could only strive to maintain it within a specific range, allowing for limited time away. At midday, along the narrow path leading from the town to the village, a few men, somewhat resembling thugs, sat atop a bullock cart as they journeyed onward. One slender man inquired of the leader, "Brother, who is that person truly in Shanggu village?" "Nonsense. Who do you think my brother is?" He assured me that the lad possesses no less than 100 taels. He spent 22 taels on the cart yesterday, so he must still have quite a sum in his pocket. If we seized the silver and the cart, we would effortlessly gain 100 taels. What joy that would bring! The man referred to as brother, who had a rather disreputable appearance and cast an irritable glance at his subordinate. "Hey brother, who, don't be angry. I was merely asking," the subordinate said, pulling his neck in. Brother who, with a sinister grin, gazed towards the distant village, his eyes glimmering with avarice. Just yesterday, his brother had informed him that a fool with money resided in a mountain village, instructing him to retrieve both the money and the cart, and to give the fool a thorough beating, ensuring he would be bedridden for the rest of his days. Such an effortless endeavor was not one brother who would let slip away, especially considering the substantial sum of 80 taels of silver, a not insignificant amount. Chapter 21. The Brazen Family. What are you busy with, little Yi? Yichun had just finished his breakfast and was sitting in front of the brick kiln when a middle-aged couple approached, smiling as they inquired about him. their eyes darting toward the cattle grazing nearby. Nothing much, just burning some stuff. And you are? Yi-chun replied with a smile, not disclosing that he was making bricks, as he was unfamiliar with the couple. The man, grinning, introduced himself. I am Li Datu. You can call me Uncle Li. This is my wife, Zhou Tsuehua. You can call her Aunt Zhou. By the way, could I borrow your ox cart? I need to go to the town to buy a few things. I'm afraid that won't be possible. I need the cart today as well. My apologies. Yi-chen's smile faded as he spoke. After all, they were not related, and he found it presumptuous for them to demand he call them uncle and aunt. If they were benefactors, that would be different, but since he didn't know them, it felt unreasonable to lend them his cart without compensation. Little Yi, think it over. Our family in Shanggu village is quite well off. It's just an ox cart. Lending it to us for a few days is hardly a burden. Don't let a mere cart cause a ruckus in the village, Zhou Tsuehua said in a mocking tone. At her words, Yi-chun tossed the wood he was holding into the kiln, stood up, and grabbed a piece of wood nearby. With a powerful swing of his axe, he split it in two, startling the couple into stepping back. He then turned to them with a feigned smile and said, You claim to be well off. Why not simply purchase your own cart? It seems you expect me to lend it to you while bowing and scraping for your approval. Do you think I should also provide you with 2 pounds of pork? Upon hearing 2 pounds of pork, Zhou Tsuehua's eyes lit up, and shamelessly she replied, Well, if you're offering 2 pounds of pork, I suppose that could be arranged. Is that pork in your yard? I wouldn't want to trouble you. I can cut it myself. As she spoke, she tugged her husband toward the yard. Yi-chun was left astounded by their audacity. He threw down his axe in frustration, landing it right in front of them, and approached, saying, Can you not show a shred of dignity? You come here early in the morning demanding this and that. When I was struggling with nothing, where were you to offer me a couple of buns? Forgotten already? Huh? If you want buns, no problem, dear. Go fetch 2 buns from home. Since they're giving us 2 pounds of pork, we ought to reciprocate, right? All right. The couple began their little exchange, with Li Datu genuinely heading off to retrieve the buns. Yi-chun, utterly taken aback by their shamelessness, scowled. Get lost. I won't lend you the ox cart, and don't even think about the pork. If you want to eat, buy it yourself or go hunt in the mountains. Don't linger here and annoy me. How can you speak to your aunt like that? She's just asking for a little something. It's not like she's refusing to give you buns. You're such a miser. If you don't hand over my 2 pounds of pork, I won't leave. Remarkably, within a mere 2 minutes, the pork had somehow transformed into her entitlement. Not leaving, huh? If you have the guts, then don't. Yi-chen's true energy had arrived, and he had previously had little interaction with the villagers. He was utterly taken aback by the repulsiveness of this family. He retrieved a crackling firewood from the brick kiln and pointed it directly at Zhou Tsuehua, declaring, You chose to stay. If it burns you, do not blame me. With that, he swung the firewood towards her. Zhou Tsuehua, hands on her hips and eyes wide with disbelief, was certain that Yi-chun would not dare to strike her. After all, who in the village did not know that her family was the most formidable? Oh, you dare to hit me, she yelped, as sparks from her coarse garment ignited a hole, burning her skin and causing her pain. Anger and fear mingled in her gaze as she stared at Yi-chun, astonished that he truly had the audacity to strike her. You wait. Just you wait. Zhou Tsuehua pointed an accusatory finger at him, ready to unleash a torrent of threats. Yi-chun furrowed his brows. He despised being pointed at. I'll show you, he retorted, swinging the firewood towards her. Zhou Tsuehua evaded swiftly, clutching her smoldering garment as she fled towards the village, shouting, That Yi is a murderer. Villager chief, aren't you going to do something about this? That Yi owes me 2 pounds of pork and hasn't paid. This is outrageous. Spitting in disgust, Yi-chun watched her retreating figure. Such people were truly revolting. He had encountered opportunists before, but none as shameless as her. It was evident that in this small village, all kinds of characters existed. Seeing Qian Yujing emerge, Yi-chun spoke. It was merely a trivial matter. I have already sent her away. Please go inside. The sun is quite fierce at this hour. Qian Yujing did not enter but instead looked at the brick kiln with curiosity. How long will this take to burn? Yi-chun paused for a moment, then replied with a smile, I must maintain this temperature until tomorrow morning. That should suffice. Is it really going to take that long? Qian Yujing frowned, unaware of the complexities involved in brickmaking, having never witnessed it before. It's manageable. I can produce over 1,000 bricks at a time. I estimate we will need around 60 to 70,000 bricks for the house. If this goes well, I plan to build another kiln. Since it's all about burning, I can do both together, and it will only take 20 to 30 firings to complete in under 2 months. Yichun calculated, a smile spreading across his face. Nodding slowly, Qian Yujing returned to the thatched cottage, still grappling with the realization of how intricate brickmaking was. Gradually, she began to accept Yichun, contemplating him as a potential partner. With a sweep of her divine essence, she examined the changes in the brick molds, quickly grasping the process. Remembering Yichun's instructions to maintain a consistent temperature, she infused her spiritual energy into the flames, stabilizing the heat. In the kiln, brick molds flew out from the void, landing neatly within. However, she did not create too many, adding only 200 or 300 molds, estimating that such a quantity would go unnoticed by Yichun. The master is increasingly resembling a human. In the mirror, Yu Tiandao secretly observed this unfolding scene, her petite face contorted in a mixture of confusion and resolution. Ah, how infuriating! I cannot endure this indignation any longer. Li Datu, hasten to find someone. I refuse to believe we cannot deal with this outsider. How can a mere pauper afford a bullock cart and pork? We shall reclaim what is rightfully ours. In Li Datu's courtyard, the furious Zhou Zuihua screamed, having changed her attire, brandishing a hoe as she set off to confront someone. Outside the village entrance, a bullock cart approached, and Tiger Gu and his companions brightened at the sight of the nearby thatched cottage, their eyes sparkling as they beheld the brand-new bullock cart. Taking a sip from his water flask, Tiger Gu licked his lips and drew a dagger from his waist. Brothers, prepare for action. Chapter 22. Confronting thugs and seizing cattle carts, Yichun lit a brick kiln, wielding a branch as he sketched out plans in the dust, murmuring to himself, a modest second floor should be constructed here, surrounded by a sturdy wooden fence. The current flimsy barrier 1T suffice. A gentle push could topple it. In the backyard, I shall plant some bamboo and designate areas for vegetables. What crops are best suited for September? Let me ponder celery, spinach, lettuce, zucchini, chili peppers, green beans, garlic, chives, and scallions. These should suffice for now. Ah, and I must not forget cabbage and sweet potatoes, as the latter can be used to produce sweet potato vermicelli. However, they shouldn't be planted in the yard. I have some uncultivated land that can be utilized. Yichun whispered to himself, gradually solidifying his thoughts. He had encountered these vegetables in the town, where seeds were sold. He could purchase them and cultivate the rest of the land. Sweet potato vermicelli is quite delectable and not inexpensive, priced at 20 coins per pound. It's comparable to rice. If this venture proves viable, establishing a vermicelli processing factory would be an excellent idea. I could lease the village's land and pay the villagers for their labor. What a way to earn effortlessly. As his excitement grew, a smile graced Yichun's face, as if he could already envision a bright future ahead. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his back and quickly turned around to see a stone. Approaching him were 5 or 6 menacing figures, each wielding a dagger, clearly approaching with ill intent. With a disdainful smirk, he spoke. You must be the ruffians sent by Zhou Zuihua. Truly, I have never encountered such repugnant individuals before. Grabbing a shoulder pole from the ground, he scoffed. If you intend to bully me, let us see if you possess the capability. The thugs, led by Brother Hu, could not comprehend Yichun's words. Seeing him raise the pole, they displayed expressions of derision. They were seasoned thugs, notorious for extorting protection fees in the town. A simple pole did not intimidate them. Brothers, take him down. Brother Hu commanded, and immediately, several lackeys lunged at him with their daggers. Qian Yu, sensing the situation, observed that they were merely ordinary individuals. He stood at the entrance of a thatched hut, quietly watching as Yichun charged forward. How shameless you are!
Yichun Jurset.
Wielding the pole like a weapon and striking one thug squarely in the face, sending him flying 2 or 3 meters. At this moment, Yichun had attained the first layer of blood condensation realm, possessing the strength of an ox. These ordinary men were no match for him. Even a novice martial artist would surpass them. Take this, from your grandpa Yi. Yi Chen exclaimed, delivering a powerful blow to Brother Hu's head, causing him to stagger backward, nearly losing his balance. As he watched his adversaries fall to the ground, Yi Chen felt an immense sense of satisfaction. He proclaimed loudly, "Return and inform her that I, Yi Chen, am no mere doe to be needed. I fear no one. You, just wait. My uncle is a third-tier martial artist. Your demise is certain." Tiger Brother held his head, uttering fierce words as he hurriedly fled with his underlings. Upon seeing them approach the ox cart, Yi Chen's eyes brightened with determination. They dared to bully him, and how could he not take something in return? Without hesitation, he sprinted after them, shouting, "Get down, you bastards!" With a leap, he ascended the ox cart, swiftly wielding the yoke to send the ruffians sprawling. Standing atop the cart, he declared, "This cart now belongs to me. If you have the guts, come and take it. I shall be waiting." As Yi Chen displayed his might, Li Datu and Zhou Zuohua summoned several villagers armed with hoes. Upon witnessing Yi Chen's formidable presence, some began to waver. "Uncle Li, perhaps we should avoid provoking him. Look over there. Those fellows are armed with knives and have been thoroughly beaten by Yi Chen." Li Datu faltered, gritting his teeth. "Damn it, let us go. As long as he remains in this village, we will have plenty of opportunities in the future." Although Zhou Zuohua was reluctant, the sight of Yi Chen's imposing figure instilled a profound fear within her. When Yi Chen returned to the courtyard with the ox cart, he noticed several villagers, including Li Datu and Zhou Zuohua, heading into the village. His brow furrowed as he glanced back at those fleeing towards the village outskirts, piecing together a troubling realization. It appeared that these individuals were not summoned by Li Datu. Who could have sent them? Gazing down at the cart's insignia, Yi Chen clenched his fists. It bore the mark of the town's ox cart market. Could it be that wretched owner? With a dismissive snort, he decided not to dwell on such matters. Should that man dare to send another cart, he would not hold back. He maneuvered the cart into the courtyard and spotted Chen Yujing leaning against the door frame. He promptly jumped down, beaming with excitement. "I've acquired an ox cart, and it's a male. No need to worry about breeding." Chen Yujing regarded the exuberant Yi Chen with a hint of resignation, offering a faint smile before retreating indoors. Using her spiritual essence to keep an eye on the few individuals, she was determined to uncover their affiliations. After lunch, Yi Chen played with a small puppy, marveling at its adorableness. "Da Huang, when will you open your eyes?" "Soon. I'll take you into the mountains to catch wild rabbits." Da Huang's tiny ears twitched, and its eyelids fluttered before it gradually opened its eyes. Yi Chen's face lit up with delight as he exclaimed, "Wife, Da Huang has opened its eyes. Look." He hurried over to Chen Yujing's side, who also gazed curiously at the little dog. The puppy's round, glistening eyes met theirs as it extended its tiny, pink tongue to lick Yi Chen's palm. He beamed with silly joy, finding it utterly irresistible. Gently stroking the dog's head, he couldn't contain his affection, recalling how endearing puppies were in their youth. Chen Yujing, too, found herself charmed by the little pup, a slight smile gracing her face as she tenderly patted its head, infusing it with a touch of spiritual energy to ensure its swift growth. Meanwhile, Yue Tian watched curiously from the mirror, intrigued by the tiny creature, having never encountered such a small dog before. In the afternoon, Yi Chen was engaged in the dual task of firing bricks, while simultaneously constructing a new brick kiln nearby. The sun blazed down relentlessly, compelling him to fashion a rudimentary straw hat to shield his head from its harsh rays. Otherwise, he might have succumbed to the heat. He meticulously calculated the intervals for stoking the fire, resolving to do so every half hour. However, he lost track of time at one point and rushed over, only to discover that the temperature remained unchanged, which surprised him. He added a few more pieces of wood to the fire and continued his work, skillfully balancing the tasks of kiln construction and brick firing, progressing at a commendable pace. By nightfall, the second kiln had taken shape, and he would steam out the moisture until midnight, preparing it for use the following day. "Aren't you going to sleep tonight?" Chen Yujing inquired, standing at the doorway in the middle of the night. Yi Chen rubbed his eyes and replied, "It's nothing. Staying awake all night is manageable. I can add wood every hour and steal a few moments of rest in between. You should go in and sleep." Chen Yujing opened her mouth, hesitated, and ultimately chose not to speak further before retreating inside. Yichen gazed at the flickering flames, invigorated by their dance. Qian Yujing had initially intended to wait until Yichen fell asleep to caution him about the group encountered during the day, but with Yichen remaining awake, she had to resort to alternative measures. Chapter 23. The Empress cooks, burning the pot to ashes though Qian Yujing lay upon her bed with her eyes closed, appearing as though she were in slumber. Her spiritual essence enveloped the town, pinpointing her target. She materialized directly in the bedroom of brother who, clad in a black robe with her face concealed, observing the figure soundly asleep on the bed. Qian Yujing made no move, yet brother who tumbled from his bed in fright. During the day, brother who had cried out in pain, but upon seeing the cloaked figure in his room, his expression morphed into one of sheer terror. He hastily drew a dagger from beneath his pillow, his voice trembling as he inquired, "Who are you? Who sent you to Shanggu village?" Qian Yujing's voice resonated within brother whose mind, akin to thunder rolling across the heavens, leaving him momentarily dazed. "I do not know." Brother who gritted his teeth, refusing to divulge. With a mere lift of her hand, brother who found himself suspended in midair, his left arm dislocated with a sharp crack. The agony elicited a howl from him, followed by his limbs succumbing to the same fate. The thunderous voice echoed once more within his consciousness. This time, brother who succumbed to fear, tears streaming down his face as he cried out, "It's my elder brother. My elder brother is the owner of the cattle farm. He sent me. If you seek vengeance, direct it at him, not me. I am innocent." With a thud, brother who fell to the ground, emitting a pitiful wail. Qian Yujing vanished from sight, leaving the cattle farm owner to endure a torturous ordeal of dislocations, vowing never to provoke Yichen again. Once the cloaked figure had departed, the anguished cries of the cattle farm owner roused his wife from her slumber. "Quick, summon the doctor. I feel as though my limbs are shattered, and inform my uncle. He must not venture to Shanggu village. That person possesses the backing of a qi cultivator." In his eyes, the black-clad figure had merely raised a hand, and he was lifted into the air. Such was not the prowess of a mere martial artist, but rather the capability of a scholar or Taoist of the qi cultivation realm. His uncle, a mere third-tier martial artist, would be walking to his doom. The following morning, after finishing his meal, Yichen returned to bed, his eyes heavy with fatigue. He slept until nearly noon, roused only by the gentle licking of the little puppy. "Wow, De Huang, what happened to you? You've grown so much overnight. You're nearly the size of my 2 palms. Yichen exclaimed in astonishment as he lifted the little pup. The puppy whimpered, seemingly still unable to bark. Sitting up, Yichen cradled the puppy in his hands. "De Huang, mimic me. Awu awu." De Huang tilted its head, gazing at its master, then opened its mouth in a soft,
"Ikpichet voice. Ya, aobu aobu, ya, aobu aobu, gu."
"Excellent." Yichen chuckled, stroking the puppy's fur. Qian Yujing emerged from the kitchen, holding a bowl with an exasperated expression. "He is a dog, not a wolf. Why teach him to howl like one? Because it's amusing. Don't you find it entertaining?"
Yichen replied.
Hastily jumping from the bed, placing the puppy down, and approaching Qian Yujing to receive the bowl, frowning as he asked, "Why are you cooking? Didn't I tell you not to do household chores?" As the little puppy saw its owner approaching, it wagged its tail, eager to follow. Observing the elevated ground, it circled twice by the bedside and unexpectedly leaped down, landing clumsily with a thud. Shaking its head, it promptly got back up. Qian Yujing let out a soft huff, casting a sidelong glance at Yichen before returning to the kitchen. Yichen washed his hands and followed her inside, gazing into the pot of meat soup, suddenly noticing how his old iron pot appeared somewhat rejuvenated. How curious! Why does this pot seem so much newer? Upon overhearing Yichen's mumbled thoughts, Qian Yujing stiffened, picked up a bowl, and walked into the thatched cottage, softly stating, "Time for dinner." "Coming," Yichen replied, frowning at the iron pot, utterly perplexed. In truth, this was Qian Yujing's first attempt at cooking. Having observed Yichen prepare meals a few times, she believed it would be straightforward. However, when she ignited the stove, she found the flame too feeble. A tremor in her hand conjured a flicker of spiritual fire, which inadvertently burned a large hole in the pot. Had she not reacted swiftly, enveloping the meat and broth within her spiritual energy, it would have been lost. Subsequently, she mended the iron pot using her spiritual power to restore its original shape. Thus, the first culinary endeavor of the 9 Nether Empress concluded with the unfortunate burning of the pot. During her second attempt, she was more cautious, diligently tending to the fire. This rustic soup is truly delightful, Yi-chun exclaimed after savoring a piece of meat and a sip of the broth. Qian Yujing tasted it and immediately frowned. It's bland, lacking flavor. Oh, you didn't add any seasoning. It's not a big deal, Yi-chun replied. Seasoning? I didn't see you add any. Yi-chun, unsure how to respond, blinked and asked, have you never cooked before? Fearing discovery, Qian Yujing scoffed softly. I simply chose not to. Yi-chun remained silent, placing some meat in a small bowl on the ground for the puppy, then pouring a bit of soup in as well. Watching the puppy relish its meal, he suddenly wondered aloud, didn't I place it on the bed before? How did it come down? Qian Yujing remained silent, quietly consuming her tasteless soup. Unable to comprehend the situation, Yi-chun dismissed the thought and, after a brief rest post-meal, washed the dishes and hurried to the door. He retrieved the well-fired blue bricks from the brick cellar. Examining the bricks, he struck 2 together. Neither broke, confirming their durability. The reason he chose to fire blue bricks instead of red ones was multifaceted. The hardness of blue and red bricks is comparable, yet their cooling methods differ. Red bricks cool naturally, a simpler process, while blue bricks undergo water cooling, which is more complex. However, under equivalent strength and hardness, blue bricks exhibit superior performance in terms of oxidation resistance, hydration, and atmospheric erosion. As he intended to construct a house in the village, blue bricks were undoubtedly his preferred choice. Carrying the bricks into the courtyard, Yi-chun surveyed the neatly stacked pile, a smile gracing his face. Within just a month or 2, he would have amassed enough bricks to build his home. He was utterly oblivious to the fact that there were additional bricks. For the next 2 days, Yi-chun diligently engaged in brickmaking and, in an effort to avoid burning the midnight oil, experimented with using larger pieces of wood to sustain the fire for a few more hours. Ultimately, he discovered a particular type of wood that could burn for 4 to 5 hours, which delighted him immensely. This newfound time allowed him to rest at night and attend to other matters during the day. One evening, as Yi-chun tended to the brick kiln at the entrance, he playfully teased a large dog, already the size of 4 palms, with a piece of bone. The dog, dubbed De Huang, looked up at the bone, making eager sounds as it jumped. Meanwhile, Qian Yu sat quietly at the doorway, observing the playful exchange between the man and his dog with a gentle smile. She felt a sense of contentment with her current life, no longer experiencing the boredom she had when she first arrived. Moreover, she had come to realize that Yi-chun was quite an interesting individual, reinforcing her determination to accompany him in this life as an ordinary person. Outside the village, a disheveled woman sprinted towards their direction, chased by several men who shouted, "Stop right there! Quick! Don't let her escape!" The woman desperately ran towards the village, her eyes lighting up with joy upon spotting a thatched cottage ahead. As she ran, she cried out, "Help! Help! There's been a murder!" Upon hearing the commotion, Yi-chun and Qian Yu rose to investigate and soon saw a woman dressed in fine attire racing towards them, pursued relentlessly by 4 or 5 men wielding large knives. The moment the woman caught sight of Yi-chun, her expression transformed into one of sheer astonishment. However, upon noticing the woman beside him, her surprise quickly turned to confusion, her brows knitting together in disbelief. This was not how it was supposed to be. Wasn't he supposed to be single at this time? Why was there a woman here? Chapter 24. The young lady competes with the Empress for Yi-chun help. Save me. The young woman, feigning delicateness, attempted to lunge into Yi-chun's embrace. However, Yi-chun extended his hand, using the pig's leg bone to press against her shoulder. At his feet, the large yellow dog lifted its head, glancing at its master and then at the woman, letting out a howl. Miss Propriety dictates that men and women should not engage in such intimacy. I am a married man, and such familiarity is utterly inappropriate. As he spoke, he pushed the woman away with the pig's leg bone and called out to the approaching group, "What do you want? A bunch of grown men chasing a woman. Are you intent on robbing or harming her? Mind your own business and be gone." The leader, clad in black and masked, revealed only a pair of sinister eyes fixed upon the villager. In recent days, Yi Chun had regained his strength, his household now abundant with meat and vitality. Coupled with his diligent labor, his once slender frame had transformed, revealing hints of muscle. Standing at an imposing height of 6 feet, donned in coarse attire with a pig's leg bone in hand, he cut a rather intimidating figure. Crossing his arms, Yi Chun surveyed the group, letting out a dismissive snort. You still have time to leave. Do not compel me to take action. With that, the surge of qi and blood within him boiled forth, the peak of the first layer of blood condensation realm manifesting as his veins bulged ominously. Your blood is surging. You are a martial artist. The leader of the black-clad men exclaimed in surprise, shifting his stance as several of them retreated, their gaze fixed on the woman behind Yi Chun. You cannot escape. I refuse to believe you can remain here indefinitely. With that declaration, the black-clad figures turned and fled, quickly vanishing into the distant woods. Having resolved the predicament, Yi Chun turned around, but before he could speak, the woman once more attempted to throw herself into his arms. He swiftly sidestepped, allowing her to stumble into nothingness. Approaching Qian Yujing, he addressed the young lady. This is Shansu village. The green brick house in the middle belongs to the village chief. Seek his assistance. Woo! Woo! The woman covered her face and began to cry, ignoring Yi Chen's words. Qian Yujing frowned slightly, finding the woman exceedingly displeasing. Yi Chun paid her no mind. As a modern youth from the 21st century, he was hardly swayed by a woman's tears. He turned to Qian Yujing and whispered, My dear, this woman seems to have some mental issues. Let us keep our distance. With that, he took her by the hand and moved a couple of steps toward the courtyard. Upon hearing his words, the woman's tears ceased, and she stared blankly at Yi Chun, her heart screaming in disbelief. This cannot be. How could he possibly have a wife? No, he is mine. He can only be mine. Resolutely, she wiped her tears and gracefully approached the pair, performing a slight bow as she softly proclaimed, I am Zhou Muxue, the daughter of Lord Zhou from the town. Having been fortunate enough to be rescued by a hero, I am willing to dedicate myself to you, noble hero, and hope you will take me as your wife. Upon hearing this, Qian Yujing's gaze instantly turned icy, her eyes fixed coldly upon the girl named Zhou Muxue. Yi Chun was taken aback, hastily waving his hands as he stated, Rescuing you was merely a trivial effort. It is not as grave as you perceive. As for offering myself in return, that is out of the question. I am already devoted to my wife, and in this lifetime, she is the only one for me. Do not entertain such thoughts. Qian Yujing turned to regard Yi Chun, her icy demeanor softening slightly, and she surprisingly felt a flicker of joy within her heart.
Zhou Muxue,
Unable to believe her ears, bit her lip, adopting a delicate and sorrowful expression as she gazed up at Yi Chun with glistening tears in her eyes. Do you truly disdain me so, Yi Chun? Yi Chun, perceiving her expression, replied with evident irritation, Is this a matter of disdain? Your values seem misguided. Allow me to elucidate. If I save you, does that obligate you to offer yourself in return? Should another person rescue you, would you feel compelled to reciprocate in kind? Consider this. If I were to save you and you pledged yourself to me, and then, at some point, another man came to your aid, would you not also pledge yourself to him? Would you be my wife or his? And if a third man were to save you, would you then become his wife as well? Over a lifetime, if every year a man rescues you, must you wed anew? Decades of such arrangements. How absurd! He clicked his tongue, taking a step back with Qian Yujing beside him, and declared, Young lady, please maintain your dignity. Upon hearing this, Qian Yujing could not suppress a smile and glanced at her partner, amused by his eloquence. His arguments were indeed flawed, yet she found them quite delightful. Zhou Muxue, however, was left bewildered. She could hardly believe that these words were uttered by Yi Chun, whom she remembered as taciturn. How had he suddenly become so articulate? It seemed that while everything else remained unchanged, he had transformed in her presence. Casting a brief, cold glance at the woman beside Yi Chun, she felt a flicker of jealousy. Surely, this woman must be the cause of his change. Did she, like Zhou Muxue, wish to claim the title of his partner? Clenching her fists beneath her sleeves, She resolved not to concede to such minor setbacks. She was determined to become Yi Chen's legitimate wife. With thoughts of a grand future in her mind, Zhou Mu Shui's conviction solidified. She again assumed a delicate expression, addressing Yi Chen with a tone of feigned vulnerability. Benefactor, it is quite late, and I cannot leave now. If they are still lying in wait for me, I would be left with no escape. Please allow me to stay here for the night. That is a simple matter, Yi Chen replied. I have only a thatched hut, with no accommodations for you. If you seek a place to stay, you may go to the village chief's house. It is spacious enough to host you for the night. Hurry, for the only brick house in the village belongs to the chief. Zhou Mu Shui's expression grew even more pitiful. Benefactor, I do not wish to go. I do not know them, and what if they harbor ill intentions toward me? Are you so certain that I would not harbor ill intentions against you? Yi Chen retorted, walking over to the brick kiln and adding a few more logs. You may go wherever you please. This place is too small to accommodate you. If it is inconvenient for you, I can share a bed with your wife, Zhou Mu Shui suggested. Qian Yujing's expression turned frigid once more. Why was this woman so relentless in her pursuit of her man? It was infuriating. That is out of the question. My wife is expecting a child, and her discomfort could adversely affect the baby's development. You should seek out the village chief instead. There is no way I can accommodate you, Yi Chen asserted firmly. Seeing the impatience etched on Yi Chen's face, Zhou Mushui, with tears glistening in her eyes, approached Qian Yujing and softly implored, Sister, you are so beautiful. I am certain you possess a kind heart as well. Please allow me to share your bed. I only require a small space. Upon hearing such insipid words,
Ye Chen's irritation surged.
He despised women who behaved in such a manner and retorted loudly, Do not misidentify kinship. That is my wife, not your sister. Matters of our household are solely my prerogative, and if I say no, then it is final. Qian Yujing raised an eyebrow at Yi Chen's declaration of authority over family affairs, casting a curious glance in his direction. Chapter 25. Progress of the Little Wife Strategy 5. Yi Chen noticed Qian Yujing casting her gaze in his direction, and his previously assertive demeanor waned. Ignoring Zhou Mu Shui, he took Qian Yujing by the hand and led her into the courtyard, turning to close the gate with a couple of soft murmurs. De Huang, the dog, scampered in with enthusiasm. After securing the courtyard gate, Yi Chen ushered Qian Yujing into the thatched cottage, igniting the oil lamp. Qian Yujing seated herself on a stool while Yi Chen hurriedly poured tea and unwrapped the malt sugar paper, placing it on the table. With a broad smile, he began to massage Qian Yujing's shoulders, inquiring, My dear, is my strength sufficient? Is it comfortable? With a gentle smile gracing her lips, Qian Yujing popped a piece of malt sugar into her mouth and replied, You are indeed right. As a man, you should take charge of matters at home. A sense of urgency gripped Yi Chen's heart. He could not let the fragile ember of affection he had nurtured with Qian Yujing extinguish so easily. He quickly asserted, That was merely for others to hear. In this vast world, my wife is paramount. I shall heed your every word. What do you plan to do about her? Qian Yujing suddenly asked. Why should I concern myself with her? We are not related, and to offer oneself upon first meeting is no stroke of fortune, but rather a heavy stone that could crush one. She could very well be a fraud. Yi Chen chuckled, only to feel something tugging at his leg. Looking down, he saw De Huang, who was biting his pants. Let go, De Huang. There is a stick by the door. Go chew on that. With a playful yelp, De Huang scampered to the entrance in search of the stick, bounding with exuberance. Hearing Yi Chen's words, Qian Yujing slowly spoke. Did I not, in a way, offer myself to you? Why are you not concerned that I might deceive you? Upon hearing this, Yi Chen's hands faltered on her shoulders, and he withdrew his smile, contemplating earnestly before responding. I have a feeling that you would not deceive me. Qian Yujing was momentarily taken aback, her gaze drifting to the night sky outside. A feeling, you say? My dear, rest assured, besides you, I shall never be swayed by another woman. There is a saying, a lifetime a pair. With you, I have enough. Yi Chen chuckled softly, continuing to knead her shoulders. A lifetime a pair. Qian Yujing's heart raced as she pondered this, and a faint smile began to form at the corners of her mouth. In a realm of dreams, Yu Tiandao stood in a transformed little room, her small face contorted with concern. It's over, It seems my master truly has feelings for this mortal. What should I do? Am I to have another male master? Zhou Mushui sat on a stool at the entrance, her eyes fixated on the flickering flames beneath the peculiar house. Deep in thought, she had to devise a plan to reclaim Yichun, and she must become his rightful wife. My dear, when we are outside, you must heed my words, for I am a man and must maintain my dignity. However, once we return home, everything shall be at your discretion. What do you say? Yichun suggested tentatively while massaging her shoulders. That sounds good. I can listen to you at home. I have no objections, Qian Yujing replied, her tone mild. No need for that. Just outside will suffice. Yichun beamed, filled with excitement at how much more vocal his little wife had become, a stark contrast to her prior reticence. Progress of the little wife strategy. 5. Current progress. 15. An hour later, Yichun emerged and noticed that Zhou Mushui had not yet departed. Ignoring her, he approached the brick kiln and added some firewood to the 2 brick pits. After completing this task, he turned to return to the courtyard. Zhou Mushui quickly stood up, lowering her head with a pitiful demeanor and said, Benefactor, I apologize. I was too rash before. I was simply captivated by your heroic presence. Please forgive me. Heroic presence? I am but a humble hunter and pig killer. There is no heroism in my endeavors. Yichun remarked, heading straight into the courtyard and slamming the door behind him. Zhou Mushui approached the fence, which reached only to her neck, and called out, Benefactor, I like you, and I will not give up. To which Yichun replied without turning back, I am sorry, but I do not share your feelings. He entered the thatched cottage.
Zhou Muju clenched her teeth.
Watching in fury as Yichun laughed and talked with another woman inside the dimly lit cottage. What should have been a warm scene felt excruciatingly painful to her. Gripping the fence, she seethed with anger, convinced that she would eventually replace that woman. How dare a country girl compete with her for a husband? Anxiety gripped her heart as she recalled the memories. Next year, the Emperor Xuanwu would pass away, and the neighboring Qingyun dynasty would initiate war. Amidst internal strife and external threats, the world would only know of the 8 princes vying for the throne, save for one who would lead a 1,000,000-strong army southward to counterattack Qingyun. That year, where the martial gods of both nations passed, rivers ran red with blood. The Confucian sage's righteous spirit soared for 30,000 miles. The Taoist immortal cleaved through the ages, and the dragon's aura surged skyward. The Buddhist 6-character mantra resonated through heaven and earth, uninterrupted for 3 days. Zhou Mushui perished amidst this cataclysmic tide. Yet inexplicably, she awakened half a month ago, bringing her memories back with her. It took her 3 entire days to sort through the memories, and she sought out Yichun, hoping to become his wife before he left the village. Little did she anticipate that Yichun was already married, a fact absent from her memories. After all, at this time, Yichun was merely a poor villager, unaware of his own origins. Yichun, I will make you my husband. Zhou Mushui's heart swelled with determination. An hour later, Yichun stepped out again, astonished to find Zhou Mushui sitting on his small stool tending to the flames. What are you doing? I will not allow you to stay here overnight. Wiping the sweat from her forehead, Zhou Mushui turned back with a sweet smile. Her beauty was striking, and in the glow of the fire, she appeared even more enchanting. I saw you tending the fire, although I do not know what it is. I thought it must be important to you, so I took the liberty of assisting. You wouldn't hold it against me, would you? If I've upset you, I can stop. Listening to Zhou Mushui's gentle voice, a smile crept onto Yichun's face as he crossed his arms and replied, Don't try that with me. It won't work. If you wish to tend the fire, then do so. After saying this, he assessed the flames and firewood before turning back to the courtyard, once more closing the door behind him. Zhou Mushui stared in astonishment, fully aware of her own beauty. The angles at which she had seated herself and tilted her head were meticulously crafted in her mind, leading her to believe that any man would surely be captivated. Yet, Yichun's response was perplexing. Indeed, he was the man I had set my sights on. If he were not exceptional, he would not be he. Murmuring to herself, Zhou Mushui pondered other means to capture Yichun's heart. Upon returning to the thatched cottage, Yichun muttered under his breath, What a lunatic. Qian Yujing remained silent, turning slightly in her bed. Yichun, unable to sleep, sat on the threshold, teasing the dog, De Huang. He still needed to venture out a few more times to gather firewood, planning to place 3 or 4 large logs around midnight to maintain the fire until dawn. In truth, it would not matter if he did not add any. The brick kiln had already been enveloped in spiritual energy by Qian Yujing, ensuring that even a single ember would retain a suitable temperature. However, Qian Yujing could not disclose this, as she wished to accompany him in this lifetime as a mere mortal. De Huang, bark a couple of times and see if you comprehend, Yichen said, holding a piece of pork enticingly in his hand. The adorable head of De Huang gazed at the morsel, its eyes twinkling as it lifted its head and barked. Woof woof. Ah, what a splendid bark, Yichen exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy as he tossed the pork to De Huang. The dog caught the meat in midair, devoured it eagerly, and spun around Yichen twice in delight before standing before him, raising its head and barking once more. Woof. Chapter 26. Showing off abs to my little darling woof. Yichen widened his eyes, listening to the adorable cries of De Huang, raising a hand to his forehead. De Huang, let me tell you, there's no saving you. You're truly a dog. De Huang tilted his cute little head and reached out with his tiny paws to tug at Yichen's pant leg. Yichen affectionately patted his fluffy head, and the little puppy tilted his head back in pleasure. When Yichen stopped, he opened his mouth, gently nibbling on Yichen's fingers, clearly enjoying the playful interaction. Looking at De Huang, Yichen's face was filled with affectionate amusement. A woof. De Huang sat up straight and let out another adorable howl, melting hearts. Haha, so obedient. Truly the best boy. Yichen laughed, cradling De Huang in his arms and teasing him. Qian Yujing lay quietly on the bed, listening to the delightful banter between the man and his dog, shaking her head with a smile before closing her eyes and drifting off to sleep. The following morning, Yichen was awakened by De Huang's affectionate licks. Wiping the drool from his face, he firmly held De Huang up and said earnestly, "Promise me, from now on, you must not eat anything unsavory." De Huang tilted his head, looking at his master with puzzled little eyes, wondering what unsavory meant. Woof. Yichen set the little puppy down, got out of bed, and stepped outside. He brushed his teeth simply with a twig dipped in plant ash and stretched in the yard, awakening his internal energy. To his astonishment, he realized he had reached the 2nd level of blood condensation. The books had said it would take at least 2 months, yet here he was, a martial arts genius indeed. With this thought in mind, he opened the yard gate to glance at the brick kiln, where a small flame still flickered. Zhou Muxue was nowhere to be seen, and he sighed in relief. Suddenly, he heard De Huang let out a whine beside him. Turning his head, he was surprised to find Zhou Muxue asleep next to the woodpile. Irritation bubbled within him, but he chose to ignore her, returning to the yard to prepare breakfast. He cooked plain porridge with a bit of minced meat, having enough meat, around 30 to 40 pounds, to last for 3 or 4 days, so there was no rush. I should go to town and buy a few hens. Eggs are a wonderful thing, and I can make century eggs and lean meat porridge. Delicious. He murmured to himself as he filled 2 bowls and carried them into the thatched cottage. Qian Yujing was practicing brushing her teeth with a willow twig, her 3rd attempt at this peculiar task. She found it quite difficult, as a female emperor with a pure body who had never needed to brush her teeth. However, Yichen had insisted that everyone should brush their teeth to avoid bad breath. Reluctantly, she complied. As they were enjoying their porridge, Zhou Muxue slowly approached, clutching her stomach and adopting a pitiful tone. "Benefactor, could you spare me a bowl of food? I haven't eaten for a day and a night." Yichen didn't even look up, determined to extinguish her hopes completely. "Take a left when you exit, find the blue brick house in the village, and ask the village chief for food. I'm poor and have nothing to offer." Zhou Muxue caught a glimpse of the pork hanging on the line in the yard and saw that even the dog had a bowl of meat porridge. A deep sense of grievance welled up within her. When had she ever suffered such indignity? Her eyes instantly turned red, and tears began to fall in a cascade. Yichen remained indifferent, engrossed in his meal. Qian Yujing, unperturbed, considered it a small mercy that she had not extinguished the incessantly buzzing fly. Sympathy? For millennia, it was her ruthless nature that had propelled her to the pinnacle of the heavenly emperor's realm. When Qian Muxue observed their unyielding demeanor, she covered her face and wept as she fled, convinced that her approach had been flawed. She resolved to reimagine her strategy, refusing to believe that Yi Chun could overlook her virtues. After finishing their meal, Qian Yujing took her little dog and led 2 cows out to graze, while Yi Chun cooled bricks with water, preparing to remove the batch he had completed the previous day. Life was gradually falling into a more orderly rhythm, save for the neglected celestial mirror lying on the bed. In recent days, Yu Tiandao had felt a tinge of melancholy, as her master hardly glanced at her reflection. In the past, her existence within her master's space had never felt tedious, but now, exposed to the vibrant world outside, she longed to venture out. Alas, she lamented, surely she had been forsaken by her master. Once Yi Chun had perfected the bricks, he assessed the weather and decided to wash the bed linens. Spotting the ordinary mirror on the bed, he picked it up to gaze at his handsome visage, a smile blossoming on his face. I remain undeniably charming. It's no wonder the fairy sister has fallen for me. With that, he grabbed a small knife to shave, and upon seeing his refreshed self, his smile widened even further. Tossing the mirror onto the table, he began washing his wife's linens. Meanwhile, the reflection of Yu Tiandao in the mirror displayed a look of desolation as she lay in her enchanted little room. This male master was utterly shameless among all the heavenly emperors she had encountered. None were less handsome than he, yet, to be fair, Yi Chun's looks were quite striking. Previously, his slender frame had failed to showcase his potential, but with improved living conditions and robust vitality, he had grown considerably. His features were well-defined, and if he tended to his unruly hair, the handsome face beneath would surely shine. Now, with his muscular physique, he was undeniably more attractive than the youthful lads. After washing the linens for both himself and his wife, Yi Chun seized the mirror once more, contemplating a head wash. He dashed out to gather firewood, ensuring the flames would not die out, and then decided against using ash from plants for washing, deeming it too abrasive. He filled a bowl and a half with rice, intending to prepare lunch, and set aside the rinsing water for his hair. The large bucket of rice water turned dark after use, and Yi Chun felt a bit embarrassed, realizing just how dirty his hair had been. Nonetheless, after washing, he felt much refreshed. His shoulder-length hair naturally parted in gentle waves. He secured it with a grass rope, crafting a casual braid, and gazed into the mirror, feeling invigorated by the transformation. Yu Tiandao stared in astonishment. Was this truly the same person? Indeed, I am still handsome, he proclaimed, tossing the mirror onto the table and rushing outside to begin constructing a fence, expanding the yard and thatched cottage to a total area of 300 square meters. Surrounded by a fence, the wooden posts he employed were as thick as a thigh, each tapering to a sharp point and firmly driven into the ground. Not only sturdy but also remarkably aesthetic. Around 9 o'clock, Qian Yujing returned, leading 2 well-fed cattle, while the little puppy, drenched and seemingly having indulged in playful pursuits, trotted up to Yi Chun, proudly presenting a palm-sized old turtle in its mouth, wagging its tail in a display of triumph. Well done, De Huang. You've even taken to hunting on your own. I'll save you a portion of the turtle soup today, Yi Chun exclaimed, glancing up at Qian Yujing. Upon noticing him, Qian Yujing paused momentarily, circling around Yi Chun with an appraising gaze, a look of surprise and delight blooming on her face. She had not anticipated that after a wash and some grooming, Yi Chun could appear rather handsome. With a self-satisfied grin, Yi Chun remarked, "So, did you not realize how charming your man is?" He then flexed his arm, eager to showcase the size of his biceps. Observing his antics, Qian Yujing retorted playfully, "No need to show off, you're still too thin. Just wait. Soon I'll have more meat on my bones. Look, I've got abs. 8 of them." Chapter 27. The robbery at Haima village. After showcasing his well-defined abdominal muscles, Yi Chun hurriedly returned to the task of constructing wooden fences. Qian Yujing observed the half-courtyard filled with blue bricks, noting the absence of any discernible activity. Unbeknownst to Yi Chun, over 1,000 additional bricks had materialized in a concealed area. Once the task was completed, Qian Yujing gracefully entered the thatched cottage. Upon noticing the mirror on the table, she reached for it and placed it back on her bed. In a silent exchange of thoughts, she mused, "He hasn't noticed, has he? No. I am exceptionally obedient to my master," came the reply. "That's good." Qian Yujing nodded slightly, preparing to rise when Yu Tiandao, wearing a conflicted expression, transmitted his longing. "Master, I too wish to venture outside. It is quite dull here." Qian Yujing's brows furrowed slightly, causing Yu Tiandao to feel an immediate wave of anxiety. Just as he was about to speak, Qian Yujing suddenly sensed something at her leg. Looking down, she saw De Huang raising his head, adorably tilting it with his dark eyes fixed on her, a light smile playing on his lips. "You are the spirit of Tiandao. You may go out, but you must not leave this village, and you must ensure that no one sees you, nor allow the Tiandao of Tianyuan continent to detect your presence." Yu Tiandao appeared astonished, quickly followed by a surge of excitement, nodding vigorously. "I promise I will not reveal my spirit form." With that, he soared out of the mirror, his entire being appearing almost translucent. Only those whose cultivation surpassed Qian Yujing could perceive him. Otherwise, only she could see him. 80, 80. Yichen shouted as he hammered the wooden stakes, his voice resonating with determination. Now possessing the strength of 2 oxen, he could drive the stakes deep into the ground with remarkable speed. The only time-consuming task was fetching wood from the mountains. Thus, a week passed, and the thatched house was surrounded by a robust circle of wooden stakes, leaving a 3-meter-wide entrance facing the road. With immense effort, Yichun succeeded in crafting 2 grand gates. Observing the 2-meter-high fence, he felt a sense of security. Now, outsiders could no longer see into his domain. In contrast to the dilapidated thatched courtyard, this new enclosure provided Yichun with a profound sense of safety. Additionally, he constructed a cow shed to the left of the entrance, allowing for the convenient detachment of the ox cart when not in use. To his astonishment, De Huang had grown half a meter in just 1 week. Yichun had dismantled the previous dilapidated courtyard, and after a rough calculation, he found that he had burned over 22,000 bricks in the past week, over 1,000 on the first day, and from the second day onward, 2 brick kilns operated together, yielding nearly 3,000 bricks daily. According to his experience from his rural hometown, Yichun knew that a square meter of a 3/7 wall required approximately 192 standard bricks, each measuring about 24 centimeters in length, 11.5 centimeters in width, and 5 centimeters in thickness. The 3/7 wall was constructed using a combination of horizontal and vertical bricks with mortar joints, while the 2/4 wall was erected using a simple overlapping method. Though the 2/4 wall was more cost-effective in terms of materials, the 3/7 wall excelled in thermal insulation, soundproofing, load-bearing capacity, and seismic resistance. Thus, Yichun initially considered constructing his house with the 3/7 wall design. With 22,000 bricks, constructing the first floor poses no challenge, as it is sufficient to establish a foundation of 100 square meters. This will result in a spacious layout of 200 square meters across both floors. As for the flooring, Yichun has been diligently working on it these past few days. In his previous world, there were 3 types of flooring: reinforced concrete slabs, wooden planks, and brick arch slabs. He could not produce the latter 2 types due to his limitations with reinforced concrete, so he opted for wooden planks for the roof and the second-floor flooring. Regarding the cement, lacking the requisite skills, Yichun planned to settle for a mixture of lime, sand, and red clay, combined with rice water which would suffice for his needs. Without hesitation, he commenced the task of laying the foundation, a skillful endeavor yet manageable. With his newfound strength, exerting effort was not a daunting task. He meticulously marked 4 straight lines around his humble thatched cottage, forming a rectangle, then wielded a shovel to begin digging. The area was previously wasteland, and the soil was quite compact. Digging down about a meter would be adequate. Qian Yujing observed with curiosity as Yichun energetically busied himself. The methods he employed were beyond her comprehension. If she were to construct a house, she would merely need to summon her spiritual power to effortlessly mold one into existence. Although she could not overtly demonstrate her prowess, she could subtly assist Yichun in making his labor easier. During the midday meal, Yichun and Qian Yujing were interrupted by the sound of galloping hooves approaching their home. Looking up, Yichun beheld 3 robust men on horseback, their backs adorned with large sabers, all clad in black hemp garments that revealed their muscular, bronzed chests. The leader, a burly man with a thick beard, bellowed into the house, demanding the annual tribute of 30 pounds of grain. Yichun furrowed his brow in confusion, pondering the meaning of this annual tribute. Rising to his feet, He stepped outside and, smiling, inquired of the imposing figures, "Gentlemen, what is this annual tribute? I am not familiar with it." "Wolf brother, I recall this lad from last year. He was so impoverished he could scarcely feed himself. It seems he has fared better this year," the leader's companion remarked. Wolf brother nodded and addressed Yi-chun. "Listen here, lad. I hail from the nearby Black Horse village. It is customary for every village under our banner to pay 30 pounds of grain annually per person to ensure the safety of your village. If you neglect this obligation, do not blame us for any misfortunes that may befall you." Upon hearing this, Yi-chun grasped the situation. It appeared there was indeed a gang operating in the area, a fact he had previously overlooked. After a moment of contemplation, he managed a somewhat awkward smile. "Brother, as the gentleman just mentioned, I have only begun to improve my circumstances over the past 2 months, and I genuinely do not possess 30 pounds of grain." "That simply won't do," Wolf brother retorted, his expression menacing. "Your yard is larger than even the village chief's, who has contributed 50 pounds. If you fail to comply today, don't expect us to be courteous." The man exuded a palpable aura of strength, revealing himself to be a warrior of considerable prowess at the second level of blood refinement. "I apologize, but I truly have no 30 pounds of grain," Yi-chun replied, his voice steady despite the mounting tension. Yi-chun shook his head and retrieved a piece of pork from the rope in the yard. "Shall I offer you this piece of pork for you to take back?" he asked. "Wolf brother, he has 2 oxen." The man cursed. "What the hell? Are you jesting with me? One cannot afford 2 oxen without at least 30 pounds of grain. That would be courting death." With that, he leaped from his horse, drawing a large blade to strike at Yi-chun's arm, clearly showing he did not intend to kill him outright. Yi-chun, startled, swiftly dodged and seized a shovel from the side. It was not that he could not wield an axe. Rather, the adage "an inch of length is an inch of strength" held true. An axe would be at a disadvantage against a longer blade. Instantly, the 2 men were entangled in a fierce struggle. Wolf brother was taken aback. He had not anticipated that there would be a martial artist at the second layer of blood condensation within this village. A sinister smile crept across his face as he twisted his neck, saying, "You have thoroughly displeased me. Hurry up and deal with him, Wolf brother. We need to tend to the oxen," his 2 underlings urged as they began to head toward the barn. "Damn it. Do not even think about touching my oxen." Yi-chun's eyes instantly turned crimson. It was one thing for him to be injured, but he could not afford to lose his cattle. Chapter 28. No grain, no mercy, Yi-chun shouted, swinging his shovel with all his might, clashing against Wolf brother's blade. In an instant, the shovel was severed, casting aside the remaining half. Yi-chun seized a robust tree trunk, over 2 meters long and as thick as a thigh, wielding it effortlessly with the strength of 2 bulls. Qianyu sat quietly in the thatched hut, her gaze growing cold as she observed the unfolding chaos. In a flash, as if time had slowed around him, Yi-chun felt a surge of combat techniques regarding firearm mastery flood his mind. This memory scattered throughout his consciousness, feeling both ancient and ephemeral. Suddenly, he found himself intimately familiar with the long spear, the massive tree trunk in his grasp feeling like an extension of his own body. With a twist of his hands, he thrust the trunk at Wolf brother from an unexpected angle. Caught off guard, Wolf brother was struck in the chest, sent sprawling backward, blood spewing from his mouth as he crashed to the ground outside the courtyard. Turning his attention to the 2 men fleeing towards the cattle shed, Yi-chun, filled with vigor, shouted, "Ha! Taste my spear." Swinging the tree trunk, he sent them flying as well. All 3 men, wiping blood from their lips, wore expressions of shock and fury as they mounted their horses and galloped away, their voices echoing, "Just wait. You will regret opposing the Black Horse Gang." "Your mother," Yi-chun cursed, spitting on the ground before shutting the door firmly. Gazing at the severed wooden stick in the yard, he sighed internally, realizing he would need to craft another one. Yet what was that surge of memory? Did I not lack a golden finger? Could it be that my golden finger is latent, only activating in moments of life and death or combat? With these thoughts, Yi-chun beamed as he ran back into the thatched hut. "So, how did I look just now? I was impressive, wasn't I? 3 warriors, and none could match me." Qianyu shook her head with a laugh. "You are the mightiest."
Yi-chun chuckled.
content as he finished the remnants of the meat soup before stepping outside to repair his shovel and resume digging the foundation. Initially, he had thought the mountain bandits would be like those before, merely exchanging threats. However, as dusk fell, the sound of galloping hooves resonated throughout the village, prompting him to frown and grab the tree trunk again before heading out. The bandits approached from the village, as their path only led to the town, making it rare for anyone to venture this way. Standing at the entrance of his courtyard, Yi-chan beheld a mass of torches swiftly advancing towards him, accompanied by a cacophony of shouts. "Run faster! Disobedience will lead to your demise. Move it!" Alongside the commanding voices were the terrified pleas of the villagers, interspersed with the cries of children. Qianyu stepped outside as well, her brow slightly furrowed upon witnessing the rapidly approaching flames. "Don't be afraid, with me here. No one can harm you," Yi-chan urged, pushing Qianyu into the courtyard before securing the door tightly. He planted the tree trunk firmly into the ground, staring in stunned silence at the encroaching flames. A group of imposing steeds halted at the entrance of Yi-chan's courtyard, led by a burly man with a tiger-like back and a bear-like build, wielding a massive iron rod. At its end dangled a spiked iron ball, roughly the size of 2 heads. "You dare to withhold the annual tribute and provoke the Black Horse Village?" His voice boomed, dark face adorned with a thick beard, eyebrows knitted in fury, his eyes wide with rage, exuding an intimidating aura. "It's me,"
Yi-chan boldly confessed.
the fierce-looking man appeared taken aback by Yi-chan's decisive admission, bursting into a hearty laugh before his expression twisted into a menacing glare. "We, the Black Horse Village, have always been the ones to bully others. No one dares to bully us." As his words settled, villagers were herded forward by the men of Black Horse Village. Trembling in fear, they knelt on the ground, their heads bowed, unwilling to meet the gaze of these mountain bandits. Yi-chan noticed the village chief and his family at the forefront, their fists clenched, the sound of knuckles cracking resonating in the air. They ought not to suffer this fate. It was but one man's failure to pay tribute that condemned them all to punishment. "I shall ask you one final time. Will you pay the 60 pounds of grain as tribute?" he demanded. "Should you refuse, I shall take a life." The dark-faced giant's expression was fierce, his terrifying hammer poised above the village chief's head. The chief, glancing at Yi-chan and then at the massive tree trunk fence behind him, wore a look of astonishment. He could hardly comprehend the transformation that had occurred during his absence. "Uncle Zhang," Yi-chan shouted through gritted teeth, his eyes bloodshot. He felt unafraid should he face the dark-faced man in combat, but the man sought not a fight. Instead, he forced Yi-chan to make a grim decision: comply and spare lives, or refuse and face death. "You are a harbinger of misfortune. Why don't you just perish? Your refusal to pay tribute has led us all to share in your punishment." Zhou Cuihua shrieked with disdain. Widow Lu echoed her sentiments, having harbored resentment after being scolded by Yi-chan earlier, now venting her frustrations. "Yes, let us rid ourselves of him. It is not our concern." 3 wild dogs joined the cacophony, and emboldened by their fervor, the majority of the villagers rallied behind them. Yi-chan, disheartened by the villagers' disdainful cries for his demise, felt his eyes redden further. He had never sought their ire. Gazing up at the smirking dark-faced man, Yi-chan clenched his teeth and resolved, "Fine, I shall comply." With that, he relinquished his grip on the massive tree trunk, turning to enter the courtyard, leading out the ox that had been seized from those men before. "I possess no grain, only this ox, which is worth 100-fold more than 60 pounds of grain. Release the captives immediately. Ha ha ha, let us take the ox and retreat." The dark-faced man laughed heartily, sheathing his fearsome hammer, spurring his horse to turn back towards the village's entrance. As the villagers regained their freedom, they rose, some shaking their heads and returning home, while the majority remained, hurling insults at Yi-chan. The village chief, in exasperation, stamped his foot and turned to the raucous villagers, commanding, "Silence! What are you all shouting about?" The crowd gradually fell silent, their eyes fixed intently upon the village chief. In a voice laced with anger, he exclaimed, "What is this cursing about? On what grounds do you insult? Xiao Yi has been part of our village for 3 or 4 years, and after much hardship, he has finally managed to earn a bit of silver to purchase a cow. Can he possibly yield 30 pounds of grain from just a barren plot of land? Can he? Zhou Tsuehua, you were the one who instigated this. So keep your petty grievances to yourself. In this village I am still the chief. After venting his frustrations, the chief began to reason with the villagers, who eventually returned home in silence. He was the only one among them with a semblance of education, and his words carried weight. Uncle Zhang, I appreciate your support. Please, come in for some tea. I owe you for this matter, Yichen said, approaching the chief as the others departed. Chapter 29. The moonlit path he dares to embrace the Empress. The village chief sighed, choosing not to elaborate further, and followed Yichen into the courtyard. The chief's family remained, standing at the entrance, deciding to step in for a brief moment. As the chief's family entered the yard, their eyes widened in astonishment, staring at the vast piles of blue bricks. The chief, mouth agape, stammered, Yichen, where did you acquire these blue bricks? There are so many, at least dozens of tails, right? Did you hunt down several wild boars? Yichen chuckled heartily and replied, I didn't buy them, I made them myself. They should be comparable to those sold in the town. Would you like to have a look? Indeed, we must see. The ability to make bricks is remarkable. The village chief shook his head, still in disbelief. Yichen noticed Qian Yujing approaching him and gently squeezed her hand, reassuring her. It's all right. This is the village chief's family, and he is quite a decent man. Qian Yujing remained silent, her thoughts occupied with whether Yichen would be saddened by the loss of a cow, as he usually cherished both of them dearly. Unfortunately, Yichen misinterpreted her concern. This is truly your creation. It feels almost indistinguishable from the purchased ones. The village chief exclaimed, holding 2 bricks in his hands, his voice filled with astonishment. Yichen approached with a smile, haha. Perhaps my craftsmanship is simply superior. Little Yi, how did you manage to create these? Could you share the process with Aunt Zhang? Aunt Zhang's eyes sparkled with intrigue. If she could learn the method, it might lead to prosperity. The village chief cleared his throat and set down the bricks, saying, Little Yi, this is your secret. Selling bricks can be quite lucrative. No need to share it with us. Aunt Zhang cast a reproachful glance at her husband, aware that his penchant for fairness had resurfaced. Yichen chuckled softly, choosing to remain silent. He had no intention of revealing his methods, as he was contemplating establishing a brick kiln factory, one of his potential sources of income. If his finances improved, he might consider involving the village chief. But for the moment, that was out of the question. He had little money himself. Why would he relinquish his source of income to others? That would be utterly foolish. He was no fool nor a benevolent sage. The recent incident had shown him that 30 pounds of grain could cost a life, further deepening his understanding of this world. It was not about human sentiments. It was wealth and power that dictated such matters. Without wealth or influence, one's words held no weight. Could he simply forget the venomous insults hurled at him by the spiteful villagers? Ridiculous. If someone were to throw filth at him, would he merely turn away and invite them to partake in his financial endeavors? Such behavior was quintessentially foolish. In the realm of fiction, individuals like that wouldn't survive a chapter. Come, village chief, let us enjoy some tea. Yichen refrained from further conversation, leading the chief into the thatched roof hut, pouring several bowls of tea and handing them out. Zhang Eru gazed at Yichen, exclaiming, You seem to be doing quite well now. I see you have another cow in your yard. Is hunting that profitable? Earning some money, though it is fraught with peril. Li Xiaomei cast a glance at Qian Yujing. Her head bowed in silence, feeling a surge of inadequacy at Yichen's beauty. Simultaneously, a flicker of resentment stirred within her. She had previously mocked Yichen as merely fortunate for hunting a wild boar. Yet now it appeared that Yichen's circumstances surpassed her own. After a brief visit, the village chief and his companions departed. On their way back, Li Eru leaned toward his father and inquired, Father, can one truly make such a fortune from hunting? Yichen has only hunted for a short time and has already acquired 2 cows. The village chief shook his head and replied mildly, Did you not notice when Young Yi entered with that massive log over 2 meters long? Do you think you could lift it with one hand? I suspect Young Yi has become a martial artist. Otherwise, where would such strength come from? Hearing this, Zhang Eru shrank back, for their entire village lacked martial artists. As for that hefty timber, even with both hands, it would be a struggle to carry. Stop thinking about it. If young Yi possesses such strength, as long as a martial artist does not aspire to join the army, life in this small place will undoubtedly be more comfortable than ours, the village chief remarked, feeling a twinge of envy. In his youth, he had contemplated becoming a martial artist, but the arduous path to entry was daunting. Inside the thatched cottage, Yichen tidied his belongings, washed briefly, and lay upon the bed, tossing and turning, unable to find slumber. Amidst the darkness, he suddenly spoke, "Wife, once I become formidable, I shall venture into the Black Horse stronghold, daring to seize my cattle. They shall not escape unscathed. Stop thinking about that and sleep. We have work to do tomorrow." Qian Yujing softly reassured him. Yichun responded with a hum, and his breathing gradually steadied. In the dead of night, Qian Yujing slowly opened her eyes, a glint of cold light shimmering within them. She had left a soul mark on that burly man, intending to teach him a lesson for daring to covet her husband's possessions. Such audacity warranted a reckoning. Confirming that Yichun was fast asleep, she quietly rose from the bed. Just as she stood, a voice emerged from the darkness. "What are you getting up for?" Recognizing Yichun's voice, Qian Yujing froze, a hint of panic surging within her. She replied softly to use the restroom. "Oh, then hurry back. I shall wait for you." "Why would you wait for me? I'm merely going to the restroom," Qian Yujing emphasized, feeling a twinge of discomfort at the notion of explaining her actions to a man, even if he was her husband. Yichun fell silent for a moment, and just as Qian Yujing was about to exit, he suddenly remarked, "You are not an ordinary mountain girl, are you?" Qian Yujing halted in her tracks, facing away from Yichun, choosing not to respond. The moon heavenly Tao in the mirror was equally taken aback, staring incredulously at Yichun, perplexed as to how this mortal could discern her true identity. Yichun sat up, igniting the oil lamp, and boldly embraced Qian Yujing from behind. This marked the first intimate contact between them in many days. The moon heavenly Tao widened her eyes, shocked that this mortal dared to embrace the Empress. Such audacity had not been witnessed in centuries. Qian Yujing, though stiffened with surprise, found herself unexpectedly unoffended. Yichun felt a surge of exhilaration. He had successfully embraced her. Progress in the pursuit of his little wife. 5. Gently resting his head upon Qian Yujing's shoulder, he softly began. "From the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I knew you were no ordinary maiden of the mountains. Your beauty is unparalleled, and your garments are untouched by dust, a testament to your extraordinary nature. Even a fool could discern that you are exceptional." "You are aware of this," Qian Yujing replied, her voice laced with indifference. "Indeed, I am aware. So, what is it that you wish to convey?" Her tone grew even colder, a sudden wave of betrayal washing over her. The realization that he had seen through her entire being while feigning ignorance left her feeling inexplicably unsettled, a sensation she had never experienced before. Most importantly, through their days spent together, she had gradually come to accept Yichun, often forgetting her own status as a great emperor. Yet, she had steadfastly refused to acknowledge this in her heart, which is why she felt such discomfort in this moment. Upon hearing her frigid tone, Yichun released her and stepped closer, gazing earnestly at her delicate features. "I previously dealt with a group led by someone named Tiger. He boasted that his uncle was a third-tier martial artist, and that he would surely come to find me the following day. I spent the entire day in trepidation, yet no one appeared. That day, I slept until noon, expecting you to wake me, but you did not. Thus, I surmised that they might have come but were driven away by you. Hence, I speculate." Chapter 30. My wife. Take me to fly. Thus, I deduce. You are capable of dispersing the 3 layers of coagulation, and given your slender physique, it is evident you are not a martial artist. In the Buddhist realm, one is either a nun or a monk, hence you cannot possibly belong to that sect. Yichun, with utmost seriousness, articulated his analysis, while Qian Yujing listened with an impassive expression. This leaves only Confucianism and Taoism. Confucian scholars exude an air of literary refinement, and you do not strike me as one of them, as scholars invariably carry a certain scholarly demeanor. Therefore, I surmise you are a practitioner of Taoism. You possess spiritual roots and the ability to cultivate. Moreover, your cultivation level is certainly not low, It is highly likely you are at the qi refining stage, as mentioned by the two gentlemen I encountered at the tavern. Am I correct? You are a Taoist at the qi refining stage. Yi Chun looked at Qian Yujing with a serious and logical demeanor, his expression so earnest that Qian Yujing nearly began to believe she truly was at the qi refining stage. The discomfort that had lingered in her heart vanished without a trace, replaced by an urge to laugh. It turned out he merely speculated about her being at the qi refining stage, which indicated he was unaware of her true identity. All his conclusions were mere conjectures. She had previously thought he knew everything. Contemplating this, Qian Yujing regarded Yi Chun with a peculiar expression. You are indeed correct. Yi Chun clapped his hands and broke into an excited grin. I knew it. How could an ordinary woman go 10 days without bathing and not smell? See, my guess was right. You can cultivate. Upon hearing him mention 10 days without a bath, Qian Yujing felt a wave of frustration wash over her. Wonderful. My wife is a Taoist. The texts say those at the qi refining stage can fly. My dear, are you going to teach that group at Haima village a lesson? Take me with you. I have never experienced the sensation of flight. Qian Yujing looked at the thoroughly exhilarated Yi Chun with a mixture of emotions, her lips curling into a slight smile. Are you certain you want me to take you flying? After all, I am with child. Yi Chun furrowed his brow, a look of despondency crossing his face as he sank onto the bed. Alas, I was too excited and forgot about your pregnancy. Let it be, you need not go. It's just a bull after all, and we still have money. Qian Yujing approached him, a playful glint in her eye. You already know I am a Taoist at the qi refining stage, so let me enlighten you. A Taoist can fight while pregnant without endangering the fetus. I am going to Haima village now. Do you still wish for me to take you flying? Absolutely. Yi Chun sprang to his feet, wrapping his arms around Qian Yujing's waist with enthusiasm. I am ready. I promise to hold on tightly. Please take me flying. Qian Yujing smiled with a hint of helplessness. We haven't even left yet. How can you expect me to fly? Oh, I forgot. Let us go. Yi Chun hurriedly dashed outside, standing in the courtyard with eager anticipation as he gazed at Qian Yujing. This was the first time he had encountered a practitioner at the qi refining stage since arriving in this world. Qian Yujing stepped into the courtyard slowly, a gentle smile gracing her face as she cast an amused glance at Yi Chun. Come, just hold my hand. Yi Chun swiftly extended his hand, and in the next moment, he was astounded to see himself and Qian Yujing gradually ascending into the air, his eyes widening in disbelief. Why is there no cloud beneath my feet? Qian Yujing furrowed her brow slightly, pondering for a moment. Did flying require clouds? Seemed not. With a flicker of thought, a cloud materialized beneath them. Yi Chen's face lit up with excitement. Yes, this is the sensation. My beloved, let us soar. Quickly. He was now so exhilarated that he struggled to articulate his thoughts. Then I shall truly take flight, Qian Yujing said, guiding Yi Chen gently towards the clouds. To her, the ascent felt leisurely, yet to Yi Chun, it was a breathtaking experience. In the blink of an eye, he found himself atop the clouds, gazing at the moonlight cascading over the vast expanse of billowing clouds, and he could not help but exclaim, "Oh!" At that moment, the moon goddess in the mirror was utterly bewildered. She could not fathom that this would be the outcome, and astonishingly, her master was not angry. Just moments ago, she had sensed her master's fury, yet it vanished in an instant. Her master was indeed peculiar. Qian Yujing maintained a deliberate pace as she flew towards the Black Horse stronghold, marked by her soul's signature. However, to Yi Chen, it felt as if they were racing through the skies. Had it not been for Qian Yujing's careful preparation of a protective barrier, maintaining his composure would have been utterly impossible. As he gazed at the scenery ahead, they surpassed it in mere seconds. My dear, please fly more slowly. I can scarcely see, Yi Chen exclaimed, marveling at the breathtaking sights above the clouds. Having never boarded an airplane before, this was his first encounter with such an awe-inspiring spectacle, filling his heart with immense excitement. Qian Yujing turned to glance at Yi Chen, whose face was alight with wonder, and a gentle smile graced her lips. This man was indeed amusing. In the next moment, they arrived at the outskirts of the Black Horse stronghold, gently descending. Yi Chen beheld the towering trees on either side and the imposing gates of the stronghold in the distance. a surge of valor swelling within him as he declared, "My love, I didn't get to fight during the day. Please hold back for now. If I find myself outmatched, I shall call upon you to assist." Qian Yujing chuckled helplessly. "Very well, I shall heed your wishes." With that, she reached into the void, and a silver spear materialized in her hand, which she presented to Yi Chun amidst his astonished gaze. "Here, this spear is yours, a means from the storage space suitable for the qi refining stage." I understand, the storage space, Yi Chun nodded vigorously, accepting the unadorned spear and weighing it in his hands. "What is the name of this spear?" "It is so magnificent." As he examined the spear, he noted its impressive length of approximately 2 meters, its surface gleaming silver, adorned with intricate patterns. A soft silver radiance flowed along its body, and the spearhead, about 20 centimeters long, was splendidly crafted, exuding an aura of chilling sharpness simply by gazing upon it. "Yulong-yin," Qian Yujing replied softly. It was named after a jade dragon she had encountered during her travels through myriad realms. At that time, she had intended to keep it as a pet, but with a single strike, she had unexpectedly killed the jade dragon, which left her with regret. The essence of the jade dragon had been refined into the spear, thus forming the Yulong-yin, its dragon spirit seamlessly incorporated within. However, before unveiling it, Qian Yujing had sealed all its formidable powers. Otherwise, Yi Chun would have been incapable of even lifting it, as the terrifying aura within could instantly reduce him to mere dust. "What a splendid name. I truly admire it." Yi Chun nodded, brandishing the jade dragon's chant, his excitement mounting. He turned to Qian Yujing and said, "My dear, ascend and conceal yourself while you observe. Witness how I vanquish them utterly." Qian Yujing nodded, soaring into the sky and gathering a cloud around herself. Yi Chun nodded in affirmation, gazing at the imposing entrance of the stronghold, a surge of valor swelling within him. With a flourish of his spear, he charged forward. The sentinels stationed at the sides of the stronghold, noticing the approaching figure, hastily drew their bows and shouted, "Who dares to invade Black Mountain's stronghold at such an hour?" "It is your grandfather," Yi Chun bellowed, swinging his spear to strike down 2 arrows, then leaping fiercely into the air. With a mighty swing of his spear, imbued with the spirit of a forceful strike, he aimed it directly at the entrance. "Take this, Yez spear." Chapter 31. "Never mind. My wife will handle him." Boom. Bang. 2 resounding noises echoed in succession. The first was the sound of Yi Chun smashing the immense wooden door with his spear, followed by the thunderous crash of the door hitting the ground. "Who dares to attack my Black Horse village? Kill him." Instantly, countless torches illuminated the village, rushing towards the main gate. The leader, known as the Jade-Faced Tiger, was a robust figure with a pale visage and no beard. Clutching a long sword, he regarded the intruder with uncertainty. Observing the bloodlust emanating from this individual, he discerned that he was merely a second-level blood condensation martial artist. What audacity did this second-level martial artist possess to invade Black Horse Village at such an hour? Did he not realize that he was facing a 9th-level blood condensation warrior? The second in command, known as the Flowing Cloud Leopard, was well-proportioned with a face like polished jade, perpetually adorned with 2 red jade daggers at his waist. "You little brat, do you dare to trespass into Black Horse Village? Are you tired of living?" At that moment, a ferocious-looking man, the third in command, emerged hastily from the shadows. His terrifying hammer was still in its place, yet he believed that dealing with a second-level martial artist required no weapon. Was he not belittling the prowess of a 9th-level martial artist? The man charged forward with great strides, causing the ground to tremble beneath him, his vigorous blood surging as he unleashed a punch aimed at Yi Chen's chest. Yi Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement as he swiftly moved his spear to counter the black-faced giant. The man scoffed disdainfully, flicking his finger to deflect the spear, and swung his fist towards Yi Chun once more. "Goodness, he is formidable." Yi Chun was astonished. As a second-level martial artist, he could hardly gauge the opponent's true strength unless it was intentionally concealed. With a gasp, he quickly withdrew his spear for defense, positioning it horizontally before him. The black-faced giant scowled fiercely, his voice booming like a bell. "How dare you obstruct me?" When the giant's fist collided with the spear, a flicker of surprise crossed his face, The spear had not bent under his might. Meanwhile, Yi Chun was sent flying backward. Just how powerful was the strength of a 9th-level blood condensation warrior? With the force of 9 oxen, equating to a staggering 200 pounds, the terrifying power was mitigated by the spear, yet a fraction still transmitted through, causing his arms to feel as though they might shatter. He flew backward over 10 meters before regaining his footing, gasping for air, shaking his numbed arms, and casting a steely gaze at the bandits within the village. With deliberate steps, he approached them, coldly observing as he twirled his spear, pointing at the black-faced giant and declaring, "I was unprepared just now. Let us try again." The black-faced giant grinned savagely, exhilarated by the challenge, for it was the first time a 2nd-level martial artist had dared to provoke him. He twisted his neck, and a surge of blood energy erupted behind him, forming a vivid image of a colossal bear, its crimson eyes fixated intensely on Yi Chun. Upon witnessing this blood-colored bear, Yi Chun's heart sank, recalling the teachings of the Fierce Bull technique, which stated that when a martial artist reached the 9th level of blood condensation, their blood energy could manifest the spirit of their unique technique behind them. If Yi Chun were to cultivate the Fierce Bull technique to its 9th level, the entity that would appear would be a blood-colored Fierce Bull. 9th level? Goodness, this truly leaves no chance of victory. Muttering to himself, Yi Chun contemplated that if his opponent were merely 1 or 2 levels higher, he might still engage him in combat to glean some battle experience. However, facing an opponent at the 9th level of blood condensation, he wondered how one could possibly fight back. With this thought, he cast a glance at the burly man before him and sneered, "A mere 9th-level martial artist. I shall soon teach you your place." "Ha! Teach me my place? How amusing. I hope you can withstand my punch." The burly man cackled menacingly, charging forward once more with even greater ferocity. The air around them shrieked, resonating with the power of his strike. Yi Chun braced himself with his long spear, preparing for a direct confrontation. Yet, as the imposing figure drew nearer, an acute sense of impending doom surged within him, prompting a twitch at the corner of his mouth. "Forget it. My wife will handle him." With a shout, he hurled the Jade Dragon's song into the sky. In the next moment, Qian Yujing emerged from the clouds, her jade-like hands beckoning, and the Jade Dragon promptly returned to her grasp. Without any visible motion, she let out a cold snort, which resonated in the minds of everyone in the Black Horse stronghold like thunder, leaving the 3 leaders in a state of shock, blood trickling from their 7 orifices. The trio, wide-eyed with terror, looked up to see a woman in a dark robe standing in the air, wielding a jade spear, with the Jade Dragon swirling around her, its fierce head glaring down at them. This scene struck fear into the hearts of the 3 leaders, rendering their legs weak. In their understanding, anyone capable of manifesting a dragon form possessed unfathomable power. Who was this woman? Such a formidable being, why would she target their humble Black Horse stronghold? Suddenly, the 1st and 2nd leaders exchanged a glance, their eyes reflecting shock. The young man had shouted, "My wife will take care of him," and shortly thereafter, this woman appeared. Could it be? The 2 leaders nearly lost their minds. How could a mere 2nd-level martial artist have such an extraordinary wife? Qian Yujing slightly lifted her head, her 3,000 strands of hair dancing in the wind. With a swift motion, she angled her spear toward the heavens, and the Jade Dragon roared forth, breaking through the thick clouds and soaring into the unknown. The radiant moonlight cascaded through the opening created by her strike, illuminating the terrified faces of countless individuals in the Black Horse stronghold. Thud! The sound of kneeling echoed throughout, with the 3 leaders succumbing to the same fate. With such power, could they still resist? How could they even attempt to fight back? There was simply no way to retaliate. Yi Chun, too, was startled by the might of his wife's strike. Was a Qi training period master this formidable? Yet, above all, he felt exhilaration. He was ecstatic. This was his wife. Watching her descend, Yi Chun gave a thumbs up, beaming with joy. Qian Yujing's lips curled slightly, a flicker of pride blossoming within her, a sentiment she had never experienced before. In the past, she had always walked alone. Even after establishing the 9 Nether City, her relationships had been purely sovereign and subject. Despite the adoration of countless citizens, her heart remained unmoved. Yet, with a single word from Yi Chun, she felt a surge of pride. though she could not fathom the reason behind this newfound emotion. Taking the jade dragon's song from his hands, Yichen waved it, perplexed, and inquired, "Wife, where is the dragon? Why has it vanished?" Qian Yu cast a fleeting glance at him and, with an air of nonchalance, remarked, "You possess no spiritual power." With a resigned scratch of his head, he approached the kneeling dark-faced giant, brandishing his spear and tapping it lightly against the man's head. "Weren't you just brimming with bravado? Come now, show me that arrogance once more." The giant's face turned a deep shade of crimson, rendering him speechless. Yichen thrust his spear into the ground and retorted, "Did you not express a desire for me to withstand your punch? Humph! Allow me to demonstrate my strength." As he spoke, an intense surge of vitality coursed through his body, and he launched a powerful punch towards the dark-faced giant. Bang! The first sound reverberated as it connected with the giant. Yet the man remained unmoved, while Yichen was jolted back 3 to 4 steps. The giant wore an expression of incredulity. After all, he was at the 9th layer of blood condensation, his entire being fortified with immense strength. His skin, muscles, and bones all enhanced. The disparity in power between him and Yichen was too vast. Even if Yichen were to strike him endlessly, it was unlikely he would feel a thing. Cursing under his breath, Yichen realized he was truly outmatched and exclaimed, "Bring back my bull, you scoundrel!" Chapter 32. The dusty Emperor of Flowers. The two leaders, the big boss and the second boss, were utterly perplexed. Was it truly because of a mere cow that such a formidable individual had been provoked? Who could have instigated this? As their minds simmered with indignation, they observed the burly figure rise, only to be struck dumb. It was the third brother. It dawned on them that earlier in the afternoon, they had received word that a village had failed to pay its dues, and the third brother had set out with a contingent. With this revelation, the jade-faced tiger turned to Yichen and stated, "I am unaware of your esteemed title, but I am the big boss of the Black Horse Village, known as the Jade-Faced Tiger. This is my second brother, the Flowing Cloud Leopard, and the one who has just offended you is my third brother, the Black-Faced Bear." Upon hearing these words, Yichen cast a glance at him, pondering, "Is it customary among bandits in this realm to adopt such flamboyant monikers?" With a mischievous glint in his eye, he replied, "I am known as the Dusty Emperor of Flowers." At this declaration, the expressions of the two bandit leaders shifted dramatically, and Qian Yujing observed with quiet mirth, shaking her head and thinking, Dusty Emperor, what peculiar thoughts occupy his mind? "Greetings, Dusty Emperor." The two leaders clasped their fists in salute. Seeing their unexpected courtesy, Yichen waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Please rise. We were initially at peace, but your desire to seize my cow has brought us to this juncture. Return the cow, and I shall let this matter rest." The jade-faced tiger stepped forward earnestly and clasped his fists, stating, "Dusty Emperor, I must confess, we are not the bandits you presume us to be. We are a revolutionary army." Yichen furrowed his brow, questioning the emergence of yet another revolutionary faction. The Flowing Cloud Leopard, sensing Yichen's confusion, began to elucidate. "You see, the emperor of the Xuanwu dynasty is aged and negligent in governance. His 8 sons have formed factions, engaging in covert strife among the Confucian, Taoist, Buddhist, and martial families. The nation is in decline, and the common people suffer greatly. Furthermore, the Qingyun dynasty is poised to ignite war, seeking to annex the Xuanwu dynasty. We, the like-minded, do not wish to become fodder in this conflict. We are resolved to revolt. Dusty Emperor, your profound cultivation is revered. Should you choose to join us in the Black Horse Village, we would gladly place you at our helm." As he spoke, the Flowing Cloud Leopard's gaze occasionally flickered toward the enigmatic woman in the black robe behind Yichen. This Dusty Emperor may possess modest strength, but his wife exuded an unfathomable power. It seemed she held a position of respect for her husband. If he could be swayed to their cause, she would undoubtedly join the Black Horse Village as well. With such a formidable ally, they could easily conquer the 3 neighboring villages, thereby amassing strength for future endeavors. Yichen, now comprehending the situation, shook his head and replied, "I must decline. I am merely a humble villager with no grand aspirations like yours. The conflict between 2 great dynasties is of no concern to me, All I desire is a warm hearth with my wife and children. He returned to Qian Yujing's side, wearing a broad smile. Qian Yujing nodded in agreement, feeling content with their current life, free from the burdens of troublesome affairs. Dear Dusty Emperor, you may not be aware, but we are situated on the border of the Xuanwu dynasty. Beyond this vast mountain range lies the territory of the Qingyun dynasty. If they were to initiate war, we would not escape unscathed. We would bear the brunt of their aggression. The jade-faced tiger urged with a grave expression. At the border of the two nations, Yi Chun was momentarily taken aback. Such words indeed bore ominous implications. Exactly. The jade-faced tiger nodded eagerly, believing that the Emperor of Dust was about to relent. Whatever, we can always relocate if necessary. Yi Chun shook his head. He had no desire to embroil himself in the conflict between the two great empires. With his modest stature, how could he contend with the might of an imperial machine? As an exemplary youth of the 21st century on Earth, he was acutely aware of the devastating consequences of war. No matter how formidable an individual might be, they could never rival a nation's power, and he had no wish to meet an untimely demise. As he observed the black-faced bear leading an ox towards him, Yi Chun examined the situation and smiled, saying, "That's my ox. Farewell." With that, he took the ox and walked towards the village's outskirts. The jade-faced tiger extended his hand, attempting to persuade him, Emperor of Dust. No, no, I am but an ordinary person, with aspirations solely for a warm home with my wife and children. Farewell. Yi Chun waved his hand without looking back. In the next moment, Qian Yujing soared into the sky with Yi Chun and the ox, quickly vanishing from sight. The jade-faced tiger gazed at the disappearing figures inside. If we could enlist the aid of these two, our uprising would be imminent. Upon returning to the barn, the ox was frothing at the mouth and appeared vacant-eyed. It had never imagined it would one day ascend to the heavens. The following day, Yi Chun rose early as usual to prepare breakfast. After their meal, Qian Yujing took the ox out to graze. This simple, tranquil life brought her immense pleasure, and the cultivation that had remained stagnant for centuries began to stir faintly within her. However, she held little hope. Even on the Tianyuan continent, the emperor's level of cultivation represented the pinnacle of combat prowess. As for higher realms, they were entirely contingent upon luck. While digging a foundation in the courtyard, a sudden clatter of hooves echoed from outside. Frowning slightly, Yi Chun wondered if the Black Horse village still harbored thieving intentions. He set down his shovel and seized a hefty branch before stepping outside, where he saw the black-faced bear alight from his mount, accompanied by 6 others. "Are you looking for trouble?" Yi Chun inquired, brow furrowed. The black-faced bear, his expression one of embarrassment, approached with cupped fists and said, "It is I, Old Black, who failed to recognize the mountain. Please forgive me, Emperor of Dust. We have come to deliver provisions." With that, the 6 men dismounted and unloaded 600 pounds of grain. Observing the scene, Yi Chun replied coolly, "I will not join your Black Horse village, so do take your grain back." The black-faced bear scratched his head, "Emperor of Dust, this is a direct order from my elder brother. You must accept it. If you refuse, we would find it difficult to report back." He glanced at the pit in the courtyard and added with a smile, "Are you hard at work? We have skilled hands. Let us assist you." Before Yi Chun could respond, the black-faced bear gestured, and the 6 men rushed into the courtyard, placing the grain aside. The black-faced bear picked up a shovel from the pit, spat into his hand, and began to dig. Hey, hey, hey! What are you doing? You're ruining my work. Do you even know how to dig? Look at my line. What are you digging over there?" Yi Chun exclaimed as he hurried over to admonish him. After some time of entanglement, these individuals stubbornly lingered, eager to assist with the labor. Consequently, when Qian Yujing returned from tending the cattle, she beheld Yi Chun wielding a wooden stick, directing a group of burly men as they excavated the foundation. Upon spotting his wife, Yi Chun leaped from the pit, approached her with a smile, and took hold of the cow, inquiring, "Why did you not let them graze a bit longer today?" "They're well fed," Qian Yujing replied nonchalantly, casting a glance at the group and asking, "What are they doing?" "Oh, they insisted on helping me. I couldn't chase them away. I suppose a meal at noon will suffice," Yi Chun explained. Qian Yujing nodded, glancing at the sun overhead before entering the thatched cottage. Outside the courtyard, 3 wild dogs stealthily observed the main gate from the distance, unable to discern the happenings within due to its closed state. They had heard the sound of hooves early in the morning and had followed it here, but once those individuals entered, they were left in the dark about the situation inside. Big dog, do you think they are beating up the one surnamed Yi? One dog pondered. Perhaps, but why is there no sound of screams? Another replied, let us watch a little longer. The Black Horse Village is notorious. If that Yi dares to provoke them, he certainly won't have a pleasant outcome. The trio of wild dogs muttered, their eyes fixed on the gate. Simultaneously, an inexplicable jealousy stirred within them. They resided in dilapidated straw huts, while this Yi had such a spacious courtyard. How wonderful it would be to seize it for themselves. After observing for a while without any signs of commotion, Big Dog's eyes flickered as he noticed the 7 magnificent horses at the entrance. A wicked thought crossed his mind. Since they had yet to emerge, it seemed they would be occupied for some time. Given that this was the route to the town, if they could steal a horse and ride off to the market to sell it, wouldn't that be a stroke of fortune? Chapter 33. Bandits coming to move bricks? Boldly acting on a thought. After sharing the plan with his 2 subordinates, Guzi and Guzi's eyes sparkled with excitement, and they simultaneously exclaimed, Big Dog brother, you're amazing. They had never even considered the possibility of failure. Without hesitation, the trio donned their straw hats and stealthily emerged from the grass. Cautiously, they approached the last horse, reaching out to grasp the reins. The majestic black horse, noticing someone attempting to mount it, neighed loudly, twisted its rear, and kicked Big Dog brother, sending him flying and leaving him bloodied on the ground. The black horse turned around, raising its front hooves as if to stomp on Guzi and Guzi. However, the reins tethered to a nearby tree prevented it from advancing. It snorted loudly, emitting a resonant neigh. Terrified, Guzi and Guzi quickly hoisted the incapacitated Big Dog brother and scrambled into the nearby thicket. Just then, a burly man from Black Horse Stronghold emerged from the courtyard, glanced at the horse tethered nearby, and upon seeing no one, returned to the yard. Yes, just like that. Shout with me. 1, 2, 1. 1, 2, 1. In the courtyard, Yi Chun stood at the center, directing his bandit comrades, including the black-faced bear, wielding a wooden stick. 7 men followed Yi Chun's lead, rhythmically swinging their shovels, swiftly excavating clumps of earth. They were all warriors, each possessing strength equal to or greater than Yi Chun's, thus capable of performing this labor-intensive task with remarkable speed. By midday, their collective efforts had successfully unearthed the foundation. Around noon, a bandit comrade ventured out to fetch water and was startled to see Widow Lu, who, upon catching sight of him, turned pale and cried out, rushing back in fear, shouting that the Black Horse Stronghold had come. Yet, no one dared to step outside and investigate. The reputation of the Black Horse Stronghold was indeed formidable. Yi Chun, displaying remarkable generosity, prepared 8 pounds of pork, cooked several dishes, and steamed 4 or 5 pots of rice to treat them, using the provisions they had brought, as his own stock of rice was nearly depleted. He contemplated making a trip to the town for supplies in the coming days. In the afternoon, Yi Chun crafted cement and taught them how to lay bricks. Throughout the afternoon, the black-faced bear and his companions worked tirelessly, as if devoid of fatigue, successfully constructing the bricks necessary for the foundation. After completing their tasks, Yi Chun treated them to dinner, bidding farewell to his bandit friends with a smile. The freshly laid bricks needed to set overnight before they could proceed with the walls. On their way back, the black-faced bear, riding on horseback, swung his shoulder and remarked to his subordinates, I won't be coming tomorrow. I'm too exhausted. Let the second-in-command come. Why should he not be here since he devised the plan? The younger bandits wore expressions of distress, knowing that the third-in-command hadn't slacked off, leaving them no room to do so either. They felt utterly drained, believing the labor was more exhausting than fighting. That night, Yi Chun lay on the wooden board of his bed, unaware of when the little puppy had curled up beside him, resting its head on his shoulder. My dear, shall we venture into town tomorrow to purchase some vegetable seeds? With October upon us, planting now would spare us the trouble of buying vegetables come winter. As you wish, Qian Yujing replied softly, her gaze fixed on the thatched roof. Her malt candy had been consumed. After a while, the even sound of Yi Chen's breathing reached her ears. He seemed to have drifted into slumber. Listening to his rhythmic breaths, a smile graced Qian Yujing's lips. Indeed, the life of mortals is quite fascinating. At the break of dawn the following day, Yi Chen had already risen, preparing breakfast before heading out to cut some grass for the cattle. After their meal, he hitched the ox cart to the bull, set a stool for Qian Yujing to sit upon, secured the courtyard gate, and gradually made their way toward town. The morning mist enveloped the mountainous landscape, and though the path was lined with trees, it possessed a unique charm. Upon reaching town, the sky was just beginning to brighten. Yi Chen parked the ox cart in the designated area, where a wooden sign hung from the bull's horn. He took the corresponding wooden token given by the cart attendant and tucked it away, knowing that upon their departure, he would simply return the token and pay a small fee based on the duration of their stay. Clad in a simple hemp garment, Yi Chen stood tall, exuding a refined air that was markedly improved from before. Likewise, Qian Yujing had rarely changed out of her black robe, opting instead for a modest outfit typical of a rural girl. Although she still bore a delicate beauty, it was not the breathtaking allure she once possessed. Having also tidied his appearance, the pair looked well-matched as they strolled together. Suddenly, Yi Chen's eyes lit up at the sight of a candy vendor. He had encountered such artisans at rural markets in his youth, but with the advent of technology, these traditional craftspeople had dwindled, making them nearly extinct in urban areas. Taking Qian Yujing's hand, he approached the elderly vendor, requesting 2 rabbit-shaped candies and offering one to her. "Try this. It's quite sweet," he said, his face alight with joy. Qian Yujing admired the exquisite candy in her hand, while Yu Tiandao perched curiously on her shoulder. Now granted permission to explore freely, she had eagerly followed her master to town upon hearing of the excursion. The bustling market filled her with wonder, for she had spent most of her time in her master's shadowy abode. With Yi Chen's eager expression, she took a bite, nodding with a smile. "Indeed, it is quite sweet." Yi Chen chuckled and turned to the vendor, inquiring, "How much for the 2?" "2 coins," the elderly man replied with a smile, holding up 2 fingers. Yi Chen produced the coins and handed them over, clutching the candy as he guided Qian Yujing through the street. With ample time at their disposal and no rush to purchase seeds, Qian Yujing slightly tilted her head, glancing at Yu Tiandao on her shoulder, as she angled the candy in her hand. Yu Tiandao gazed at her master with a look of sheer delight, soaring through the air to take a small bite. Her petite frame did not diminish significantly from the morsel, and unless one observed closely, the absence of a piece would go unnoticed. With a piece of candy in her mouth, Yu Tiandao perched on her master's shoulder, her cherubic face aglow with happiness as she savored the sweetness, playfully swinging her short legs. However, this charming scene was visible only to Qian Yujing. As they strolled through the bustling marketplace, Yi Chen tilted his head slightly towards Qian Yujing, explaining the intricacies of the goods they were selling. Each time he concluded his descriptions, he was met with his wife's soft commendation, which filled him with pride. A gentle breeze wafted by, but Yi Chen paid it no heed. Meanwhile, the young lady who had just passed paused in her tracks, turning back thoughtfully towards the figures of Yi Chen and Qian Yujing. She addressed her companion, the maid Xiao Dai, saying, "Xiao Dai, do you think we have encountered those individuals before?" Chapter 34. Purchasing jewelry for my beloved wife. Upon hearing her lady's words, Xiao Dai lifted her gaze and, recognizing the familiar silhouette of the man, softly remarked, "Miss, allow me to take a look." With that, she rushed ahead to scrutinize the faces of Yi Chen and Qian Yujing. After a moment of careful observation, she returned with an expression of delight, exclaiming, "I have seen him before. He is the esteemed Master Yi who cured your anorexia." Indeed, the young lady in question was none other than Zhang Yuqing, the daughter of the Zhang family. A hint of surprise graced her features as she spoke. "I recall the man being rather disheveled. How could he possibly resemble this refined gentleman?" As she uttered these words, a faint blush colored her cheeks, and her aquamarine eyes were drawn to Yi Chen's retreating figure. The Zhang family had always prided itself on its scholarly heritage. Hence the men she had previously encountered were all cultured literati or their own servants. Thus, upon encountering the strikingly different demeanor of Master Yi, her heart stirred with unexpected emotions. Noticing Master Yi holding another woman's hand, a flicker of disappointment crossed Zhang Yuqing's eyes. However, she quickly quelled her discontent, for if she were to marry, her family would surely arrange a match with a suitable scholarly family. Xiao Dai seemed to sense her lady's thoughts and suggested, "Shall we greet Master Yi? After all, he is the one who cured your anorexia. Is that appropriate?" Zhang Yuqing pondered, feeling a twinge of apprehension at the thought. "Certainly, it is merely a greeting," Xiao Dai replied with a smile, then took her lady's hand and led her forward. Having served as her personal maid for just over a week, Xiao Dai had quickly proven herself adept at reading her lady's emotions and intentions, a skill unmatched among the other maids in the household. Xiao Dai caught up with Yi Chun and gently tapped his arm. He turned, momentarily taken aback before smiling and saying, "I remember you. You are Xiao Dai from the Zhang family, correct?" Xiao Dai, pleasantly surprised, responded with a smile, "Master Yi, your memory is remarkable. Today, I accompany my lady on a shopping excursion, and I did not expect to encounter you here." She then nudged her lady forward, stepping aside. In contrast, the maid accompanying Zhang Yuqing appeared less discerning, remaining as a mere bystander. Zhang Yuqing's cheeks flushed slightly as she lowered her head and offered a respectful greeting to Yi Chun, softly saying, "Thank you, Master Yi, for the recipes you provided the other day." Yi Chun chuckled heartily, waving his hand dismissively. "No need for such formality. If gratitude is due, I should express my thanks to you. For my 4 recipes and a wild boar, old Master Zhang compensated me with 900 taels of silver, a considerable sum for us, and I am grateful for your timely assistance." Upon hearing this, a gentle smile graced Zhang Yuqing's face, and she continued to lower her head, softly replying, "It is only right to express thanks." At that moment, she found herself at a loss for words. The atmosphere was somewhat awkward. Yi Chun glanced at Qian Yujing, whose expression remained unchanged, and cleared his throat before addressing Zhang Yuqing. "Well then, is there anything else? If not, I shall accompany my wife on a shopping spree." This time, he refrained from calling her wife, as different occasions called for different terms of endearment. Zhang Yuqing paused for a moment, secretly wishing to converse further with Yi Chun, for he evoked a sense of intrigue unlike any other man. Yet, she hesitated, unsure of how to articulate her thoughts. Just as she was about to speak, Xiao Dai interjected, "Young Master Yi, what are you planning to purchase? Since you are going shopping, may we join you?" Upon hearing her maid's words, Zhang Yuqing lifted her gaze expectantly towards Yi Chun. After a moment's contemplation, Yi Chun turned to Qian Yujing, asking, "What do you think?" "I will defer to your judgment. Whatever you decide," Qian Yujing replied nonchalantly. Yi Chun nodded and addressed Zhang Yuqing, "Let's leave it for now. We shall buy a few things and return shortly." With that, he disregarded the reactions of the maid and Zhang Yuqing, taking his beloved wife by the hand and turning to leave. After all, he aspired to be the model husband and could not afford to entangle himself with other women. After wandering for a while, Yi Chun purchased a variety of seeds. Just as he was about to depart, he unexpectedly spotted a jewelry stall. Turning to his dear wife, his eyes sparkled with excitement as he led Qian Yujing towards the shop. Upon entering the jewelry store, Yi Chun was dazzled by the array of ornaments. He had not anticipated such a plethora of jewelry for women in ancient times. "My dear, take a look at what you like. I shall buy you a few pieces." Qian Yujing regarded him with mild curiosity. "What prompted you to think of buying this for me?" Yi Chun chuckled. "I see other women wearing them, and you are so beautiful. If they have it, you should have it too." Upon hearing this, Qian Yujing shook her head with a smile. "No need. Wearing such things is rather cumbersome." "Quite beautiful," Yi Chun exclaimed, growing eager. He picked up a hairpin, attempting to adorn Qian Yujing's hair, only to realize he lacked the skill. His face flushed with embarrassment. Qian Yujing chuckled softly, took the hairpin from him, and skillfully arranged her hair in a matter of moments. Once the hairpin was in place, she looked up at Yi Chun with a slight smile. "Is this what you envisioned? Absolutely stunning. Truly, one's beauty does not rely solely on adornments." Yi Chun praised sincerely. A ripple of emotion stirred within Qian Yujing, her smile brightening as she donned a pair of earrings, enhancing her allure even further. "How do I look? Exquisite."
Yi Chun nodded earnestly.
"Such flattery," Qian Yujing replied with a teasing tone. removing the earrings and hairpin as she took Yi-chen's hand to exit. Why not purchase them? You look marvelous. Yi-chen remained rooted in place, turning to the shopkeeper. How much for these two? I shall take them. 2 taels of silver. These are top-quality wooden hairpins and jade earrings. Quite a bargain. The shopkeeper replied with a smile. Yi-chen directly took out 2 taels of silver and placed it on the table, then picked up the wooden hairpin and earrings. My dear, you should wear these. They will enhance your beauty. Chen Yujing shot him a glance. Am I not beautiful without them? Yi-chen was taken aback by her question, scratching his head as he replied, No, you are already stunning. I just believe you would look even more radiant with these on. With a soft huff, she displayed a faint smile. Taking the jewelry from Yi-chen's hand, she adorned herself with it once more. Benefactor, is that you? A surprised voice from outside the shop drew closer. It was Zhou Mu Shui, who had been accompanying the county magistrate's daughter, Zhang Qiao, on a shopping excursion. By chance, she had spotted a figure resembling Yi-chen from a distance, but was uncertain until she approached. Her heart raced at the remarkable transformation in Yi-chen. After all, the first time she had met him, he had appeared quite disheveled, a stark contrast to the handsome and dashing man before her now. Chen Yujing's smile gradually faded upon seeing Zhou Mu Shui. Chapter 35. The Empress. All right, I shall heed your words. Yi-chen furrowed his brow. After more than a week, he had nearly forgotten about this woman. Yet here she was, unexpectedly. He paid her no mind and addressed Chen Yujing, saying, Let us depart. Indeed, Chen Yujing nodded slightly, and the two of them walked out together, not casting a single glance at Zhou Mu Shui throughout. Zhou Mu Shui's delicate face turned pale. Disbelief etched across her features as she witnessed this scene. In just a week, why did it seem their relationship had grown even stronger? Nearby, Zhang Qiao, the county magistrate's daughter clad in elegant attire, noticed the distress on her sister Mu Shui's face and inquired, Sister Mu Shui, who are they? Why do they ignore our greetings? Zhou Mu Shui snapped back to reality, her expression becoming even more pitiable as she gently grasped Zhang Qiao's hand and whispered, Qiao, do not blame them. It is my fault. Zhang Qiao, anxious and concerned, pressed, Sister Mu Shui, please tell me, what has transpired? If we discuss it openly, things will surely be resolved. Upon hearing Zhang Qiao's words, Zhou Mu Shui feigned a look of sorrow, disappointment, and regret, softly explaining, that man is named Yi-chen. I have long admired him. Previously, I encountered mountain bandits and was rescued by him. It was night, and I stayed at his side for a night, intending to offer myself to him. However, that woman appeared from nowhere and took him away. I do not blame her. I can only lament that my fate with Yi-chen is unfulfilled. As she spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks, and she delicately dabbed them with a handkerchief. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qiao's anger flared as she witnessed the tears of her resilient sister Mu Shui, and she gritted her teeth, declaring, Sister Mu Shui, leave this matter to me. I will certainly drive that woman away. With that, Zhang Qiao took Zhou Mu Shui's hand and rushed out, with several servants hastily trailing behind. Blocking Yi-chen and Chen Yujing, Zhang Qiao confronted Yi-chen with a furious expression, exclaiming, You heartless scoundrel! Sister Mu Shui holds such deep affection for you, even wishing to dedicate herself to you. Why do you not accept her, instead choosing to be with this woman? Turning to Chen Yujing, she continued, And you, why have you disrupted the bond between Sister Mu Shui and Yi-chen? Yi-chen and Chen Yujing frowned. Yi-chen responded, Wherein lies my heartlessness or betrayal? I have no acquaintance with this Sister Mu Shui you speak of. I merely aided her in driving off the bandits. If she wishes to dedicate herself, may I not refuse? And as for your words about my wife, I will not tolerate them. Yi-chen's countenance turned icy, exuding an air of authority, while Chen Yujing relaxed her brow, observing quietly what these women intended to do. Do you not know that Sister Mu Shui has always been infatuated with you? Why do you seek other women when she adores you so? Is she not worthy of you? Zhang Qiao's anger intensified. Being the daughter of the county magistrate, she was unaccustomed to being spoken to in such a manner. Do you not find your words absurd? Just because she has feelings for me, must I marry her? Yi-chen scoffed, pulling Chen Yujing along as he attempted to leave. He had no desire to engage with such an unreasonable woman. You shall not depart. Today I, Zhang Qiao, shall not permit your departure. The road stretches before us. We shall leave if we desire, and I shall see how you can prevent my exit.
Ye Chen,
Equally incensed, had never encountered such a brazenly obstinate woman before. I am the daughter of the county magistrate. Dare you defy my command? I could easily summon someone to apprehend you, Zhang Qiao declared, arms crossed defiantly. Though she was the magistrate's daughter, she had little interest in the arts, preferring instead the martial prowess of wielding weapons, much to the chagrin of both her father and mother. Just days prior, during an excursion in the mountains, she had encountered a band of brigands, but fortunately, Zhou Muxue had passed by and chased away the ruffians, rescuing her. Through their conversation, Zhang Qiao discovered that Sister Muxue shared her interests. Given that Muxue was older, she immediately began to call her sister. For the past few days, she had not returned to the county, having been engrossed in merriment at Zhou Muxue's home. Thus, upon witnessing someone causing her beloved sister Muxue distress, it was only natural for her to wish to defend and avenge her. Under the broad daylight, have I committed any unlawful act? Yichen's face darkened as he grasped Qian Yujing's hand and began to leave. Zhang Qiao attempted to instruct her servants to intervene, but Zhou Muxue hastily stopped her, saying, "Let them go. I shall plead with him again in a few days." She had not anticipated Zhang Qiao's fiery temperament. While she intended to use Zhang Qiao to drive away Qian Yujing, she did not wish to offend Yichun. Otherwise, even if Qian Yujing were expelled, Yichun would not accept her. A different approach was necessary. Sister Muxue, why are you stopping me? I am merely seeking justice for you. Zhang Qiao furrowed her brow in confusion. I understand your intentions, but driving that woman away will not win Yichen's acceptance. We must devise another plan, Zhou Muxue reassured her. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qiao realized the truth in her words and nodded in agreement. Very well, I shall heed your counsel. Zhou Muxue nodded, her gaze following the retreating figures, particularly Qian Yujing. Her eyes darkened with shadows unseen by Zhang Qiao. Yichun is destined to be hers. How ridiculous! Can anyone truly cross paths with such a person? Just a magistrate's daughter, yet so audacious. After their departure, Yichun continued to express his displeasure. Once I have amassed sufficient wealth, I will not believe I cannot buy myself a position of authority.
Lin Yujing, observing Ye Chen sulkiness, chuckled softly.
You truly aspire to be an official? Not at all. Being an official is far too troublesome. One must answer to others. It is far more enjoyable to be wealthy, and if I tire of it, I can simply take my money and flee. There is no need for such trivial matters.
Ye Chen replied earnestly.
Qian Yujing merely shook her head in amusement, choosing not to respond. Having procured some malt candy and various practical tools, they departed the small town aboard an ox cart. On the cart, Qian Yujing offered a piece of malt candy to Yichun. Here, have a piece. Yichun smiled, refusing to take it, instead leaning forward with his mouth agape. Qian Yujing shot him a glance but nonetheless placed the candy in his mouth.
Ye Chen grinned broadly,
savoring the sweetness of the malt candy. Progress in my charming spouse strategy. 5. Current status. 30. A historic advancement. Reflecting on the past fortnight, the contrast is indeed stark. Just a while ago, my delicate wife was feeding him sweets, and it was a relief she refrained from slapping him. While savoring the malt candy, Yichun suddenly appeared pensive and remarked, "My dear, over the past couple of days, I've been contemplating whether we should construct a dedicated brick kiln in the village. We could gather the villagers to work for us, and with the bricks we produce, we would establish a continuous stream of income." Qian Yu's brows furrowed slightly as she pondered this suggestion before responding. Do you think the villagers would come to work for us? They seem to harbor quite a bit of animosity towards us. Yichun chuckled, a look of self-satisfaction gracing his features as he replied, "Ah, you fail to grasp the essence of it. Allow me to demonstrate." Rising from the ox cart and grasping a branch, he proclaimed loudly, "The world is bustling with activity for the sake of profit. It is a relentless pursuit of gain. Business is not akin to a brawl, where the strongest fist dictates the outcome. It is governed by the nuances of human relationships." Observing Yichen's sudden fervor, Qian Yu chuckled softly and replied, "Very well. I shall defer to your wisdom." Chapter 36. The martial god Elder Yichun resumed his seat, declaring, "Allow me to share my thoughts. I intend to establish the brick kiln right by the stream at the village entrance. This will facilitate water cooling. Once the kiln is constructed, I won't initially seek out the villagers. Instead, I shall invite the village chief and others to assist us. As the bricks emerge from the kiln, the villagers will witness the process, and given their nature, they will surely become envious and approach me with their grievances. I merely need to offer the village chief a minor share. Once he sees the potential for profit, he will undoubtedly advocate for us. At this juncture, I will present an opportunity to those eager to earn. They can join my brick kiln and sign a labor contract. Their desire for profit will compel them to join, perhaps even with a smile on their faces, ultimately supporting my endeavors. S&T this the very essence of capital's ability to win hearts." Yichun beamed with pride, gazing intently at Qian Yujing, eagerly awaiting her praise. However, Qian Yujing appeared perplexed. "What do you mean by grievances, shares, contracts, and capital? I find myself a bit lost." Yichun blinked, cleared his throat, and explained, "Grievances refer to coming to me to argue or banter. A contract and capital pertain to a landlord requiring laborers to sign a written agreement. As for shares, for instance, if we earn 1,000 taels of silver in a year, and the village chief holds a 1/10 share, we would then provide him 1/10 of 1,000 taels, equating to 100 taels. Do you understand?" Qian Yujing nodded thoughtfully, responding, "I see, it's akin to the tactics of imperial power." "Precisely, the art of imperial strategy." Yichun wiped the sweat from his brow, realizing the vocabulary from his own world was lost on them. As Yi Chen's excitement waned, Qian Yujing regarded him with curiosity. How could he possess such knowledge of imperial strategy? Was he not merely a rustic villager? Shaking her head, she decided not to dwell on it. At least life now was far more interesting than her previous solitary cultivation. As they departed the forest in their ox cart, Yichun gazed into the distance at his wooden courtyard, feeling a surge of emotion. Upon returning from the town, he had transitioned from a dilapidated thatched hut to a wooden courtyard. Soon, he would construct a 2-story brick house, which would undoubtedly stand as a luxurious villa in this remote village. Lost in thought, Yichun suddenly furrowed his brow as he noticed a disheveled figure seated on a stone by his courtyard entrance. Who in the village would come to his doorstep? Approaching with curiosity, he discerned it was a ragged old man. Leaping down from the ox cart, Yichun inquired, "Good sir, are you from the village? I don't believe I've seen you before." The old man lifted his gaze, his murky eyes fixed intently on Yichun, sending a shiver down his spine. "Sir, please refrain from looking at me in that manner. I owe you no silver." Qian Yujing also noticed the old man. With a casual sweep of her spiritual energy, a flicker of cold light passed through her eyes. According to the power rankings of the Tianyuan continent, this old man was, astonishingly, a 3rd-rank martial god. In the realm of Tianyuan, the martial arts hierarchy consists of several stages: blood condensation, qi refinement, spirit platform, yuan dan, and the 3 returns, embodying the realms of body return, spirit return, and soul return. Only by unifying the 3 returns can one aspire to the status of a martial deity. The martial deity is further distinguished into 3 grades, with the 3rd grade being the lowest and the 1st grade the highest. Above the 1st grade lies the supreme martial deity realm. Below the martial deity, all are considered martial practitioners. The primary distinction is that a martial deity has attained the celestial path and thus enjoys the protection of the heavens, enabling them to shatter space, a feat beyond the capabilities of mere martial practitioners. The Confucian, Taoist, and Buddhist traditions mirror this structure, albeit with different nomenclature. The Confucians unite their 3 realms to become the Confucian sage, the Taoists to achieve the immortal, and the Buddhists to attain the Vajra. The pinnacle of the Tianyuan realm is the supreme realm, and only by transcending this can one ascend to the Kanglin realm, where Qian Yujing resides. In the Kanglin realm, the supreme realm is as common as dirt, and above it are 3 grand tiers: the unspeakable, the 7-step Tao realm, and the celestial emperor Tao master. Qian Yujing is one of the 5 ultimate celestial emperors in the Kanglin realm, specifically the emperor of the 9 nether, commanding 108 cities and holding dominion over a vast territory, unchallenged by any. She is perplexed as to why a 3rd-grade martial deity would approach Yichun in such a guise, considering Yi-chun is merely a rustic villager. You owe me no silver, the old man said languidly, pulling out a large bun from his robe and beginning to munch on it. Yi-chun was taken aback. If I owe you nothing, why are you sitting at my doorstep? There are plenty of people in the village you could visit. The old man, choking on the bun, rolled his eyes and took a swig from the gourd at his waist, easing the discomfort with a long sigh before responding, I cannot go to them. I do not know them. Yi-chun was left speechless and chose to ignore the peculiar old man as he proceeded to unlock the gate and lead his ox cart inside. After unloading the cart into the barn, the old man unexpectedly entered the courtyard, gazing at the laid foundation and thatched cottage with a touch of surprise. Ah, building a house, I see. Thankfully, the thatched cottage remains intact. Whether it stays or goes is none of your concern, you strange old man, Yi-chun retorted, having just noticed that the old man's left foot was lame. He retrieved a piece of dried pork from the rope and stuffed it into the old man's arms. Let us go, let us go. I have nothing of value for you here, so kindly spare me. He then began to push the old man towards the exit. The old man chuckled, being nudged out of the courtyard. As Yi-chun began to close the door, the old man hurriedly interjected, Are you not Yi-chun? What of it? Just because you know my name doesn't mean you can pin anything on me. Anyone in the village could tell you who I am, Yi-chun replied, preparing to shut the door, growing weary of the old man's eccentricity. The old man reached out to grasp the door, continuing with a grin, Hold on, actually, I am your servant. You can call me Oldly. A servant? Are you jesting? I am but a pauper. How could I afford a servant? Spare me your delusions. Save such tales for someone else, Yi-chun scoffed, incredulous at the notion of having a servant. I am not jesting. Do you not recall 4 years ago when I brought you to this village in the mountains? Oldly said, unperturbed, still grasping the door with a cheerful demeanor. Yi-chun furrowed his brow, contemplating the scant memories he possessed of the individual from the original world, who bore an uncanny resemblance to him and shared his name. A sense of perplexity filled his heart. Could it be that someone identical to him truly held a significant identity? After a moment's hesitation, he inquired, This does not convince me, unless you can present evidence that persuades me. That is quite simple, came the reply. Beneath the bed in the thatched cottage, specifically under the left bedpost, if you dig 3 feet deep, you will uncover a box. Inside lies a pendant adorned with a coiling dragon, which serves as your identification. As for me, I am but your servant, Li Chuanxiu. Chapter 37. The Empress's thoughts. Yi-chun, filled with skepticism, glanced at his wife before hastily retreating into the thatched cottage with a shovel in hand, muttering under his breath, Old man, you best not be deceiving me. Despite his words, his heart raced with anxiety at the thought that the original owner might indeed possess a noble lineage, compelling him to return and acknowledge his family. Yet, judging by the old man's attire, he likely hailed from a modest background. Should he seek to uncover his origins? Yi-chun found himself in a state of turmoil. Having inherited the thatched cottage and its associated identity, certain matters were inescapable. On the contrary, Qian Yujing felt a sense of relief. Since this third-rank martial god had spoken thus and exhibited no hostility, it was reasonable to conclude he was not there to harm Yi-chun. A third-rank martial god could easily take a life without resorting to subterfuge. Nevertheless, a lingering doubt arose within her. Could it be that the man she unwittingly chose actually possessed some form of status? Immediately, she utilized her spiritual consciousness and discovered the box mentioned by the martial god beneath the bed. Indeed, it contained a piece of the legendary dragon pendant. A glimmer of brilliance sparked in her eyes as her spiritual energy scanned the pendant, allowing her to sense the true dragon aura it harbored. This was not the traditional dragon, but rather the essence of the dragon vein nurtured by this realm. Such dragon vein energy was typically reserved for emperors. Could it be that her man was a descendant of royalty? Qian Yujing's thoughts became increasingly chaotic. If this were true, Yi-chen's possession of the pendant would certainly draw him back into the imperial fold. With the dragon aura refining his body, even without the ability to cultivate the paths of Confucianism, Taoism, or Buddhism, he could still transcend the martial god realm through martial prowess alone. In such a case, his lifespan would extend to 300 years. If she were to accompany him for a lifetime, it would mean staying for over 3 centuries. Watching Yi-chun move the bed, Qian Yujing fell into silence, experiencing inner turmoil for the first time in millennia, as she contemplated whether to stay or to leave. Memories of their time together flashed through her mind, and a notion began to crystallize within her. She reached out with her spiritual energy to connect with the moon Tiandao, who was currently surrounded by a swarm of butterflies, frolicking joyfully. Upon hearing her inquiry, he responded without hesitation, "Master, have you not been quite happy with him? In life, the most crucial thing is to find joy." With that, Qian Yujing withdrew her spiritual energy, her resolve solidifying. Her gaze towards Yichun grew increasingly tender. Clenching her fist, a gentle smile graced her lips. "Emperor Chun, it seems this is fated. Even if you cannot break through to the Emperor realm, I shall compel you to do so." In that moment, she fully accepted Yichun in her heart. Turning her attention to him, she huffed softly, "I am the Empress. I cannot allow you to acquire this so easily, unless you truly manage to transcend to the Emperor realm." With this thought, the nascent life within her, which had yet to take form, suddenly solidified. Feeling the heartbeat of the fetus, Qian Yujing's face radiated with joy as she caressed her slightly rounded belly, which gradually returned to its natural state. As the Empress, her body was capable of nurturing its own space. At this moment, Yichun was diligently digging into the soil, completely unaware of the changes within Qian Yujing's heart. Had he known, he would undoubtedly have been overjoyed. The shovel struck something hard, and upon bending down to inspect, he discovered it to be a box. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead as he trembled, clearing the dirt away with quaking hands. The old man had already entered the thatched cottage, smiling as he observed Yichun. "Well, did I not speak the truth? I am indeed your servant. Be quiet," Yichun shouted, clutching the box and rushing to Qian Yujing, stammering, "Wife, what should we do? This thing is burning hot." Qian Yujing responded with a gentle smile, "Why not open it and see?" With a determined bite of his lip, Yichun quaked as he lifted the lid, revealing a resplendent dragon pendant within. Old servant Li Chuanxiu pays his respects to the young master. Li Chuanxiu emerged, kneeling with a beaming smile. Yichun held the pendant, his eyes wide with astonishment. Was this not the very piece that had adorned his home during his childhood? He recalled distinctly that he had possessed one in his previous world, albeit one that did not emit light. He had once inquired of his father about its origins, to which his father had replied that it was an antique left by their ancestors, advising him not to touch it. Now, clutching the jade pendant, Yichun's hands steadied, and he regained his composure. Looking down at the elderly man who claimed to be his servant, he spoke solemnly, "Speak, which mountain hollow is my family from? Let me be clear, the money I earn now is solely for my wife and children. Do not expect any from me." Realizing he may have been overly harsh, given that this man was a relative from his own world, he quickly added, "At most 100 taels. No more. The rest must go towards buying milk powder, toys, and nutritional supplements for the children, as well as supporting the tutor." Old Li was nearly taken aback, struggling to regain his footing as he replied, "I did not come to ask for money. I merely wished to see how you were faring, not to have you return to acknowledge your kin." Yichun sighed in relief. "That is more acceptable. Now that you've seen, you may leave." Old Li, astonished, asked, "Are you not curious about your lineage? Why such indifference? Why should I be curious? Look at me, I am living well enough. Are you here to spin a melodramatic tale, claiming my father is on his deathbed, with millions of taels of gold awaiting my inheritance? Spare me. I have seen enough of such cliches in novels and television from my previous life." Yichun waved his hand dismissively, focusing instead on his family's warmth. Old Li, visibly affected, was about to retort when he abruptly fell silent, chuckling, No, your family is not wealthy, but life seems manageable. Then why are you still here? I have no intention of supporting you for free," Yichun said irritably, tossing the dragon pendant to his wife before heading off to prepare a meal. Old Li looked at Yichun with a hint of trepidation as he carelessly tossed the dragon pendant, only feeling relieved when the young master's wife caught it. This pendant was a symbol of the young master's identity. Should it be damaged? "Young master, I must tell you." "Stop. Do not call me young master. My name is Yichun. You may address me by my name, or you can call me Xiao Yi. Given your seniority, I do not wish to take advantage of you." Yichun waved his hand dismissively as he began to wash the pot. Old Li hurried in to stoke the fire, seemingly quite adept at it. That's simply one do. Rules must not be disregarded. At the very least, I shall call you master. Old Li insisted stubbornly. Call me whatever you wish, but do not expect me to provide you with abundant provisions, Yi Chun retorted with a sidelong glance, discarding the pot water as he prepared to cook. I can help you tend the cattle. Nonsense. The cattle are tended by my wife. What would she do if you took that task? Then I can assist you in building a house. Absolutely not. With your frail frame you would likely collapse, leaving me to find you a grave. Then I can guard your home. Da Huang. Yi Chun suddenly called out, realizing he had not seen Da Huang. Hadn't he left the dog in the yard before he departed? Da Huang. He called again, but still received no response. Just as his confusion deepened, Da Huang leapt into view from behind a nearly 2-meter wooden post, triumphantly carrying a wild chicken larger than himself. In a flash, he dashed to Yi Chen's side, dropping the chicken and circling around him with his tail wagging, as if eagerly awaiting praise from his master. Yi Chen chuckled, squatting down to pat the dog's head, cupping his adorable face and saying, "Look at you! You can hunt for yourself now, bringing back such a large chicken. Today you shall have a grand chicken leg." He then turned to Old Li inside the house, saying, "See, I have Da Huang. Why would I need you to guard the home? Da Huang can even hunt for me. Is that not right, Da Huang?" The dog perked up his ears, sitting up straight and raising his head as he let out a joyful howl. Chapter 38. The end. The leaky thatched cottage. Old Li gazed intently at Da Huang, feeling aggrieved despite being a third-rank martial deity. Shaking his head, he sighed, "No matter what you say, I shall not leave." Memories of that fateful night over a decade ago lingered in his mind. Now, with the emperor gravely ill and the 8 princes vying for the throne, each aspired to become the new sovereign. Yi Chun, as the 9th son and the youngest, found himself at a disadvantage, with his 8 elder brothers already forming factions, leaving him unable to contend. Though still young, he remained an unpredictable variable, prompting his mother to send him away before her passing, sealing his cultivation talents to ensure he lived a mundane life. For over a decade, he had been pursued relentlessly, ultimately abandoned in a mountain village while Old Li faked his own death. Even so, he sustained grave injuries, and after 4 years of recuperation, his left foot was rendered useless. He had intended to protect Yi Chun from the shadows, yet to his astonishment, Yi Chun had already married and broken through to the second layer of blood condensation. Thus, he had no choice but to reveal himself. Now he was torn. Had Yi Chun not cultivated, it would have been one matter, but since he had, his bloodline power would inevitably manifest, posing a significant threat when discovered by others. Unbeknownst to Yi Chun, who observed Old Li silently tending the fire, he irritably remarked, "Are you really going to cling to me like this?" Ultimately, Yi Chun did not dismiss Old Li but instead constructed a rudimentary thatched cottage for him in front of the cattle shed. "If it weren't for your service to my family, I wouldn't have kept you around," he huffed, before grabbing a hoe and heading to the backyard to till the soil. With seeds in hand, he could start planting, and the construction of the house could be a gradual process, as he had sufficient materials for the time being. Old Li watched Yi Chun laboring and chuckled softly, then approached Madame Yi, who was feeding the cattle, and with respect, clasped his fists, saying, "Madam, please have young master wear this jade pendant. It is a family heirloom and better worn than not." Qian Yujing glanced at Old Li and retrieved a coiling dragon pendant from her waist, stating coolly, "This jade pendant harbors only a trace of dragon vein energy. You must understand that this minimal dragon essence cannot yield significant effects. Are you certain it will not harm him?" Upon hearing this, Old Li fixed his gaze on Qian Yujing, his murky eyes suddenly sparkling with clarity. His voice, no longer frail, inquired, "Who are you? How do you know of dragon vein energy?" Qian Yujing's expression held a hint of amusement as she pointed with her finger. Unbeknownst to all in the Tianyuan continent, the dragon vein energy of the Xuanwu dynasty coalesced, 9 streams as thick as arms surging into the jade pendant. This sight left Old Li speechless. "You? Who exactly are you? What is your cultivation level?" "I am merely his wife," Qian Yujing replied nonchalantly. "He claims I am a Taoist of the Qi training stage. What do you think?" She regarded Old Li with an unwavering gaze. Old Li was taken aback, his clarity fading once more into murkiness, and he bowed deeply to Qian Yujing, respectfully stating, "I Li Chuanxiu, pay my respects to the young mistress. I am but an ordinary person, incapable of discerning anything. Qian Yujing turned to approach Yi Chun, her voice echoing in old Li's ears. He has his own path. You should focus on your own duties and refrain from meddling. Old Li bent even lower, and as Qian Yujing walked away, he hobbled back to the thatched cottage by the cattle shed, resembling a frail old man. Xiao Yuner, the young master has made something of himself. You can rest in peace beneath the 9 springs. With moist eyes, Old Li recalled the scene of Yi Chen's mother chasing after him for stories when she was a child. Yi Chen's maternal family, the Duanmu clan, had taken him in as an abandoned infant, and 30 years later, Duanmu Qingyun, Yi Chen's mother, was born. He was appointed as her protector, never marrying throughout his life, and thus regarded Duanmu Qingyun as his own daughter, following her from her first words to her royal marriage. He had watched Yi Chen grow up as well, but when Yi Chen was 3, the third prince conspired against Duanmu Qingyun. That night, tears of blood streamed from his eyes as he yearned to storm the prince's residence and eliminate the third prince. However, Duanmu Qingyun urged him to take Yi Chen away. That day, he fought his way through bloodshed, ensuring Yi Chen remained unharmed, only to learn afterward of Duanmu Qingyun's demise and the downfall of the Duanmu clan. Had it not been for the need to protect her son, he might have recklessly faced the third prince. Watching Yi Chen tilling the land, Old Li's tears flowed freely as he took a deep swig of liquor. Third prince, I shall take your life and offer your head as tribute for the Duanmu clan. In the backyard, as Yi Chen looked up from his work, he was puzzled by the pendant that Qian Yujing handed him. You want me to wear this? It's yours anyway. Go ahead, she said with a smile, draping the non-metallic, non-wooden cord around his neck. Yi Chen examined the dragon pendant hanging on his chest, muttering, this thing looks quite impressive. It should fetch a good price if sold. Qian Yujing, hearing this, rolled her eyes and turned away. Chuckling, Yi Chen grasped the hoe and resumed his vigorous labor. Beside him, De Huang tilted his head, observing his master tilling the earth, and suddenly dashed to the freshly dug pit, using his short legs to dig. In the blink of an eye, a small hole appeared. Well done, De Huang. You've learned how to farm. De Huang lifted his head, panting and wagging his tail, which flicked about like a whirlwind.
Yi Chen, Amu said,
Fetched a bucket of water and poured some into the pit he had dug. De Huang energetically joined in, and together they quickened their pace of watering and digging. Soon, a large area was completed. Yi Chen, with seeds in hand, began to sow them. After scattering the seeds, he covered them with soil, but De Huang, after watching for a while, raced up to kick with his hind legs. However, this was no longer digging. Dust soon flew about, and Yi Chen retreated 2 steps, exclaiming, Get away, that's not how it's done. Yet De Huang, instead of retreating, worked even harder. You silly dog, you've scattered the seeds. A wet clump of mud splattered against Yi Chen's leg with a resounding smack. Observing the land that had been ravaged beyond recognition, he hurried over to seize De Huang, grasping the thick skin at the back of its neck and unceremoniously tossing it into the large wooden barrel. Pointing at De Huang's eyes, he admonished, You are not to come out. With an expression of utter grievance, De Huang whimpered plaintively from within the barrel. As night fell, Yi Chen had meticulously organized the spacious backyard, designating distinct areas for each type of vegetable. After dinner, he washed up and reclined on his bed. Suddenly, a thunderous clap echoed, startling De Huang, who leaped up in fright and landed squarely on Yi Chen's face. It's merely thunder. Look at how frightened you are, he said, placing De Huang beside his pillow before turning over to continue his slumber. Before long, a torrential downpour began. The thatched roof of the cottage soon sprang leaks, the water trickling down in a straight line through the center. Yi Chen, glancing at the stream of rainwater on the roof, awkwardly addressed the bed across from him. My dear, bear with it. We shall build a new house tomorrow. Chapter 39. The bricklayer, the soul of the bricklayer, and the mountain bandit bricklayer accompanied by the sound of rain. Yi Chen fell into a deep slumber, the dragon pendant on his chest emanating a faint golden glow. 9 golden dragons, each a meter long, emerged and danced around him, startling the large yellow dog, which jumped off the bed in fright. Qian Yujing gently raised her hand, shrouding the world in silence. The 9 dragon energies continuously weaved around Yi Chun, enhancing his bloodline and physique. With the 9 dragons refining body technique, one can attain supreme fortune and a transcendent body, Qian Yujing murmured softly before slowly closing her eyes. At dawn the following day, Yi Chun was awakened by the enthusiastic licking of the large yellow dog. Observing the eager canine, he swiftly grasped it and, wiping the drool from his face, said, "Big Yellow, tell me, did you visit the bathroom?" "Awu." The dog replied, its big, innocent eyes blinking back at him. "If you dared to, I'll cut off your tongue," he exclaimed, setting the dog aside as he stood up and stretched. Feeling refreshed, with a smile, he stepped out of the grass hut, surveying the muddy courtyard. "Damn it, the difficulty of work has just increased." Old Li entered the courtyard, cheerfully carrying a large bundle of grass. "Young master, the grass for the cows is ready." Yi Chun frowned at the muddy ground. To avoid dirtying his cloth shoes, he ran barefoot to take the grass, stowing it away in Old Li's thatched hut. "From now on, don't cut grass. Taking care of the cows is my wife's pastime. She is pregnant and needs to stay active." Old Li's eyes widened in surprise. "Is young mistress pregnant with your child? Go, prepare the pot for cooking, and stop asking so many questions." All right. Old Li entered the kitchen, picked up some firewood to light the stove and suddenly looked up. "Young master, when a woman is pregnant, she needs nourishment for a strong fetus. Once I return from the mountains, I'll catch a few wild chickens to raise, one each day." "Hey, you old man, that's my child. Why are you more anxious than I am? Do you think I'll neglect my wife?" Yi Chun replied, somewhat annoyed, puzzled by Old Li's excitement. Old Li chuckled silently, diligently tending to the fire, his heart filled with emotion. He had witnessed the birth of Yi Chun's mother, then Yi Chun himself, and now he was on the brink of witnessing the arrival of the little master. Yesterday, he suppressed his thoughts of confronting the third prince. He needed to protect the little master before facing the prince. "I still have some use in my old bones," Old Li muttered absent-mindedly, his face creased with a smile. Yi Chun shot a disgruntled glance at the old man, feeling speechless. Suddenly, Old Li recalled something and pulled out a crumpled booklet from his pocket, handing it to Yi Chun. "Young master, I found this martial arts cultivation manual on the road. See if you can practice it. What good can come from something picked up?" Yi Chun grumbled, chopping up some pig bones and tossing them into the pot. "Just take a look." This old man can't understand it," Old Li insisted, forcing the booklet into Yi Chun's hands. "Fine, you win." Yi Chun glanced down at the wrinkled pamphlet, where the title read, 9 Dragons Refining Body Technique. Wow, what a grand name. The 9 Dragons Refining Body Technique. Quite impressive indeed. Yi Chun found the situation rather amusing. Just then, Qian Yujing emerged from the thatched cottage. He hurried over to hand her a small booklet, saying, "My dear wife, as a Taoist master, do you think I can practice with this?" Qian Yujing took the booklet, glanced at it, and instantly enhanced certain aspects of it with her spiritual force before returning it to him, stating, "It is indeed suitable for cultivation, far superior to your brute strength." Yi Chun, initially laughing, was taken aback by her words. Could it really be such a treasure he found along the way? Frowning while holding the booklet, he entered the kitchen and addressed Old Li, "Grandfather, you are truly my dear grandfather. Let me tell you, once you pass away, I shall don mourning attire for you, just for this." Old Li grunted in response, continuing to tend to his fire. This was, after all, the pinnacle of martial arts cultivation methods in the Xuanwu dynasty, accessible only to those with both royal blood and dragon energy. That rascal, cursing his own demise. If your mother were to hear you say such things, she would certainly reprimand you. Yi Chun set up a small stool and sat down, diligently studying the booklet. After a considerable time, he rose with a furrowed brow. Qian Yujing, observing his expression, inquired, "What troubles you? Can't you comprehend it?" "Not that," he replied. "I am merely contemplating the magnitude of a dragon's strength." A faint smile graced Qian Yujing's face as she responded. "The strength of one dragon equals that of 10 elephants, and one elephant possesses 12,000 jin." Yi Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. Then one dragon's strength must be 120,000 jin. Precisely. Hearing his wife's affirmation, Yi Chen's excitement surged. He passionately kissed the crumpled booklet, exclaiming, "What a remarkable item! Truly, this is a treasure." Qian Yujing shook her head and returned to the cottage. Indeed, it was a marvelous thing, yet the difficulty of cultivation was equally formidable. To amass such immense power required an extraordinary amount of energy, which only those with abundant royal resources could support. The average person might not even afford the necessary resources. As Yi Chun eagerly began to measure his own strength, Qian Yujing enveloped him with her spiritual force. Within him, his blood energy commenced its operation as dictated by the booklet. However, he was immediately met with an overwhelming sense of hunger emanating from his very core. What had once been a robust flow of blood energy was suddenly siphoned away, prompting him to halt in panic, drenched in cold sweat. He realized that if he continued, he might very well be drained to the bone by his own body. How terrifying! Was this the essence of top-tier martial arts? Truly remarkable, he muttered, tucking the booklet back into his embrace, sensing that if he were to genuinely cultivate this technique, he would need to consume a considerable amount of supplements to convert into blood energy. Otherwise, it would be utterly impossible. The thought of this left him with a headache. He needed to earn money. Only with ample funds could he procure the necessary supplements. After finishing breakfast, Yi Chun and Hao Shuishio prepared to build a wall, feeling a profound emptiness within him. He sighed, regretting his impulsiveness in testing the technique. But work must go on. Shortly thereafter, the sound of hooves echoed through the village, growing ever closer. The Luyun leopard, having met the Emperor of Dust, had come to visit but found him absent yesterday. Today, the roads were difficult and he arrived rather late. He humbly requested forgiveness. The strikingly handsome flowing cloud leopard leaped down from his horse and entered the courtyard, smiling at Yi Chun. Yi Chun, feeling utterly drained, was overwhelmed with joy upon seeing Flowing Cloud Leopard accompanied by 8 or 9 others. "Please, no need for formality. We are just in the midst of building a wall. Are you here to assist me with it?" Flowing Cloud Leopard laughed heartily. "I heard from Third Brother that you are constructing a house. I happen to have some free time, so I brought my brothers along to lend a hand." "That is splendid. I cannot thank you enough. Once the house is completed, I shall treat you all to a grand feast," Yi Chun exclaimed cheerfully, leading Flowing Cloud Leopard to the foundation. "Let me tell you, wall building isn't really that complex. Look, just apply the cement evenly, ensuring everything fits snugly without misalignment." Thus, a group of burly men, who typically thrived in perilous endeavors, listened attentively like eager students as Yi Chun instructed them in the art of masonry. Old Li also approached, curious about where the young master had acquired such knowledge. He felt a surge of delight. Although most of these men were only at the 3rd or 4th layer of blood condensation, they represented a solid foundation. It seemed the young master harbored ambitions of his own. While it may seem insignificant for now, as more and more individuals gathered, and with the addition of a few skilled experts, he could gradually forge a formidable force, certainly a more advantageous position than returning to the royal court alone. Chapter 40. I wish to learn hunting from you. Directing the others diligently, Yi Chun constructed a framework, suspending a stone with a rope to ensure their masonry would remain straight. Meanwhile, his petite wife had taken 2 oxen out to graze. The courtyard buzzed with fervor as the group worked. It finally dawned on the Flowing Cloud Leopard why his younger brother had returned, chattering incessantly. The act of laying bricks required relentless bending, and while it wasn't too strenuous at first, prolonged stooping made rising quite uncomfortable. Yet, for the sake of bringing the Dust Emperor back to the village, such fatigue was trivial. Amidst the industriousness of the mountain bandits, a youth, appearing to be around 18 or 19, peered curiously through the courtyard entrance. Old Li noticed the lad and cheerfully waved him over, then turned to the young master, exclaiming, "Young master, there seems to be someone here looking for you." Yi Chun glanced down from his perch and spotted a slender young man with a notably large head, clutching 2 old hens at the entrance, looking rather timid. He leaped down from the structure, dusting off a pair of straw sandals behind the thatched cottage before slipping them on and striding over. "Who are you?" Yi Chun inquired, furrowing his brows. "Greetings, Brother Yi. I am Zhao Erniu, son of Zhao Shizhu from the village. My father says you possess great skills, and he sent me with these 2 hens to beseech you to take me as your disciple in hunting. Please accept me, Zhao Erniu implored, unperturbed by the muddy ground as he knelt down, still clutching the hens. In this remote mountain village, most had never encountered books. While a few harbored ill intentions, the majority remained simple and kind-hearted. Yichun regarded him thoughtfully. In this era, presenting 2 old hens was a significant sacrifice, considering they could still lay eggs. Rise, I shall not take you as a disciple, but I can teach you to hunt. You may take the hens back. Tell your father I will instruct you. Yichun declined the offer of apprenticeship, feeling that taking on disciples was something only older individuals might do, especially since he was merely 23 or 24 himself. No, Brother Yi, my father insisted that I bring these hens, regardless of whether you accept me or not. If I return home with them, he will surely strike me with a stick. Zhao Erniu exclaimed in a flurry. Seeing his anxious demeanor, Yichun sighed and conceded, Very well. Place the hens in my cattle pen, and I will teach you to hunt. Thank you so much, Brother Yi. I may not be the brightest, but I will strive to learn. Zhao Erniu beamed with gratitude, quickly rising to look around before placing the hens in the nearby barn. Brother Yi, whatever you say, I shall follow your lead, he added eagerly. Yichun pondered for a moment, glancing at his mountain bandit companions, realizing that their pork supply was dwindling. With the heavy rain, it was likely that various animals might emerge from the mountains. Do you have an axe? No matter, I shall give you one, Yichun remarked, noticing the boy carried nothing and promptly walked to the side, picking up 2 axes before returning. Thank you so much, Brother Yi. Shall we set off to hunt now? Zhao Erniu took the axe, his face alight with excitement. Hunting. Yichun nodded, then addressed Luyun Leopard and the others, saying, I will go up the mountain to procure something. You all carry on, just make sure it's not crooked. All right, you can rest assured, brother. We will handle it. Luyun Leopard straightened up, grinning widely. Gone was the poised demeanor he once possessed. Now, with mud splattered across his face and body, he resembled a rustic villager, overshadowing the menacing aura that lingered in his brow. Yichun patted Zhao Erniu on the shoulder. Let us go. Dai Tu, I'll take you hunting. Good. Zhao Erniu hurriedly followed suit. Wu! De Huang suddenly bounded over from somewhere, tail wagging eagerly as he trailed behind Yichun up the mountain. Yichun paid him no mind. The clever little mutt had managed to bring back a wild chicken the previous day, indicating that he was no stranger to the mountain trails. As they walked along the mountain path, Yichun cheerfully remarked to Zhao Erniu, Hunting, in truth, is neither particularly difficult nor exceedingly simple. It largely hinges upon luck, determined by whether the heavens bestow a meal upon you. Zhao Erniu nodded vigorously, attentively absorbing Yichun's wisdom. Arriving at one of his traps, Yichun, who still regularly set traps each day, hoped that fortune would smile upon him with a rabbit or a wild chicken. Observing the disarray of the trap, he shook his head and said, Do you see? This is a sign of the heavens withholding sustenance. It rained heavily yesterday, and I suspect my traps have been washed away. However, there is a silver lining. After rain, many animals tend to venture out. Just then, a wild rabbit darted from the nearby bushes, zipping past Yichun at lightning speed. Wu! De Huang also sprang from the underbrush, barking as he pursued the rabbit. Yichun stood startled, then cleared his throat, saying to Zhao Erniu, Did you see that? To be a good hunter, one must have a good dog. Zhao Erniu nodded repeatedly, indicating he would remember. Bang! In its panic, the rabbit collided with a tree stump, flipping over onto its back. De Huang, triumphantly clutching the rabbit, trotted back to Yichun, head held high and tongue lolling as if seeking praise. Well done. Yichun ruffled De Huang's fur, then lifted the rabbit and handed it to Zhao Erniu, saying, Take this as a token of our first meeting. It will serve you well in impressing your father. No, I cannot accept this, Brother Yi. I did nothing to earn this rabbit. Zhao Erniu quickly waved his hands, retreating bashfully. Yichun chuckled and approached him, firmly placing the rabbit into his arms. Take it. No need for so much fuss. I am a hunter. Do you think I am in need of a mere rabbit? Zhao Erniu still felt uneasy, but Yichun simply patted his shoulder, encouraging him to follow along as they continued their journey. I shall tell you, we can hunt within the confines of the outer mountains. The depths of these great hills harbor tigers, tigers measuring 4 meters in length. Had it not been for my fortunate fate last time, I might not have survived. Therefore, if you ever venture to hunt, do not stray into the depths. Very well, Brother Yi, I shall remember this. Zhao Erniu nodded repeatedly. Yi Chun guided him through his various traps, explaining the arrangement of these devices and the necessary protocols for emergency escape should danger arise, even personally demonstrating the setup of several traps. The large dog frolicked through the mountains, sniffing around, thoroughly enjoying itself. After a while of instruction, Yi Chun felt an urgent need to relieve himself. He sought out a suitable spot to do so. Whistling lightly, his gaze wandered aimlessly until, suddenly, he spotted a massive 4-meter-long bear entering a cave in the distance. A jolt of adrenaline coursed through him. While that area was indeed part of the deep mountains, this was a bear of considerable size. It is said that bear paws are exquisitely delectable, and the old adage of not being able to have both fish and bear paws serves to underscore just how delicious they are. Having fastened his trousers, Yi Chun clenched his fists, weighing his options, and ultimately resolved to pursue the bear. With a strength of 1,600 pounds, he felt that, as long as he exercised caution, he might very well be able to take down this formidable creature. Chapter 41. The courageous puppy confronts the great bear without hesitation. Yi Chun dashed back, urging Zhao Erniu to join him in digging a pit. He was not foolish enough to confront the black bear directly. After all, this formidable creature measured an impressive 4 meters in length. A single swipe from its paw could leave him gravely injured, if not dead. The primary distinction between humans and animals lies in the former's capacity for reason. While animals possess some degree of intelligence, it pales in comparison to that of humans. Leading Zhao Erniu to a spot 100 meters from the bear's den, Yi Chun skillfully fashioned a few sturdy tree trunks into makeshift shovels using his immense strength. The two men, accompanied by a dog, began to excavate the pit. Depth was not a necessity. A mere 2 meters would suffice. After laboring for nearly half an hour, Yi Chun procured more tree trunks, selecting those of particularly robust quality and sharpening their ends. He inserted 8 of these into the pit before pausing, releasing a length of rope from his waist. He then found a massive log, sharpening both ends and securing the rope to it. The other end was suspended from a sturdy tree branch, ensuring that it could bear the weight of the log. Pulling the rope taut, he hoisted the log high, preparing it to swing with sufficient momentum to strike the black bear when he released the rope. Zhao Erniu observed Yi Chen's flurry of activity with wide eyes, diligently committing each step to memory. Having struggled with various tasks throughout his childhood, he felt a burning desire to master the art of hunting under Yi Chen's tutelage. After constructing the 2 traps, Yi Chun felt they were insufficient. He gathered additional thick trunks, sharpening their ends once more, adhering to the adage that strength increases with size. Should the black bear fall into the trap, the massive log would strike first. If it did not succumb to the impact, Yi Chun would charge in with the sharpened trunk. He would not foolishly wield an axe, for that would be far too perilous. He collected some thinner branches and placed them atop the trap, followed by a layer of grass. Once satisfied with his handiwork, Yi Chun clapped his hands and smiled at Zhao Erniu, instructing him to climb a tree and conceal himself, ensuring he remained hidden from the black bear's gaze. Rest assured, Brother Yi, I am quite adept at climbing trees. I used to do it every day as a child, raiding bird nests, Zhao Erniu exclaimed, demonstrating his prowess by swiftly ascending a tree nearby with remarkable agility. Yi Chun chuckled, finding Zhao Erniu to be quite an amusing character. Setting the freshly sharpened trunks aside, he seized his axe and made his way toward the black bear's den. Upon arrival, he hurled several large stones into the cave, but there was no response. Not feeling rushed, he threw in a few more with greater force, yet still silence prevailed. Suddenly, De Huang, his dog, began to circle him anxiously before darting into the den. Yi Chun's eyes widened in alarm as he shouted, De Huang, come back quickly. No sooner had he uttered the words than a furious roar erupted from the cave. De Huang bolted out at lightning speed, closely pursued by the massive black bear, which emerged with its jaws agape, exuding a foul stench of blood. Yi Chun immediately took to his heels, racing towards the trap he had set. The massive black bear galloped for several dozen meters before its speed began to wane. letting out a couple of roars directed at Yichun before slowly turning around, its hindquarters swaying as it prepared to retreat. Observing this, Yichun seized a stone, determined not to let the creature escape at this juncture. He hurled the stone squarely at the bear's backside, and in the next instant, the bear's furious roar resounded once more. What impeccable aim I possess, Yichun chuckled, continuing to lead the bear towards the trap. Woof!
Da Huang barque desse Tedli.
Spotting the trap ahead, Yichun leaped into the air, soaring 5 meters away. De Huang made a sharp turn and positioned itself opposite the trap, picking up a stone to hurl at the bear. The bear's eyes turned crimson with rage, and without a moment's hesitation, it charged forward. Then came the sound of snapping branches as the bear's substantial body sank into the pit, its cavernous mouth opening wide to emit a deafening roar of anguish as it struggled to escape. With nearly half a meter of its body still above ground, it appeared on the verge of climbing out. Yichun hurried to the side, yanking the rope free. The massive wooden stake, accompanied by a whistling wind, came crashing down upon the bear's face. The combination of powerful inertia and gravity, along with the sharpened end of the stake, sent the bear tumbling over, its head a mangled mess. It lay motionless in the pit. Zhao Erniu, perched in a tree, watched in astonishment, marveling at Yichun's prowess in subduing such a formidable black bear. Upon returning home with the bear slung over his shoulder, Yichun generously offered Zhao Erniu a substantial portion of meat, weighing around 60 to 70 pounds, insisting he take it home. Zhao Erniu hesitated, claiming he hadn't contributed to the effort, but Yichun slapped him on the head, saying, "What nonsense are you spouting? Take it and be gone. You didn't help me dig the pit, so hurry up." Feeling somewhat sheepish, Zhao Erniu scratched his head and, with difficulty, carried the copious amount of meat home, a wild rabbit that had met its demise against the stake dangling from his back. As he traversed the village, now approaching midday, he encountered numerous villagers, all of whom gawked at the sizable haul he bore. "Zhao Erniu, where on earth did you procure such a bounty of meat?" Zhou Zuehua could no longer contain her curiosity and rushed out, grasping Zhao Erniu's clothing as she inquired. Zhao Erniu, glancing at her with a hint of trepidation, replied in a hushed tone, "This is from Brother Yi. He taught me how to hunt, and today I took down a bear that was over 4 meters long. Brother Yi is truly remarkable." Upon hearing this, Zhou Zuohua's eyes glistened with emotion. "Just imagine how much meat that entails. With so much, your family of 5 could never consume it all. Let me help you with a bit," she said, reaching out to snatch a piece of meat. The villagers, witnessing Zhou Zuohua's audacity, shook their heads in disdain. "Zhou Zuohua, this isn't your meat to claim. Why do you feel entitled to take it? If you have the skill, send your husband or son to hunt," one elder retorted, spitting on the ground and retreating into his home. Although Zhao Erniu possessed a timid disposition, he was acutely aware that Zhou Zuohua was attempting to seize his meat, clinging to it tenaciously. "Ancho, this meat was given to me by Brother Yi. You cannot take it." With every utterance of Brother Yi, he asserted his claim. What worth did he have, hoarding good fortune without sharing it with the villagers? He would inevitably meet a dire fate, devoured by a tiger during a hunt. Upon hearing her disparaging remarks about Brother Yi, Zhao Erniu's face flushed crimson, and he glared at Zhou Zuehua with indignation, delivering a swift kick in her direction. "You shall not speak ill of my Brother Yi. He is a truly good person." Enraged, Zhou Zuehua screamed, ready to claw at Zhao Erniu's face. "Zhou Zuehua, let us see if you dare to lay a hand on my son." Zhao Shizhu, upon overhearing the commotion about his son returning with a pile of meat, rushed outside with his wife. Spotting the village shrew, Zhou Zuehua bullying his son, he bellowed and charged forward. "Father, this meat was all given to us by Brother Yi. She spoke ill of him." Zhao Erniu exclaimed loudly upon seeing his parents arrive. Chapter 42. Modernist Piwei villagers, rest assured. My son, today I shall be present. I shall see if they dare to act against the Zhou family, Zhao Shizhu declared, brandishing a wooden stick he had picked up from the ground. "Release me," shouted Zhou Zuehua. "You think this through, Zhao Shizhu? How many members are there in your family, and how many in mine? Dare to challenge me? I shall fight you to the end. The village chief is coming. The village chief is coming. Please, come and mediate." The village was in an uproar, Yet, on the other side, Yi Chun and his family were enjoying a peaceful meal of bear meat. Yi Chun selected 5 or 6 large ribs and, with a rope, secured 60 or 70 pounds of meat. Addressing Chen Yujing, "My dear, I am headed to the village chief's house. I shall return shortly to prepare dinner." "Go ahead," Chen Yujing replied calmly. Yi Chun stepped out of the courtyard, with De Huang trotting eagerly behind him. Upon entering the village, he observed the villagers gathered in a heated discussion. "They say Yi Chun has ulterior motives with the meat he provided. It must be poisoned, and he intends to eliminate your entire family. Zhou Zuihua, dare utter another word, and I shall not hesitate to silence you, regardless of the village chief's presence." Zhao Shizhu retorted. "Come then. If you have the courage, come and try to silence me. Zhao Shizhu. If you cannot, then you have no guts. Enough. Stop the noise. Do you not see me, your village chief?" The village chief's angry voice resonated. "Am I not aware of who Yi Chun is? A few years ago he was destitute. Did he ever beg you for a single grain of rice? Now he can hunt and earn a little money, and Zhou Zuihua, are you envious? Village chief, you wrong me terribly. Am I the type to begrudge others their fortune? How many in this village are wealthier than us? Do enlighten us." Yi Chun understood now. It appeared that the shameless Zhou Zuihua was at it again, stirring up trouble. "Enough of this," Yi Chun bellowed, instantly drawing the crowd's attention. They were taken aback by the sight of him carrying meat in one hand and ribs in the other, their faces reflecting astonishment and envy. The villagers spontaneously parted to make way for Yi Chun, who strode into the crowd, not sparing Zhou Zuihua a glance, and directly handed the meat and bones to Uncle Zhang. "Uncle Zhang, I just hunted a bear today. Here is some meat for you, to nourish your grandson." The village chief hesitated, uncertain whether to accept the offering. As the village chief, accepting it might imply favoritism towards Yi Chun, yet rejecting it would disrespect him. He found himself in a quandary. Noticing the chief's indecision, Yi Chun smiled and said, "Uncle Zhang, considering how hard you work in the fields and how you tirelessly assist with village matters, I thought to offer you this small token of appreciation for your help in building my thatched house." Yi Chun's words were sensible, leaving no room for objection from the villagers. Still hesitating, the village chief found the meat thrust into his hands. It was heavy, at least 60 or 70 pounds, and he quickly embraced it. Just as Yi Chun was about to speak, he raised his hand to gather everyone's attention and proclaimed, "Everyone, please listen to me. A few years ago, I was fortunate to receive the village chief's kindness that saved my life. I, Yi Chun, am not one to forget my benefactor. Now that I have earned some silver from hunting, I wish to contribute to our village." Upon hearing this, the villagers stirred with curiosity, eager to know what Yi Chun would say next. Zhou Zuihua wanted to interject but found herself at a loss for words. Without even glancing at her, Yi Chun continued with a smile, "As you all know, I possess the skill to make bricks. Indeed, there is profit in this trade, but earning as a collective is far better than doing so individually. Wouldn't you agree?" "Yes." Some voiced in agreement. "What do you mean? Are you suggesting you will share your silver with us?" "That sounds wonderful," Zhou Zuihua exclaimed, her face beaming with delight. Yi Chun, still not acknowledging her, noticed the majority supported his idea and proceeded, "Therefore, I am considering establishing a brick kiln near the small river behind the village. If anyone wishes to join me in this venture, you may sign a long-term work contract. As for wages, I assure you, they will be fair. 21 a day. A single one can buy 2 steamed buns, and this is 21. Upon hearing this, the villagers calculated in their minds. Those who labored in the town earned only 2 for an entire day of toil, making Yi Chun's offer of 21 without leaving the village incredibly enticing. Previously, relying on farming yielded only 2 or 3 taels of silver per year. At 21 a day, one would earn 600 in a month, totaling 7 taels of silver with an additional 200 in a year. Some villagers, quick-witted, immediately flushed with excitement and raised their hands, calling out, "Brother Yi, how many people are you hiring?" "Not too many, just 20, Yi Chun replied with a smile. "I'm in. I want to sign a long-term work contract," exclaimed the young man who had raised his hand. Yi Chun chuckled and said, "The contracts aren't ready yet. Let us wait until this afternoon. I will invite the village chief to my home to witness the signing." Yi Chun had long contemplated starting the brick kiln, and was eager to find the right moment to discuss it with the village chief. He had not anticipated such an opportunity arising today. As he left the village, Yi-chun wore a wide smile and shared the news with Qian Yujing. However, her singular question left him momentarily speechless. "Do you have paper and a pen?" This had not crossed Yi-chun's mind. He had never purchased such items, and it seemed there were no scholars in the village, so paper and pens were likely absent. Realizing this, he hurried to the village chief's home, expecting to find some there, only to discover that even the chief lacked these supplies. Returning home dejectedly, he noticed a horse at the entrance, and his eyes brightened. He approached Lu Yunbao and said, "Lu Yunbao, may I borrow your horse? I need to go to the town to purchase some paper and pens." "Of course, feel free to use it. Don't hesitate," Lu Yunbao replied with a smile, pleased that Yi-chun sought his assistance, knowing that this could foster a beneficial relationship in the future. As I gazed at the midday sky, I observed this band of mountain bandits, each one bare-chested and laboring diligently. Glancing at the slain black bear, I turned to Luyun Leopard and said, "I shall give you silver. You go and make the purchase. I must attend to the cooking now." "Certainly." Luyun Leopard rejoiced at the prospect. The monotony of wall construction was tedious, and a gallop on horseback would be a far more delightful diversion. "I shall take 10 taels of silver, procure around 100 sheets of paper, and with the remaining funds, acquire several jars of fiery liquor. A hearty meal will invigorate our labor." Yi-chun displayed remarkable generosity, understanding that some matters require transparency. Moreover, since Luyun Leopard and his crew had been laboring tirelessly, it seemed only fair to compensate them. Furthermore, once the brick kiln commenced operations, employing 20 workers, we could disperse 400 when a day, producing 10,000 bricks in a single firing. The process of molding and firing the bricks, followed by cooling, would take approximately a week. If all the bricks were sold, it would yield a direct profit of 10 taels of silver. Distributing 3 taels weekly, I would retain 7 taels for myself, truly a lucrative endeavor. As I watched Luyun Leopard take the silver and depart, I approached Qian Yujing with a smile and said, "My dear wife, I shall require your assistance this afternoon." Qian Yujing paused momentarily, her brow furrowed in confusion as she inquired, "What do you mean?" Chapter 43. The first time Qian Yujing called her little wife as Yi-chun skinned the bear, he explained to his beloved Qian Yujing. After listening attentively, she furrowed her brow and said, "I cannot write a labor contract. It's quite simple. I'll teach you," Yi-chun replied with a mischievous grin, continuing his task. He glanced at the large dog, De Huang, who was restlessly circling on the ground. He cut a small piece of meat and tossed it over, saying, "Here, eat up. You deserve it." De Huang sniffed the bear meat, turned, and dashed to the kitchen before scampering back to look up at Yi-chun. Yi-chun chuckled. "What a fellow. You want to eat it raw?" He picked up the bear meat, washed it, and tossed it into a large bucket. Once Yi-chun finished with the bear, he set up a rack in the courtyard and began roasting the bear meat. With so many people, it would take an eternity to cook in pots. Old Li had already steamed 4 pots of rice. Fortunately, this bear was substantial, weighing nearly 1,000 pounds, meaning each person could indulge in 3 or 4 pounds without exhausting the supply. Given the weather, they could either dry it or consume it promptly. He saved the large bones, as they would make a delicious broth. Before the meat was fully cooked, Luyun Leopard returned, carrying a large roll of paper and several jars of wine. He set down his items and produced 4 taels of silver, stating, "The fireblade is not expensive. A jar costs 300 won, but this paper and ink are quite pricey." "I had no idea they would be so costly." Yi-chun smiled knowingly. In this era, paper and ink were indeed precious, which was why he had given him 10 taels. "Take these back and enjoy some wine. Your hard work deserves it." "All right, I want to be polite then," Luyun Leopard responded with a grin, his rugged demeanor contrasting his handsome appearance. Soon, the roasting was nearly complete, with all 4 bear paws cooked to a golden, glistening perfection. After seasoning with spices, the aroma elevated to a whole new level, causing the stomachs of several burly men to rumble. Gathered around the grill, Yi-chun poured himself a bowl of wine, and the rough mountain bandits wasted no time in indulging, each one savoring the roasted bear meat with hearty cheers. Old Li was among them, and Yi Chun found it amusing how an old man could so easily revel with such strong companions. But he dismissed the thought and cut a bear paw to bring into the thatched cottage. "Wife, I know you prefer peace, so please try the bear paw I roasted for you." Qian Yujing smiled slightly as she picked up chopsticks. Yi Chun quickly interjected, "No need for chopsticks. This dish is best enjoyed with your hands." He demonstrated by picking up a large chunk for her to see. Qian Yujing frowned slightly. The manner of eating seemed rather unrefined. Yet, under Yi Chen's enthusiastic encouragement, she reluctantly pinched a piece with her delicate fingers and took a small, graceful bite. "How is it? Is it delicious?" Yi Chun asked with eager anticipation. A faint smile graced Qian Yujing's lips as she replied, "It's quite good." Yi Chun grinned widely, remaining inside. One bear paw was ample for the two of them, while the rest outside were prepared for their guests. Watching Qian Yujing enjoy the bear paw with elegant grace, Yi Chen's eyes suddenly brightened. He wiped his hands and approached the bedside to retrieve a mirror, holding it up to Qian Yujing. As she looked up, a blush crept onto her cheeks. She playfully swatted his arm, saying, "Put that away, no peeking. You go eat outside." Upon concluding her words, she turned her body. The bear paw was truly delectable. Despite its richness, it was not greasy, exuding a unique aroma and texture. Thus, even while she dined elegantly, her face bore traces of oil, which made her feel somewhat embarrassed.
Yi Chen chocolate heartily.
Placing the mirror upon the table and taking hold of a jar of wine beside him as he stepped outside, exclaiming, "Come, come, let us drink. Brother Yi Chen, I raise my glass to you. Ha ha ha. Let us drink together." The atmosphere in the courtyard was lively, buzzing for a whole hour. The burly men, having feasted and drunk their fill, paid no heed to the dirt beneath them and simply leaned against the wooden walls to rest. Meanwhile, Yi Chun busied himself with his petite wife, meticulously organizing long-term contracts. In no time, 20 contracts were penned, and as he gazed upon the elegant calligraphy of Qian Yujing, he marveled. "So exquisite, truly, my lovely wife." It was the first time he had addressed her with such an endearment, prompting Qian Yujing to cast him a sideways glance before she resumed sorting the contract documents. A considerable number of villagers had gathered at the entrance, comprising middle-aged men, elderly folks, and youths, along with a few middle-aged women and young girls. Surprisingly, 3 wild dogs had also managed to slip in unnoticed. Observing the crowd, which had far surpassed 20 individuals, it became evident that they had returned home to reflect and were astonished to discover the substantial earnings that awaited them, leading many to rush over, some even bringing their families along. "Yi Chen, we must ensure that our family members, Li Datu and Li Shirtu, are accounted for." Zhou Zuihua squeezed her way forward, tugging at Yi Chen's clothing. Upon seeing the brazen Zhou Zuihua, Yi Chen felt a surge of indignation, swiftly shaking off her grasp while raising his hand to command, "Everyone, please be silent. I will be right back." With that, Yi Chen retreated to the courtyard and shut the door. Zhou Zuihua, standing nearby, gazed enviously at the meat roasting on the rack, her eyes filled with jealousy. Why should this wild lad enjoy such comfort? Yi Chen approached the brothers resting against the wooden wall. After a hearty meal and a round of drinks, this group of men began to chant "Brother Yi." "Brother Yi, what is it?" called out Lu Yunbao, who had imbibed the most and was now sprawled on the ground, while a burly man with a shaved head chimed in. Noticing the fierce demeanor of the bald man, Yi Chen smiled and replied, "Nothing much. Just come along to intimidate a few folks." "Intimidate? That's my specialty." Upon hearing this, the bald man grinned broadly, his fierce countenance becoming even more pronounced. Standing at 2 meters tall with a muscular build, he exuded an imposing aura. Yi Chen opened the door, and the bald man stormed out with a menacing glare. Zhou Zuihua, frightened, stumbled back a few steps, her face paling. She had no courage to provoke these mountain bandits. The villagers were equally alarmed. How could Yi Chen associate with such ruffians? "Brother Yi, are they the ones?" The bald man sneered, flexing his shoulders as his hands cracked ominously, glaring at the crowd. "Tone it down. You can be fierce, but not that fierce," Yi Chen remarked, somewhat embarrassed by the bald man's intensity. "Oh right. Understood," the bald man replied, though he still bore a fierce expression. Yi Chun observed the expressions of the villagers, and a resolution formed in his heart. He spoke, "He shall be your leader henceforth. You are to follow him. Those who feel capable step forward so I may see how many." Upon hearing this, some of the more timid villagers immediately recoiled, hesitant to step forth. However, a number of individuals did rise. Yi Chun counted and found 23. A few more would not pose a problem. He then addressed those who had remained behind, saying, "Very well, the number is sufficient. You may return." Zhou Tsuehua, witnessing that neither her husband nor son had stepped forward, was instantly filled with fury. She advanced toward Yi Chun, her voice sharp and piercing. "Yi Chun, I have treated you well. You must include my husband and son in the count. If you refuse, then you shall pay me 41 a day." Chapter 44. Brother Big Dog Niels and bows Yi Chun, upon hearing these words, found himself both angered and amused. This woman truly had the audacity to overstep her bounds. In front of countless villagers, he unabashedly retorted, "You claim to have treated me well, but what have you actually given me? A sip of water? Or perhaps you shamelessly approached me seeking a cart and pork. Am I indebted to you in some way? Begone." Zhou Tsuehua was infuriated by his response, and in a fit of rage, she attempted to claw at Yi Chun. However, the bald man stepped forward, causing Zhou Tsuehua to remember the formidable presence before her, prompting her to retreat and fall to the ground in fear. "All right, you surnamed Yi, just you wait. I refuse to believe your brick kiln can truly be established," she exclaimed, scrambling to her feet and fleeing in disgrace, accompanied by her kin. "Everyone, disperse now. 23 individuals are sufficient for this endeavor. We will expand and recruit more later," Yi Chun announced. Upon hearing this, the villagers' earlier regret faded, and they obediently returned to their homes. Among the 23 remained Zhao Erniu and Zhang Eru, the latter presumably believing that this work would yield more profit than hunting, hence dissuading his son from pursuing the latter. Turning to the bald man, he said, "You may go inside and rest. I appreciate your assistance." I thought we were going to fight. This matter is no trouble at all," the bald man replied, softening his demeanor as he shook off his intimidating aura and entered the premises. Yi Chun addressed the remaining individuals, stating, "What just transpired was merely a test, and you have all passed. As for the leader, I shall provide an additional 10 coins per day. However, this will depend on your work ethic and attitude. Rest assured, the selection of the foreman will be entirely fair. I shall not show favoritism. If you are prepared, you may come forth to sign the labor contract." With that, Yi Chun smiled and beckoned the village chief to come forward as a witness. A crowd followed him into the courtyard, where they gazed curiously at the bricks and cement within, as this was the first visit for most of them, aside from the village chief's family. Upon noticing the bones and remnants of wine scattered on the ground, the men swallowed hard, their expressions filled with envy. However, the sight of the imposing figures lounging in the courtyard rendered them respectfully silent. Yi Chun handed a copy of the labor contract to the village chief and read aloud, "The terms of this contract are as follows. From this day forth, I, name, enter into a labor contract with Yi Chun." The terms were few, yet binding for a year, with existing workers granted priority for renewal, although final interpretation would rest with Yi Chun. The village chief nodded and cleared his throat. "Very well. Everyone may proceed to sign." Yi Chun's straightforward explanations ensured comprehension, and soon enough, the villagers affixed their signatures. Lacking a red seal, Yi Chun instead utilized bear's blood for their fingerprints, thus validating the contract. However, work would commence only a week later. In the meantime, Yi Chun would busily construct the brick kiln, inviting these individuals to assist, albeit at a modest wage of 3 coins per day. Nonetheless, this was still a more lucrative prospect than the 2 coins earned through labor in town, and they were eager to begin, hoping for the promise of substantial earnings ahead. Qian Yu observed the individuals being subdued, a faint smile gracing her lips, while Old Li sat nearby, sipping his drink, his expression radiating satisfaction. As for De Huang, he had discovered a new plaything, a hen. In the cow pen, chaos ensued with chickens flapping and dogs barking. After bidding farewell to these visitors, the village chief turned to Yi Chun, who was diligently laying the foundation, and expressed his astonishment. "Yi Chun, with this foundation you're laying, I reckon the house will be around 100 square meters, right?" His address to Yi Chun had become more formal, as no one in the village could rival Yi Chun's prowess in generating income. Yi Chun chuckled, close enough, you'll know once it's completed. 100 square meters hardly satisfied Yi Chun's ambitions. Initially, he intended to construct a 2-story building. However, with the brothers from Black Horse Village coming to assist, he felt a surge of excitement and decided to aim for 3 stories. Although it wouldn't be a traditional 3-story building, he envisioned erecting columns at each corner, supported by 4 wooden beams, with a stone pillar in the center for stability. Once secured, the corners would extend to form a pavilion, providing shelter from wind and rain, and a place to set a stone table to enjoy the scenery with his beloved wife. The mere thought of it brought him joy. In the afternoon, the members of Black Horse Village busied themselves once more. Yi Chun, alongside the village chief, ventured to the riverside to select a site, ultimately settling on a location merely 100 meters from the village and approximately 400 meters from home. This time, he intended to construct a kiln capable of producing 10 to 20,000 bricks. After finalizing the plan, the village chief voiced his concerns. Yi Chun, there's a family in town, the Wang family, that specializes in selling bricks. All the nearby towns procure bricks from them. Are you certain this won't offend them? They have been in the brick business for over a century and are a prominent family. Yi Chun furrowed his brow momentarily before responding with a smile. Since we've embarked on this endeavor, there's no need to worry about such matters. If necessary, I will have a word with them. After the village chief departed, Yi Chun contemplated the situation. On his way home, he noticed 3 wild dogs stealthily lurking outside his yard. He called out, "Big Dog, what are you up to?" The 3 wild dogs were startled. Big Dog suppressed the urge to flee, forcing a smile that was more sorrowful than anything else, and approached Yi Chun, bowing slightly. "Brother Yi, I was a bit out of my mind before. Please don't take it to heart. We promise to behave from now on." "Yes, we'll definitely be on our best behavior," echoed Er Guzi and San Guzi, nodding in agreement, their smiles apologetic. Yi Chun raised an eyebrow, crossing his arms as he regarded them with a knowing smirk. "Speak up, what is it that you wish from me? Given your nature, I doubt you would come here merely to apologize without ulterior motives." "Brother Yi, you truly are formidable," Big Dog chuckled nervously, somewhat stammering. However, it was indeed regarding the brick kiln. Yi Chun, aware of their lazy tendencies, waved his hand dismissively. "The positions at the brick kiln are already filled. I won't be bringing you along. You can abandon that hope." Instantly, the 3 wild dogs' spirits sank. Yi Chun smiled faintly and continued, "However, the brick kiln will require a watchman. You can oversee it for me, ensuring no one sneaks off with bricks when they leave. I can only offer 5 coins a day for each of you. Will you take the job?" Upon hearing the mention of 5 coins, the big dog's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. "Yes, we shall do it. Indeed, we have no qualms about guarding the premises. Rest assured, Brother Yi." The 3 wild dogs fervently pledged their loyalty. Yi Chun chuckled lightly, "However, you shall reside at the brick kiln factory, and I will ensure 3 rooms are set aside for you when I construct it." "That won't do, Brother Yi," the big dog replied earnestly. "We are immensely grateful that you would accept us brothers, but 3 rooms are excessive. 1 will suffice. Otherwise, we shall feel uneasy about receiving such payment." Yi Chun found amusement in this fellow's earnestness. He waved his hand dismissively. "I insist on 3 rooms. You are not children anymore. Do you intend to share a room with a group when you marry?" The 3 looked at one another, reflecting on the fact that they had never even considered the prospect of marriage. Their amusement lay in teasing the young girls or amusing the widows. Such thoughts of marriage felt like mere dreams. Suddenly, the big dog knelt down with a thud, guilt-ridden as he slapped his own face. "Brother Yi, I truly am undeserving. You are too kind. From now on, you shall be my true elder brother." The other 2, Ergo and Sango, knelt down in shame as well. Yi Chun shook his head, pondering how he had initially thought these 3 wild dogs were wicked, only to discover that a mere promise could evoke such heartfelt gratitude. Observing their gestures of respect, he said calmly, "Rise, you are indeed ruffians. Bowing does not suit you. Work diligently, spend your earnings wisely. This year is improbable for marriage, but save some money for next year, and perhaps a wife will be within reach. Strive to be better men so that your children do not follow in your footsteps." The 3 dogs looked on with remorse. As Yi Chun departed, the big dog stood up and, for the first time, spoke earnestly to his two brothers. From now on, Brother Ye's affairs are our affairs. Though we are ruffians, who in the village truly respects us? We must work diligently and save for our futures. Indeed, Brother Ye's matters are our matters. Sango echoed loudly. Suddenly, the sharp-minded Ergo furrowed his brow. Isn't that wretched Zhou Zhehua always bothering Brother Yi? Should we not give her a beating? Just then, a hand came crashing down, startling Ergo. Looking up, he saw it was his elder brother. Before he could speak, the big dog declared, "You are right, Ergo. That Zhou Zhehua and her family deserve a thrashing. Let us go and teach them a lesson." Chapter 45. Qian Yujing suspends Yi Chun that evening. In the courtyard, Zhou Zhehua and her family engaged in a fierce altercation with Deguzi and his companions. Their shouts echoed loudly enough to draw the attention of several neighboring households, who emerged to witness the spectacle of the village's 3 wild dogs. Meanwhile, Yi Chun had been diligently working throughout the day, and to his astonishment, the brick wall had risen over a meter high. This was indeed remarkable, as the foundation was not square. In the expansive area of over 130 square meters, Yi Chun had meticulously planned 3 rooms and 2 halls, maximizing every inch of space. Thus, achieving a height of over a meter exceeded his expectations. After bidding farewell with fine wine and sumptuous food, Lu Yunbao, covered in mud, clasped his fists in gratitude, exclaiming, "Brother Yi, this house will surely be magnificent. Tomorrow, I will definitely bring my elder brother and third brother along." Yi Chun reciprocated with a fist clasp, saying, "I cannot thank you enough. Without your assistance, it would have taken me at least 1 or 2 months to complete this." "Ah, Brother Yi, there is no need for such gratitude. I shall take my leave now, and return bright and early tomorrow." As he departed, he advised, "Take care on your way back." After seeing off a group of brothers from the Black Horse village, Yi Chun scratched his head, extracting a lump of mud from his hair and flicking it away. He murmured to himself, "I must make another trip to the mountain tomorrow. With so many people, relying solely on bear meat would be rather monotonous." Shaking his head, a smile spread across his face as he turned back into the courtyard. Gazing at the over a meter-high foundation, a swell of pride arose within him. After having spent a little over 2 months in this world, he was finally on the verge of having a proper home. However, when his gaze fell upon old Li, his brow furrowed. He strode over and snatched the wine gourd from him, scolding, "Drink, drink, drink. All you do is drink without considering your age. You'll drink yourself to death." With that, he took the gourd into his thatched hut, and a voice emerged from within, "Confiscated. You shall have it back tomorrow." Old Li smacked his lips in discontent, and with a huff, he grabbed a blade of grass from the cowshed and limped back to his small thatched hut, collapsing onto the bed, and within moments, he was snoring loudly. That night, under a starry sky, Yi Chun was still engaged in his 9 dragons body refinement. In the middle of the night, Qian Yujing cast 5 exquisite spirit stones of 5 different attributes, which transformed into spiritual energy surging into the wooden board, causing the golden 9 dragons to radiate with iridescent colors. The next day, just as De Huang was about to lick him, Yi Chun opened his eyes a second beforehand. Seizing the dog by the scruff of its neck, he tossed it onto the ground. De Huang blinked its shiny black eyes, a glimmer of intelligence crossing its face. "Thinking of licking me? I woke up before you," Yi Chun chuckled, as the presence of De Huang had inadvertently adjusted his biological clock. Stretching lazily as he stepped out of the thatched hut, he felt remarkably refreshed. He began washing rice and placing it into the pot, while Old Li shot him a resentful glance. Noticing the look on his face, Yi Chun scoffed, "Still thinking about drinking early in the morning? Are you eager for me to prepare your grave? We'll discuss it at noon." With that, Yi Chun left, carrying the rinsed rice water outside. After washing her hair, Qian Yujing stepped out of the room. The meal was still cooking, and she observed Yi Chun, who was drying his hair, and gently inquired, "What weapon do you prefer?" Taken aback by his wife's sudden question, Yi Chun replied without hesitation, "It must be the spear. The longer the weapon, the greater the strength. In essence, it's a matter of survival." Qian Yujing accepted his response with a nod. With a flick of her wrist, A 2-meter-long tree trunk soared through the air, splintering mid-flight until only a 2-meter-long stick remained. Grasping the stick, she regarded Yi Chun with a calm demeanor and stated, "From now on, I shall train you in the fundamentals. First, show me a split." Yi Chun, brimming with excitement, was aware that his beloved wife was a master of the Tao. He hastily prepared to split his legs, but halfway through, he felt a sharp pain in his ligaments. Noticing his discomfort, Qian Yujing struck Yi Chen's left calf with her stick, causing him to cry out and collapse in agony. He felt intense pain radiating from 3 areas, between his legs and his groin. A warrior must endure hardship. Without suffering, how can one grow? Maintain your resolve. Qian Yujing, fully aware of Yi Chen's condition, recognized that it was merely a strain, not a tear. Yi Chen's face turned pale, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Suddenly, he recalled something and began to channel his blood energy, which alleviated the pain slightly. Before he could revel in his newfound relief, Qian Yujing gave a slight nod, acknowledging his ability to utilize blood energy for healing. With another gesture, 2 ropes flew towards Yi Chun, binding his feet, and she pointed, suspending him from the apparatus used the previous day. With his hands on the ground, he was uncertain of her intentions. He was to support his body solely with his legs. Qian Yujing's icy voice pierced through the tension. She was exceptionally serious and demanding in this regard. "Very well, I shall attempt this." Yi Chun gritted his teeth, recognizing that his beloved wife only wished for his improvement. He struggled to flip his body using his waist, but each time he attempted to rise, the excruciating pain in his legs and groin surged, causing him to grimace. At that moment, De Huang, noticing Yi Chen's plight, scampered over, wagging his tail and licking his master's face. Qian Yujing's brow relaxed, a hint of a smile gracing her lips as she observed the scene. "Young master, the porridge is ready, along with a boiled egg," Oldly announced cheerfully, emerging from the kitchen with a bowl. His gaze fell on the young master, and his smile widened. "Leave it be," Qian Yujing replied. "Yes, ma'am," Oldly responded respectfully, placing the bowl and egg on the table before retreating to the kitchen, where he squatted by the door, eating and chuckling to himself. Seated at the table, Qian Yujing stated calmly, "You shall remain suspended until you can hold your position for an hour. Only then will I let you down." All right, Yi Chun grunted, gritting his teeth as he grasped his legs, making a valiant effort to align his body. "Ugh, ah!" A cry escaped Yi Chen's lips, veins bulging on his neck as he persevered through the intense pain to straighten himself. With his legs splayed in a perfect split, suspended in midair, his body remained rigid, the angle between his legs extending far beyond 180 degrees, perhaps even reaching 240. The pain was evident as Yi Chun grimaced in agony. Suddenly, a loud bark erupted from De Huang, who, in a fit of excitement, leaped directly onto his owner's face, colliding against Yi Chen's neck and delivering an enthusiastic lick. "Ah, damn it!" Yi Chun cried out in pain, losing his balance and tumbling backward once more. Once again, he found himself headfirst towards the ground, forced to struggle anew. Qian Yujing, having finished her meal, tossed a stick to Oldly and spoke coolly, "Keep an eye on him. Rest assured, madam, even should he take but a single breath less, I shall not allow the young master to descend." Oldly quickly grasped the stick with both hands. As Qian Yujing walked towards the cattle barn, leading 2 cows out to graze, Oldly, seeing the madam had left, rose from the ground, stick in hand, and approached Yi Chun with a mischievous grin. Observing that the young master had finally regained his posture, he wobbled the stick playfully, aiming it at Yi Chen's chest with a beaming smile. Beads of sweat trickled down Yi Chen's face as he anxiously exclaimed, "Oldly, what are you planning to do?" "Young master, I assure you I mean no harm." With that, he gently tapped the stick against Yi Chen's chest. "No, not like that. I'll return your wine. I promise." "Hee, the wine is of little consequence. What matters most is the young master's practice." Chapter 46. The deceptive flowing cloud leopard. As he spoke, Yi Chun exerted himself slightly, and once again let out a cry as he toppled over. "Ah!" The excruciating pain tore through him, leaving his face pale. Fortunately, his vital energy continued to circulate, or he feared his hips would surely shatter. Oldly, with a cheerful demeanor, fetched a small stool and reclaimed his gourd of liquor. After taking a sip, he exhaled deeply, lightly tapping Yi Chen's legs with a smile. All skills are in vain if one does not train the hips. Once one channel is opened, all channels follow. When the hips are free, it becomes effortless. Young master, you must strive harder. As Yi Chen attempted to straighten himself, he heard these words and, holding his breath, gritted his teeth in response. You old cripple, do you even know martial arts? If you're so skilled, why not show me? Very well, I shall demonstrate. Old Li rose, looking at Yi Chen, and lifted his crippled left foot, effortlessly surpassing his own head, while his upper body remained still. His left foot even extended sideways, achieving an angle that exceeded 240 degrees. After this, Old Li took another sip of liquor and slowly lowered his leg. Yi Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. Are the people in this world truly so formidable? Even the ligaments of an old cripple are superior to his own? He fell silent, focusing intently on straightening himself. Just as he managed to do so, Old Li's wooden stick trembled as it approached him. Sweat poured down Yi Chen's face. Old Li, let us not do this. It's all for your benefit, young master. Let us start over. After several minutes, Yi Chen finally managed to withstand the push of Old Li's stick. Though it still hurt, it was a vast improvement from the beginning. Old Li stroked his beard, a radiant smile gracing his face. The sound of hoofbeats echoed as friends from the Black Horse Gang arrived. The jade-faced tiger, the flowing cloud leopard, and the black-faced bear entered the courtyard, gazing at Yi Chen in astonishment. The jade-faced tiger approached him and asked, Brother Yi, are you practicing? Just some aimless practice. Yi Chen replied. The jade-faced tiger chuckled. No wonder you are Brother Yi. You are truly fierce. Brother, come help us move bricks. The black-faced bear shouted, carrying a large stack of bricks towards the foundation. The jade-faced tiger nodded, clasping his fists towards Yi Chen. Brother Yi, I shall go to work now. These individuals genuinely treated Yi Chen's affairs as their own, showing remarkable determination to bring him closer to the village. Along with his subordinates, there were a total of 15 people. A group of burly men skillfully mixed cement, transported bricks, and built walls. If one were unaware of their identities as bandits, they would appear to be professionals in construction. The flowing cloud leopard, grinning as he carried bricks and cement, addressed the elder brother. Brother, constructing a wall has its intricacies. It's neither too difficult nor too simple. You see, applying the cement evenly and ensuring it aligns perfectly is all that matters. Quite simple, I assenti it. The jade-faced tiger nodded. Indeed, simple. The flowing cloud leopard smiled, pointing to the rope dangling from the wooden frame. Keep an eye on this rope. If the width of the bricks above differs from those below in relation to the rope, then it indicates that you have misaligned the wall. This section is entrusted to you, elder brother. Do your best. I shall join third brother now. As the flowing clouds descended, the leopard set down the brick and dashed towards the black-faced bear. Both had initially erred, necessitating a complete dismantling and reconstruction. Thus they shared a mutual desire to witness their elder brother's amusement. After all, they were brothers, and some matters must be faced together, even in embarrassment. The jade-faced tiger observed the oddly paired siblings, shaking his head as he picked up a brick. He contemplated briefly, applying mortar first before laying it on precisely, fitting it seamlessly. Yes, indeed. Meanwhile, Yi Chen diligently worked on his stretches by the riverside, where the village chief, accompanied by a group of villagers, commenced construction as per Yi Chen's instructions. Zhang Eru assumed a foreman's role, bustling about. They were somewhat astonished to find the village's 3 ruffians unusually compliant today, unexpectedly coming to assist and, crucially, being quite obedient. How peculiar. A cart leisurely approached from the town, coming to a halt outside Yi Chen's courtyard. As the curtain was drawn back, Zhou Muxue emerged, her gaze falling upon the numerous horses by the trees outside, her brows knitting slightly. Is this Yi Chen's home? It doesn't seem impressive at all, commented Zheng Qiaoqiao as she disembarked from the cart, frowning. Zhou Muxue merely smiled without uttering a word, pushing open the courtyard gate and immediately spotting Yi Chen bound by his legs on a frame, drenched in sweat, while a jovial old man wielding a stick gestured animatedly nearby, and not far off, a group of burly men were engaged in some task. These individuals bore the unmistakable appearance of bandits, and the realization struck her with alarm. Had Yi Chun been captured by bandits? Quickly, she called out, and four armed servants rushed in, bracing themselves for action. Zhou Muxue hurried to Yi Chen's side, her eyes reddening with tears as she sought to untie him, speaking in a tone laden with concern. Yi Lang, do not fear, Shuer has come to rescue you. Upon seeing Zhou Muxue, Yi Chun furrowed his brow, sweat trickling into his eyes, and shook his head to clear it, coldly retorting, "What are you doing here? Go away." Old Chen, too, had wiped the smile from his face, brandishing his stick and pushing Zhou Muxue aside with indifference, stating, "My young master has instructed you to leave." Tears streamed down Zhou Muxue's cheeks as she lamented, "Yi Lang, I came to save you. Pains my heart to see you bound like this." Turning to the servants, she commanded, quickly, "Slay these bandits." The jade-faced tiger and his companions had been attentive to the unfolding situation, and upon hearing her words, the black-faced bear leaped over 10 meters in an instant, his glare fierce, voice booming like thunder. "I am the black-faced bear of the Black Horse Stronghold. I dare anyone to move against me." The four servants recoiled in terror, their faces pale, the long knives in their hands offering no solace whatsoever. Black-faced bear. Zhou Muxue's brow furrowed in concern. Wasn't he part of the rebel army? A year hence, when war erupted between the two nations, this area was the first to suffer, and the rebel organization had risen to protect the 18 villages here. Although they had only managed to resist for a little over a month before being nearly exterminated, they were supposed to have emerged only a year later. Why was he now entangled with Yi Chun? "Zhou, I have expressed my disdain for you countless times. Must you continue to bother me? I am a man with children. Have you no sense of propriety?" Yi Chun simply cannot comprehend why a distinguished young lady from the town would take an interest in a mere rustic villager like himself. Is it possible that not only in his world are there individuals who seek to disrupt the affections of others, but in this world as well? How dare you speak in such a manner? Sister Mu Shui holds only you in her heart. How can you address her so disrespectfully? Zhang Chao Chao, infuriated, retorted sharply. What business is it of yours? I do not fancy her. Is it unreasonable for her to intrude upon the bond between my wife and me? Ha! Sister Mu Shui is beautiful and kind-hearted, a true lady of wealth, while you are but a simple country bumpkin. It is a stroke of fortune that she even has eyes for you. Your wife is merely a village girl. If you were to cast her aside and join the Mu Shui family, living without worries, would that not be a boon for you? Zhang Chao Chao's face flushed with anger. All of this was overheard by Qian Yujing, returning from her cattle herding, her expression suddenly turning icy. The moon sky, perched on her shoulder, sensed the shift, recognizing the murderous intent emanating from its master. Chapter 47. Fat and bold enough to challenge the Empress upon hearing those words, Yi Chun was utterly enraged. It was one thing to insult himself, but to dare speak ill of his beloved wife? He immediately turned to Old Li and commanded, "Release me." This time, Old Li approached without his usual playful demeanor and untied the ropes. The brothers of Black Mountain Village, armed with bricks, also advanced.
Yi Chen,
His legs trembling and enduring excruciating pain, approached Zhang Qiao, who glared at him with fury. With a cold voice, he declared, "I care not who your father is. If you speak ill of my woman again, I assure you, you shall crawl out of this courtyard. Do not think that just because your father is the county magistrate, I would hesitate to strike you. Go ahead and try." Zhang Qiao retorted defiantly, her head held high, unafraid. She was accustomed to being pampered. Who dared to speak to her in such a manner? As Yi Chun raised his hand, Zhou Muxue sensed the gravity of the situation. She had come to entice Yi Chun, not to exacerbate their conflict. Regretting her decision to bring Zhang Qiao along, she tearfully grasped Yi Chen's arm and pleaded, "Yi Lang, if you must be angry, then direct it at me." Seeing her cling to him, Yi Chun furrowed his brows and pushed her away, coldly stating, "Take your people and leave. I wish to see none of you. Your presence only makes me nauseous." Zhou Muxue felt a chill wash over her. She opened her mouth to defend herself. Outside the courtyard, Qian Yujing listened intently to Yi Chen's words, the icy expression on her face gradually thawing. Yu Tiandao was taken aback. Why had the murderous intent dissipated? Indeed, the realm of handsome men is a grave for beauties. It seemed that their empress had fallen deeply into the tomb of love, swayed by a mere utterance from her male counterpart. Was this truly the nine-nether empress she knew? As she led the ox inside, she encountered Zhou Muxue and Zheng Qiaoqiao, both in tears. Upon seeing Qian Yujing, Zhou Muxue's eyes flashed with a cold glimmer, but she quickly lowered her head and continued to weep as she departed. Beside the carriage, Zheng Qiaoqiao tugged at Zhou Muxue. "Why are you pulling me, Muxue? I merely wish to teach him a lesson. How dare that country bumpkin act so brazenly? Enough! I love him. It's my fault for not being good enough. Regardless, I will marry no one but him." Zheng Qiaoqiao held her forehead, perplexed as to how her sister Muxue could be enamored with such a fellow. Upon the return of his beloved wife, Yi Chen turned to Old Li and exclaimed, "Quickly, hoist me up." Old Li's lips twitched. His young master displayed none of the imperial grandeur one would expect. Once suspended, Yi Chen straightened his back, grinning widely as he addressed his wife. "Look, my dear, I can stand upright now." Qian Yujing smiled slightly. "Not bad." Yi Chen let out a chuckle, gritting his teeth as he summoned the strength to maintain his position for another hour. An hour, good heavens! Upon encountering Qian Yujing, the jade-faced tiger and his companions were instantly filled with reverence, dutifully retreating to resume their wall building. To them, the intimidation exuded by Lady Yi Chen far surpassed that of Yi Chen himself. De Huang, covered in mud, perched atop the bull's head, playfully tapped it. The bull responded with a low moo, choosing to return to the barn on its own accord rather than let Qian Yujing lead them. De Huang leaped down and, still caked in mud, bounded toward Yi Chen, eager to shower him with affection. With a pained expression, Yi Chen turned to his wife and inquired, "My dear, has De Huang consumed anything inappropriate?" Qian Yujing paused momentarily before replying nonchalantly, "I cannot say. You should inquire with him yourself." After licking for a while and finding it unamusing, De Huang hopped down and scampered off to play by the wall. Meanwhile, Qian Yujing, carrying a wooden bucket, tended to the vegetable garden, watering the seedlings that had sprouted in just 2 days. The black and yellow earth was speckled with vibrant green shoots, exuding a sense of vitality. Gone were the days of relentless battle or years of solitary cultivation. This newfound lifestyle brought her a sense of lightness that she cherished. Casting a glance at Yi Chen, who was drenched in sweat and grimacing, she smiled at him. Finally, the torturous hour came to a close. Yi Chen, unable to stand upon his descent, felt as though his legs were not his own. Old Li merely chuckled, tossing aside his stick and wandering off. After some time, Yi Chen managed to rise, picked up the stick, and greeted his companions as he prepared to check on their progress by the riverbank. Covering a distance of approximately 300 meters, he arrived swiftly, observing them fervently engaged in their tasks, adhering to his instructions. Satisfied, he gazed at the crystalline river, noting the abundance of fish swimming within. He marveled at the pristine beauty of this world, where such clear water was a rarity in his own. An idea struck him suddenly, prompting him to dash back home. "My dear, at this juncture, I must admit," in the courtyard, Yi Chen addressed Qian Yujing, who was engrossed in reading. She glanced up, rolling her eyes at his pretense of seriousness, and replied, "If you find yourself with nothing to do, join them in wall building. I do not wish to endure a night of rain sounds next time it pours." Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Yi Chen's facade of seriousness melted away as he smiled and proposed, "My dear, let me take you fishing. My skills in grilling fish are quite commendable." After pondering for a moment, Qian Yujing set aside her book, finding the idea of fishing to be an enjoyable diversion. Thus, Yi Chen, with a wooden bucket in hand and a sharpened stick at the ready, beamed as he led Qian Yujing to a secluded stretch of riverbank, where smooth pebbles dotted the shore and the water level remained shallow. This was the perfect spot. Yi Chen set the wooden bucket aside, rolled up his pant legs, and, clad in straw sandals, waded directly into the water. The crystalline river reached halfway up his calves, though the center was decidedly deeper. Peering down, he spotted several swimming fish and approached slowly, thrusting his spear into the water. Splashes erupted, but he withdrew the stick empty-handed. Meanwhile, Qian Yujing also rolled up her pant legs, revealing her smooth, fair calves, and stepped into the water in cloth shoes. Yi Chen felt no concern. After all, His delicate wife was a Taoist practitioner. Merely water was of no consequence. Qian Yujing focused intently on the water's surface, spotting the fish, and plunged her spear in as well. Yichan turned to look and beheld a sizable fish, measuring over 10 centimeters, hanging from the end of Qian Yujing's stick. A smile crept onto her lips as she waved the catch at Yichan, then deftly removed the fish and tossed it into the wooden bucket. Yichan rubbed his nose, preparing to redeem himself, but just then, a series of loud splashes drew his attention. He looked up to see De Huang, the dog, bounding out of the water with a turtle the size of 2 palms clamped in its mouth. What the even a dog outshines me. Yichan couldn't help but curse, reflecting on how he had boasted about his fishing prowess on the way here, only to find himself outdone. Minutes later, Qian Yujing had caught no fewer than 10 fish, while Yichan had managed only 1. Gazing at the half-full bucket, he fell into contemplation. Observing his spirited little wife, he approached her and gently took her arm, leading her back to the shore. Darling, you're with child and shouldn't linger in the frigid water. Obey me, stay on the bank and watch me fish. Moi Tiandao, who had been playing nearby, turned her head sharply, eyes wide in disbelief. How dare she address her master in such a manner? Qian Yujing raised an eyebrow and smiled knowingly. She understood Yichan's intentions perfectly but did not refuse. She followed him to the shore. Once there, she looked at Yichan and asked, "What did you just call me?" "Darling, you are my little wife. Are you not my treasure?" Yichan replied, his gaze firm and unapologetic. Qian Yujing stifled a smile. This man, she turned her head, her voice soft, always so glib. It seems the pain hasn't been sufficient yet. Moi Tiandao slapped her forehead and promptly took flight, feeling that remaining there would drive her to madness. Wait, darling, I was wrong. I admit my fault. Yichan suddenly felt a familiar ache in his legs and hips. Yet, the progress with his little wife stood at 5. Current status, 40. The future holds promise. Chapter 48. The mountain bandit brothers who eat snails with shells this time. Yichan plunged into the water with great determination, his demeanor suggesting he was not merely fishing, but rather engaging in a battle. Arriving at the spot where Qian Yujing had previously stood, he focused intently and, indeed, fish were present. With a grunt, he swiftly thrust his hand into the water. Upon pulling it up, he was left bewildered. Where were the fish? This defied logic. Turning to his beloved wife, he found Qian Yujing watching him with a serene smile, her cheeks flushed. I refuse to believe this, he muttered to himself, becoming even more serious. Suddenly, a large turtle leaped from the water. Yichan slapped his face in exasperation. This was the 6th turtle. Did his dog have a vendetta against turtles? Why couldn't he catch a single fish? Fishing, akin to battle, requires one to remain composed in the face of danger, to keenly sense the flow of water, and to seize the fleeting moment of weakness. Qian Yujing offered her gentle guidance. Yichan nodded, striving to maintain his calm. He was determined to restore his dignity. For today he had truly embarrassed himself before his beloved wife. His face had been slapped by the fish. Gradually calming his heart, Yichan gazed into the water, frowning in confusion. Why were there no fish? He took a few steps in the water, still nothing. Just as he spotted one, he held his breath, concentrating, and swiftly thrust his wooden stick. A smile spread across his face. He had caught one, yet, as he withdrew the stick, he was left dumbfounded, staring at the empty rod. Where was the fish? I am a good person. Killing fish is not a noble act. Yichan concocted an excuse, slowly making his way back to the shore, feeling somewhat awkward under the amused gaze of his wife. Rubbing his nose, he tossed the stick aside. My dear, I shall gather some snails. They are quite delectable as well. Qian Yujing said nothing, picking up a stick and wading into the water. With a hint of embarrassment, she lifted another wooden bucket and diligently began collecting snails. The water level was shallow here, and in this season, snails were abundant. In no time, she had filled half a bucket. Observing the bounty of snails, Yichan felt his mouth water. These delicacies, once cleaned and crushed at the tail before being stir-fried with red chili peppers, promised a spicy flavor. Although common in his previous world, he had yet to see the villagers here partake in such a dish. It seemed they were unaware of its edibility. All right, let's head back. The bucket can hold no more. Just as he was contemplating this, he heard his wife's voice. Turning around, his eyes widened in astonishment. In such a short time, she had filled an entire bucket. His face fell completely. On the way back, he silently vowed to find time to fish more, determined to redeem himself. Chen Yujing maintained a gentle smile, having never before witnessed Yi Chen's disheartened demeanor. Upon returning to the courtyard, they noted it was nearly noon. Yi Chen gathered firewood, asked Old Li to hang the bear meat, and then began cleaning the fish and turtles. Meanwhile, De Huang watched attentively, wagging his tail, fixated on the turtle Yi Chen had caught. "Begone, you wretched creature!" Yi Chen scolded as he shooed away the large yellow dog, before immersing himself in the task of cleaning. After thoroughly cleansing the fish and the old soft-shelled turtle, he observed the snails in the water, each of them peeking their heads out. He swirled the water, discarding the dirty liquid, and added 2 large buckets of fresh water, commencing the preparation. In the previous world, he would have used pliers to crush them, but now, without such tools, he was undeterred. With a firm pinch of his thumb and index finger, the tails of the snails were crushed effortlessly. Such was the ferocity of his strength. Once the snails were ready, he heated some pork fat in a pan, pouring in half a bucket of snails to stir-fry. He added a sprinkle of red chili peppers and a dash of seasoning, and soon, the spicy aroma wafted through the kitchen. As for the old turtle, Yi Chen opted for steaming rather than braising. He preferred the clarity of the flavors, and it would serve as a nourishing soup for his beloved wife. After 2 hours of diligent work, the bear meat was roasted to perfection, and several pots of rice were cooked. He brought the snails and the turtle soup to the large wooden table in the courtyard, inviting the others, including the elegant-faced tiger, to join him for a meal. He filled a dog bowl with a generous portion of turtle meat and placed it on the ground, announcing, "Big Yellow, dinner is served." "Brother Yi, what is this? Can it be eaten?" The elegant-faced tiger, a man appearing to be in his 30s, addressed Yi Chen as brother, which felt peculiar to Yi Chen. "This is called snail, and it is exceedingly delicious. If you don't believe me, try it." As soon as he finished speaking, the elegant-faced tiger, without hesitation, urged his comrades, "Give it a taste. It smells quite fragrant." He tossed a snail into his mouth, and in the next moment, crunch, crunch. Yi Chen widened his eyes in astonishment as he watched the burly men consume the snails in such a manner. "Is this how you eat them?" he thought, somewhat bewildered. "It's a bit tough, but the flavor is delightful," the elegant-faced tiger remarked, grinning at his brothers, who nodded in agreement. They then turned their gaze to Yi Chen, urging, "Come on, eat. Why are you just standing there? You're doing it wrong. This is not how snails are meant to be eaten." Yi Chen exclaimed, taking a couple of steps forward. He picked up a snail, pinched it between his fingers, brought it to his lips, inhaled, then bit off the internal organs, spitting them out as he chewed. "See? You must eat it like this." The elegant-faced tiger and the others exchanged glances, sensing something was amiss. "Ahem. Let us drink." The cloud leopard, noticing the awkward atmosphere, quickly raised his bowl to lighten the mood. After a bowl of liquor, the atmosphere lifted once more. Yi Chen dashed back into the kitchen, carrying the turtle soup, succulent turtle meat, and the most tender parts of the roasted bear into the thatched cottage. "Wife, stop gazing into the mirror and come eat." Qian Yu set down the celestial mirror, taking her seat at the table. After sipping the soup, she looked at Yi Chen, who was brimming with anticipation, and said with a gentle smile, "It's delicious, indeed. Now go eat." "Absolutely." As days passed, Yi Chen's foundation grew increasingly stable. After all, anyone who spent an hour or two each day hanging on a rope would gradually find their balance. In the blink of an eye, a week has passed, and it is now the 5th day of October. The house has taken on its initial form, thanks largely to the assistance of the people from Haimajai. To the left, a bit more to the left, yes, that's the spot, hold it steady. Yi Chen directed for sturdy men, each gripping a massive wooden post, as they constructed a 3-tiered pavilion, with these posts serving as pillars. With the last wooden post secured, the structure had nearly taken shape. The formidable figures of Yu Mian, Lu Yunbao, He Mianxiong, and another strong man effortlessly leaped onto the 3rd floor, gently placing and securing the inclined roof atop the wooden posts. By evening, The task was finally completed. From the outside, a 3-story building now proudly stood in the courtyard, featuring a balcony and 2 windows on the middle floor, while the uppermost tier resembled an ornate pavilion. Behind the courtyard lay a lush vegetable garden, where various crops had flourished, having grown significantly, though not yet ripe. It could be said that, aside from the lack of interior decoration, everything else was entirely finished and ready for habitation. As for the wooden materials needed for the finishing touches, a carpenter could be summoned to take measurements and craft them. Finally accomplished. Brothers, you must come over tomorrow. I shall treat everyone to a grand feast. Once the renovations are complete, we shall celebrate again.
Yichen laf et heartily.
Realizing he had achieved half of his goal, the dilapidated thatched cottage had been transformed into a sturdy brick house, and even the kitchen in the courtyard had been upgraded to brick, with the stove entirely redone. Even old Lia's thatched cottage had been converted into a brick dwelling. Chapter 49. The bear cave. Moreover, Yichun had taken into account the possibility of future guests. Thus he had specially constructed 3 small brick rooms adjacent to old Li's, albeit in a much simpler manner.
Congratulations, Yedage.
The house is finally completed, exclaimed Yu Mianhu and the others, their faces filled with emotion. Had it not been for the efforts to improve their living conditions, they might have forgotten their identities as mountain bandits. Thanks to everyone's assistance, it has been a challenging few days. Tomorrow, I shall prepare a splendid feast to ensure you eat until you can hardly move. Yichun patted Yu Mianhu's arm, his face beaming with joy. All right, I will bring some wine from the village. We won't return until we are intoxicated. No need. I can simply purchase it in town, for jars of fiery liquor each, and if we can't finish it, we shall take it with us. Yichun responded with great magnanimity. In just 1 week, not only had the house nearly been completed, but the brick factory was also established. With over 20 individuals working diligently, they had begun crafting brick molds and were soon to seek channels for selling the bricks. After bidding farewell to Yu Mianhu and the others, Yichun gazed upon the new house with excitement, pulling Qian Yujing inside. Despite the absence of doors and windows, such trivialities mattered little. With the house constructed, they could gradually attend to the decor. My dear, we shall furnish the hall with some furniture, perhaps craft a few wooden sofas, and later buy some fabric for customization, along with cotton for cushions. We'll place a large table here for dining. And this area. Yichun enthusiastically described his renovation plans to Qian Yujing. The 3rd floor contained a grand hall and 3 rooms. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, the left side, facing the rising sun, comprised the largest room, serving as the master bedroom, complete with a small balcony. The opposite side, overlooking the great river at the back, also featured a balcony, separated by a sliding wooden wall, provided they could find a carpenter skilled in such work. As for the divided area, it could accommodate a sofa and coffee table, perfect for basking in the morning sun when the heat was mild, and in the afternoon, they could enjoy the view of the river. A truly delightful prospect. Beyond lay a living room with 2 small rooms opposite. Yichun had thoughtfully left openings, pondering whether a drainage system could be installed at the back, with one room serving as a bathing area and the other as a guest bedroom. Simply perfect. Such an arrangement, with consideration for plumbing, was utterly unique in this era. Even Qian Yujing was astonished by Yichun's ingenious ideas. However, this would be realized only after finding a carpenter. As it stood, the master bedroom lacked wooden windows and curtains, with 2 shabby old wooden beds spaced a meter apart. Yichun lay on his side, gazing at Qian Yujing. Let us sleep. It will look splendid once the renovations are completed. We shall even cover the walls with wooden panels. It will be far more attractive than it is now. Thunder rumbled ominously. Just as he finished speaking, a torrential downpour began to fall. There was no avoiding it. October was indeed a rainy month. Listening to the rain outside, Qian Yujing smiled gently. It is already quite good. At least it does not leak. Accompanied by the gentle sound of rain, Yichun gradually drifted into slumber, a smile gracing his lips as the dragon pendant upon his chest began to glow, signifying the commencement of the 9 dragons' body refinement. Qian Yujing observed the 9 streams of dragon energy with a glimmer of anticipation in her eyes. The longer the period of body refinement, the better the foundation would become. It had been over a week, and Yi Chun's physique was still capable of absorbing dragon energy, surpassing her expectations. She had initially believed that within 5 days, his body would reach its maximum saturation, subsequently transforming into a Dao body. However, it appeared that a week was not his limit, leaving her eager to discover the extent of his physical prowess. The following morning, Yi Chun was awakened by the affectionate licks of De Huang. Stretching languidly, he rose from his bed to find Old Li already bustling about in the kitchen, preparing breakfast, a task that had become his responsibility. After brushing his teeth with a wooden stick dipped in vegetable ash and completing his morning rituals, he picked up a spear fashioned from a wooden bed and began to practice a peculiar spear technique that had inexplicably surfaced in his mind. Over the past 2 days, he no longer needed to stretch his hips, for his body had opened up, thanks to his diligent training, encouraged by his beloved wife. Once breakfast was finished, Yi Chun took his axe and rope, leading the already sizable De Huang, now 1 meter long and half a meter high, into the mountains. Today he would forgo visiting the town, intent on hunting to prepare a grand feast. Meanwhile, Qian Yujing took the cows out to graze, while 2 hens wandered leisurely in the courtyard. As they meandered into the vegetable garden, the 2 hens perked up, and one clucked at the other, before they slowly entered, extending their necks to forage. They were not pecking at the vegetable leaves, but rather feasting on the insects hidden within the garden. Xiao Hong, I've caught 3 grasshoppers. The speckled hen clucked excitedly to her companion nearby. Humph, I've captured 4 caterpillars. The round-eyed Xiao Hua retorted, pride evident in her expression. Indeed, these 2 hens had attained sentience, and to be precise, so had the 2 cows and De Huang, all possessing formidable strength. They were oblivious to the reason behind this sudden awakening of intelligence. Yet in their eyes, the male master seemed easily vanquishable, while the female master instilled sheer terror in them. Every encounter with her felt as if the heavens themselves were collapsing, filling them with awe and reverence. As the Nine-Nether Emperor, Qian Yujing took it upon herself to tend to the cattle, though initially, managing the animals was challenging due to their lack of awareness. Thus, she casually bestowed a touch of enlightenment upon them, awakening their intelligence. After all, entities with awareness were far easier to manage than those without. Not only that, but she also forcefully elevated the cultivation levels of these pets. However, the downside of such actions was that if they did not encounter great fortune in the future, these pets would remain at their current level for their entire lives. They dared not reveal their cultivation levels, as the mistress had decreed otherwise. For instance, the 2 cows grazed obediently on the grass, while Qian Yujing sat nearby on a stone, playing a wooden zither, a source of her amusement. Yet, De Huang proved to be more challenging to manage. It was unclear whether this dog was exceptionally gifted, but since she had granted De Huang intelligence, the dog's intellect had reached that of a 12 or 13-year-old child. De Huang, can you please refrain from running around aimlessly? Yi Chun traversed the mountain path, his head throbbing as he observed the boisterous antics of De Huang darting about. Now endowed with the strength of 3 oxen, Yi Chun felt emboldened to venture deep into the mountains for hunting, for it was here that the prey was abundant. Passing the lair of the black bear from their previous encounter, De Huang cast a few curious glances before darting inside with a swift motion. Yi Chun bore on his back 5 or 6 gray hairs, trophies of De Huang's prowess. A true hunter must always have a loyal dog by his side. Before long, a dark figure burst forth, and Yi Chun squinted in disbelief at this shadowy creature. De Huang, what have you done? He exclaimed. De Huang wagged his tail, but suddenly, Yi Chun's brow furrowed in concern as he crouched down to summon De Huang, brushing his hand over the dog's fur, now smeared with dark substance, and rubbing it between his fingers, his eyes betraying a mix of surprise and suspicion. Fashioning a rudimentary torch, he ignited it with a fire starter and proceeded into the cavern, which measured about 8 or 9 meters in depth. Within the cave, aside from a pungent stench and some animal bones, there appeared to be nothing amiss. Kneeling to inspect the ground, he retrieved his axe and struck the cave wall, causing stones to tumble down. Setting aside the axe, he picked up a fallen rock to examine it closely. Before long, Yi Chun's eyes widened, and his breath quickened as he realized the significance of the stone.
Chapter 50. Actual mine?
Aspiring to be a mine owner? This is a piece of coal, Yi Chun exclaimed in astonishment, caressing the dark, rugged wall, his heart brimming with excitement. He had stumbled upon an open-pit coal mine. In the villages of this world, firewood was the primary fuel, and the existence of combustible coal was utterly unknown. A golden opportunity. An extraordinary opportunity. Yi-chun breathed heavily, clutching the coal tightly as he dashed out. If he could exploit this coal mine, the profits would be unimaginable. A mere few dozen pounds of firewood could only fetch a couple of coins in the town, and every household relied on firewood for fuel, except when cooking or during the winter months when warmth was paramount. Otherwise, firewood was indispensable. Now, this coal mine could potentially replace firewood to a significant extent. How much should I sell a pound of coal for? A pound of firewood lasts about half an hour for cooking, while in the previous world, 2 pieces of coal could burn through the night, at least for 8 hours. 8 hours, I need to calculate this carefully. Yi-chun weighed the coal in his hand, mentally estimating. This substance is entirely unknown to the people of this world. I can set my own price. Selling it for 5 coins per pound seems reasonable, targeting affluent families who wouldn't mind spending a little. 5 coins could buy nearly 200 pounds of firewood. Beyond that, it might be pushing it. Yes, let us start with 5 coins per pound and adjust later based on the situation. Raising his head to gaze at the Black Bear Cave, a glimmer of determination sparkled in Yi-chun's eyes. He needed to ascertain just how much coal could be extracted from this mine. With that thought in mind, he abandoned his hunting. "Da Huang, let us go home," he exclaimed, clutching the coal as he hurried down the mountain. If this indeed turned out to be a significant coal mine, he would undoubtedly strike it rich. "Dear, I'm back. I have something to discuss with you." Upon reaching the base of the mountain, he called out to his lovely wife, who was still tending to the cattle. Chen Yujing rose, observing Yi-chun's hurried demeanor as she led the cow home. Along the way, Yi-chun explained the nature of the discovery and how they could profit from it. Chen Yujing listened with curiosity, eyeing the piece of coal. She had seen such things before, but only spiritual stones were known to burn. This stone was not a spiritual stone. How could it possibly ignite? However, she refrained from questioning him, having grown accustomed to Yi-chun's peculiar thoughts, often expressed in terms she herself found bewildering. Upon returning home, Yi-chun was greeted by Yumian Tiger and his brothers, a smile illuminating his face. "You've arrived just in time. I have something to discuss with you." Yumian Tiger exchanged glances with his 2 brothers, their spirits ignited by a surge of excitement. Could it be that their sincerity had moved Brother Yi, prompting him to join their Haima village? Thrilled, they followed Yi-chun into the living room. Although sparsely furnished, a few wooden stools and a large round table adorned the space. Yumian Tiger and his brothers took their seats at the table while Yi-chun and his wife sat across from them. "Brother Yi, are you considering joining our Haima village? If you do, I will immediately relinquish my position as the leader," Yumian Tiger said with a broad smile. Yi-chun paused momentarily, waving his hand with a chuckle, then placed the palm-sized piece of coal on the table and pushed it forward. The jade-faced tiger picked up the stone that had slid over, his brow furrowing in confusion. "Isn't this just a black stone? What is so peculiar about it?" Yi-chun understood in his heart that they truly did not recognize this object. Clearing his throat, he stated, "I do not intend to join the Black Horse stronghold. After all, I am merely a humble villager, lacking such ambitions." Upon hearing this, disappointment washed over the faces of the jade-faced tiger and his companions. Yi-chun continued, "You must be in need of silver as bandits. We are not bandits. We are rebels, although we are still referred to as bandits for now." Black-faced bear quickly corrected Yi-chun's misconception, arguing his point. The jade-faced tiger pondered for a moment. "Brother Yi is correct. We are indeed in dire need of silver. Otherwise, we wouldn't require the village to provide annual supplies. There is no choice. We have hundreds of people in the stronghold to support, and we rely on hunting for income." Yi-chun nodded in agreement. "In that case, I have a business proposition I wish to discuss with you. If all goes well, we shall not lack silver for a considerable time." "What business?" The jade-faced tiger's eyes brightened. With sufficient silver, he could recruit more soldiers and expand their influence. "Mineral business." Yi-chun smiled, though his words left them perplexed. "Mineral business? What is that? You must be quite curious." "Tiger, hand me the stone, and I shall demonstrate." The stone returned to Yi Chen's hands, and soon he placed a basin of burning wood on the table, tossing in a piece of coal. Within a few breaths, the coal began to glow red, slowly igniting. Yi Chen's gaze sharpened, his excitement mounting. This was anthracite. Coal can be categorized into peat, lignite, bituminous, and anthracite, and the coal mine Yi Chen had discovered was of the anthracite variety. This was an exceptionally rare find. It seemed the price would soar. This stone can burn? The flowing cloud leopard was taken aback. As the strategist of the stronghold, he was astounded to see the coal smoldering slightly. He looked up at Yi Chen, incredulous, having already guessed Yi Chen's intentions. Noticing the look in his eyes, Yi Chen smiled and spoke. I call this a coal block. It can burn for at least 5 hours with a higher temperature than wood, and it occupies less space, making it more convenient. If we can sell these coal blocks, they could replace firewood to some extent. Profit without loss. We're gonna strike it rich. If there are many of these stones, we will surely prosper. The flowing cloud leopard gasped for breath, while the jade-faced tiger began to comprehend, though black-faced bear remained utterly bewildered, unable to grasp their conversation. Brother Yi,
What do you propose?
the jade-faced tiger's face flushed with excitement. He seemed to envision a bounty of silver. It is simple, you provide the manpower, and I will supply the coal mine. The coal we extract, I shall sell, and we will split the profits evenly. Yi Chen replied with a smile. His decision to have the Black Horse Stronghold's men mine rather than the villagers was strategic. Mining produces coal ash, which is toxic. The bodies of warriors can filter out these dangers, but the villagers cannot. Moreover, this is a coal mine. If it is indeed sold in the future, those who covet it will undoubtedly attempt to seize it. Do the villagers possess the strength to resist? Certainly not. However, the individuals from Haimajai are quite different. The 3 of them, including the jade-faced tiger, are formidable warriors at the 9th level of blood condensation. Such prowess is likely rare even in the town, significantly enhancing their security. Furthermore, these warriors possess great strength and endurance, allowing them to excavate far more efficiently than the villagers could ever hope to. Thus, he intends to collaborate with Haimajai. He undoubtedly cannot store all the coal blocks himself and can instead extract them for transport to Haimajai, where they can be stored. As for the possibility of betrayal from the people of Haimajai, Yi Chen has contemplated this as well. However, with his beloved wife by his side, they are unlikely to dare turn against him. It is a venture promising immense profit with no risk. Let us proceed. However, the profits cannot be split evenly. The jade-faced tiger's complexion flushed, his gaze fixed intently on Yi Chen. Chapter 51. The little wife takes action. Yi Chen furrowed his brows, gazing at him. How do you propose we divide it? The tiger with a jade face tapped his fingers on the table. We are but rough men. Aside from my second brother, who has had some education, we are not particularly adept at management. Thus, we rely on sheer brute strength, which is of little consequence to us. Moreover, this was discovered by you, Brother Yi, so we have essentially benefited from your insight. Therefore, the distribution of profits shall be 3 for us and 7 for you. The tiger with a jade face fixed his gaze on Yi Chen, his voice deep and resolute. Yi Chen glanced at his beloved wife. Darling, what do you think? I will defer to your judgment. Qian Yujing spoke softly, showing little interest in such matters, expressing her trust in Yi Chen's decision. Very well, let it be a 3-7 split. Yi Chen nodded, finalizing the agreement. Old Li, observing from the side, nodded slightly. His young master was indeed ambitious, likely wishing to establish his own influence. Should he reveal the young master's true lineage? After a moment's hesitation, Old Li decided it was not yet the opportune moment to disclose that information. As 4 bowls of wine were served, the group raised their glasses in jovial spirits, exclaiming, "Here's to our prosperity." To prosperity. Subsequently, Yi Chen led the tiger and the others to the Black Bear Cave on the mountain. The tiger nodded repeatedly as he listened to Yi Chen's plans, thumping his chest in assurance that arrangements would be made to camp there, vowing to secure the location. This is merely the outermost part of the deep mountains. Formidable beasts are unlikely to appear here. The Black Horse village is filled with warriors, and even if wild animals were to show themselves, they would hardly stand a chance against us. When they descended from the mountain, each person bore a wild boar on their back, having directly procured 2 litters of them. In the courtyard at noon, the group indulged in large bowls of wine and meat, reveling in the merriment. By the time they finished, Yi Chun found himself disoriented, while the tiger and his companions sprawled haphazardly across the courtyard, fast asleep. When the burly man returned with a group of brothers, he was taken aback by the scene in the courtyard, bewildered by the sight of so many inebriated states. Even the 3 heads of the village had never partaken to such excess within the village. Qian Yujing gently pulled Yi Chun inside, allowing him to sober up, while the others in the courtyard were of no concern. Standing on the 2nd-floor balcony, she surveyed the expansive courtyard of over 100 square meters, which seemed rather monotonous. With a subtle gesture, a group of mountain bandits soared toward the edge of the yard. Immediately, the soil of a 20-square-meter area to the left of the courtyard began to levitate. Old Li, astonished, looked up at the young mistress on the 2nd floor. In the blink of an eye, a circular pit, approximately 3 meters deep, materialized. With a flick of her hand, spiritual energy rained down, filling the pit with water, which then transformed into blue bricks, forming a low wall about 40 centimeters high. With a delicate motion of her fingers, various objects flew into the pond, and soon a 2-meter-tall artificial mountain emerged within the water. The pond's water flowed through the inner caverns of the mountain, cascading back into the pond, surrounded by blooming lotus flowers. The spiritual energy within the pond was contained within the entire courtyard, not a trace seeping out, while the external energy continued to flow inward. The courtyard's grounds sprouted with green grass, and soon the previously dull space was rejuvenated and transformed. Qian Yujing nodded in satisfaction, feeling that this indeed created a more profound atmosphere of home. After all, Yi Chun believed she was merely at the qi refinement stage, so he could attribute this little trick to that. Old Li wore an expression of astonishment. He mused that the young master had married an extraordinary lady. Yet, the young master perceived the young mistress as merely practicing qi. What a pity! Yu Tiandao, brimming with joy, flew into the midst of the lotus flowers, and soon, a flurry of butterflies soared over the wooden fence, joining Yu Tiandao in frolicking atop the blossoms. De Huang, observing the newly appeared pond, leaped onto the railing, eyeing the water below with a stirring desire to jump in. However, after catching a glance at his mistress, he obediently lay by the pond's edge. Yi Chun, in a state of intoxication, did not awaken until nightfall, only to discover that Yu Mianhu and the others had already departed. Seeing the artificial mountain and pond in the courtyard, he was somewhat astonished. Did you do this? Qian Yujing displayed a gentle smile. Isn't it beautiful? It's splendid. Yi Chun chuckled. Truly impressive for a Taoist at the qi refinement stage. Qian Yujing rolled her eyes. Go cook. I'm hungry. All right. Yi Chun scratched his head and dutifully went to prepare a meal. Though the courtyard was infused with rich spiritual energy, he could not feel it at all. It was inevitable. With the Empress present, unless one's cultivation exceeded hers, no one could sense it. How infuriating! This Yi is utterly ungrateful, showing no consideration for our family in matters of profit. No, tomorrow I shall go to the town and seek out the Wang family. I refuse to believe that a mere Yi can stand against them. In Zhou Zuihua's courtyard, she bore the marks of fingernails on her face, remnants of the scuffles from the brick kiln factory over the past few days. However, with the likes of Deguzi and the village chief's son keeping watch, no matter how much she threw a tantrum, she gained no advantage. Yet, she dared not confront Yi Chun directly, for she had seen the impressive steeds parked at his entrance recently. Associating with bandits, this Yi was indeed a nefarious character, with a face full of hatred. Zhou Zuihua resolved to accompany her husband, Li Datu, to the town the following day to enlist the Wang family in dealing with this Yi. The next day, around 8 or 9 in the morning, after practicing his spear techniques, Yi Chun advised Yu Mianhu and the others to be cautious in their mining endeavors. With his little wife tending to the ox, he hitched up the ox cart and set off for the town. This trip had 2 primary objectives. First, after consulting with the village chief, he learned that there were no carpenters in the village, so he needed to find a skilled carpenter to custom-make a batch of renovation materials and furniture. Second, he aimed to visit the established Wang family brick kiln in town to explore the possibility of collaboration. After all, he had successfully produced bricks. Rather than seeking out channels independently, it would be wiser to negotiate a partnership directly. The Wang family was a long-standing brick kiln operation, a significant player in the industry. Establishing his own brick kiln would inevitably lead to competition. However, how could a mere villager hope to contend with such an entrenched force? Yet, Yi Chun was not a native of this world. His mindset did not adhere to traditional notions. Why must there be competition? As the saying goes, the world is bustling with individuals seeking profit. Commerce is not a mere brawl, but rather a realm requiring astute intellect. In business, there exists no rigid dichotomy. When the stakes are sufficiently high, competitors may transform into allies. Consider the individuals of Black Horse Village. Even without the intimidation of a beloved partner, one can command their loyalty with ease. When the incentives are ample, even the most unruly bandits may willingly lend their strength. Our sustenance derives from intellect and social acumen. Brute force is the domain of the unrefined. Moreover, he possesses not only blue bricks but also red ones. At the very least, he has yet to encounter anyone in town seeking the latter. This is a distinct advantage. The ox cart moved at a steady pace, and soon Yi Chun spotted two figures ahead. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the audacious Zhou Tsuehua and her husband, Li Datu. What could possibly bring them to town? Upon hearing the sound of the cart, Zhou Tsuehua turned around and, upon seeing Yi Chun, her frustration boiled over. Grasping her husband's arm, she halted and, with hands on her hips, shouted, "Yi Chun, stop the cart. We wish to accompany you to town." Chapter 52. The importance of human relations in business. Yi Chun was amused by their antics as he sat atop the ox cart, observing them. "You should consider yourselves fortunate that I didn't bring De Huang along today. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly bite you. What do you expect, nagging me like this?" With a swift gesture, Yi Chun gave the ox a gentle pat on its rear. The ox, disdainfully glancing at Zhou Tsuehua and her companion, mooed twice and galloped away with vigor. Though it raced, the ride remained remarkably smooth. How exasperating! In no time, Yi Chun's cart sped away, leaving Zhou Tsuehua and her companion engulfed in dust. "Ah, this is infuriating. That Yi is far too arrogant. I must persuade the Wang family to demolish your brick kiln." Zhou Tsuehua shrieked in fury, while Li Datu wore an equally indignant expression, appalled at Yi Chun's blatant disrespect. Soon enough, Yi Chun arrived in town and inquired about the residence of the Wang family, who specialized in selling bricks. He drove his cart to the grand entrance of the Wang residence. Gazing at the impressive facade, Yi Chun couldn't help but feel envious. Selling bricks was clearly lucrative, as evidenced by such an imposing entrance. After dismounting, he assisted his lovely wife down from the cart and ascended the steps, addressing the two guards with a smile. "Could you kindly inform Lord Wang that someone has come to purchase bricks?" The guards exchanged glances at Yi Chun and Chen Yujing's attire. Although they wore coarse clothing, anyone who could afford an ox cart must possess some wealth. One guard responded, "Please wait a moment. I shall inform the supervisor. Brick sales are under his purview. However, you might want to speak directly with Lord Wang, as this matter is rather significant, and the supervisor cannot make a decision." Noting Yi Chun's cheerful demeanor and confident air, the guard nodded. "Very well, I shall inform the Lord, though he may not necessarily come out." Upon hearing this, Yi Chun turned back to the cart, retrieved two bricks, a blue one and a red one, and handed them to the guard. "Present these bricks to Lord Wang. I assure you he will come out." The guard, taken aback by the vibrant red brick, had never encountered such a color before. It appeared far more appealing than the blue one, exuding a sense of festivity. "Understood. Please wait a moment." The guard's demeanor became notably more courteous. After entering through a side door, Yi Chun and Chen Yujing waited outside. Soon, a distinguished gentleman in splendid attire, adorned with a crown-like hairstyle, emerged. He appeared to be in his 50s, with a well-proportioned physique, a genial expression, and clear, astute eyes. Truly a cunning old fox. "Please, come in and take a seat," Lord Wang said with a gentle smile, his gaze lingering on Yi Chun. He discerned from their demeanor that the man exuded calm authority while the woman seemed to wander aimlessly in her observations, confirming his suspicion that the man was the decision-maker. "Dear wife, let us proceed," Yi Chun said, taking his petite spouse's hand as they followed Lord Wang into the grand estate, while the guard led the ox cart into the courtyard. I am Wang Ruhai. May I inquire your names? Upon entering the main hall, Lord Wang settled into a chair as a maidservant served tea. With a smile, Yi Chun replied, I am Yi Chun, the leaf of the tree and the dust of the earth. This is my wife, Qian Yujing. Lord Wang nodded and smiled, choosing to remain silent as he savored his tea. Yi Chun remained silent as he lifted his cup of tea to savor its fragrant aroma, indicative of the refined tastes befitting a man of stature. The two shared a tranquil silence. Qian Yujing, with her imperial demeanor, certainly held no regard for the likes of Wang Leoi. Thus, the hall was enveloped in quietude, occasionally interrupted by the gentle clinking of teacups and their lids. After several minutes, Wang Leoi felt a flicker of surprise. Having surmised the situation upon seeing the bricks, he now observed the two before him maintaining an air of calm. Their relaxed state seemed incongruous for mere villagers. In the realm of commerce, one must possess acumen. An astute businessman can often gauge another's position with just a few exchanged words. Yi Chun, too, was no novice. He had previously specialized in contract negotiations. In dealings with prominent figures, the one who speaks first often concedes the upper hand in ensuing discussions. Therefore, he remained unperturbed, confident in his composure. Although formal negotiations had yet to commence, an unspoken duel had begun the moment they entered. The contest now hinged on their patience and resolve. With years of experience behind him, Wang Leoi was well aware that speaking first would lead to being led astray in their dialogue. Conversely, should Yi Chun choose to initiate, he could steer the conversation at will. Time passed, and the tea was replenished 3 or 4 times. Yi Chun cast a glance at Wang Leoi, who met his gaze, each discerning a glimmer of amusement in the other's eyes. Setting down his cup, Yi Chun smiled and declared, Wang Leoi, you are truly formidable. I concede defeat. Qian Yujing furrowed her brow, puzzled by Yi Chun's words. After such a prolonged silence, why declare himself defeated? Wang Leoi chuckled and nodded. You are too gracious. Had I sought you out, I likely would have been the one to falter. Their laughter echoed in the room, and Wang Leoi, in an unusually jovial mood, picked up a nearby red brick and remarked, So you wish to sell me this brick, intending to resell it to others? Yi Chun clasped his hands in respect, complimenting, Wang Leoi, your foresight is remarkable. I am truly impressed. However, I shall not purchase these bricks. My own brick kilns suffice. Yet, this red brick possesses unique qualities, and I lack the method to fire it. Yi Chun, seemingly anticipating Wang Leoi's thoughts, maintained his smile as he continued, If Wang Leoi desires it, I would be honored to present it to you. Wang Leoi raised an eyebrow, setting down the brick as he scrutinized Yi Chun once more. Despite his humble attire, Yi Chun's demeanor and poise belied his appearance. Since you, dear brother Yi, have bestowed upon me a gift, I must reciprocate. The brick business across our 4 towns, Qinglin, Songlin, Yulin, and Fenglin, is now yours. Wang Leoi stated with a gentle smile, eager to observe Yi Chun's reaction. Should Yi Chun exhibit greed, Wang Leoi could easily retract his offer. After all, he was the undisputed leader of the brick trade in this region. Taken aback by the unexpected declaration, Yi Chun paused to contemplate before a smile graced his face as he clasped his hands again. Replying, Congratulations, Wang Leoi. Wang Leoi, intrigued, inquired, What do you congratulate me for? Isn't Lord Wang planning to expand to other counties? Yi Chun inquired with a smile. Lord Wang chuckled heartily. Ah, Yi Chun, is it? Join me, and I shall offer you a managerial position. Yi Chun shook his head, replying, I am but a humble villager, lacking such grand ambitions. I merely wish to tend to my beloved and my modest plot of land, as long as it provides sustenance. A look of regret crossed Lord Wang's face. He recognized Yi Chun as a man of business acumen. Indeed, he was contemplating relinquishing his trade in the town to gradually shift focus to the county. With Wuling City encompassing 4 counties and 16 towns, even the 4 towns were insufficient to satisfy his aspirations. For a century, the Wang family had reached a bottleneck in Qinglin town. Only by developing in the county could they break free from this stagnation. To seize a county was to pave the way for expansion into other towns, yielding profits that would far exceed what was attainable here. In that case, I shall not impose upon you. You provide me with the red brick formula, and I will grant you access to the brick market across the 4 towns in Qingyuan County. Congratulations in advance, Brother Yi, on your impending fortune, Lord Wang declared, rising with a smile. Yichen stood as well, responding, I shall not take advantage of you, Brother Wang. The profits from the bricks will be divided 80-20 between our families. Lord Wang nodded, acknowledging Yichen's savvy nature. Very well. I shall have my manager compile a list of the landlords and gentlemen across each town as a gift for you. Yichen was overjoyed. This list would save him the trouble of seeking buyers for his bricks. Such connections were invaluable. This 2% concession would not only be a fair trade but rather a lucrative opportunity. Chapter 53. The indomitable Zhou woman strikes again after reaching an agreement. Lord Wang had his associates draft a contract, which was subsequently signed and sealed by both parties, rendering it effective. Brother Yi, in 2 days, I shall visit your brick kiln factory in your village. At that time, do prepare some individuals to gradually take over my brick kiln. I may need to head to the county soon, but with your intelligence, you might very well manage even better than I, Lord Wang remarked with a smile, patting Yichen on the arm. Rest assured, my ambitions are not so grand. Managing these 4 towns is already quite a handful for me. Should you ever have need in the future, I would gladly extend my support to you, Lord Wang, Yichen replied humbly with a smile. That's the spirit. Lord Wang beamed. By the way, which village do you hail from? This is Qinglin Town, which encompasses many villages, but only the town is officially recognized. So I am not entirely certain, Yichen responded. I am from Shanka village, right at the entrance of the village road leading out from the town. Yichen chuckled. There was no need for concealment. The two conversed for a while longer, and Yichen left behind the formula for red bricks. When Lord Wang suggested they stay for a meal, Yichen politely declined, mentioning he had other matters to attend to and promised to host Lord Wang for a meal upon his visit to the village. Thus, Yichen assisted his lovely wife onto the ox cart, leading the ox while conversing with Lord Wang as they departed. Upon exiting, he clasped his fists in a gesture of respect towards Lord Wang before riding away. Lord Wang watched the cart leave, nodding slightly. Yichen was quite impressive, adept in his dealings, and if he could be brought into his fold, there would be no worries about securing influence in the county. With a sigh, he thought that if only his own son possessed Yichen's wisdom, he would have long been in the county by now. Not long after Yichen's departure, Zhou Zuihua and Li Datu arrived at the Wang residence. Gazing in awe at the imposing entrance, they hesitantly approached the gatekeeper. We seek your master. We have urgent matters to discuss. The gatekeepers exchanged glances, perplexed by the influx of visitors seeking their master. Assessing the appearance of the duo, one of the gatekeepers spoke with indifference. What business do you have with our master? Zhou Zuihua, with a conciliatory demeanor, replied, Someone from our village has constructed a brick kiln factory, which surely opposes Lord Wang. We are here to report this. Which village are you from? Not far. From Shanka village, Zhou Zuihua replied earnestly, wary of causing a scene with the gatekeepers. Upon hearing this, one of the gatekeepers smirked. The two who had just departed were indeed from Shanka village, and their conversation with Lord Wang suggested a collaboration was in the works. These two appeared to be envious of other success and were seeking to cause trouble. Before becoming gatekeepers, they had been villagers themselves and were well aware of such trivial matters. With a mocking tone, one of the gatekeepers replied, Return home. Our master is not present. Not present. Zhou Zuihua was taken aback and quickly insisted. This is truly urgent. I have seen them firing bricks. It's an encroachment on Lord Wang's business. Be gone. We shall inform our master, the gatekeeper retorted. Zhou Zuihua attempted further protest, but one of the gatekeepers slammed his staff on the ground. Enough chatter. Make yourself scarce. Li Datu retracted his head, pulling Zhou Zuihua along, and the two scurried away in a disheartened manner. As they disappeared into the distance, a security guard scoffed, remarking, These two are clearly up to no good. Another guard chimed in, Indeed, they come here to sow discord, while the master has already secured a deal with the other party. But who cares? Every village has its share of despicable characters who cannot stand to see others prosper. I suspect they are merely a nuisance in their own village. The two guards continued their banter while keeping watch at the gate. oblivious to the fact that Yi-chun had no intention of letting these two disrupt his business. What a joke. Darling, let us buy more maltose this time. I noticed you finished the last batch in just 3 days, Yi-chun said as he parked the ox cart and turned to Chen Yujing. A rare look of embarrassment crossed her face. She was unsure why she consumed it so quickly, feeling uncomfortable without something to munch on. This was, in fact, a natural craving of pregnancy, a desire for snacks. Upon reaching the stall selling maltose, they purchased a substantial bag. While wandering through the market, Yi-chun also acquired several bags of seeds and other snacks. Though they seemed plentiful, they cost less than 100 won. Brother, do you know which carpenter in town is the best? Yi-chun inquired of a stall owner. Ah, that would be the master carpenter over there, the finest in our town. The owner pointed in the direction. Yi-chun smiled and led Chen Yujing over there, stopping to buy a skewer of candied hawthorn for his beloved wife. Just before arriving at the carpenter's workshop, they witnessed 2 men forcibly dragging a young man out, before unceremoniously throwing him to the ground. A middle-aged man followed, flinging a wooden product onto the ground, where it shattered into pieces. He shouted, "Get lost. Your father is dead. Don't come here to annoy me. This is my workshop. You're talking nonsense. Li Shan, don't forget you are my father's apprentice. This carpenter's workshop was left to me by my father. Just wait. One day I will reclaim it." The young man clenched his fists, his face marred with bruises, clearly having endured a severe beating. "Humph, since your father is dead, this place is mine now. If you think you can turn things around, let me tell you, as long as you are in Qinglin town, you will never get any business." The middle-aged man spoke with an arrogant air, rolling up his sleeves as if ready to strike the young man again. Yi-chun understood the situation. This Li Shan had usurped the young man's father's workshop and was now attempting to suppress him. Such blatant disrespect was intolerable. The thought of commissioning furniture from someone like this was utterly revolting. Without hesitation, he rushed forward and delivered a resounding slap to Li Shan's face, sending him reeling to the ground. The other 2 men, seeing someone intervene, clenched their fists and prepared to charge, but they were merely ordinary men with a bit of muscle. They were no match for Yi-chun. Within moments, they lay on the ground, unable to rise. Thank you, benefactor," the young man exclaimed, scrambling to his feet, filled with gratitude. Yi-chun turned to gaze at the young man, who appeared to be merely a year or 2 his junior. From within his garments, he retrieved several sheets of paper. These were the furniture designs he had sketched over the past few days. He placed them into the young man's hands and inquired whether he could fabricate the requested pieces. The young man was momentarily taken aback, yet a smile soon graced his features. However, the sight of his panda-like eyes streaming with blood and his face marred by bruises rendered him quite peculiar. "Dare to provoke me? Bring me some help, and I'll have him dealt with," Li Shan exclaimed as he rose, clutching his face and shouting towards the carpenter's workshop. What a bunch of shameless rogues. Yi-chun remained unfazed, stretching his limbs, and soon a group of individuals lay sprawled on the ground. Having subdued them, he turned his attention to Li Shan, beckoning him with a finger. "Come now, do you wish for me to bestow upon you another slap?" Li Shan's expression turned to one of fear as he loudly proclaimed, "I have someone backing me. You cannot afford to offend me." Despite his bravado, he hastily retreated into the carpenter's workshop and slammed the door shut. The young man studied the designs with utmost seriousness, his brow furrowing slightly. Observing this, Yi-chun inquired, "Are you unable to create them?" The young man looked up, shaking his head as he replied, "This is far too simple. There is no challenge at all. How about I design a few for you, my benefactor? They will undoubtedly surpass these in aesthetic appeal." Chapter 54. The professional supporting carpenter Yi-chun narrowed his eyes. These were all modern furniture pieces of his own design. "What is your name?" he inquired. "My name is Sumu. You may call me Mutu," Sumu replied, wiping away a trickle of blood from his nose, a touch of embarrassment coloring his cheeks. Yi-chun clapped a hand on his shoulder. "You're a good lad. Join me. It's merely a carpenter's workshop we're talking about. Stick with me, and I assure you, you will reclaim it yourself." Sumu hesitated. Li Shan is backed by the Chen family. They are the wealthy landowners of the town, influential and affluent enough of that. Do you want to reclaim the workshop or not? Yes. Then let us go. But my tools are still in the workshop. Yichen nodded, and soon, Sumu emerged, brimming with excitement, clutching a large wooden box. Thus, a young carpenter was spirited away by Yichen. Yichen contemplated how to renovate the place. This lad had no relatives in town, making it convenient for him to stay. There was ample room beside old Lie's quarters. He could have a room there. Practical measurements and renovations would swiftly alleviate any concerns. Of course, he would pay him double the wages. If this young man's skills were indeed as impressive as he claimed, Yichen would consider helping him reclaim the workshop, establishing a carpenter business. In due time, with several ventures generating income, he would be able to reap the rewards effortlessly. As they passed the inn with an ox cart, they loaded several jars of fiery liquor and leisurely made their way back to the village. "Brother Yi, your sister-in-law is truly beautiful," Sumu remarked cheerfully as he trailed behind the cart. Yichen shot him a glance, scoffing, "Am I not handsome?" "Handsome. Brother Yi is exceptionally handsome. Indeed, as people say, you are like a tall, elegant tree," Sumu praised, recalling what he had heard in town. With no more room on the cart, he had to walk alongside, yet he showed no signs of discontent, instead brimming with enthusiasm. "I do enjoy hearing the truth," Yichen nodded proudly, leaning against the cart's frame. Qian Yu shook her head in amusement and turned her gaze toward the nearby woods. "Brother Yi, is what you said true? Are you really going to give me double wages? Why would I deceive you? Is the house really that large? Will it rival the homes of the town's gentry? Why would I deceive you? Can I truly reclaim the workshop through my own abilities? Why would I deceive you? Brother Yi, is there no end to your questions? Double wages, a spacious house, and if your skills are as good as you say, I will help you reclaim the workshop. What more do you wish to inquire?" Yichen was at a loss for words, realizing that this fellow was quite the chatterbox himself. I need to relieve myself," Sumu mumbled, retracting his head slightly. "A maiden? You seek a maiden? What nonsense! If you possess the capability, find one for yourself. How could you expect me to procure a maiden for you?"
Yichen exclaimed in frustration.
No, I meant I need to use the restroom." "Ah, just go to the restroom if you need to. Why are you telling me? You're already 20. Do you really need me to accompany you?" Yichen felt utterly speechless. "Oh, all right, I've been waiting for quite some time, and since Brother Yi hasn't relieved himself either, I thought I'd ask if you wanted to join me." "What the hell? How could that possibly be a trivial matter?" Yichen felt as if he were on the verge of a breakdown. Sumu scratched his head and chuckled, then discreetly went to the roadside bushes to relieve himself. Qian Yujing turned around with a smile, observing Yichen's despondent expression, and remarked, "You say this to me every day. My ears are going to develop calluses." "It's different. What I discuss with you pertains to grand business strategies, considering our future. While he is merely posing meaningless questions," Yichen defended himself. Qian Yujing rolled her eyes and began cracking sunflower seeds. "Sunflower seeds are delicious, but don't overindulge, or you'll get a heat rash. By the way, my dear, do you know how sunflower seeds come about?" Yichen was about to launch into another monologue. Qian Yujing replied with exasperation, "I'm a Qi training period Taoist. I won't get heat rash." "Oh, right, I forgot." Yichen slapped his forehead, realizing he had indeed forgotten, and promptly began to recount the origins of sunflower seeds. Once he finished, Sumu chimed in, "Oh, so that's how sunflower seeds are made. Brother Yi, you really know so much." "Of course." Yichen beamed with pride at his little wife. Seeing him gaze at her, Qian Yujing helplessly said, "You're impressive. You know a lot, and I don't." Yichen chuckled, feeling a surge of satisfaction. "I'm your man. How could I not be impressive? Indeed, Brother Yi is tall and handsome, and knowledgeable too. Truly remarkable." Sumu hurriedly continued the conversation. "Goodness, it turns out Sumu is not only a carpenter but also a professional comic foil. With me, Sumu around, the conversation will never falter. A true professional." Yichen glanced at him appreciatively. This lad is quite capable and has a bright future. Soon, they returned to Shango village. Sumu stared wide-eyed at the imposing 2-meter-high wooden walls and the 3-story brick houses within, exclaiming, "Oh my, is this really a village? Are the houses in villages this grand?" Yi-chun dismounted from the ox cart and playfully slapped the back of his head, pointing at the wooden houses in the village. Over there is normal. This is your brother's courtyard. Upon comparison, Su-mu was left utterly astonished. Once they entered the courtyard, they found lush green grass, a broad path leading to the entrance of the brick house, 2 cow sheds on the left, and 4 small brick houses that were likely the kitchen. A clothesline hung in the yard with meat strips drying. To the right, there was a pond adorned with lotus flowers, a rockery, and flowing water. This environment was far superior to that of the average household in town. You will live here from now on. You are a carpenter, so making a bed should be no difficulty for you. Yi-chun smiled, patting him on the shoulder. Not difficult at all, as long as there is wood. This is a piece of cake for me.
Su-mu nodded vigorously.
Yi-chun led him outside the courtyard, where a towering pile of firewood stood nearby. This wood was reserved for burning, primarily consisting of thick logs that required chopping. However, they could also be utilized to craft a wooden bed. No problem. I possess the necessary tools and can swiftly construct a wooden bed. By the way, Brother Yi, how would you like to decorate your home? I can take measurements and prepare a blueprint for you to review. Su-mu, not rushing to attend to his own matters, inquired about Yi-chun's preferences. Yi-chun guided him into the courtyard, where they found Old Lee reclining on a handcrafted wooden lounge chair, basking in the sun while sipping wine. Beside him sat a bowl, and a Huang lay nearby, squinting in the sunlight. Su-mu felt a surge of indignation. Old Lee, there's one thing for you to drink alone, but why bring De Huang into this? With that, he dashed over to snatch the wine gourd away. No drinking today. Old Lee opened his eyes, chuckled softly, and upon noticing the newcomer, he scrutinized Su-mu before exclaiming, "Ah, a new carpenter. Work diligently. Following our young master will lead to a bright future." Hearing the old man refer to Yi-chun as the young master puzzled Su-mu. Did Yi-chun possess some hidden status? Nevertheless, he respectfully bowed and introduced himself. "I am Su-mu. Pleased to meet you, sir. Don't be formal. Just call me Uncle Lee. Now off you go. I need to rest for a bit." In the blink of an eye, he had drifted off, snoring peacefully. De Huang seemed to sense his master's return, wobbling as he attempted to stand and rush over for a lick. However, he stumbled and fell headfirst into the wine bowl, spilling the contents everywhere. Quickly, he lapped up the spilled wine, shook his head, and sat up, tilting his head back with closed eyes, howling, "Awoo! Awoo! Brother Yi, are you sure this is a dog and not a wolf?" Chapter 55. Zhou Zuo's slander. Brick kilns strike Yi-chun wore an awkward expression, muttering, "Pay them no heed, just a couple of drunken fools. They've indulged in their wine to such a state." Su-mu nodded earnestly, then inquired, "Uncle Lee referred to you as the young master. The so-called young master is a farce. He came here of his own accord. I suspect he hails from the same village as I do. When life became unbearable for him, he sought refuge with me." "Just ignore him," Yi-chun replied with irritation, leading Su-mu upstairs. Upon arriving at the master bedroom, he gestured toward the center, stating, "I wish to install a sliding wooden door, or you might consider it a wooden partition. Observe just like this," demonstrating the sliding motion. Su-mu's eyes lit up as he exclaimed, "Brother Yi, it would be a travesty if you did not pursue carpentry. How could I not have thought of this approach? I must make it happen." Yi-chun then articulated his requirements thoroughly, and Su-mu nodded in agreement, displaying no hesitation whatsoever. Once Yi-chun finished, he asked if Su-mu had any further questions. Su-mu gazed at Yi-chun with admiration, saying, "Brother Yi, you are truly remarkable. Some furniture concepts I never dreamt of, yet I am certain I can create them. Just wait and see. As for the wood, it would be best to use large trees of the rosewood variety. Rosewood is categorized into, I understand, there are 2 types, red rosewood and white rosewood, correct? The walls will be adorned with white rosewood panels, the flooring will be of red rosewood, and the furniture will also utilize red rosewood. Does that pose any issues?" "None whatsoever," Su-mu replied, his admiration for Yi-chun evident, feeling that Brother Yi possessed an abundance of knowledge. Having resolved Su-mu's queries, Yi-chun shook his head and proceeded to the kitchen to prepare lunch, noting that it was nearly noon. He glanced at Old Lee, who was snoring contentedly. What a blissful sight. Ultimately, he bore the weight of all responsibilities. During lunch, Su Mu was once again astonished, surveying the table laden with meat. Surely, even affluent families do not dine in such excess. After the meal, the sweltering weather prompted Qian Yu to return for a rest. Yi Chun, however, took up his axe and ventured into the mountains to fell trees. Meanwhile, Su Mu diligently set to work crafting wood materials, aiming to construct his bed first. Boldly, stealthily, discovered his wine gourd hidden among the firewood in the kitchen, then made his way to the spot where Yi Chun stored the liquor, secretly filling it up. Emerging, he called to the large dog, De Huang, "Come, let us continue our drinking." With a bark, De Huang stumbled off, intoxicated, eager to accompany his master up the mountain. On the other side at the brick kiln, Zhou Tsuehua, having finished her lunch, dragged Li Datu to the site. Upon seeing the 3 guards at the entrance, she mockingly remarked, "Oh, such loyalty from the watchdogs. Why aren't you seeking shelter from this heat to rest, instead of standing here? Shut your foolish mouth, you shameless wretch. Have you come back because the beating you received a few days ago wasn't sufficient?" Big Dog suddenly lunged forward, brandishing a wooden stick, his expression menacing. Zhou Tsuehua's expression momentarily faltered before her face contorted with rage. With a shrill voice, she pointed at the big dog and unleashed a torrent of curses. "Your mother is nothing but a foolish donkey. I have come to inform you that the brick kiln owned by that surnamed Yi will not last long. Just wait for old Master Wang from the town to send someone to demolish it." Upon hearing this, Guzi furrowed his brow and stepped forward. "What do you mean by the Wang family?" Seeing their growing anxiety, Zhou Tsuehua smirked with satisfaction. "I went to the Wang family to lodge a complaint today. Old Master Wang will bring people tomorrow to smash the place. If you don't want to be beaten, you better scram. I am only notifying you out of consideration for our village. Don't blame me later if you end up crippled." It was noon, and the brickmaking work was not particularly busy. A group of villagers had overheard her words and approached with tense expressions, asking, "Is old Master Wang really going to demolish Yi Chen's brick kiln?" Of course, the Wang family deals in bricks. How could they allow someone surnamed Yi to sell bricks too? "Old Master Wang told me he would come by in the next few days. If you don't leave, just wait for the destruction," Zhou Tsuehua concluded, reveling in the apprehension of the villagers. Indeed, the Wang family was affluent and powerful, and Yi Chun was but a small competitor in their eyes. The villagers began to murmur among themselves. "What shall we do? Should we tell Yi Chun that we are quitting? Regardless of whether you continue or not, I dare not stay. Didn't Zhou Pofu just say that old Master Wang is sending people over? If I am still here then, I will surely be beaten. I am the only strong one in my family. I cannot afford to be crippled," one person declared as he stepped forward. Seeing this, the hesitation among the other villagers deepened. Zhang Eru, having just delivered a load of brick molds, overheard the discussion and clapped his hands to calm the crowd. Once they turned to him, Zhang Eru, with a composed demeanor, said, "I care not whether the Wang family sends anyone, but Brother Ye's character is beyond reproach. Calculate for yourselves. 20 coins a day, where else can you find such terms? I trust that Brother Yi will find a way. I have decided to stay and support Yi Chun. Who will join me? I will stay too. Brother Yi is such a good person. I refuse to believe his kiln will be destroyed." Zhao Erniu stepped forward, having been unable to speak earlier. With Zhang Eru taking the lead, he quickly expressed his stance. "I'm out. If you want to stay, you can, but I won't risk it with you. We haven't even been paid yet. Who knows if Yi Chun will pay us?" Someone threw down their tools, and Zhou Tsuehua exchanged an excited glance with Li Datu. Their objective achieved. Exactly. What if there's a risk and we still don't get paid? I haven't worked the fields in days, and my father has been complaining about being exhausted. Another voice joined in, declaring their withdrawal. Before long, the group of 23 split into 2 factions. Those who chose to stay, including Zhang Eru and Zhao Erniu, totaled 8, while a significant 15 opted to leave. "Bah!" The big dog leapt forward, brandishing a stick and spat at the group who were quitting. "A bunch of fickle-minded fools. I will stand with Brother Yi. If old Master Wang dares to send someone to tear down the kiln, they will have to trample over me first. The big dog is with us." Ergo and San Go also stepped forward. Zhou Tsuehua observed that numerous individuals remained reluctant to depart and mockingly remarked, "Just wait. In a couple of days, someone from the Wang family will come and leave you crippled, and then you'll understand the gravity of the situation. We demand payment. What are we to do if you fail to compensate us?" Someone shouted. "Indeed, we require payment. Are we to toil for naught?" In an instant, a chorus of dissenters echoed the sentiment. "Brother Yi is not that kind of person. He will surely clarify things for us." Big Dog stepped forward, attempting to obstruct those intent on demanding payment. "Oh, when did Big Dog become so loyal? Previously, you all took pleasure in bullying the Yi family. What has changed? Have you received benefits from the Yi family? A dog cannot change its nature. You surely have accepted bribes and conspired to deceive the villagers." Zhou Tsuehua fanned the flames, inciting the crowd further. "I'll strike your old donkey's backside." Erguzi suddenly sprang forth and delivered a slap. "I fear you not." Zhou Tsuehua was undeterred, glaring fiercely as they grappled, reaching out to claw at Erguzi's face. Once the altercation commenced, the situation spiraled out of control, with the crowd becoming increasingly agitated, all clamoring to confront Yichun for payment. Chapter 56. Strike. Confronted at the doorstep an hour later, a group of villagers, their faces bruised and battered, made their way toward Yichun's residence, murmuring amongst themselves as they walked. From a considerable distance, they caught sight of Yichun's imposing 3-story brick villa. Having never encountered such an edifice, their voices dwindled in awe. It was far more magnificent than the village chief's home, a fact not lost on them. This grand structure had only been completed 2 days prior, and they had been preoccupied with their labor at the brick factory. Thus their astonishment was entirely understandable. Arriving at Yichun's doorstep, the hesitant villagers exchanged glances, none daring to be the first to knock. After a moment of mutual hesitation, a young man finally stepped forward, summoning his courage to rap on the gate. "Is Brother Yi at home?" The gate was soon pulled open by old Li, who gazed at the group with a hint of confusion. "What brings you here?" "We're looking for Brother Yi," the spokesperson replied. "We no longer wish to work and would like him to settle our wages." Gaining a bit more confidence upon seeing the elderly man, the representative continued. Old Li was about to respond when Chen Yujing approached. She had been enjoying sunflower seeds in the gazebo on the 3rd floor, her elevated vantage allowing her to discern the unfolding situation with minimal effort. Upon seeing Yichen's wife, some villagers instinctively shrank back. Her beauty and poise were unmatched in their village, rendering them too embarrassed to meet her gaze. "I am aware of your situation, but my husband is not home at the moment. Please return in the evening," Chen Yujing stated coolly before promptly shutting the gate behind her. She had no desire to engage in further conversation with the villagers. Outside, the villagers exchanged glances, unsure of how to proceed. The spokesperson scratched his head. "Since Brother Yi is not here, we shall return in the evening. After all, he cannot escape his home." The others quickly nodded in agreement. Zhou Tsuehua, feeling anxious, realized that her plan to vex Yichun would falter if the crowd dispersed. How could Yi possibly be away? If he were not home, where could he possibly be? He must have seen us coming and intends to withhold our wages. Enough of your nonsense, Zhou. Brother Yi is not that kind of person. He might well be out hunting. Zhang Eru retorted with a scoff, turning to leave. "I won't waste my time with you. I have bricks to fire, and I refuse to believe Brother Yi would behave in such a manner. Indeed, you can continue your fuss while we return to work." In no time, the crowd in front of Yi Chen's yard dispersed. Su Mu, oblivious to the unfolding drama, remained engrossed in his own life. By evening, Yi Chen emerged, shouldering several hefty logs of white wood, accompanied by a group of sturdy men from the Black Mountain stronghold, some carrying redwood, others white wood. As the jade-faced tiger commenced mining operations on the mountain, Yi Chen promptly dispatched several individuals to fell trees, resulting in a remarkably swift outcome. By the end of the afternoon, they had transported back 40 to 50 substantial logs, all piled splendidly beside the courtyard, creating a striking spectacle. "Many thanks, my brothers. Once my home is renovated, I shall host a grand banquet, and we shall drink until we are inebriated. Yi Degu, you are too courteous. Such laborious tasks are mere trifles." The jade-faced tiger chuckled heartily before bidding farewell to Yi Chen and returning to the mountain. Within the span of a single day, they had extracted over 100 pounds of coal, all loaded onto their carts and transported back to the village. As they delved deeper into the mines, the expanse appeared to grow, inciting even greater excitement among them. It felt as if they were unearthing not stones, but silver. Yichen, however, did not hasten to sell this coal. He preferred to bide his time. With an abundance of personal matters to attend to, he awaited a propitious opportunity. He had no intention of selling this innovative fuel to the villagers or ordinary folk. It was imperative to market it to the affluent, for individuals are inherently drawn to competition. Once he successfully persuaded one wealthy household, he could then boast to others. So-and-so has ceased using firewood and has transitioned to coal. Coal is the hallmark of the affluent and powerful. Once this notion took root, they would undoubtedly be inclined to purchase, allowing Yichen to dictate the price per pound at his discretion. Young master, the young mistress awaits you inside. She has matters to discuss, Old Li remarked with a smile as he approached upon Yichen's return. Is there something you wish to convey? Yichen furrowed his brow, puzzled, as his petite wife generally had little to report. Why then was she seeking him out today? He hurried indoors, and after a brief discussion, Yichen placed the long-term labor contracts upon the table, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. This shameless woman surnamed Zhou truly has no sense of propriety. If she wishes to provoke, then I shall indulge her, and in the process, I can also rid myself of some opportunistic sycophants. Are you suggesting we conceal this from them and then test their loyalty? Chen Yu observed calmly. Indeed, that is a sound strategy. Precisely. If she desires to create a scene, let her revel in it for a few days. By the time Brother Wang arrives, she shall see who the true fool is. With that, Yichen took the labor contracts and exited. On his way, he spotted Sumu still engrossed in carving something. Would, come with me.
Sumu,
Startled from his reverie, quickly set aside his tools and followed suit. Upon arriving at the village chief's home, Yichen instructed Zhang Eru to gather the villagers in the village center, as he had an announcement to make. Before long, nearly 100 households had assembled. Even those who had not worked at Yichen's brick kiln were drawn by curiosity. After all, this was a significant matter in the village. News had spread rapidly throughout the afternoon, suggesting that Lord Wang intended not only to dismantle the brick kiln, but also to raze Yichen's courtyard and have him arrested and taken to the authorities. Some claimed that Yichen had no intention of paying, declaring that his prior promises were mere fabrications. They spoke ill of him, while a few defended his character, though these voices were swiftly drowned out. Yichen stood atop a large stone amidst the crowd. Beside him Sumu held a long employment contract, his expression grave, though the bruises on his face marred his seriousness.
Yichen, quit.
Pay me for these past few days. I'm out too. Hurry up and give me my money. Yichen surveyed the gathering, feeling neither sorrow nor joy, only a faint sense of mockery. These individuals had all rushed over when he initially claimed there was profit to be made. Now, merely at the whisper of trouble from the town gossip, they trembled in fear. Observing them with a cold gaze, their voices gradually dwindled. Yichen cast a glance their way and remarked nonchalantly, "Speak up. Why the silence? Were you not just clamoring with excitement? Go on, don't hold back. I'm right here listening. Share your thoughts." No one dared to respond, their expressions a mix of reverence, scorn, shame, or simply the curiosity of onlookers directed at Yichen. It seemed they had exhausted their words. Very well. Since no one else wishes to speak, I suppose it is my turn now, Yichen said with a mocking smile as he regarded the villagers. Chapter 57. With the assistance of Sumu, shall I share the bed with my beloved wife? I declare 3 matters. Yichen raised his finger. The first matter is that Zhou Tsuhua was indeed correct. Lord Wang intends to visit our village. You are free to leave, and I shall not impede your departure. I trust that you have contemplated this throughout the afternoon. My eloquence holds little weight. Those who wish to depart, please stand to my left. Yichen spoke with a calm demeanor, and soon, a dozen individuals stepped forward to stand on his left. To his surprise, there were 17 in total, excluding Deguzi and the others, that left 23 who wished to leave. A smile of contentment appeared on his face, for 6 individuals steadfastly chose to remain by his side. Quite commendable. Raising a second finger, The second matter is that the labor contract explicitly states that the duration of your employment is 1 year. Should you choose to abandon your post before the term is fulfilled, I am not obligated to compensate for your unworked wages. I trust you understood this clearly at the outset. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in commotion, and Yi Chun raised his hand to quell their voices, declaring, "However," his voice boomed, "however, considering we are all from the same village, I shall not pursue this breach of contract. Not only will I pay you the wages owed, but I shall also grant each of you 1 tael of silver. Yet, such leniency shall not be extended a second time." Yi Chen's words were resolute. 1 tael of silver was a substantial sum, equating to merely 3 days of work at 21 per day. This was indeed a significant advantage. Consequently, the villagers who had yet to depart began to waver. Zhang Eru and Zhao Erniu remained unmoved, steadfast in their allegiance, as did Sango and his companions. Yi Chun observed their hesitance and calmly stated, "There is still time to leave, but those who choose to depart afterwards shall not receive any compensation." After a prolonged moment of indecision, none of the remaining 6 stepped forward, eliciting a smile of satisfaction from Yi Chun. "Mu Tu, distribute the silver, 1 tael for each. Retrieve their labor contracts separately," Yi Chun instructed. Sumu nodded and pulled out gleaming silver coins from the small pouch Yi Chun had given him. The villagers' eyes widened in astonishment. This was silver. They earned no more than 2 or 3 taels throughout the year, yet Yi Chun was distributing 17 taels in one go. How affluent must he be? Once the silver was dispensed and the contracts addressed, the village head wore a sympathetic expression. "Yi Chun, since the brick kiln has ceased operations, we shall seek alternative solutions. Uncle Zhang's family fully supports you." Yi Chun smiled at Uncle Zhang and raised his hand to extend a 3rd finger. "Now I announce the 3rd matter. We are recruiting, seeking workers for the brick kiln. This time, there shall be no limit on the number of recruits. Anyone who is not elderly, weak, or a woman may join." The villagers stirred with excitement. "Yi Chun, isn't Lord Wang aiming to confront you? Why then do you seek to recruit? Are you truly prepared to oppose Lord Wang?" "Indeed, I intend to challenge Lord Wang. Though I am uncertain of my success, I assure all who stand with me that you shall not suffer. Originally earning 21 per day, you shall now receive 41. Yi Chun proclaimed loudly, igniting a flurry of discussion among the crowd. Yi Chun, in an audacious display, truly intended to confront Lord Wang. Was it not a fool's errand to follow him at such a perilous moment? Yet some were still eager to join, for Yi Chun had uttered the words, "I assure you, you shall not be wronged." They decided to follow him, understanding that even if Yi Chun were ultimately apprehended, their own circumstances would remain unaffected. At worst, they would have merely toiled for a few days without recompense, as the crops would not suffer from a brief delay. "Brother Yi, I wish to enlist. I will accompany you," a young man boldly proclaimed. Yi Chun regarded him solemnly. "You must consider this carefully. Should anything befall me, there may be no silver to distribute. Furthermore, having signed a long-term labor contract, you cannot simply abandon your duties without cause." The young man, resolute, replied, "I am committed. The impact will be negligible." "Youngster, what are you thinking? Stay true to your roots and work the land with your father," the boy's mother interjected, attempting to tug at his ear. The young man deftly evaded her grasp, exclaiming, "I refuse to farm. I aspire to reside in a grand house like Brother Yi. How much can one earn from farming throughout the year? 41 a day, 401 in 10 days, and merely 1 tael of silver in a month. I shall pursue this." After a prolonged hour of discussion, 30 individuals were found willing to join, bringing the total to 36, along with 3 from Dago, making it 39 in total. Once the labor contracts were finalized, Yi Chun instructed them to commence work the following day, assuring them that he would bear full responsibility should any issues arise. Zhuang Tsuehua, unusually subdued, observed with satisfaction as Yi Chun departed. "What a grandiose display! When Lord Wang arrives, you shall find yourself imprisoned." She had spent the afternoon speaking, convinced that Lord Wang would return to suppress Yi Chun. On the way home, Sumu, perplexed, inquired, "Brother Yi, why do you choose this path? Are you not afraid of Lord Wang?" Yi Chun responded with a mysterious smile, "Just wait and see. Hand me the contracts of those who left. I shall keep them for safekeeping." Su Mu, bewildered, produced the contracts and handed them over. Upon returning home, he commenced his daily culinary duties. Su Mu's culinary skills were indeed remarkable. In the span of an afternoon, he crafted not just one, but 2 beds. One was his own modest bed, while the other was an impressive 2-meter-2 oversized bed. To accommodate potential difficulties in moving it through the door, it was designed to be disassembled for transport. It also featured a nightstand, with all 4 corners elegantly rounded and adorned with intricate carvings, elevating its aesthetic appeal significantly. Yi-chun gazed at the grand bed, rubbing his nose as he looked towards his petite wife.
Yin yu wink, sensing ye chance gaze.
Felt her cheeks warm slightly in the dim light of dusk, yet she remained silent, giving a soft huff before retreating to the 2nd floor. Su Mu, is this bed truly suitable?
Ye chan invited.
To his surprise, Su Mu erupted, Brother Yi, feel this bed. It is undeniably sturdy and impeccably flat. You may criticize my other skills, but I have devoted over a decade to carpentry. My craftsmanship is that of a true master. Moreover, it can be disassembled, and I have crafted the nightstand with utmost precision. Should you discover even a single splinter, you may take a knife to my hand. Confidence, absolute confidence. The carpenter's craftsmanship is indeed Su Mu's pride. Yi-chun hastily reassured, that is not my intention. Oh, your work is splendid, truly splendid. Come now, assist me in moving this upstairs. Thus, the grand bed was swiftly disassembled and transported to the upper floor, where it was reassembled into an impressive 2-meter-2 super bed. My dear brother, take a moment to rest. I can manage to carry down these 2 small wooden beds by myself. Saying this, he lifted one in each hand and descended the stairs with ease. In an instant, the room was enveloped in the serene silence of Yi-chun's solitude. Glancing at the 2 bedding sets atop the bed, Yi-chun once more rubbed his nose and murmured, my wife. Chapter 58. The Empress takes the initiative to hold Yi-chun's hand at this moment. Yu Tiandao was exceedingly anxious, watching her master and the male protagonist, hardly daring to breathe. Wife! Yi-chun began to speak when De Huang bounded in, tail wagging with excitement. Upon sighting the grand bed, his eyes sparkled with delight, and he attempted to leap onto it. Yi-chun swiftly grabbed De Huang by the nape of his neck. I haven't even slept on this bed yet, and you wish to climb up? Tonight you shall sleep on the floor. With a pitiful whimper, De Huang reluctantly scampered back downstairs. After dispatching the audacious De Huang, Yi-chun gathered his emotions and tentatively called out, Wife, go take a shower, you reek of sweat. Qian Yujing interjected, her tone laced with indifference before Yi-chun could finish his sentence. Yi-chun's eyes lit up, blinking in surprise, his lips curving into a broad smile. All right. With that, he dashed downstairs, clutching his clothes. Progress of the young wife strategy, 10. Current status, 50. Having shared the same bed, how far could they be from sharing a pillow? Qian Yujing sat at the edge of the bed, her expression shifting. One moment shy, the next frowning, and then clenching her fists. Yu Tiandao dared not utter a word, feeling safest as an observer in the mirror, promptly vanishing from the room. With a long sigh, Qian Yujing collapsed onto the bed, dismissing her thoughts. Why ponder over such matters? Eventually, they would be sleeping together. At that moment, she realized her palms were sweating, a rare occurrence that left her incredulous. Had she truly been so nervous? The thought of sweating from anxiety was quite astonishing. Spiritual stones emerged, transforming into spiritual energy that surged into the bed frame. Qian Yujing lay on her side, eyes closed, her heart still in turmoil. What if he turned over in the middle of the night? What if he wanted to hold me? Such fanciful thoughts had last troubled her when she discovered her pregnancy. Soon, Yi-chun returned, extinguishing the oil lamp. He too was wrought with tension, having never slept beside a female, save for his mother's embrace during childhood. But this was his little wife. Cautiously, he climbed onto the bed, and Qian Yujing's calm yet trembling voice pierced the silence. The middle is the boundary. Do not cross it. Understood, Yi-chun hastily replied. He lay flat on the bed, his heart racing. The distance that once felt comfortable now seemed unbearably close. The fragrance beside him intoxicating. What are you thinking, you fool? Your wife is expecting a little one. Hurry and sleep. Yichun scolded himself internally, rolling over to close his eyes and clear his mind, drifting into slumber. Before long, soft snores escaped him. He had fallen asleep. Qian Yujing stirred slightly, a faint smile gracing her lips as she too succumbed to sleep. 9 strands of golden dragon energy materialized, continuing to refine Yi Chen's body. Yet, all of this remained concealed by Qian Yujing. No one else could perceive it. In the dead of night, De Huang stealthily entered, opting not to approach the mistress. Instead, he raised his head, gazing at the master with a tilted head. After a moment's contemplation, he obediently lay down beneath the bed, quickly drifting off to sleep. The faintest trace of dragon energy has also touched De Huang, which is the reason for his rapid growth in intelligence. In a typical rural setting, how many dogs can reach over a meter in length and half a meter in height? Moreover, De Huang appears to still be developing. To put it bluntly, his true strength is now capable of completely overpowering a hen and 2 oxen, though he refrains from showcasing it, as his mistress has given her orders. In the depths of the mountains, the bandit friends are tirelessly mining day and night, albeit with a new batch of workers, given their numbers. The next morning, Yichun was once again awakened by De Huang's affectionate licks. He felt helpless. Previously, he would wake up earlier than De Huang and tug at his furry head, but now De Huang managed to rise even earlier. This cycle continued, and on one occasion Yichun woke up at 5, only to find De Huang panting and staring at him with wide eyes. The result was a swift slap that sent De Huang flying. He decided to relent. If De Huang wanted to lick him, so be it, but should he dare to indulge in something untoward, well, that would be another matter. Turning to glance at his lovely wife, he noticed that she had somehow turned onto her back and fallen asleep. Gazing at her rosy complexion, Yichun couldn't help but smile foolishly. After a while, he got up to wash up. Qianyu, with a slight smile at the corner of her mouth, rolled over and continued to sleep. She had grown fond of lounging in bed. Previously, she would substitute sleep with cultivation, but now she found the pleasure of slumber irresistible, reluctant to rise in the morning. Soon, the sounds of wooden sticks being wielded resonated through the courtyard, signaling the start of morning practice. In the yard, Yichun wielded a long pole, sharpened at one end, performing with remarkable skill. He had fully mastered the gun techniques in his mind. Although there were only 9 moves, each felt extraordinarily sharp. After practicing for a while, he sheathed the pole, and Sumu clapped his hands, exclaiming, "Brother Yi, you are incredible. You even know martial arts. Are you a warrior?" The young man's insight was commendable. Yichun chuckled and patted his shoulder, tossing the wooden stick aside. Just after finishing breakfast, the sound of hooves echoed from outside the courtyard. The jade-faced tiger had arrived, but today he was clad in black armor, with a long sword strapped to his back. The flowing cloud leopard and the black-faced bear were also fully equipped with weapons. Yichun furrowed his brows and approached to inquire, "Is someone trying to seize the coal mine?" The jade-faced tiger laughed heartily as he dismounted. "No, I have a matter to seek Brother Yi's assistance." Yichun paused, relieved, and smiled. "Speak then, what is it that warrants such a gathering?" "There is a cold pool 20 miles deep in the mountains, above which blooms an ice spirit lotus. Today marks the day the lotus seeds ripen. For us warriors, breaking through the 9th layer of blood condensation is exceedingly difficult. We must rely on heavenly materials and earthly treasures to do so. However, within the cold pool resides a giant python at the 9th layer. As a beast, it is inherently stronger than us humans, and I fear that the 3 of US brothers may not be able to seize it. I hope Brother Yi and sister-in-law can assist us," the jade-faced tiger explained clearly in one breath. Yichun pondered for a moment. "I will consult my wife." He then entered to discuss with his beloved. "Perhaps we should refrain from going. You are with child and confronting beasts is too perilous," he suggested. Though he deeply appreciated the assistance from the jade-faced tiger and his companions during these days, had his beloved wife not been pregnant, he would have gladly lent a hand. However, given the circumstances, he could not risk disturbing her pregnancy. After all, this was their first child. Qian Yujing sensed Yi Chen's concern and, with a gentle smile, reassured him, "It is merely a formidable 9-layer serpent. I am a Taoist at the Qi refinement stage, capable of suppressing it with a mere gesture. You need not fret." Yi Chen gazed intently at his dear wife. "Are you certain?" I cannot allow you to take such a risk. I would relinquish the entire coal business to them. No amount of wealth surpasses your well-being. Qian Yujing paused momentarily, her eyes softening further as she placed her hand upon Yi Chen's. There is no need for alarm. Perhaps I won't even need to intervene, and besides, I am only a month into my pregnancy. All will be well. Yi Chen pondered solemnly for a while. Very well. I shall convey this to them. Upon relaying the message to the jade-faced tiger and his brothers, they rejoiced, presenting a horse for Yi Chen and his wife, as the 9-layer serpent rendered the bandits ineffective. However, as Yi Chen beheld the horse, a sudden realization struck him. He did not know how to ride. Moreover, would his wife consent to share a mount with him? Chapter 59. The Empress. Mind your business. Qian Yujing discerned Yi Chen's discomfort and lightly leaped onto her horse, then extended her hand to pull Yi Chen behind her, her cheeks tinged with a delicate blush. Hold on to my waist, she instructed softly. Oh, Yi Chen nodded repeatedly, a hint of nervousness evident as he reached out to grasp the slender waist of his petite wife. Qian Yujing stiffened momentarily, but soon her expression returned to normal as she calmly directed, "Lead the way." The jade-faced tiger complied, and the 5 of them raced toward the mountains. De Huang wished to follow, but Old Li promptly restrained him. You should stay back, De Huang. They are off to hunt demon beasts, while you will keep this old man company for a drink. With the young master absent today, let us indulge until we are thoroughly inebriated. As he spoke, he poured a bowl of wine and placed it on the ground. De Huang, brimming with excitement, had long been aware of the delightful beverages this old man consumed daily, and seeing his brother reveling in them assured him that they must be of high quality. Seizing the opportunity while De Huang was distracted, Xiao Hua stealthily approached and cautiously tasted the wine, only to widen her eyes in shock as she collapsed onto the ground. Startled, Xiao Hua began to cluck in distress. On the road, Yi Chen held his petite wife's waist, inhaling the intoxicating fragrance that wafted close. At this proximity, he could even discern the fine down on Qian Yujing's neck, which elicited a rather uncontrollable reaction from him. You had better mind your business. We are riding a horse. If you wish to avoid mishaps, I suggest you rein it in. Qian Yujing, her face slightly flushed, warned Yi Chen in a hushed tone, her frustration palpable. What on earth was this fellow thinking? How infuriating! Yi Chen shifted back awkwardly, equally helpless, as he had been single until now and this was merely the first time, yet his petite wife was already expecting. He truly felt at a loss. As they galloped into the heart of the mountains, the jade-faced tiger and his companions seemed quite familiar with the terrain, navigating the rugged paths with ease. A journey of 20 miles would typically take an hour, but they arrived near the cold pool in just under 2 hours. After securing their horses, the jade-faced tiger signaled for silence and spoke softly. Given the current situation, it is likely that we will have to wait until nightfall for everything to come to fruition. That will be our opportune moment. The giant python resides here, and no other demon beasts will venture this way during this time. Qian Yujing remained silent, standing quietly to the side, while Yi Chen, filled with curiosity, craned his neck to peer ahead. This was his first encounter with demon beasts and the so-called treasures of heaven and earth. Before him lay the cold pool, approximately 30 to 40 meters wide, its surface shrouded in a white mist, and at its center, a lotus flower radiating an icy blue luminescence was in full bloom, presenting an extraordinarily bizarre sight. Where is the giant python? Why can't I see it? Yi Chen inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. The jade-faced tiger chuckled. The giant python lurks at the bottom of the pool. It will only emerge the moment the lotus seeds mature, swallowing them whole before shedding its skin to enter the qi refining realm. Yi Chen nodded, refraining from further questions. He found a stone, dusted it off with his sleeve, and settled down with his petite wife, patiently awaiting the unfolding events. By afternoon, Old Li and De Huang had succumbed to a deep slumber, while Su Mu remained diligently crafting furniture. His passion for woodworking rendered the task anything but tedious. A knock resounded from outside the courtyard, yet Su Mu remained oblivious, lost in his own reverie. Lao Li, with barely a lift of his eyelids, continued to slumber. The persistent knocking grew more insistent, prompting Lao Li to finally open his bleary eyes. Mumbling to himself, he staggered to the door. Upon seeing the visitor, he stretched and yawned, declaring, "My young master is not at home. Come back another day." The visitor was none other than Zhang Qiaoqiao, who had arrived alone with a retinue of servants. Having observed her sister Mu Shui for the past few days, she sensed that Yichun appeared to be bewitched. Today, she had seized the opportunity to come with a horse-drawn carriage, intent on delivering a stern warning to Yichun. Not at home? Where has he gone? Zhang Qiaoqiao furrowed her brow, stepping back a couple of paces, her nose wrinkling at the old man's strong scent of alcohol. How should I know? I'm merely a caretaker, Lao Li retorted before wobbling back into the courtyard, grumbling, "Remember to close the door when you leave." Zhang Qiaoqiao entered the courtyard, her eyes widening in shock. How could so much have changed in just a week? "Yichun, come out. I know you are home," she called out, her servants, armed with daggers, trailing closely behind. After several shouts yielded no response, she stamped her foot, muttering, "Humph, you may have escaped this time, but next time, I shall catch you." Visibly irritated, she cast a glance at the old man reclining on the chair before storming off. As for the courtyard gate, she certainly would not close it. As the carriage departed, two hens cautiously emerged, peering out before the gates were shut behind them. With the nightfall, mist began to envelop the mountain woods, and Yichun felt a tightening in his chest. His hands, once deftly shelling sunflower seeds, slowed. The moment of encountering the so-called demon beast was imminent. It was only natural to feel anxious. The three brothers of the jade-faced tiger fixed their serious gazes upon the cold pool, while Qian Yujing leisurely munched on the wild fruits Yichun had gathered, a scattering of sunflower seed shells before her. She handed Yichun a handful of seed kernels with a cheerful smile. "Here." Qian Yujing frowned slightly. "You eat. I'm already full." Amidst the tense atmosphere, the two still found time to indulge in sweet nothings. The jade-faced tiger glanced at them with a hint of discomfort, shaking his head as he turned away. They did not seem like individuals here to seize treasures, but rather like tourists on an excursion. They are about to emerge. Just as everyone braced themselves, Qian Yujing spoke softly, producing the jade dragon's chant and handing it to Yichun. "You have reached the third layer of blood condensation. You should give it a try as well. I will protect you. All right," Yichun exclaimed with excitement, accepting the jade-hued spear that he had coveted for so long. Upon hearing Qian Yujing's words, the three brothers of the jade-faced tiger tightened their grips on their weapons. Under the mottled moonlight, as the mist swirled around the cold pool, a colossal black head, as thick as a water barrel, slowly emerged from the depths. Yichun's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed inwardly, "Is this truly a demon beast? A demon beast at the 9th layer of blood condensation? How can one head be so large?" Sweat beaded on his palms, far exceeding anything he had previously imagined. He had never encountered a serpent of such girth, even in films. As the colossal python emerged from the water, its body continuously ascended amidst the mist, ultimately unveiling its immense head above the towering trees, each standing over 40 meters high. This indicates that the python's upper body must measure at least 50 meters, and considering the portion submerged in the depths, it is estimated to span nearly 100 meters in length. From atop the great trees, an indescribable roar erupted, creating a circular sound wave that resonated through the air, deafening and overwhelming. Yichun hastily covered his ears, his heart pounding with terror at the thought of facing such a creature. A single bite could very well spell his doom. In the distance, additional roars echoed, and a fierce glint flashed in the python's eyes, its formidable presence radiating outward, causing countless animals to flee in panic. As the python gradually descended, it coiled itself by the edge of the cold pool, its icy gaze fixated on Yichun and his companions. "Charge!" The jade-faced tiger commanded coldly, brandishing his long sword and rushing forward. The flowing cloud leopard, clutching a dagger, vanished into the depths of the forest. "I'll smash you to pieces," the black-faced bear bellowed, swinging a massive spiked hammer, leveraging its weight to leap high into the air, a blood-red bear materializing behind it. The ominous hammer, shrouded in a crimson glow, soared through the sky like a meteor, hurtling towards the colossal python. Chapter 60. The Great Yellow Brother, understand? Meanwhile, the figure of the flowing cloud leopard unexpectedly appeared before the giant python, thrusting a blood-red jade dagger with fierce intent. The giant python twisted its form, raising its head to unleash a beam of icy blue light towards the descending black-faced bear. Immediately thereafter, numerous ice spikes, each half a meter in diameter and over 2 meters long, suddenly materialized around it, hurtling towards the approaching jade-faced tiger and flowing cloud leopard. In that instant, a thunderous cacophony resounded incessantly. Yi Chun felt the ground trembling beneath his feet, witnessing a scene so astonishing it could scarcely be captured on film. Gripping his spear tightly, he couldn't help but glance at his delicate wife beside him. "Go for it," Qian Yujing encouraged Yi Chun. He nodded, gritting his teeth as he charged forward. Armed with the Jade Dragon's whisper, Yi Chun sprinted with all his might when an ice spike surged towards him. With a forceful motion of his arm, he twisted the spear, aiming to pierce the ice spike. In the next moment, an indescribable force struck him, and despite his determination, he could only shatter half of the ice spike before being violently thrown back. The 9th level of blood condensation was far beyond his capabilities, and the physical prowess of a beast of the same rank surpassed that of any human. To someone like him, whose training was merely at the foundational level of brute strength, it was akin to a child attempting to pierce an elephant with a toothpick. Damn it! Rising from the grass, Yi Chun checked himself, relieved to find that he was merely shaken. If I could break through the first level of the 9-dragon body refinement technique, you wouldn't be so arrogant. Cursing under his breath, he charged forward again. This time, without the ice spikes, it seemed the giant python regarded him as no threat. The other 3 were the real danger. With all his strength, he thrust the Jade Dragon's whisper into the giant python. Sparks flew, yet upon closer inspection, the giant python appeared entirely unscathed, not even showing a mark. Cannot penetrate its defenses? Yi Chun was at a loss for words. His 3-bull strength was still too feeble. However, he turned back, running towards his wife and handing her the spear. "Dear, the gap is too vast. I couldn't even pierce its skin." Qian Yujing smiled as she accepted the spear. "Now you understand the disparity. You must train diligently from now on." Yi Chun felt a bit embarrassed. He had initially thought that no one in the village could surpass him, harboring no lofty ambitions. Now, however, the Jade Dragon's whisper vanished from Qian Yujing's grasp, and then, with a leap, she soared into the sky, almost instantaneously appearing before the giant python. She stood poised in the void, gazing calmly into the python's eyes, then remained still, making no further movements. The python's pupils constricted, its entire form emerging from the cold pool, swinging its tail to send the jade-faced tiger and his companions flying. Suspended in midair, man and python exchanged silent glances. Yi Chun's heart raced, fearing that the giant python might swallow his delicate wife whole. Should that happen, he would fight the python with all his might. The jade-faced tiger and his companions, blood trickling from their mouths, rushed over and looked up at the scene above. After 2 breaths, the giant python lowered its head, mist swirling around, obscuring the surroundings. Then, a fierce gust of wind swept through, and the giant python vanished, leaving only Qian Yujing standing alone. The icy lotus flower succumbed and sank to the bottom of the pond. Qian Yujing approached quietly, tossing the lotus seed pod to the jade-faced tiger, who hastily caught it. Gazing at the pod emanating a faint icy blue glow, he noted that it contained 9 icy lotus seeds. With a gentle effort, he split it open and handed 5 seeds to Yi Chun, saying, "Brother Yi, sister-in-law, thank you for your assistance. Without you, my brothers and I would truly be unable to contend with that giant python." Yi Chun looked at the ethereal seeds and waved his hand, replying, "Did you not say these are for breaking through? I have yet to condense my blood to the 9th layer. They would be of no use to me. No, you can save these for later. I believe Brother Yi will soon find them useful." The jade-faced tiger insisted earnestly. Qian Yujing observed their back and forth and interjected lightly, "My husband does not require these. Once he condenses his blood to the 9th layer, I shall procure even better ones for him." The 3 brothers of the jade-faced tiger exchanged bewildered glances, realizing that what they deemed exceedingly precious was utterly inconsequential in the eyes of others. Yi Chun blinked and approached, whispering, "What did you just call me?" Qian Yujing rolled her eyes and gracefully mounted her horse, declaring, "Let us go. I'm tired."
Yi Chun promptly climbed aboard.
boldly wrapping his arms around his delicate wife's waist, and quietly inquired again, "Wife, what did you just call me?" Ignoring him, Qian Yujing urged her horse onward. The jade-faced tiger and his brothers hastily mounted their steeds to follow, enjoying an unobstructed journey as the beasts of the wild had long since fled in the presence of Qian Yujing. Upon returning home and bidding farewell to the jade-faced tiger brothers, Yichun secured the courtyard gate and approached again, asking, "Wife, what did you call me earlier?" "I called you a pig. Now sleep." Qian Yujing huffed, ascending to the second floor. Yichun gazed up at the moon, exhaling deeply. The road ahead is laden with responsibilities. From above, Qian Yujing heard him and responded with another light huff. Stepping onto the balcony, she raised her hand, summoning a small python, about a meter long and as thick as a finger, which emerged with reverent acknowledgement before slipping into the pond of the courtyard. She was astute enough to recognize that she was no match for Qian Yujing, promptly submitting. Qian Yujing contemplated nurturing the giant python as a sparring partner for Yichun and thus stored it in her spatial realm. That night, as usual, Yichun fell asleep, the chi of the 9 dragons continually refining his body, while Qian Yujing grew ever more eager to discover just how long he could endure. Before the refinement of the 9 dragons was complete, she found herself unable to assist in any way. In the courtyard, De Huang kept his eyes wide open, trotting towards the pond, flanked by 2 hens. The trio hopped up to the pond's edge, with De Huang's canine gaze fixed on the water below. Suddenly he howled, and the hens tilted their heads, also staring intently at the depths. Soon, the python, reduced to the thickness of a finger by Qian Yujing, poked its head out. De Huang's expression turned serious. "A woof." Translation of dog speak. "Listen well, newcomer. I am De Huang, the most beloved of the master. You may call me Brother De Huang. This is your little Hongjie and Xiaohua. Over there are your brother Niu and sister Niu. Do you understand?" The enormous python, momentarily bewildered and unable to comprehend the situation, contemplated opening its mouth to reveal its fangs. At that moment, De Huang turned to Xiaohua, who, with a fierce glare, soared into the pond, swiftly grasping the python with her claw and tossing it onto the bank. Thereafter, the hen, with a voice laced with menace, clucked, "Ga ga ga. Address me as Sister Xiaohua." The serpent's eyes widened in astonishment. In that instant, she felt as though the entire yard had transformed, and the hen before her exuded an aura of divine authority, making her believe that a single strike would leave her utterly vanquished. Hastily, she lowered her head, resting it by the pond's edge, and with a delicate voice, she called out, "Sister Xiaohua." De Huang approached curiously. "Little female snake?" The python nodded vigorously. De Huang's eyes gleamed with mischief. "Given your inky blackness, you shall henceforth be known as Hei Mei." "No, please. I can transform into a green dragon. My true form is that of a Qinglong. Brother De Huang, please call me Xiaoqing instead." The python lifted her head. Her eyes filled with longing as she suddenly regretted her predicament, reminiscing about her days of dominance in the mountains. "Do you think Brother De Huang is blind? You are undeniably black. Thus, your name is Hei Mei." Xiao Hong and Xiao Hua nodded in agreement. "Ga ga ga, ga ga ga." Suddenly, a wooden sandal flew through the air with a swish, causing a commotion among the fowl, and Hei Mei dove into the water. Yichun, balancing on one leg to retrieve the sandal, glanced at the 2 hens that had dashed into the cow shed, muttering irritably, "Even at this late hour, you cluck away without laying any eggs. Sooner or later, I shall butcher you both to nourish my wife." Upon hearing their master's words, Xiao Hong and Xiao Hua exchanged glances, huddling together in the corner of the cow shed, trembling with fear. Chapter 61. The Heartfelt Confessions of the Python Named Hei Mei. My name is Hei Mei, a python residing in the majestic Duyan mountain range. For a century, I have absorbed the moonlight, ultimately becoming the sovereign of this region and transcending to the 9th tier of blood condensation. Initially, I believed that consuming the Isol lotus seed would allow me to shed my skin and advance to the chi refinement stage, but I was mistaken. I was captured by a celestial maiden and became her pet, which is quite a disgrace for a snake. However, wise women do not suffer needless losses. I soon discovered that the spiritual energy in the maiden's abode was 1,000 times more abundant than that in my own territory, enabling me to successfully enter the Qi refinement stage and evolve into a formidable python. Yet, my quality of life has not improved. Rather, it has diminished. Here, I am tormented by 3 bullies: Brother De Huang, Sister Xiaohua, and Sister Xiao Hong. Whenever my owner steps out, they take pleasure in tormenting me. On the first day, Brother De Huang forced me to drink wine, and I spent the entire night retching. The following day, Sister Xiao Hong and Sister Xiaohua challenged me to a contest to catch grasshoppers from the ground. I was on the verge of madness. After all, I am a python in the Qi refinement stage. Today, on the 4th day, I stumbled upon a more terrifying revelation. There exists a tiny girl named Yu, no larger than a thumb. I cannot withstand even a glance from her, as she claims to be the exclusive favorite of the celestial maiden. In the pond, Yu Tiandao tugged at my tail, insisting I play with her and the butterflies. With a face full of despair, I wished for nothing more than to diligently cultivate my powers and transform into a true dragon, proving my worth as a vibrant azure serpent. I Ching Mei, understand? Rest assured, Who, the bricks will surely sell. You may burn them without worry. From outside the courtyard, the voice of Yi Chun could be heard. Upon hearing this, Yu Tiandao unceremoniously tossed me into the pond, for the male master was still unaware of my existence. I could not risk exposure. No, Brother Yi, we have already burned several thousand bricks. If we do not sell them soon, we will run out of space. Zhang Who followed Yi Chun into the courtyard, his face etched with worry. Days had passed, and with only burning and no selling, they too were concerned. If Yi Chun faltered, their own fortunes would dwindle as well. There's no space to store them? Place them in the village. There is plenty of room there, Yi Chun reassured Zhang Who, patting him on the shoulder. Yet, he too was puzzled. It had been nearly a week since Lord Wang had last visited, and he anticipated he would arrive soon. Brother Yi, help me hold the wooden board, Sumu shouted, drenched in sweat within the main hall. This fellow was quite industrious. In just 4 to 5 days, the first floor was nearing completion. The floor was now adorned with mahogany, and the furniture was all in place, with doors and windows installed. The remaining tasks involved the wooden paneling of the first floor walls and the flooring of the second floor, which he estimated would take another 2 to 3 days to finalize completely. He's here. Yi Chun responded with a smile, rushing into the house. Seeing Yi Chen's nonchalant demeanor, Zhang Who sighed deeply. At this rate, he wondered how long the brick kiln could endure. Suddenly, Old Li, resting on a lounge chair at the courtyard entrance, opened his eyes briefly before closing them again. After several breaths, 5 or 6 luxurious carriages approached along the town road, adorned splendidly, indicating that the occupants within were of no ordinary status. The carriage halted at the entrance of the village, just outside Yi Chen's courtyard. As the curtain was drawn back, Lord Wang surveyed his surroundings and nodded upon spotting the grand residence within the courtyard. It must be this place. With that, 2 horsemen extended their hands to assist him as Lord Wang descended slowly from the carriage. At that moment, Zhang Wei emerged and was momentarily taken aback by the sight of the elegantly dressed elder. A sense of trepidation washed over him. Such attire was typically reserved for the wealthy landlords of the town. Could this man indeed be Lord Wang, come to confront Yi Chen? In a flurry of anxiety, Lord Wang spoke with a gentle smile. You hail from Shanggu village, do you not? Is this Yi Chen's residence? Zhang Wei regained his composure, clenched his fists, and glared defiantly. You are Lord Wang, are you not? If you intend to deal with Brother Yi, you must first contend with me. With that, he dashed towards the woodpile to grab a stick, though his trembling legs betrayed his bravado. Lord Wang paused, chuckled softly, and proceeded towards the courtyard, calling out, Brother Yi, I have come to pay you a visit. Hearing the voice, Yi Chun stepped out from the house, brushed off the dust from his hands, and greeted him with a smile. Brother Wang, I have awaited your arrival with great anticipation. I have accumulated 5 or 6,000 bricks, and I am running out of space to store them. Haha, you should have sold them sooner, Lord Wang jested. If I were to sell, I would certainly consult you first. Come, let us enter the newly renovated brick house. Yi Chun smiled as he guided Lord Wang inside. He glanced around and called out, Mu, stop hammering the wall and bring some tea. Oh yes, of course, Sumu replied, momentarily stunned, before setting down his tools and heading outside. Zhang Eru stood in a state of confusion, observing the amiable exchange between Yichun and Lord Wang. Go inform the villagers at the brick kiln to temporarily halt their work. I shall visit Lord Wang shortly, Yichun instructed, noticing Zhang Eru still dawdling at the entrance. Zhang Eru nodded vacantly and hurried towards the riverbank, only to trip awkwardly and fall. It was then that he realized, shouting into the muddy streets of the village, Lord Wang is not here to confront Yichun. The brick kiln will not be closing down. Zhou Zuihua, you are spreading rumors. I swear upon your mother. Zhang Eru finally comprehended the situation, rising to his feet in a fit of fury before rushing towards the riverbank, eager to share the good news with his comrades. Brothers, pause your work for a moment. I have something to announce. He burst into the brick kiln, clapping his hands and raising his voice. Instantly, a multitude of curious eyes turned towards him, filled with confusion. Lord Wang has arrived. Zhang Eru's declaration instantly drained the color from their faces. The arrival of Lord Wang could only signal impending doom for the brick kiln. Before they could gather their thoughts, Zhang Eru called out again. We have all been deceived by Zhou Zuihua. Lord Wang is not here to ruin our livelihoods. He is on friendly terms with Brother Yi. In that moment, he refrained from addressing Yichun as brother any longer. The disparity between their statuses was now too vast. Yichun had formed a bond with the landlord, and he felt no right to call him brother. I knew Zhou Zuihua was no good. Her entire family is vile. I shall confront her. Upon hearing this, Big Dog hurriedly grasped a nearby wooden stick and stormed out with great fervor. Meanwhile, at Yichun's abode, in the main hall, Lord Wang took a sip of clear water and remarked with a smile, Your house is quite well built, Brother Yi. Yichun chuckled heartily. It pales in comparison to those in the town. As long as it's comfortable to live in, that's all that matters. We don't have much to offer as hospitality. Shall we head over to the kiln factory now? Indeed, I am also curious to see what your kiln factory is like. Lord Wang nodded in agreement as they walked side by side, followed closely by a throng of Lord Wang's servants. At the riverside kiln factory, a majority of the villagers had gathered. Big Dog and the Zhou family were entangled in a fierce scuffle. Although Zhou Zuihua was at a disadvantage, she still spat out insults with fervor, proclaiming, Lord Wang has come to wreak havoc. The good days for the Yi family are over. Say another word. Big Dog, with eyes aflame, kicked Li Datu aside and seized Zhou Zuihua by the hair, his face contorted with menace. At that moment, Yichun and Lord Wang were conversing as they approached the scene. Chapter 62. My wife wants to bathe. As the clamor around them intensified, Yichun's expression darkened. The scolding woman truly was relentless. He hastily stepped forward and called out, Stop fighting. What issue can possibly be resolved through violence? Upon seeing Yichun's arrival, Brother Dago abruptly pushed aside Zhou Zuihua and lowered his head, retreating to the side. Zhou Zuihua initially intended to berate Yichun, but upon noticing the elegantly dressed elder behind him, she promptly backed down, her eyes darting as she cried out, attempting to create a scene. Mr. Wang furrowed his brow slightly and signaled to a servant beside him. Instantly, several servants rushed forward, demanding, What are you doing? Behave yourselves. They seized Zhou Zuihua, wrenching her arms and forcing her to the ground. Sir, this Yi is not a good man. You must not trust him. One servant scolded, delivering a few sharp slaps. Mr. Wang did not even glance at Zhou Zuihua, bypassing her as he entered the brick kiln. The villagers quickly made way, many of them overwhelmed with trepidation at the sight of the town elder. Inside, Yichun and Mr. Wang took a brief tour. Mr. Wang examined the bricks Yichun had produced, commenting, They are well made, but your villagers leave much to be desired. Indeed, what you say is true, but only a few in our village are like her. The others are quite capable, Yichun sighed. Patience is key. The initial stages are always the most challenging. I have faith in your business acumen. Mr. Wang smiled, then turned to the gathered villagers, his demeanor shifting to a more serious tone. I am Wang Ruhai from the town, known as the prominent brick merchant. Henceforth, the brick business in Qinglin town will be entrusted to my younger brother Yichun. If you all work diligently, achieving prosperity will not be difficult. At this proclamation, the villagers erupted into a flurry of whispers, astonished that Mr. Wang had entrusted the business to Yi Chen. Would he not soon ascend to the status of a distinguished gentleman? Those who dealt with Yi Chen would no longer be ordinary folk, but rather the esteemed townsfolk or landlords. They were on the brink of greatness. The villagers who had previously clamored to withdraw now regretted their decision, contemplating how to plead with Yi Chen to allow them to return to work once Mr. Wang departed. Mr. Wang said little else, exchanging a few more words before departing with Yi Chen. Zhou Zuihua lay stunned on the ground, with no one offering her assistance. Eventually, her husband, Li Datu, arrived and helped her to her feet. It was only then that Zhou Zuihua regained her composure, slapping her thigh in frustration, her face contorted with resentment. She could hardly fathom that this Yi had ambitions to become a wealthy gentleman. The most infuriating part was that she had gained nothing from it. Yi, do not rejoice too soon. We are far from finished. Zhou Zuihua screamed, pounding her thigh. You dare utter another word. Brother Dagou's voice boomed from the entrance of the brick kiln, brandishing a stick and glaring fiercely at her. Bah! Zhou Zuihua spat contemptuously on the ground, dragging her husband back home. Once they had departed, Widow Lu stealthily approached the entrance of the brick kiln and inquired of Brother Dagou. Dagou, are you truly working with Yi Chen? How much is he paying you? The large dog cast her a glance and exclaimed, Mind your own business, scram. Do not approach the brick kiln. However, Lu, the widow, did not leave. Instead, she smiled at the large dog and said, Big dog brother, don't you still lack a wife? Do you find me attractive? Echo? Toss her out. The large dog shouted to his companion. During lunch, Yi Chen prepared a full pig feast, and with incessant urging to drink, Lord Wang became utterly inebriated before departing. Just before leaving, he clutched Yi Chen and boisterously declared his intention to find Yi Chen several concubines, which startled Yi Chen considerably, prompting him to vehemently decline. After seeing off Lord Wang, Yi Chen wiped the sweat from his forehead and entered the main hall, where Qian Yujing descended from the upper floor, holding a handful of sunflower seeds and cracking them. Why didn't you accept when Lord Wang said he would find you several concubines? Yi Chen's heart trembled, and with a glare he responded, Am I that kind of person? Having you is more than enough. I would never be interested in another woman. Qian Yujing let out a light huff. Have Mutu make a wooden tub. I want to bathe tonight, so prepare hot water for me. Upon hearing that his beloved wife desired a bath, Yi Chen patted his chest and said, No problem. I shall have it done right away. Hurrying to the courtyard, Yi Chen found Su Mu still working on the wooden planks and said, Mutu, could you craft a large wooden tub for bathing? Will it be ready before nightfall? Simple enough. Just let me finish this plank. Su Mu replied, wiping his sweat and smiling. Yi Chen nodded and pulled out 5 taels of silver, handing it over. Look at you so thin. Tomorrow go with Old Li to the town and buy some clothes. Su Mu widened his eyes, tossing his tools onto the ground. Brother Yi, what do you take me for? Your furniture work hasn't even earned me 20 taels. Yet you give me 20? I can't possibly accept more. Yi Chen felt a headache coming on. While Su Mu worked diligently and was diligent in all respects, his overly straightforward nature was troubling. Stepping forward, Yi Chen slapped Su Mu on the shoulder. Take it. I'm not giving you money for yourself. It's for you to buy clothes. Stop overthinking. Su Mu's eyes glimmered with contemplation as he watched Yi Chen return to the house. After pondering for a moment while looking at the silver in his hand, he murmured, If it's for me to buy clothes, I sent that giving me money? Old Li poked his head in from the side, reaching for the silver in Su Mu's hand, chuckling, Little Mutu, the money for clothes I sent just giving you money. Be obedient. Tomorrow, Uncle Li will take you to buy clothes. Su Mu furrowed his brow, slightly bewildered, squatting down to work on the wooden planks while still mumbling, Did I misunderstand? Old Li tucked the silver into his pocket, took a sip of wine, and observed Su Mu, who was engrossed in his work, nodding slightly as he reached out to pat Su Mu's head and then pressed on his back. Uncle Li, do you need something? Why are you cracking my bones? Su Mu asked, looking up in confusion. Old Li chuckled softly and ambled over to the reclining chair. Little Mutu, when you have time, please make me a new reclining chair. This one is uncomfortable. All right, Su Mu replied, lowering his head to continue his task. Leaning back in the chair, Old Li took a swig of wine, contemplating whether he should take on an apprentice. As night fell, the large wooden tub was completed, and Yi-chun transported it to the restroom he had originally designed. He had also constructed the drainage system using a mixture of cement and bricks, which ran through the outer wall and was buried underground, leading out to the yard. Since it was merely intended for bathing during winter, it consisted solely of water, which drained away effortlessly. After heating the water and measuring its temperature, Yi-chun called out with a smile, "Wife, the water is ready." Chen Yujing rose, picked up her garments, and entered the room. Noticing that the wooden window was securely closed and the oil lamp had been lit, she nodded slightly and turned to Yi-chun at the doorway, saying, "Go back to sleep." Yi-chun complied and dutifully retreated to the bedroom, closing the door behind him. Chen Yujing then shut the door to the room, revealing the figure of Yu Tiandao. "Master, your imperial body remains untainted by dust. Why do you wish to bathe?" She glanced at the small Yu and replied softly, "To experience the life of a mortal." Yu Tiandao nodded in a semblance of understanding. Chapter 63. The night raid by Zhou Zuihua. After finishing their baths, Yi-chun had already succumbed to slumber, while Qian Yu lay beside him, her lips curling slightly in a serene smile as she drifted off to sleep. In the dead of night, as darkness enveloped every household and the moonlight was obscured by ominous clouds, two shadowy figures stealthily approached the perimeter of Yi-chen's courtyard. Armed with wooden clubs, they fumbled for a moment before igniting two torches. Illuminated by the flickering flames, it became evident that the figures were none other than Zhou Zuihua and Li Datu. It appeared they had conspired in advance, as they directed their torches toward the wooden wall, intent on setting fire to Yi-chun's abode. Suddenly, De Huang opened his eyes and bolted out from the house, while Xiao Hong and Xiao Hua also stirred awake, wobbling out from the barn. The trio of a dog and two chickens exchanged glances before racing towards the wooden wall near the pond. De Huang leapt atop the wall, peering down at the two intruders with a slight tilt of his head, mirroring the curious stance of Xiao Hong and Xiao Hua, who crouched atop the wall, observing the duo's attempts to ignite the wooden barrier. Hei Mei was summoned as well, curling into a diminutive ball atop De Huang's head to survey the scene below. As the wooden wall began to blaze, Hei Mei opened her mouth, releasing a chilling gust that extinguished the flames in an instant. "How peculiar," Zhou Zuihua muttered, retrieving a flint to rekindle the torch and persist in her endeavor to set the wall ablaze once more. De Huang shifted his head, watching their antics with mild interest. Before long, a flicker of flame re-emerged on the wooden wall, prompting Hei Mei to unleash another frosty breath. Yet again, the fire was extinguished. A congregation of pets perched on the wall observed the unfolding drama. After a brief quarrel, the two miscreants switched positions and reignited their torches. This time, Hei Mei unleashed a torrent of water, drenching Zhou Zuihua and Li Datu, rendering them as soggy as drowned rats, while the torches miraculously remained unscathed. It seemed Hei Mei realized her error, hastily covering her mouth with her tail, her serpent-like eyes brimming with innocence, as if to convey, "I did not intend for this." But the situation was beyond salvaging. De Huang raised his head and let out a howl, accompanied by the frantic clucking of the chickens. In a frenzy of chaos, Zhou Zuihua and Li Datu, now utterly terrified, fled with distorted voices, clutching their torches. "A snake! A snake! Li Datu! There's a snake! Oh my goodness!" Li Datu sprinted even faster, and seeing her husband outpace her, Zhou Zuihua frowned fiercely and quickened her pace. Just as they reached the village entrance, it seemed they were ensnared by some unseen force, propelling them forward into a clumsy tumble that left them sprawled on the ground, their torches flying from their grasp and landing atop the roof of the first house in the village. It is worth noting that, in the entire Shango village, only the village chief's family resided in a brick house, while the rest were wooden structures. With no rain in recent days and the chill of late October in the air, the roof ignited rapidly. Li Datu, clutching his knee, crawled back into the village, while Zhou Zuihua fared worse, bloodied and missing two teeth. "Fire! There's a fire!" The startled inhabitants of the brick house awoke, and old Zhuan too, along with his wife and son, rushed outside, ready to extinguish the flames. As they peered over the 1-meter-high fence, their eyes widened in shock at the sight of Zhou Zuihua and Li Datu. "Father, the fire! Don't just stand there. Hurry and extinguish it!" Old Brick's son shouted, as flames engulfed the entire roof, casting a fierce glow that illuminated the village. De Huang and the others seemed to sense the emergency. They swiftly darted into the courtyard, vanishing without a trace. The commotion soon roused Yi Chun from his slumber. The 9 dragons' mark on his body dissipated as he opened his eyes, glancing at his lovely wife before turning to stride onto the balcony. There, he beheld the raging inferno not far away and a group of villagers desperately trying to douse the flames. Without hesitation, he leaped from the balcony. Would old Li, the house is on fire. Grab the water buckets and help. Yi Chun called out, seizing a wooden bucket filled with water and rushing outside. They were all from the same village. He had no quarrel with them, and given the proximity, it would be heartless not to assist those living nearby. The doors of 2 small brick houses by the cattle shed swung open. Old Li appeared, still bleary-eyed, while Sumu quickly shook off his slumber, shouting as he grabbed a bucket and dashed out. De Huang remained hidden beneath the bed, his eyelids tightly shut, utterly unperturbed. The 2 hens were nestled in a corner of the cattle shed, seemingly oblivious to the chaos. As for Hei Mei, she swam anxiously beneath the pond's surface, her heart racing. This was her first encounter with mischief. In her youth, she had hidden in the ditches, afraid to surface, and once she had grown stronger, no one dared to provoke her. Thus, her life had been a cycle of sleep and cultivation. The village was in an uproar as the flames roared higher. The wooden house had stood for several years, and with the recent dry weather, the fire was impossible to extinguish. Qian Yu stood at the balcony's edge, observing the distant blaze with indifference, showing no inclination to intervene. After all, such flames were beneath her notice. The only circumstance that could compel her to act would be a threat to Yi Chen's life. The fire spread faster than it could be quelled. Old Brick's wife, witnessing the inferno's intensity, realized their home might soon be reduced to ashes. With a thud of her palm on her thigh, she rushed to Old Brick, who was laboring to douse the flames, exclaiming, "Old Brick, our 6 taels of silver are still in the cabinet." The water bucket slipped from Old Brick's grasp, crashing to the ground. A house could be rebuilt. There were plenty of trees. A mere 10 days of toil would suffice to construct a new wooden frame. But 6 taels of silver? It would take a year of frugal living to save such an amount. What if the silver were lost? In a moment of urgency, Old Brick snatched a bucket from a nearby villager and drenched himself, yelling, "My silver," as he charged into the flames. "Old Brick," a villager shouted, "the house is already in ruins. It will collapse any moment. What is silver compared to life?" As Yi Chun poured a bucket of water onto the burning structure, he heard the outcry and caught sight of Old Brick rushing into the blaze. His eyes widened in disbelief. Did this man truly value his life so little, daring to plunge into such a conflagration? The villagers were tense, and suddenly someone cried out, "It's over. The left side has collapsed. My cabinet is on the left." Old Brick's wife gasped, covering her mouth in horror. Old Brick's son bellowed, "Mother, what is silver worth compared to Father's life?" As he spoke, he doused himself with a bucket of water and prepared to rush inside. Yi Chun, observing the situation, swiftly grasped the young man, recalling that he had worked in his brick factory and was one of the initial 6 who had not departed. He forcefully pushed him back, causing him to stumble, and seized the wooden bucket of water, pouring it over himself while shouting, "Damn it, wait for me outside. If I fail to come out, you will be signing your death warrant by entering." With that, Yi Chun grabbed another bucket of water, held his breath, and charged into the wooden house engulfed in flames. The inferno now threatened to consume the entire structure, even beginning to spread to the adjacent wooden fences. The villagers held their breath, their eyes fixed on the smoke and flames billowing from the doorway. Inside the house, thick black smoke loomed overhead. Those familiar with fire safety knew that at a certain concentration, this gas could ignite explosively, posing immense danger. He poured half a bucket of water at the entrance, then yanked down the recently extinguished curtain. His eyes stung from the smoke, but through his limited vision, he finally spotted Lao Zhuan too, who lay on the ground with a burning beam pinning one leg down, clutching a cloth bag tightly in his hands. "Damn it, a few coins are worth more than life." He cursed internally, and with half a bucket of water in hand, he charged inside. Chapter 64. The troublemaker oldly a half bucket of water was unceremoniously poured onto old brick, neglecting the wooden structure that was ablaze. The flames consuming the wood were far too fierce for such a meager amount of water to extinguish. With a powerful kick fueled by 3 oxen's strength, he sent the burning timber flying, then seized old brick and dashed outside. The fire raged on, and Yi Chun suddenly looked up, realizing that the beam above was on the verge of collapse. An ominous thought crossed his mind as he spotted the flaming wooden bed not far away. Gripping old brick tightly, he sprinted toward it, crashing through the wooden window just as the beam fell. A massive fireball erupted from the house, engulfing every exit in an instant. Moments later, the house crumbled with a deafening roar. As Yi Chen's feet barely touched the ground, the force of the inferno's explosion propelled him forward, but thanks to his extensive training in balance, he quickly regained his footing and sprinted out of the fiery chaos. A throng of villagers, witnessing Yi Chen's soot-covered visage, gathered around him, their expressions a mix of concern and awe, for the house was now merely a blazing ruin. Make way, make way! Old Brick is unconscious and needs fresh air, Yi Chun exclaimed, gently laying Old Brick on the ground and preparing to administer chest compressions. Before he could commence, Old Brick's wife burst in, delivering a sharp slap to her husband's face. In an instant, Old Brick jolted awake, his eyes wide as he beheld his wife, who was frantically clutching a cloth bag, rasping, "Silver." Silver. Yi Chun stared in disbelief, realizing that silver was indeed a matter of life and death. Rising, he addressed Old Brick's wife, "Your husband has suffered burns to his leg. Do what you can to assist him." Nodding vigorously at the mention of silver, she finally turned her attention to her husband's injuries. As the flames grew ever larger, the villagers resumed dousing the fire to prevent it from spreading to neighboring homes. After half an hour of relentless effort, the inferno was finally extinguished. Old Brick's son rushed to Yi Chun, kneeling before him with tears streaming down his face, exclaiming, "Big brother Yi, thank you for saving my father. Thank you so much." Yi Chun pulled him up with a smile, saying, "A man should not kneel lightly. If you wish to express your gratitude, simply ensure you burn bricks well. Rest assured, Big brother Yi, I will make sure to burn bricks properly." The boy replied earnestly. The villagers gathered around, showering Yi Chun with praise. However, a moment later, Old Brick's wife suddenly broke into tears, lamenting, "My husband is now a cripple. How will we live? We clearly extinguished the oil lamp before bed. How did this happen?" A collective sigh arose from the crowd, for such calamities were beyond anyone's control. Just then, someone shouted, "Zhou Cuihua South House is so close to Old Brick's. Why haven't we seen them?" Instantly, the crowd shifted their focus, with some ill-tempered individuals kicking down the door to Zhou Cuihua's yard, demanding, "Zhou Cuihua, Li Datu, come out. Indeed, come out," they echoed. Inside, Zhou Cuihua's family, paralyzed by fear, turned pale at the sight of their damaged gate. Resolute, Zhou Cuihua steeled herself, her face resembling that of someone just roused from sleep, and opened the door to the main room, exclaiming, "What's all this ruckus in the dead of night? Can't anyone let a person sleep in peace?" A voice rang out. "The Old Brick house is so close to you, with such a large fire, how could you not hear our cries?" Zhou Cuihua placed her hands on her hips defiantly, retorting, "What business is it of yours? The fire at his house has nothing to do with me. Even if thunder were to strike, I wouldn't stir from my slumber." The villagers fell silent. Her words had left them at a loss for response. Suddenly, the voice called out again, "If you wish to speak, then speak. Why are you flapping your gums? What happened to your 2 front teeth? Did you lose them while setting the fire?" A few villagers who had rushed into the yard, curious to take a closer look, were met with Zhou Cuihua hastily covering her mouth. "I was gnawing on bones. My affairs are my own. Do you expect to control even how 2 women relieve themselves?" The village chief stepped forward, his gaze serious as he addressed Zhou Cuihua. "Zhou Cuihua, I ask you plainly, did you set fire to the Old Brick house? Don't spout nonsense. Such talk will bring down divine retribution. I bear no grudge against the Old Brick. Why would I burn down his house while sleeping peacefully?" Zhou Cuihua spoke with conviction, as if she had indeed been asleep. "Nonsense. How do you explain the ash on your legs? Did you get it while cooking at night? The voice chimed in again. Zhou Zuohua quickly bent down to pat her legs, and upon finding no ash, the voice continued, I was merely teasing you. You are guilty and you know it. The villagers' gazes turned accusatory, and the village chief's expression darkened as he clenched his fists, speaking in a low tone, Zhou Zuohua, I shall give you one last chance. Did you do it? This was the first time Zhou Zuohua found herself surrounded by so many people. While she harbored many ill intentions, she was not particularly bold, and now she stood speechless, her missing front teeth and the fresh wounds on her mouth visible, leaving the villagers to wonder if she had indeed been dreaming of gnawing on bones while asleep. A group of villagers surged forward, and Li Datu was pulled out as well. Observing Li Datu's limping gait and the unhealed wounds on his legs, they thought to themselves how they would explain this. Regardless of what they said, the villagers were no longer inclined to believe them. Old Li slipped away from the crowd, a smile plastered on his face as he attempted to sneak back. Yichun cast a glance at Old Li, causing the smile to vanish, and he instinctively reached for his wine gourd. It turned out that the voice had belonged to Old Li. Watching the commotion unfold, Yichun found it rather tedious. As drowsiness overcame him, he returned to wash off the dust from his body and went back to his room. Glancing at his dear wife, who lay on the bed just as before, Yichun chuckled softly, You can't even be roused by all this noise. You sleep like a little pig. Cough. Qian Yu let out a quiet cough and turned over. Yichun broke into a cold sweat, his smile vanishing without a trace, and he cautiously climbed onto the bed, daring not to make a sound. Yu Tiandao sat on the balcony, observing the audacious master of the house with a smile. Suddenly, she felt a gaze lock onto her, and without a word, she dove into the celestial mirror, trembling in fear. She, little Yeya, was nowhere near as brave as her master. The large yellow-eyed creature stirred slightly, continuing to feign slumber. At the break of dawn the following day, Yichun opened the door as usual, only to be taken aback by the throng of villagers gathered outside his courtyard. What brings you all here? Why are you loitering at my doorstep? The representative, who had previously clamored for wages, was once again pushed forward. Awkwardness etched upon his face as he addressed Yichun. Brother Yi, we wish to return to the brick factory to work. This time we promise we won't leave. Upon hearing these words, the perplexity on Yichun's face vanished, replaced by a playful smile as he regarded them. Do you truly believe my brick factory is akin to a marketplace? You can come and go as you please? But Brother Yi, the representative exclaimed in urgency, we realize our mistakes. We shall work diligently. Please allow us to return. We can sign a long-term contract to make bricks right away. The crowd echoed in agreement, yes, Brother Yi, we acknowledge our errors. Please let us come back.
No, no.
Do not call me Brother Yi. We are unworthy of such honor, he replied. Chapter 65. Yi Chen's desire for strength enhancement, please. Refrain from calling me Brother Yi. I am unworthy of such reverence, Yi Chen remarked, a sardonic smile gradually overtaking his playful expression. I have expressed my respect for your choices. Since you have opted to depart, I shall honor that decision. Return, for I shall not admit you again. With that, he closed the courtyard gate, offering them no chance to respond, and commenced his morning training with a wooden spear. During breakfast, as Yi Chen savored his porridge, he inquired, My dear, as a master of the Tao, do you possess any methods to expedite my strength enhancement? My current prowess is woefully inadequate, rendering me the weakest among those at the Jade-Faced Tiger's stronghold. Qian Yujing glanced at Yi Chen, curiosity flickering in her eyes. What prompts this sudden inquiry? I am a man, and it is my duty to protect you. I cannot always rely on you for my safety, Yi Chen asserted with conviction. Qian Yujing chuckled softly, a hint of resignation in her demeanor. There are indeed ways to bolster your strength, but it ultimately depends on your willingness. What methods do you propose? Yi Chen's interest piqued. Sleep, she replied. Yi Chen blinked, confusion etched on his face. Sleep? Is it truly the case that martial practitioners strengthen themselves merely through slumber? Is it really that simple? Old Li, who had been seated on the threshold with a bowl in hand, turned at the young master's bewilderment and chuckled. Indeed, the more you sleep, the quicker your strength will grow. Now, focus on your meal. You look rather frail, so what do you know about cultivation? With irritation, Yi Chen retorted, the stockroom's supply of wine has been diminishing rapidly, I advise you to curtail your drinking. You might find yourself unable to awaken one day after indulging too much. Old Li grinned sheepishly, lowering his head in silence. Old Li speaks the truth. Increased sleep can indeed enhance your strength, Qian Yujing stated earnestly, setting down her bowl and wiping her mouth. Yi Chun furrowed his brow, finding this method of strengthening rather peculiar. What kind of cultivation could be achieved solely through sleep? Very well. I shall endeavor to sleep more when I have the opportunity and see if it yields results. Finishing his porridge, Old Li rose and made his way to the kitchen, his eyes brimming with anticipation. The most exceptional third prince had completed his dragon chi body refinement in just a week, and now young Master S9 Dragon's body refinement had extended nearly 2 weeks, a testament to his formidable talent. The longer the dragon chi body refinement persisted, the greater the potential it indicated. The only drawback was that before the refinement concluded, one could not practice the domineering 9 Dragons body refinement technique. Time waits for no one. The old emperor could not endure much longer. As Old Li washed the dishes, he murmured to himself, determined that before the old emperor's passing, he must lead the young master back to the royal family. Only by rightfully obtaining the identity of the 9th prince would he have the standing to vie for the throne. After the meal, Yi Chun did not rush to sleep, for numerous pressing matters loomed. Foremost was the issue of the bricks. Old Wang had already planned to head to the county soon, and the brick kiln required a handover. Yi Chun would need to recruit personnel himself and ensure the operation continued seamlessly, while also supplying bricks to other villages and towns. Additionally, the coal mine, after a period of extraction, had amassed a considerable stockpile, and it seemed quite extensive, with no end in sight to its depths. Thirdly, these two industries do not grant him a sense of security. Thus, he has been contemplating a visit to the town to scout locations and implement his plan of opening a restaurant. Despite the absence of income and continuous expenditures during this period, with 900 taels of silver dwindling to just over 600, it is evident that starting a restaurant would be far from sufficient. However, taking over the brick kiln factory would allow him to start earning money immediately, as the personnel would be in place. Additionally, he intends to seek out avenues for profit, beginning by selling a batch of coal to generate some funds to finance the restaurant. Relying on his culinary skills, he is confident that business will flourish. The food industry, regardless of the circumstances, remains a lucrative venture. Under such conditions, how could he possibly find time to sleep? Moreover, as November approaches, there are less than 3 months until the new year of the Xuanwu dynasty. His goal for these 3 months is to successfully manage the 3 major industries: the brick kiln factory, the coal mine, and the restaurant. By next year, with sufficient capital, he can begin leasing land for large-scale cultivation, achieving a state of security and comfort. Considering the timeline, it is indeed pressing, especially with his beloved wife expecting a child in July. As a father, he naturally desires to provide the best environment for his offspring. With a straw hat in hand, he bid farewell to his wife and set out towards the brick kiln factory. In 2 weeks' time, he hoped to identify a foreman and also take a group to the town, as that area also required management. Recruiting from outside was less practical than finding capable foremen from the village. Brother Yi, the ever-dedicated Dago, now deeply ingrained in the role of the gatekeeper, saw Yi Chun approaching and immediately put down his stick, running over with a beaming smile. "You're doing well. Aim to find a wife next year." Yi Chun chuckled, patting Dago on the shoulder. Dago, blushing and scratching his head, replied, "What wife would want one of us 3 brothers? Do not lose heart. Once you have some money, I will have the village matchmaker introduce you to some prospects." Yi Chun reassured him with a smile as he walked into the factory, prompting a chorus of Brother Yi. From the workers, observing their orderly brick-making, he clapped his hands and announced, "Listen up. After more than 2 weeks, I have decided on a foreman. Everyone come over. To go call the brick-makers as well." "Understood," Dago exclaimed, sprinting out to gather the workers. Soon, everyone assembled, and Yi Chun stood atop a stack of bricks, holding 5 wooden tokens that Sumu had crafted, serving as identifiers for the foreman status. People are inherently competitive. While these tokens are merely pieces of wood, their assigned significance transforms them into symbols of ambition and aspiration, evoking envy from others. Yi Chun was prepared to employ capitalistic strategies, and such simple tokens were easily managed. I have 5 tokens here, which can only be claimed by the foreman. Furthermore, the foreman shall earn 80 won a day. The 39 individuals gazed at the tokens in Yi Chen's hand, their eyes shining with hope, each yearning to possess one of those coveted tokens. Let me first elucidate the responsibilities of the foreman. Primarily, the foreman is in charge of personnel allocation within the factory. If you are assigned to brick firing, then you must diligently engage in that task. If your duty is to prepare brick molds, you are expected to fulfill that role. In essence, the authority of the foreman is second only to mine. Upon hearing these words, the crowd's eyes sparkled with newfound enthusiasm. To become a foreman would mean boundless freedom, would it not? Observing their expressions, Yi Chen smiled and continued. While serving as a foreman may seem appealing, there is a crucial stipulation. Each month, the foreman must produce a specified quantity of bricks, and these bricks must meet quality standards to be deemed acceptable. Furthermore, the position of foreman is not permanent. It is subject to evaluation every 3 months. The assessment is based on brick-making proficiency. Whoever produces bricks swiftly and with superior quality will ascend to the role of foreman. A fair labor system must provide them with aspirations for advancement, motivating them to exert themselves vigorously, unless one has no desire to become a foreman. Moreover, with this regulation in place, should a foreman become complacent, they will undoubtedly be supplanted, creating a continuous cycle of improvement, whereby each individual's skills will enhance progressively, fostering a positive development environment. As for more intricate matters, Yi Chen preferred to remain uninvolved. Now, I shall announce the 5 foremen for this occasion. Chapter 66. The Crescent Blade. Named Tiger's Roar, the son of Zhao Shizhu, Zhao Erniu, the son of Old Brick, Zhou Dezhuang. The 5 masters announced their selections, and those chosen were beaming with joy, while those who were not felt a tinge of disappointment. Nevertheless, they were all determined to hone their skills over the next 3 months to surpass their peers. Yet, they couldn't help but cast glances at the village chief's son, Zhang Eru. During this time, Zhang Eru had been exceptionally diligent, subtly positioning himself as a potential leader. He had also been the first to support Yi Chen during the last strike. Given Yi Chen's close ties with the village chief, everyone had tacitly accepted Zhang Eru's ascension to the position of master. Thus, hearing his name absent from the announcement was quite surprising. Zhang Eru, drenched in sweat, stared incredulously at Yi Chen atop the brick pile, unable to comprehend that he had not been appointed as master. Why? All right, let us get to work. Put in your best effort. The next master could very well be one of you. Yi Chen distributed the tokens, retaining the 5 masters while instructing the others to return to their tasks. As most departed, Zhang Eru remained, a stubborn young man in his late 20s, resolutely standing still. Yi Chen glanced at him but chose to ignore him. Instead, he addressed the 5 masters. Erniu stays. The rest of you wait at my courtyard entrance. I have something to discuss with you. Soon, only Erniu and Zhang Eru were left standing. Zhao Erniu, holding the token, scratched his head hesitantly. Brother Yi, I believe Brother Eru is far more capable than I am. Perhaps he should be the master instead.
Yi Chen patted Erniu's shoulder. Erniu.
I have always regarded you as a remarkably intelligent individual. Your father may chastise you for lacking farming talent, but here you can fully showcase your abilities. In the future, I will entrust you with the complete management of the brick kiln. You must ensure it flourishes. Upon hearing this, Zhao Erniu's face lit up with excitement, and he stammered, I, Brother Yi, will certainly work diligently and produce more and better bricks. Yi Chen smiled and approached Zhang Eru, brushing off the dust from his clothes. Eru, your talents are not suited for the brick kiln. You should no longer work there. Zhang Eru's previously defiant expression turned pale in an instant. Working in the kiln was a lucrative position. Even without being a master, one earned 40 won a day. To be dismissed from such a role felt like a death sentence. His face contorted with anger, he exclaimed, Yi Chen, my father has treated you well. If it weren't for... Enough. No need to be so agitated. I'm not saying you can't work at the brick kiln. I merely mean you shouldn't be confined to it. Rest assured, your intellect will be put to good use elsewhere. Yi Chen interrupted Zhang Eru, leaving him bewildered. What did it mean to work elsewhere? Did Yi Chen have other businesses apart from the brick kiln? Seeing his confusion, Yi Chun shook his head and stated directly, I kept quiet previously out of concern for your pride. Since you wish to know, I shall tell you. I inquired with Uncle Zhang, and he mentioned that you enjoy cooking, is that correct? Zhang Eru's face flushed with embarrassment. In Shankou village, cooking was predominantly the domain of women. Zhang Eru was an exceptional case, as even the boisterous Zhu Zuihua took on the culinary responsibilities. As for Yi Chun, his mindset diverged from theirs, as he aspired to be the model husband. A man taking pleasure in cooking is not a disgrace. I envision opening a tavern in town, and I wish to appoint you as the chef and manager, for I trust you wholeheartedly. Being from the same village, Yi Chun remarked, patting Zhang Eru on the shoulder with a smile. Zhang Eru quickly grasped the implications. Working at the brick kiln and at the tavern were incomparable, with the latter being far superior. With this realization, he felt a wave of shyness wash over him. Just as he was about to speak, Yi Chun playfully kicked him in the rear. Stop your prattling like a woman and get to work. The tavern awaits our efforts. Ah, I understand. Zhang Eru chuckled as he dashed toward the brick kiln. Having settled the matter with Zhang Eru, Yi Chun removed his hat, tousled his hair, and strolled homeward. He explained to the four foremen his intention to take over the brick kiln in town, assuring them that he would return home at most once a week, and would take time off during festivals alongside the workers. Upon hearing this, they readily agreed without hesitation. As long as there was profit to be made, returning home weekly was of little concern. With these arrangements finalized, Yi Chun harnessed the ox cart, sharing one with Qianyu while Su Mu took the reins. The other cart accommodated the four of them, and thus the group set off for town. In the courtyard, only the laid-back old Li remained, enjoying a drink with a throng of pets. As the distant sound of hooves faded, De Huang darted towards the pond, letting out a howl. The clatter of little feet followed, as Xiao Hong and Xiao Hua joined in. He Mei emerged humbly from the water, then scampered out of the courtyard in pursuit of fish with De Huang and the others. Old Li merely cast a glance and paid them no mind. It was peculiar yet unsurprising for the pets of the young master and mistress to behave oddly. With the pet's departure, silence enveloped the courtyard. Slowly, Old Li rose from his reclining chair, stretched his limbs, and ambled indoors, retrieving a 2-meter-long box from beneath the bed. He opened the box, nostalgia washing over his face, and carefully lifted out a long-handled blade, known as the crescent moon knife, which he referred to as the tiger's roar. This weapon had been bestowed upon him by the head of the Duanmu family years ago. The crescent moon knife had accompanied him for half a year, its edge as sharp as ever, emanating a chilling aura of lethality. Grasping the tiger's roar, the murkiness in Old Li's eyes dissipated, his spirit igniting with vigor. His once stooped frame transformed into that of a muscular giant exceeding 2 meters in height, the only remnants of his former self being his wild hair and grizzled beard. With a flourish, he practiced a series of knife techniques in the courtyard, each movement strikingly fierce. After a considerable time, Old Li sheathed the knife, wiping its blade with a tattered cloth, his gaze steely. Prince San, I shall grant you a few more days of life, but the blood feud of the Duanmu family and an old dog await you. With a gentle hand, Lao Li carefully stored away the tiger's roar, reverting to the image of a frail old man on the brink of death. Reclining in his chair, he took a sip of wine, closed his eyes, and a smile graced his face as he softly hummed the ancestral song of the Duanmu family, memories of the past dancing in his mind. My dear wife, I shall rest for a while to bolster my strength. Call for me when the time comes. On the ox cart, Yi Chun leaned against one side, seemingly on the verge of slumber. Qian Yujing glanced at him, rolled her eyes, and turned away with a huff. Sleeping like this is pointless. One must lie in a bed to truly rest. Yi Chun, bewildered, responded, Why must it be in bed? This time, Qian Yujing chose to ignore him. Scratching his head in confusion, Yi Chun decided to close his eyes and sleep nonetheless. Qian Yujing shook her head in exasperation at his antics. The 9 dragons' body refinement could only manifest when one was asleep. At home, she had set up a great formation that even the heavenly Tao of the Tianyuan continent could not penetrate. Otherwise, the phenomena arising from the 9 dragons' body refinement would have long since caused a stir. She reached out and pinched Yi Chen's arm, causing him to wake in pain, only to find his little wife staring at him, softly mumbling, If you're not going to sleep, then don't sleep. Sumu chuckled, finding the interaction between Yi-chan and his wife rather amusing. However, in the next moment, he felt a sharp slap on the back of his head, followed by Yi-chen's voice admonishing him, "Keep an eye on the ox cart." "What are you laughing about?" Rubbing his head, Sumu replied earnestly, "I'm just here for the craftsmanship. If you knock me senseless, the pull-out wooden cabinet you desire will be lost." Chapter 67. The spring thunder three blades. Upon arriving at the town, Yi-chen first escorted the foreman to Lord Wang's brick kiln. After the handover was complete, the original workers remained, only the supervisors were taken away. However, this did not significantly impact Yi-chen, as he could nurture the new foreman into versatile talents. By the time this matter was resolved, it was nearly noon. He intended to consult old Master Zhang, the father of Zhang Yuqing, the prominent gentleman who had initially sold him vegetables. Yi-chen was only acquainted with old Master Zhang in town, who prided himself on being a scholar of several generations, steeped in literary elegance. Selling the coal mine to them was fortuitous, as he merely needed to embellish the narrative a little, a strategy Yi-chen had already devised. This time at the inn, Yi-chen's approach was markedly different from his first visit. He ordered a lavish spread of dishes, not concerning himself with waste, but rather relishing the experience. The only familiar aspect was the location, still by the window, allowing him to observe the bustling crowd outside. As he was enjoying his meal, he suddenly heard a familiar bellow. "Young lad, bring the wine." Yi-chen looked up to see Zhou and Lu, the martial men he had met during his first visit. Had it not been for them, he might still be unaware of the existence of cultivators in this world, nor would he have acquired the strength of the mighty bull. He immediately stood up and called out, "Brother Zhou, Brother Lu, come join us for a meal." Upon hearing his voice, Zhou and Lu turned to look, momentarily taken aback, then frowned in thought. Did they know this young man? Yi-chen approached them directly and addressed the waiter rushing over. "Are there any private rooms on the second floor? I would like to dine with these two brothers." "Yes, there are," the waiter replied. "Go ahead and prepare. Bring up 10 jars of fiery wine, and serve all the signature dishes," Yi-chen proclaimed with great generosity. The waiter was visibly excited. Such magnanimous patrons were a rare occurrence. Upon reaching Zhou and Lu, Yi-chen clasped his fists and smiled. "My name is Yi-chen. I am the one who inquired about cultivation a month ago." Zhou and Lu exchanged glances, seemingly recalling him. The martial man named Zhou pointed at Yi-chen with a look of astonishment, exclaiming, "It's you! You've changed so much. I remember you were as thin as a chick back then. Has the mighty bull technique been mastered? What level are you at now?"
Yi-chen laughed heartily.
"I fear revealing it might bring me shame, so I shall refrain. Please, brothers, let us head upstairs. I must express my gratitude. Were it not for you, I would still be just a simple villager." After speaking, Yi-chen gestured for them to ascend first, then returned to his seat to accompany Qian Yujing and Sumu upstairs. In the private room above, Yi-chen introduced, "This is my wife, and this is my friend, Sumu, though I usually call him Wood." Zhou and Lu nodded in acknowledgement, and then Zhou spoke up, "I am Zhou Tian. Just call me Old Zhou." "I am Lu Chunda. Just like Old Zhou, you can call me Old Lu." The introductions were made, and as the food and drinks arrived, Yi-chen poured a few bowls of wine, stating, "Meeting his fate. Let me toast to you both." As he spoke, Yi-chen raised the bowl and drank it all in one go. Seeing this, Zhou and Lu also laughed and followed suit. Zhou remarked, "Brother Yi, your capacity for liquor has certainly improved. Just a month ago, I recall you struggling with even a single bowl. Ha ha ha. Thanks to the robust spirits of my two elder brothers, I've grown considerably stronger," Yi-chen replied. After a few rounds of drinks, the earlier sense of distance diminished. Yi-chen inquired, "Upon your arrival, I noticed both of you radiating vitality. Have you encountered some fortuitous event that you might share with your younger brother?" Old Zhou laughed heartily, took a bowl of liquor, and said, "Brother Yi, behold." With that, without changing his expression, the blood-colored bull totem emerged behind him, and in the next moment it slowly merged into his body. Yi-chen, astonished by the sight, exclaimed, "The totem has entered your body. Brother Zhou, you have broken through to the qi refinement stage." Old Zhou dispersed the blood-colored bull totem and laughed heartily. "Indeed, Both Lu and I have received rewards from the town chief. We are now martial artists in the Qi refinement stage. We eagerly await the grand competition in half a month. If we can place in the top 10, we may secure positions in the county. Congratulations! What splendid news! If not for my prior engagements today, I would have insisted on drinking until we were all intoxicated. Yi-chun smiled, raising his bowl, and the three of them drank again. Brother Yi, if you have any matters to discuss, please share. We are quite well regarded in this town and can lend our assistance, provided it does not involve bullying others, old Lu said, wiping the remnants of liquor from his lips. It's nothing significant. I am currently engaged in business and seeking channels for it. Not a big deal at all. Should anything arise later, I would certainly trouble you too. Yi-chun replied with a smile. Zhou and Lu nodded in acknowledgement, and old Zhou said, business is not our forte. Let us drink. Instantly, the three resumed their drinking. Su Mu, watching from the side, felt a mix of anxiety and astonishment. He had tasted the fiery liquor before and found it nearly unbearable. How could Yi and his companions consume it so readily? Qian Yu quietly savored her food, having no objections to Yi Chen's desire to forge friendships. After the meal, Yi Chun had only consumed 2 jars of liquor out of 10, yet his face had turned red. In contrast, old Zhou and old Lu appeared unaffected, likely accustomed to such indulgence. Just as they were about to leave, old Zhou and old Lu exchanged glances. Old Lu solemnly retrieved a small booklet from his pocket and handed it to Yi Chun, saying, "You were right, Brother Yi. Meeting is indeed fate. You treated us to a meal, so I present you my unique skill, Spring Thunder 3 Blades." Old Zhou added with a smile, "Brother Yi, this is a valuable treasure. Without Spring Thunder 3 Blades, Lu could not have possibly made it into the top 10 of the town. Oh please, it's only because your blood vitality is a bit stronger than mine. No need to boast." Old Lu retorted, his face flushed. "Hey, if you're not convinced, how about a little contest?" "A contest it is. Who's afraid?" The two, both of bold and unrestrained character, tossed the booklet aside, leaped through the window, and dashed out, for as martial artists, they would never engage in public combat on the streets. Yi-chun chuckled, circulating his qi to dispel the effects of the alcohol. Soon, the redness in his face subsided. He picked up the booklet and handed it to Qian Yu, saying, "Dear, wait a moment. I need to use the restroom." In a flurry, she dashed out of the private room. Qian Yujing cast a glance at the booklet, swiftly losing interest, for the techniques within appeared to her rather crude. Upon exiting the inn, Yi-chun sat upon the ox cart, fixated on the booklet. Observing this, Qian Yujing remarked coolly, "You wield a spear. This is of no use to you." "It's nothing. I'm merely perusing it. I have no inclination towards using a knife," Yi-chun replied, nodding as he continued to study the booklet, appreciating the gesture behind it. Su Mu led the ox and soon arrived at the entrance of the Zhang residence. "Brother Yi, we've arrived at the Zhang residence," Su called out. Yi-chun nodded, stowing away the booklet, exhaling deeply to gather his spirits. Let the grandiose art of boasting commence. Chapter 68. The art of boasting. After addressing the gatekeeper of the Zhang residence, the side gate swiftly opened, allowing Su Mu to lead the ox cart inside. Yi-chun felt a tinge of displeasure. One would typically expect to enter through the main door during a formal visit. Upon entering the courtyard, Yi-chun retrieved a sack of coal from the cart, instructing Su Mu to wait there, before making his way towards the main hall with his petite wife. "Greetings, Master Zhang," Yi-chun said as he cupped his fists in salute. Master Zhang, wearing a faint smile, rose to his feet. As a scholar, he believed in extending courtesy even to common folk. After inviting them to sit, Master Zhang ordered his servants to bring some firewood and, with a gentle smile, inquired, "What brings you to me today?" "My daughter has recovered from her illness, and I no longer require pork." With a smile, Yi-chun handed the sack of coal to a nearby servant. "Master Zhang, might you take a look at this?" Master Zhang, puzzled, watched as the servant approached and unveiled the black coal within the sack, his confusion deepening. "What is this? Allow me to build suspense. Could you please have someone bring a brazier?" "I shall demonstrate it for you," Yi-chun replied. Master Zhang nodded slightly, and soon a servant arrived with a brazier filled with crackling firewood, flames dancing brightly. Meanwhile, outside, Zhang Yuqing was in the courtyard admiring the flowers when she noticed the ox cart nearby. Curiously, she asked, Xiao Dai, have we received guests? Why is there an ox cart here? Xiao Dai, now a senior maid, nodded and said, I shall inquire. Very well, go ahead. In no time, Xiao Dai returned with a joyful expression. Addressing her mistress, Miss, it is young Master Yi who has come. It appears he wishes to recommend something to the master. A smile graced Zhang Yuqing's face, but she quickly composed herself, hesitating as she said, Do you think it impolite if we were to enter the main hall unannounced? My lady, this is your home. You may go wherever you please. The master would not mind, Xiao Dai reassured her. Indeed, let us go see, Zhang Yuqing said, pursing her lips as she gracefully made her way towards the main hall. What is this? How can this stone burn? Master Zhang exclaimed, astonished, as he gazed at the coal in the brazier. Remove the firewood. I wish to see if the stone truly burns. He commanded a servant, and once the firewood was taken away, the coal continued to smolder slightly. Master Zhang tentatively extended his hand, feeling the intense heat. He looked up at Yi Chun, bewildered, unable to comprehend what this substance was. Yi Chun stifled a laugh while maintaining a serious facade. This substance is called coal, a type of fuel that is quite popular among scholars in the capital of the Xuanwu Empire. Despite its modest appearance, it holds considerable value. Upon hearing this, Master Zhang raised an eyebrow and asked, From where did you acquire this item from the capital? Yi Chun maintained his earnest demeanor. Master Zhang, although I hail from a village, I am indeed a merchant. My associates run the brick kiln in town. I was previously a partner of the late Lord Wang. If you doubt my words, you may send someone to inquire. My connections are extensive, which allows me to procure such items from various channels. Currently, I possess only 100 pounds of it. Mr. Zhang took a seat, deep in contemplation. He was aware of Lord Wang as mentioned by Yi Chun, though they had not interacted much. As a man of letters, he harbored a sense of pride, while merchants, driven by profit, would go to any lengths for gain, leading him to regard them with disdain. However, this matter intrigued him. Observing Zhang lost in thought, Yi Chun seized the opportunity to provide further persuasion. Mr. Zhang, the moment I acquired this coal, the first person I thought of was you. Consider this, in Qinglin town, when it comes to reputation, your family has been a lineage of scholars for generations, steeped in literary tradition. As for family background, you hail from a scholarly lineage. I need not mention others. My utmost admiration is reserved for you. Hence, in the literary circles of the imperial city, the coal has become quite the trend, and I believe that only you are worthy of utilizing it. Would you not agree? Mr. Zhang maintained a serious demeanor, yet the corners of his mouth curled upward as he stroked his beard, replying, Though my family is indeed a scholarly household, we are not so ostentatious. At least compared to a few families in the town, their sons still reside here, while mine is in the county. It is hardly worth mentioning. Yi Chen's eyelid twitched at this remark. Was it not a subtle boast? Nevertheless, in the interest of promoting the coal, he continued to flatter, So the young master of the Zhang family is in the county. That explains why the townsfolk proclaim your family as the epitome of knowledge. Oh, that is merely a superficial accolade, Mr. Zhang replied dismissively, though a smile could not be quelled from his face. By the way, young Yi, how much are you selling this coal for? Discussing the price with Mr. Zhang made Yi Chun feel somewhat ashamed. If not for depleting his savings to purchase this coal, he would have considered gifting it to him as a token of admiration. At this moment, Qian Yu glanced at her partner, noticing Yi Chun with his head bowed and a cunning expression, even winking at her, causing her to roll her eyes in exasperation. Mr. Zhang, upon hearing this, felt increasingly at ease, and his gaze toward Yi Chun softened considerably. He smiled and said, Young Yi, you are quite impressive, one of the more cultured merchants I have encountered. However, as a scholar, I cannot take advantage of you. Tell me, how much did you pay for this 100 pounds of coal? I wish to acquire 50 pounds and will offer you 30% more than your purchase price. Yi Chun felt a twinge of annoyance at this. 50 pounds? Such a miserly offer. He raised his head, continuing to entice him. Mr. Zhang, this is coal, a rare and valuable commodity. What if I gifted you the entire 100 pounds? When winter arrives, while others rely on firewood for warmth, creating smoke, you could entertain guests with coal. The heat produced is comparable to firewood, yet it occupies less space and produces no smoke, elevating the entire experience.
Imagine.
100 pounds gifted to you. Even if others manage to procure it through other means, they shall not have as much as you. When the time comes and they run out, you will be the sole possessor. Just think. Yichun made no mention of the price, instead focusing on other persuasive angles. As anticipated, Mr. Zhang pondered for a moment, nodding slightly, recognizing the merit in Yichun's argument. Indeed, when others lack it and he alone possesses it, it would enhance his reputation. Scholars are often preoccupied with their image and can easily become heated over mere words. He immediately responded, "You are right, but I cannot take advantage of you. I shall take all 100 pounds. Just tell me the price, and I will generously offer you 30% more than the base rate. However, there is a condition. If you manage to procure this item again, it must be sold exclusively to me." A smile spread across Yichun's face as he replied, "Rest assured, Master Zhang, I will sell only to you. You are the one I hold in the highest esteem." Master Zhang stroked his beard, beaming with delight, and in the next moment, Yichun revealed his quoted price. Chapter 69. The Empress's jealousy. Lord Zhang, coal is fundamentally different from firewood. It is a rare commodity that is highly sought after by scholars and poets alike. I spent a full 50 taels to procure this batch.
Yechen eklaymet dramatical.
Lord Zhang contemplated the matter. 100 jin for 50 taels translates to 500 won per jin, which is exorbitantly high compared to firewood at 30 won per jin. However, observing Yichun's exaggerated demeanor, Lord Zhang waved his hand dismissively. "A mere 50 taels. As promised, I shall give you an additional 30%, totaling 65 taels. Shaosong, fetch the silver." Yichun was taken aback. "Lord Zhang, are you truly going to pay me? I have never been one to take advantage of others, and I genuinely appreciate your goodwill. 65 taels is sufficient. Do remember to offer me goods in the future." Lord Zhang smiled cheerfully, and Yichun nodded solemnly. "As long as I can procure it, I will certainly provide it to you. Such a treasure deserves to be used by someone of your stature. For someone like me, a commoner, firewood suffices." Qian Yujing rolled her eyes. After all, their household was entirely reliant on coal, yet he had the audacity to claim otherwise. Meanwhile, Xiaoya sat perched on Qian Yujing's shoulder, gazing at Yichun with admiration. She thought to herself that her male master was indeed extraordinary. When he initially mentioned selling at 200 won per jin, it seemed a stretch, yet through mere conversation, he had conjured an additional 300 won. If such a method were employed in the Kanglan realm, exchanging goods for Dao Jade, the profits would be astronomical. Truly, the Empress possesses an unparalleled vision. At that moment, Yu Tiandao felt a surge of excitement, envisioning possibilities. After all, in the Kanglan realm, everyone requires Dao Jade. "Father." Zhang Yuqing entered the hall, gently calling out to Lord Zhang before approaching his side, quietly observing Yichun. As she regarded Yichun, a look of astonishment crossed Zhang Yuqing's face once more. This was the third time she had encountered him. The first time he had appeared emaciated, the second time, although still slender, he had transformed in attire and demeanor. Now, in this third encounter, Yichun's figure was well proportioned, his presence composed, particularly his pair of eyes, which seemed profoundly deep. Zhang Yuqing felt her cheeks heat up unknowingly as she looked at him. Qian Yujing furrowed her brows slightly, feeling an inexplicable sense of discomfort. Meanwhile, Lord Zhang was engaged in conversation with Yichun and failed to notice his daughter's unusual demeanor. After Yichun secured the payment and arranged for delivery the following day, Zhang Yuqing awoke from her reverie, watching Yichun depart with a tinge of melancholy. Casting a glance of envy at Qian Yujing, she lowered her head slightly. Given her status, it was inconceivable for her to marry into a farmer's household as a concubine. "My daughter, is this not the time for you to admire the blossoms? Why have you suddenly come to seek your father? Is there something amiss?" Lord Zhang gazed at his daughter with affectionate concern. "Father, what is this?" Zhang Yuqing inquired, noticing the fire basin in the hall, where the coal still glowed and radiated warmth. "Oh, this is a novel fuel that has gained popularity among the literary circles of the imperial city. It is called coal, Lord Zhang replied with a smile, stroking his beard. Upon leaving the Zhang residence, as the ox cart receded into the distance, Yichun retrieved some silver coins and handed them to his wife, wearing a triumphant expression as he proclaimed, "Well, what do you think? Your husband is quite impressive, isn't he? With just a little persuasion, I secured 65 taels, a price that multiplied several times." "Indeed, you are quite remarkable," she replied, casting her gaze elsewhere with a hint of indifference. "You didn't even notice the glint in that girl's eyes. She practically wished to marry you on the spot."
Ye Chen pauset momentarily.
Then approached her with a grin and inquired, "Are you feeling a twinge of jealousy? Jealous? Why would I be jealous?" Chen Yujing turned back, frowning. She merely felt a flicker of displeasure, but it was not jealousy, especially since she hadn't felt such emotions in the morning or at noon. "You are jealous," Yichun asserted with unwavering confidence. "Humph." Chen Yujing rolled her eyes, turning away with a dismissive huff, insisting to herself that she was not experiencing jealousy at all. Yichun chuckled, adopting a solemn tone. "Rest assured, my dear, I could never be fond of another woman. Having you is more than enough. Do not harbor jealousy." Chen Yujing furrowed her brow in contemplation, and after a moment, she realized that Yi Chen's interpretation of jealousy was indeed this. She had previously been oblivious to such sentiments, and with a hint of indignation, she shot him a glare. At that moment, Yi Chen was engrossed in a conversation with Su Mu, oblivious to her gaze. "Mu, tomorrow you will deliver 100 jin of coal to the Zhang residence. I will arrange for the men from Black Horse Strong to accompany you." "Absolutely. I can manage it alone. Remember to be courteous tomorrow. Do not let anything slip. The money from scholars is easy to earn. Once we return, I will summon the Jade-Faced Tiger and a few who appear more refined to train them. We will take down a few other shops in the town as well. 500 won per jin will be immensely profitable." Yichun boasted with a look of satisfaction. Su Mu, who was never one to let an opportunity slip by, hesitated momentarily before speaking in a subdued tone. "Brother Yi, do you think I can truly reclaim the carpenter's workshop my father left for me?"
Ye Chen pauset.
Glancing ahead where the sign for the carpenter's workshop stood not far off, he placed a reassuring hand on Su Mu's shoulder. "If you wish to reclaim it now, I will accompany you." Su Mu lowered his head in silence for a moment, then raised it with unusual determination. "No, I will recover the workshop through my own efforts, so they will understand what true craftsmanship entails. I have faith in your skills. You will surely succeed." "I believe so too." "Well, you certainly are not modest." Su Mu scratched his head, chuckling as he led the ox cart, preparing to depart. Yichun quickly interjected, "Do not rush off just yet. Let us purchase some snacks, and you need new clothes. Why didn't you come to town to buy something with the silver I gave you last time? Look at what you are wearing. I can still wear this. Why should I buy new ones? Stop with the nonsense. Let us go." After a lengthy excursion, the ox cart was laden with various packages, and Yichun had also procured several garments for Su Mu. He certainly did not forget about Old Li. Although Old Li often behaved like a drunkard, Yichun had come to sense that he seemed to harbor some concerns and genuinely cared for him, leaving him quite perplexed. However, he refrained from inquiring further, believing that some matters would reveal themselves in due course. When the time was right, Old Li would share what he felt compelled to express. As the ox cart rolled into a bustling street, Yichun observed the juxtaposition of flourishing taverns on one side and a desolate one on the other. This sight prompted Su Mu to halt the cart, and he, alongside Chen Yujing, ventured into the quieter establishment. Meanwhile, on the third floor of the thriving tavern across the street, a sense of awareness washed over Zhou Mu Shui as she glanced down, her face lighting up with delight. For days, she had been contemplating ways to orchestrate a serendipitous encounter with Yichun, and to her astonishment, he had appeared before her unbidden. Turning to her companion Zheng Chao Chao, she exclaimed, "Chao Chao, I shall forego my meal for now. Yichun is in the tavern across the way. I must go and see him." With that, she hurriedly rose and made her way downstairs. Chapter 70. The world also has wealthy heirs. The once listless waiter, slumped on his stool, immediately brightened upon the arrival of guests, greeting them with a beaming smile. "Esteemed patron, our braised fish is exquisite, a signature dish of our establishment. Would you care to sample it?" No need for that. Is your proprietor present? I wish to speak with him, Yi-chun replied calmly. The waiter paused for a moment, yet his smile remained intact. Please have a seat while I inform our proprietor, who is upstairs. Yi-chun nodded, taking a seat beside Qianyu. Soon, a portly young man descended, his round belly prominent. Although he wore the typical insincere smile of a businessman, the worry etched in the corners of his eyes betrayed his true mood. Greetings, esteemed guests. What brings you to seek my humble self? The proprietor, Wang Hai, approached with a bow and a genuine smile. Yi-chun returned the gesture, standing to acknowledge him. Wang Hai gestured for them to sit and converse. I am Yi-chun, and this is my wife. We hail from the village of Shansu in Qinglin town. The brick magnate, Lord Wang, is my elder brother, and the erudite Lord Zhang of the town is my friend. You may verify my words if you wish. Yi-chun declared his identity up front, as he hoped to acquire this bustling establishment. The potential for success, given his culinary skills, was promising. Upon hearing this, Wang Hai's demeanor shifted. His insincere smile transformed into one of genuine warmth. I am Wang Hai, nicknamed Big Belly Wang. May I inquire what brings you here? Regardless of the veracity of Yi-chun's claims, the confidence with which he spoke impressed Wang Hai. I noticed the lively atmosphere across the street, while your esteemed establishment seems devoid of patrons. I was curious as to why that is. Wang Hai's smile turned to a rueful grin. To be candid, our chef has been lured away by the competition across the way. Additionally, there are matters at home that require my attention. My father has summoned me back to manage the family business, and I find myself quite overwhelmed. Upon hearing this, Yi-chun realized that Wang Hai was indeed a wealthy heir with familial obligations. He inquired, Are you not a local? I am local, yet my roots lie in Wuling City. The Wang Merchant Association is an enterprise founded by my family. However, I have little desire to take over the family business. I yearn to forge my own path. Yet, each venture has led to another collapse. I feel as though I am not cut out for entrepreneurship, Wang Hai lamented, his expression reflecting the disillusionment that had extinguished his earlier aspirations. Yi-chun could not help but think to himself that such a man, cushioned by wealth, could afford to squander opportunities. If he were of lesser means, he would likely have buckled under the pressure long ago. Indeed, not only in his own world but in this one as well, there existed such affluent heirs. However, he refrained from voicing these thoughts aloud, instead offering words of encouragement. Do not be disheartened, Brother Wang. Perhaps your approach requires reevaluation. Attempting to manage the family business is not inherently negative. It could be that external factors are undermining your efforts. Wang Hai was momentarily taken aback, nodding in agreement as he remarked, I share your sentiments. Otherwise, how could I possibly witness one business collapse after another? Yi-chun nodded in acknowledgement, no longer concealing his intentions, and candidly stated, To be frank, Brother Wang, if you wish to return home, I am interested in renting your establishment. I aspire to open a restaurant as well. Wang Hai's brow furrowed slightly. This place was purchased by me for 6,000 taels of silver. Setting that aside, the restaurant across the street is thriving. Even if you take over, the situation is unlikely to improve significantly. Yi-chun chuckled softly, that may not necessarily be the case. Your predicament stems from the chef being poached. My situation is different, as I have my own chefs. Wang Hai remained silent for a moment, continuing to shake his head. No, I still cannot sell it to you. I wish to hold on a little longer and see if I can recruit a few chefs to salvage the situation. I do not want to return to my family in disgrace. Upon hearing this, Yi-chun nodded. Very well then, since Brother Wang does not wish to sell, I shall not press the matter further. However, should you decide to sell in the future, please send someone to notify me in Shanggu village. My home is at the entrance of the village. The largest courtyard belongs to me. Alright, if I truly can't hold on any longer, I will certainly seek you out. Wang Hai smiled, appreciating Yi-chun's words. After all, it was the first time someone had taken his perspective into account, and the fact that he spoke of his own family brought him joy. He did not believe that his business failures were due to his own shortcomings. It was undoubtedly his family members who were conspiring to send him back. As they chatted, Yi-chun stood up, only to hear someone calling out to him. He turned to see the entrance of the restaurant and frowned. What brings her here again? Yi-chun. What a coincidence. Are you here for a meal as well? Zhou Mushui approached with a cheerful smile, followed closely by Zhang Qiao and several armed guards. In this place, only officials could carry weapons openly. Unfortunately, my dear, we must be leaving. Yi Chen's tone was cold for the first part, yet softened for the latter. He turned to Wang Hai, clasping his fists. Brother Wang, we shall take our leave. Take care, Wang Hai chuckled, waving his hand. Yi Chen grasped Qian Yujing's hand and walked directly past Zhou Mushui, seemingly heading towards the ox cart. Zhou Mushui hurried after him, tears welling in her eyes. Yi Lang, what must I do for you to accept me? My feelings for you are genuine. Should I lay my heart bare for you to see? Yi Chen halted, regarding Zhou Mushui with indifference. If you wish to harm yourself, do not involve me. I have stated numerous times that I do not harbor feelings for you. Why do you persist in harassing me time and again? Can you not see that I have a wife? Zhou Mushui shook her head, tears cascading down her cheeks like pearls from a broken string, and sobbed. Yi Lang, I truly care for you. I would even be willing to be your concubine. This was her latest scheme, to compromise and draw closer to him. Once they were closer, she believed her cunning would allow her to oust the detestable Qian Yujing. If that proved impossible, she had even contemplated resorting to poison. Yi Chen shook his head and continued walking, gently pulling Qian Yujing along, casually uttering, "What a lunatic! Yi Chen, stop right there. You are but a rustic villager. What gives you the audacity to repeatedly reject Sister Mushui? Pray tell, what is her fault?" Zhang Qiao rushed over, blocking Yi Chen's path, her pretty face flushed with indignation. Qian Yujing's gaze turned frosty. These pesky flies were truly bothersome, yet she refrained from taking action to eliminate them, as she was curious to see how Yi Chen would handle the situation. Observing Zhang Qiao standing in his way, Yi Chen lifted the hand that held Qian Yujing's and raised it before Zhang Qiao, speaking in a calm and indifferent tone. Chapter 71. The calculating Zhou Mushui. What is this? Zhang Qiao asked in surprise. A hand, she replied. Whose hand? Yi Chen inquired with a faint smile. Your hand and your wife's hand. Zhang Qiao responded without hesitation. Yi Chen nodded, lowering his raised hand while still holding Qian Yujing's hand. You yourself have said it. This is my hand and my wife's hand. I am already married, so why would I entangle myself with another woman? Even aside from my own feelings, have you considered how my wife might feel about this? Zhang Qiao faltered in her response. Yi Chen continued, let us think from another perspective. If you were already married and saw a woman constantly entangled with your husband, and furthermore, that woman wished to become his concubine, what would you think? I would castrate him. Then I would break that woman's legs and banish her from the county to teach her a lesson. Zhang Qiao exclaimed without hesitation, only to realize the implications of her words and quickly covered her mouth, stammering, you. Yi Chen chuckled, finding it amusing that such an innocent girl would be involved with someone as calculating as Zhou Mushui. He smiled gently, saying, what do you mean by you? You have already stated that you would not permit another woman to entangle with your husband. Do you think my wife would relish the idea of attracting suitors? That notion is absurd. Allow me to share a piece of wisdom. One flower, one leaf, one pursuit. One life, one couple, one bond. I assure you, I shall never entangle myself with any woman other than my wife, nor shall I take a so-called concubine. His last words were delivered with unwavering conviction. A slight smile graced Qian Yujing's lips as Yi Chen led her past the stunned Zhang Qiao onto the ox cart. Zhou Mushui clenched her delicate hands beneath her sleeves, her fury reaching its zenith. Throughout their encounter, Yi Chen had not even spared her a glance. She hurriedly wiped away her tears and chased after him, grasping the hem of his garment, her voice soft and pitiful. Yi Lang, please turn around and look at me. See my appearance. If you turn back, I cannot believe your eyes would remain empty. Zhou Mushui was indeed extraordinarily beautiful, and having lived once before, she had mastered the art of adornment. Her current attire was a tantalizing allure for someone of Yi Chen's age, coupled with her tear-streaked face and a look of heartbreaking vulnerability. She could not believe that Yi Chen would find her unattractive. Yi Chen turned back with a cold smile and said to Zhou Mushui, what do you expect me to see? My eyes are already filled with my wife. He commanded, leave. With that, Yichun tugged on his garment and urged the ox to depart. The cow trailing behind cast a disdainful glance at Zhou Muxue, halting briefly in front of her, releasing a puff of air that carried a pungent scent, enveloping her in its presence. After relieving itself, the cow raised its head and let out a satisfied moo, as if to express its pride, before following its male counterpart ahead. It was her bull. Zhou Muxue, in a state of despair, staggered backward a few steps, clutching her chest as if on the verge of collapse. Zhang Qiaoqiao, witnessing this, hurriedly supported Zhou Muxue, her face betraying a hint of hesitation. Gently, she spoke to her. Sister Muxue, I believe Yichun is quite right. A lifetime together is meant for one pair. I feel you need not disturb him any further. You can certainly find someone better. Upon hearing this, Zhou Muxue's heart sank, and she suppressed her feelings of sorrow and disappointment. This attempt at seduction had once again failed, yet she needed to maintain stability with the daughter of the county magistrate. She had exerted considerable effort to earn Zhang Qiaoqiao's unwavering trust, and she could not allow any cracks to form in their relationship. With tears cascading down her face, she lamented, Qiao, it is my fault for trying to entice Yichun. I am in the wrong, but a child cannot grow up without a father. I am already with child and perhaps it would be better if I were to die. As she spoke, she reached for the sword of the guard standing behind Zhang Qiaoqiao, but the guard, unwilling to let anyone seize his weapon, swiftly evaded her attempt. Zhang Qiaoqiao, taken aback, quickly grasped Zhou Muxue's arm, her eyes wide with shock as she asked, Why didn't you tell me you were carrying Yichun's child? Lowering her head, Zhou Muxue's eyes glinted with calculation, though her words were soft. Did I not mention it at the outset? Yichun saved me and let me stay with him for a night, and then, alas, I never anticipated this outcome. It was only recently that I discovered my condition. The physician confirmed my pregnancy. I truly find myself at a loss. Indeed, her words ignited Zhang Qiaoqiao's fury anew. Gripping Zhou Muxue's arms, she seethed. What a heartless scoundrel. I foolishly thought him to be a good man, only to discover his true nature behind my back. This cannot stand. I must confront him. With that, she attempted to pursue Yichun, who had already driven his cart far away. Had he heard Zhou Muxue's claims, he would surely be astounded. After all, he had never even touched her, and that night, he had not permitted her entry, leaving her to endure the night outside, sleeping beside the woodpile by dawn. Pregnant? It was laughable. Could she have conceived with firewood? When Zhou Muxue realized Zhang Qiaoqiao intended to chase after Yichun, she quickly grasped Zhang Qiaoqiao's arm, pleading tearfully, Qiao, I do not wish for him to know about my pregnancy just yet. I do not want him to accept me solely because of the child. That would be unbearable. I desire for him to cherish me in his heart and marry me before I reveal this to him. Zhang Qiaoqiao, taken aback by these words, gazed at Zhou Muxue with astonishment, her hands gripping Zhou Muxue's tightly as she expressed her admiration. Sister Muxue, you are truly remarkable. I have never encountered a friend who possesses such depth of character. Regardless, I, Zhang Qiaoqiao, shall assist you in this matter. Zhou Muxue softly acknowledged her with an lowering her head in relief. She had finally managed to placate this innocent girl, who was as naive as a blank slate. Pregnant? She was not with child. Had she truly been expecting, she would have long since used that as leverage to compel Yichun to marry her. Qiao, I am feeling rather fatigued. Please assist me in returning to rest. Zhou Muxue glanced at the distant cart, her eyes glittering with a cold light, and turned back, her demeanor now appearing delicate and fragile. 2 ox carts departed from the town, with Yichun seated on the side, cracking sunflower seeds and remarking, Wang Hai is unlikely to last much longer. His opposition is earning daily, and with the potential of poaching his chef, it is evident that others have likely been bribed as well. In such a prime location, the storage of abundant delicacies must be considerable. Groups of patrons continually enter to dine. If the ingredients spoil due to excess, it will result in significant losses, akin to losing money each day. Just wait. In less than half a month, he will surely take action. This was intended for his wife's ears, yet Qian Yu showed little interest, leisurely consuming an apple without uttering a word. Yi Chen's assertions were undoubtedly accurate. The thought of running a restaurant was astonishing, Such a large establishment must require a fortune. A skilled comic partner would assuredly ensure the dialogue flowed seamlessly. Yi-chun calculated that he had purchased it outright for 6,000 taels of silver, and the expenses for decoration must also be substantial. However, should he wish to sell it to the next buyer, he would likely only recoup half, amounting to 3,000 taels. 3,000 taels could suffice to purchase a house in the town. Presently, he possessed less than 1,000 taels in hand. Such a minor affair, no need for alarm. As long as the coal sells, priced at 500 won per pound, a mere 6,000 pounds would yield 3,000 taels of silver. Yet, he currently lacked the 6,000 pounds. Could he manage to gather enough in half a month? Especially with the sale of bricks? 10,000 bricks equate to 10 taels of silver, and a brick kiln can produce 20,000 bricks in a week. With 5 brick kilns operational, how much would they yield in half a month? Chapter 72. Astonishingly, Old Lee is a warrior. After a brief calculation, Yi-chun realized that without selling coal, it would be quite challenging to amass such a sum of money in a short period. It seems he must urge the Jade-Faced Tiger and the others to expedite their mining efforts. It would be an opportune moment to train a few mountain bandits on the art of salesmanship, in hopes of covering the surrounding 3 towns within half a month. A substantial profit could then be earned, allowing for a slower pace with sales resuming after a month or two, creating the illusion that this commodity truly emanated from the imperial city. Upon returning to the village entrance, before even reaching his courtyard, he spotted 2 individuals seated beside the woodpile outside his yard. As he approached, he recognized them as Old Brick's family. Finally, you've returned. This is a small token of our gratitude. Without you, Old Brick would have lost his life, Old Brick's wife said, carrying a large basket containing a hen. Seeing this, Yi-chun promptly leaped down from the ox cart. No, there's no need for that. We are all from the same village. Your house was burned down and Old Brick's leg was injured. He won't be able to work for at least a month. I have plenty of hens at home, so please take this back. That's not acceptable. We are not the Zhou family. You have done us a great favor, and we must repay you, Old Brick's wife insisted earnestly. Yi-chun pushed back once more. Your son is currently working for me, only able to return to the town once a week. With Old Brick unable to move, we are already quite busy with the house. This hen should be a supplement for Old Brick. Old Brick sat on a wooden stool, his leg severely burned, and it would likely take months to heal. He raised his head, his face devoid of distress, and smiled at Yi-chun, saying, Please accept this hen. My family owes you too much. My son returned this morning and told me you made him the foreman, earning 80 coins a day. That's far better than my farming. The house can wait. With help from the villagers, we can build a small shelter to live in. Please take it. If you insist on giving it to me, I shall accept it. But Zhou Dezhuang cannot remain the foreman, Yi-chun asserted, directly threatening them. He did not lack poultry, yet for Old Brick and his family, a single hen held significant importance. How could he expect his subordinates to work wholeheartedly if their home life was unsettled? Thus, his decision to appoint Zhou Dezhuang as foreman was strategic. As long as Zhou Dezhuang remembered his kindness, he would not betray him. Yi-chun was not selfish, yet neither was he a self-sacrificing saint, blindly offering his generosity to all. He believed that such benevolence, absent a protagonist's halo in a television drama, would likely lead to demise within a single episode. He prioritized safeguarding his interests, assessing the situation as it unfolded. For instance, he indeed possessed wealth, far exceeding that of any villager, but he would not distribute money to the village, for that would be folly. Why squander hard-earned money on others? Most individuals are inherently selfish. If I refrain from demanding anything from you and simply hand you a couple of silver coins, does that make me a good person? A quintessential benefactor, indeed. However, 1 month later, should I suddenly withhold assistance, or find myself in need of funds, those I once aided might very well turn against me. Only a handful might choose to reciprocate kindness, yet such individuals are rare. He was neither willing nor inclined to test that theory. In summary, he resembles a merchant, discreet with his wealth, and will strive to gain whatever is advantageous to him. Except for those he deeply trusts, he would never offer anything without substantial reason. Eventually, he sent away the old bricklayers, allowing them to take the hen back with them. As they knocked on the courtyard door, Old Lee, reeking of alcohol, opened it. Old Lee, How much have you had to drink? Yi Chun inquired, eyes wide with astonishment. Old Li chuckled, ruffling his hair, and staggered back to his recliner.
Ye-chan.
At a loss for words, turned to Su Mu and said, Mu, go to the town and buy a lock to secure the storeroom door. Hearing this, Old Li beckoned to Su Mu, Little Mu, when will my recliner be ready? Su Mu replied with a smile, soon, Uncle Li, but I must go buy the lock first. He dashed to the back, intending to head to town with the empty ox cart. As Yi Chun moved the items from the cart into the house, he tossed 2 sets of clothes into Old Li's lap. Old Li, bleary-eyed, glanced at the garments and looked up at Yi Chun. These are for you, Yi Chun remarked. I noticed you wear the same thing every day. Can't you dress a bit more neatly? Water isn't scarce. Old Li then covered his face with the clothes and, in the next moment, began to snore. Yi Chun exhaled deeply, frustrated, and returned to the house, saying to Qian Yujing, wife, Old Li is being excessive. He seems intent on drinking himself to death, urging me to dig his grave. Qian Yujing chuckled. Old Li won't drink himself to death. He is also a martial artist. A martial artist? Yi Chun stood up, glancing outside at Old Li lounging in his chair. Incredulous, he is a martial artist? Indeed he is, Qian Yujing confirmed. Is his cultivation level higher than mine? Surely not. He appears so frail. Qian Yujing smiled, gesturing slightly, then pointed at Yi Chun's feet. Perhaps he is about this strong. A grin spread across Yi Chun's face. Just up to my feet? It seems my cultivation is still quite high. Qian Yujing shook her head, her expression serious. No, I meant your cultivation only reaches his feet. Yi Chun's smile faltered, and he awkwardly rubbed his nose. Then is his cultivation higher than yours? Qian Yujing smiled slightly and shook her head. I do not know. Yi Chun nodded. Well, since he is a martial artist, let him be. No sooner had he spoken than his eyes widened. No, I must find him. A martial artist with a higher cultivation than mine is not working. I always thought he was just an old man on the verge of death. As Yi Chun dashed out to seek him, Qian Yujing smiled to herself, suddenly finding a wicked amusement in the thought of revealing that her strength surpassed that of the strongest in this realm by countless measures. She merely contemplated it, knowing she wouldn't divulge such information. Given Yi Chen's nature, if he were to learn of her prowess, chaos would ensue. She did not wish for Yi Chun to become complacent in his cultivation. Having resolved to make him her partner on this path, she aimed to ignite his fighting spirit, encouraging him to ascend step by step to the realm of the Celestial Emperor. Otherwise, if Yi Chun lacked such indomitable spirit, no matter the cost he incurred, it would be impossible for him to cultivate an existence at the level of a Celestial Emperor. This is also one of the reasons why, in the Kanglan realm and the Kanglan domain, there are currently only 5 Celestial Emperors. The path to becoming a Celestial Emperor is exceedingly arduous, attainable only by those with great ambition and fortuitous destiny. In the courtyard, Yi Chun grasped the fabric of Old Li's clothing and called out loudly, Old Li, do not feign death. Rise and impart your martial arts to me. Although Old Li had been pretending to sleep, he had heard the young mistress's words. Slowly opening his eyes, he smiled and replied, Young master, what kind of martial arts do you wish to learn? I possess techniques for one-on-one combat, skills to face 100 foes, and strategies for battling a multitude. Which would you prefer to study? Chapter 73. The highly assertive mosquito. Yi Chun pondered for a moment. Is there a martial art capable of single-handedly defeating 1,000 foes? Lao Li rolled his eyes and sat up, retorting with irritation, Young master, while my strength exceeds yours, it is only slightly so. I am merely a martial artist of the Qi refinement realm. Do you truly believe it is feasible to face 1,000 opponents alone? Indeed, Lao Li was feigning modesty, as he had no intention of revealing his true prowess as a third-tier martial deity. Qi refinement, that's acceptable. Teach me something formidable at your discretion. I am eager to learn, Yi Chun responded with a smile. Very well, since you previously wielded firearms, I shall instruct you in the art of hand-to-hand combat. However, be forewarned, the path to mastery may be arduous. Are you certain you wish to proceed?
Lao Li jocosely.
Of course, why would I hesitate? A quarter of an hour later, Lao Li returned with a cloth bag from outside the courtyard, leading Yi Chun into a nearby room made of blue bricks. This room contained only a wooden bed, which Yi Chun had prepared for emergencies. There were 4 rooms in total, two of which were currently occupied by Lao Li and Su Mu. After securing the doors and windows and lighting an oil lamp, Lao Li untied the cloth bag, and an incessant buzzing filled the air. Yi Chen's eyes widened as he discerned that the bag contained a small swarm of mosquitoes. Once everything was prepared, Lao Li handed Yi Chen a slender wooden spike, saying, "Young master, observe closely." With a faint smile on his face, Lao Li remained still, not even glancing at the mosquitoes, and swiftly waved his right hand. When he ceased, a row of mosquitoes was impaled on the spike. Yi Chen stared in astonishment, and as Lao Li wiped the spike clean, the mosquitoes fell away. He then passed the spike to Yi Chen, stating, "Give it your all. I shall release you in 1 hour." With that, Lao Li hastily exited the room, locking the door behind him. Now, Yi Chen found himself alone with the swarm of mosquitoes, which wasted no time in attempting to feast upon him. As he widened his eyes, all he could see were tiny black dots flying about. He reached out with the wooden spike to strike, but his efforts were futile. Had Lao Li not demonstrated, he would have found it utterly unbelievable. "Young master, this is a test of your reflexes and control. Do your best," came Lao Li's crafty voice from outside. Yi Chen felt a surge of frustration. He was unable to strike any of the mosquitoes, and as time passed, he found himself incessantly bitten, each sting provoking unbearable itchiness. An hour later, Yi Chen was finally released from the room, his body covered in welts. Yet triumphantly, one mosquito was impaled on the wooden spike in his hand. Lao Li chuckled, "Young master, you are indeed remarkable. You have grasped the basics in such a short time." Yi Chen said nothing, sitting dazed by the pond, closing his eyes as the blood within him surged. Gradually, the welts he had sustained began to fade. He exhaled deeply, gazing at the wooden spike in his hand, resolute. "I shall fight you all." Muttering to himself, he plunged back in, completely forgetting about his intention to discuss the coal mine with the jade-faced tiger. That night, Yi Chen slept exceptionally well, save for the intermittent disturbances caused by mosquitoes, whose presence loomed large. At dawn the next day, Yi Chen tossed the large yellow dog onto the ground and, after completing his morning exercises, ascended the mountain, with the dog excitedly bounding behind him. It was during these moments of venturing into the wilderness that the dog felt the most exhilarated. Before long, Yi Chen arrived at the mine, where a group from Black Horse Village had already established a small encampment, methodically transporting coal blocks from the depths of the cave. "Brother Yi." Upon his arrival, the band of mountain bandits greeted him with enthusiastic shouts. With a smile, Yi Chen waved his hand and inquired, "Are the heads of your group present?" "Brother Yi, the 3 leaders are currently in seclusion, breaking through to a new level. They are expected to emerge in a few days," one of them replied. "Very well. When they come out, please have them visit my home. There are matters I wish to discuss." Yi Chen nodded. With the leaders in seclusion, the coal business would have to be put on hold for the time being. He could not personally intervene, especially since he had boasted to Old Master Zhang. For the sake of prudence, he could not represent others in negotiations. Thus, he considered having the Black Horse Village folks handle the coal sales. Descending the mountain, he carried several wild rabbits and chickens slung over his shoulder. These were spoils of the dog's hunt. As he passed through familiar territory, Yi Chen suddenly noticed a patch of grass that appeared somewhat unusual. Curiously, he approached for a closer inspection. Upon reaching the grassy area, he observed the plants, which stood about 34 centimeters tall. The stems were erect, and the leaves were lanceolate. Some were elongated and ovate, with edges that were either uncut or slightly serrated. The upper leaves were smaller and elongated, some appearing crinkled. "Is that not the spicily flavored vegetable?"
Yi Chen exclaimed in delight.
He had grown up in the countryside, where foraging for wild vegetables was common. There existed both wild and cultivated varieties of this plant. The wild version had a superior taste, though it typically only grew to about 10 centimeters before stalling. To his astonishment, these wild vegetables in this world had grown quite large. Indeed, what they called the spicily flavored vegetable was known scientifically as snowy red, a member of the mustard family. If harvested, washed, and cut into pieces, then salted and fermented in a jar for about a week, it could be enjoyed fresh or cooked, both methods yielding exquisite flavors. A sprinkle of chili powder and sesame oil would make it utterly mouth-watering. Aging snowy red was less delectable than the tender variety, and the longer it was pickled, the more flavorful it became, though it was best not to exceed 2 months of fermentation. Gazing at the vast expanse of snowy red before him, Yi-chun felt a surge of excitement and immediately called for his dog to race home. Upon returning, he carelessly tossed the wild rabbits and chickens onto the ground before grabbing a basket and hoe and darting back out. Qian Yujing had just returned with the cattle and wondered what had caused Yi-chun such exuberance. Shaking her head, she chose not to pry, having long since grown accustomed to her husband's peculiar whims. Rushing back to the patch of spicily flavored vegetables, Yi-chun carefully uprooted some of the older plants, intending to transplant them into his yard to facilitate seed production. Tender and succulent, they can be harvested in abundance, just enough to pickle a jar or two. The mere thought of that flavor makes one salivate. After toiling for the better part of the day, I finally transplanted a patch of spicy vegetables into my garden. Gazing at the vast expanse of greenery in the backyard, I estimate that the crops I had previously sown will be ready for harvest in a week or two, filling my heart with a profound sense of satisfaction. This is indeed a home I have cultivated myself. In the garden, Yi-chun busied himself with the spicy greens when Qian Yujing, curious, approached. Her interest in food had recently intensified, and she found herself increasingly tempted by culinary delights. "What kind of vegetable is this?" she inquired. With a sense of pride, Yi-chun replied, "This is shuelihong, which I affectionately call spicy greens. It needs to be pickled for a week. It is incredibly delectable." Qian Yujing nodded, her eyes glimmering with anticipation. At that moment, Yu Tiandao overheard their conversation and flitted over to a patch of the spicy greens, secretly tasting one. The next instant, he spat it out with a grimace, sticking out his tiny tongue as he perched on Qian Yujing's shoulder. In a telepathic whisper, he conveyed, "Master, I just tasted it, and it was utterly unpalatable." He mentioned it needs to be pickled for a week. It is certainly not ready for consumption. Qian Yujing responded in kind through their mental connection. Yi-chun and the others remained blissfully unaware, as the celestial forces of the Tianyuan continent could not detect Yu Tiandao's presence unless he chose to reveal himself. Otherwise, they would remain oblivious to his existence. Chapter 74. Only murder 3 days had passed unawares, and November had arrived. At home, there were few tasks remaining. Thanks to Su Mu's diligent efforts, the house had undergone a splendid transformation. Even old Li had replaced his old recliner, which brought an unmistakable smile to his face, prompting him to inquire if Su Mu wished to become a martial artist. Naturally, Su Mu agreed, and under Yi Chen's witness, he officially became old Li's disciple. Now, in the afternoon, Su Mu was experiencing the same torturous training as Yi Chen, his legs suspended from a frame, howling in agony. Under the gazebo on the 3rd floor, Yi Chen cracked sunflower seeds, gazing at the shimmering river in the distance, harboring resentment as he recalled the embarrassing scene from their last fishing trip with his beloved wife. Through old Li's rigorous training, he had finally eradicated all the mosquitoes from that room, significantly enhancing his reflexes. If a mosquito were to appear before him now, he could effortlessly slay it mid-flight with the shell of a sunflower seed in hand. "My dear, it's already November 1st. Since the day you became pregnant, a month and a half has passed, yet I see no change in your belly." Qian Yujing rolled her eyes, her enjoyment of the scenery and snacks disrupted, her expression displeased. "What change do you expect? I am a Taoist master. I can control my own physique."
"Oh, I forgot. Yi-chan chocolate."
Brushing imaginary dust off his hands as he stretched and turned to glance at the front yard. "Why are you Mianhu and the others taking so long? Have they not emerged from their seclusion yet?" Qian Yujing huffed, ignoring Yi-chan and returning her attention to the view. Despite his wife's indifference, Yi-chan continued, "The house is all renovated. I intended to invite them to celebrate together. They still haven't come out. I hope they haven't failed." As he spoke, he noticed 3 black horses galloping swiftly towards the village, his eyes brightening. Yi-chun leaped from the 3rd floor, now possessing the strength of 4 oxen, so this height was nothing to him. Opening the courtyard gate, Yi-chun laughed heartily at the approaching trio. "First, congratulations to the 3 of you on breaking through to the qi refining stage." The black-faced bear widened his eyes in surprise and asked, "How did you know?" Brother Yi, just a guess, Yi Chun replied with a hearty laugh. The three men tethered their horses and entered. Yi Chun shared the recent developments regarding the coal business and then produced the prepared silver, 19 taels and half, and handed it over. According to our previous agreement, this is your 30%. Yu Mianhu accepted it with a smile, not declining, as he had come to understand that Brother Yi was the kind of person who valued fairness among friends. In response to Yi Chen's intention to find someone to sell coal, Yu Mianhu's expression turned serious. He clasped his fists and said, Brother Yi, our breakthrough is entirely due to your support, and thus we unanimously decide to once again affirm you as the leader of our Black Horse village. We hope you will not refuse this time. Oldly, who had been lazily resting in his recliner, opened his eyes upon hearing this, glancing expectantly towards the young master, curious about his response. Yi Chun retracted his smile and calmly stated, I have previously mentioned that my aspirations lie in having a warm home with a wife and children. I have no desire to become a leader of any sort. I hold no interest in such matters. The trio of the jade-faced tiger exchanged glances, recognizing the inevitability in each other's eyes. However, they had anticipated this response. Lu Yunbao spoke up, Brother Yi, please do not be hasty in your refusal. Allow me to explain further. You can make your decision afterward. Yi Chun remained silent, his gaze fixed on Lu Yunbao. Lu Yunbao gathered his thoughts and began to articulate, Brother Yi, as we previously discussed, the region we inhabit lies at the juncture of the Xuanwu dynasty and the Qingyun dynasty, merely 30,000 miles apart by these mountains. According to our intelligence, some individuals have already traversed the mountains and are now within the territory of the Xuanwu dynasty. We are uncertain of their exact location, but this year is likely to be fraught with difficulties. With their presence, I can assure you that numerous villages under the jurisdiction of Wuling City will undoubtedly face assaults. Wuling City governs 4 counties, each possessing entities akin to our Black Horse stronghold. As an insurrectionist faction, we aim to bolster our strength and infiltrate the counties, rallying like-minded individuals to seize control of Wuling City, thereby drawing the attention of the distant Xuanwu kingdom to the situation here. Concurrently, we must suppress the forces infiltrating from the Qingyun dynasty, preventing them from establishing a foothold too swiftly. Hold on a moment, Yi Chun interjected. What you are saying seems rather futile. Isn't the suppression of the Qingyun dynasty's infiltrators the primary concern of Wuling City? Lu Yunbao shook his head, a look of bitterness crossing his face. The former lord of Wuling City was Lu Tuzhi, but decades have passed, and he has abdicated in favor of his son, Lu Mengji, who is utterly inept and lacks the capability to govern a city, lost in a life of indulgence. The military within the city has become undisciplined. Yi Chun frowned, urging him to continue. Lu Yunbao elaborated, our strategy is as previously mentioned. Infiltrate the 4 counties, gather strength, and seize control of Wuling City to attract the royal dynasty's attention, compelling them to send troops to take charge. We can choose to align ourselves with them or withdraw before their arrival. Enough, Yi Chun replied, shaking his head repeatedly. The risks you propose are too great. My wife is with child, and I cannot jeopardize our safety. He understood the historical tendency of uprisings to end in failure and had no desire to meet an untimely demise. The black-faced bear grew anxious. Brother Yi, you are unaware of our current strength. Our Black Horse stronghold appears to have merely 300 members, but we secretly possess an additional 400 in the outside world, albeit without revealing our identities. The jade-faced tiger nodded in agreement. Indeed, the county's military consists of just over 1,000 men, yet our own numbers within that force exceed 300, with around 100 actively working to integrate into the county's military. When the time comes, we will simply raise our voices in unison, and the county will surely fall. By the end of this year, our 4 strongholds have agreed to convene at Wushan to elect a leader and further strategize the acquisition of control over Wuling City. Yi Chun was taken aback by their audacious thoughts. These individuals possessed remarkable boldness, and he had even considered them as brothers. Oldly approached with a cheerful demeanor and said to Yi Chun, Young master, I believe their proposal is viable. Shall we contemplate it? Yi Chun shot him a glare. Go drink your wine. This is tantamount to opposing the dynasty, and the consequences will be dire. Upon hearing this, the jade-faced tiger's expression grew even more solemn. We are born as subjects of the Xuanwu dynasty, and in death we shall become its ghosts. It is our solemn duty to sacrifice for the dynasty. This notion startled Yi Chun, yet upon reflection, he realized that if his own nation were in peril, he would likely not stand idly by. However, he had traversed into this world and had yet to form any attachment to it. Just as he was about to decline once more, Qian Yu spoke up with a calm demeanor. I believe it is feasible. Since the Qingyun dynasty intends to wage war, and we are so close, it is only a matter of time before they come for us. I will give birth next year. Do you wish to lead me and our child into exile? Upon hearing her words, Yi Chen's fists clenched tightly. The thought of his newborn child fleeing alongside him was unbearable. He rapidly calculated the success rate of the jade-faced tiger's proposal in his mind. Moments later, his eyes reddened, and he spoke with a heavy tone. Damn it, let us do it. I refuse to believe that so many of us cannot overcome a mere incompetent city lord. He made it clear that once they captured Wuling City, they would retreat and not get entangled with the others. Old Li, upon hearing this, felt a flicker of concern. His young master was still too immature. If he were to contest the throne against the third prince in such a reckless manner, he feared that nothing would remain of him. Lowering his head, he steeled his gaze, recalling that the swiftest way to mature a person, in his experience, was through bloodshed. Chapter 75. The young lord is still too naive. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, the three of them, the jade-faced tiger, were instantly filled with immense joy. They exchanged glances and simultaneously clasped their fists in greeting. Greetings, Chief. Yi Chun was momentarily taken aback. He glanced at his wife before turning back and saying, There is no need for such formality. Privately, we are still brothers. The jade-faced tiger chuckled but soon reined in his mirth. Yi Chen's heart skipped a beat. He could tell from the tiger's expression that something ominous was afoot. Brother Yi, our coal mine has been targeted. At this revelation, Yi Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. Who is it? It is a minor sect called the White Bone Sect, located over 20 miles from us. The sect leader is named Li Pingfeng and is a mid-stage chi master. In the empire, sects are governed by the crown, which harnesses their talents. This fellow is a rogue cultivator who established a small sect of his own. Aside from himself, his disciples are merely martial men. After all, those capable of cultivation enjoy decent treatment in the empire. Then why does he not align himself with the empire?
Yi Chen inviret, perpleet.
If the chi masters are well treated, why choose the path of a rogue? The flowing cloud leopard's eyes glinted with murderous intent. Because this man practices an evil path, which the empire cannot tolerate. With limited strength, he can only survive in remote areas. Moreover, his cultivation requires blood, and while he initially captured wild beasts and monsters, he has recently broken through to the mid-stage and has begun preying on the village's children. We three brothers had intended to eliminate him upon our breakthrough, but unexpectedly, his disciples have stumbled upon our coal mine and are likely contemplating how to seize it. Yi Chen paused. You have just broken through, and you believe you can contend with a mid-stage chi master? We have a significant chance, especially if we can achieve a surprise attack. We might not even need you and the third brother to intervene. The flowing cloud leopard chuckled. Among the four great paths, Confucianism, Taoism, Buddhism, and martial arts, we martial artists are the strongest at the same level below the supreme realm. Buddhism ranks second, followed by Taoism and Confucianism. Indeed, we martial artists cultivate the physical body. Aside from those rare monks who possess both physical and spiritual strength, the other two paths are rather weak in direct confrontation. The black-faced bear laughed heartily, clearly pleased with themselves. Unfortunately, below the supreme realm, both Confucianism and Taoism employ spiritual energy as their means of attack. While they may excel at ranged skirmishes, once a martial artist closes the distance, it becomes a nightmare for them. Thus, the Confucian and Taoist schools look down upon martial artists, deeming their combat methods too crude and lacking in the ethereal elegance they cherish. Upon hearing this, Yi Chun finally grasped the situation. It seemed his martial cultivation was indeed formidable. Clearing his throat, he envisioned the imposing presence befitting a chief, furrowing his brow slightly as he spoke in a solemn tone. Since the White Bone Sect is endangering the populace and attempting to seize our coal mine, it must be eradicated. Do you have any plans? This pretense elicited a shake of the head and a quiet laugh from Chen Yujing. who then turned to sit aside and began to munch on seeds. Yu Tiandao, with her short, chubby white hand resting on her forehead, floated to Qian Yujing's shoulder, pondering why her husband excelled in business yet faltered when it came to matters of violence. It is indeed not entirely Leaf Chen's fault. Before his transmigration, he was merely a cog in the corporate machine, having grown up in a rural setting. After graduating, he floundered for 2 years, changing jobs multiple times, ultimately achieving only the position of a team leader. Thus, how could he possess the imposing aura of a sovereign? If he were to exude the oppressive presence characteristic of a ruler, Qian Yujing would not be amused. Rather, she would doubt whether Leaf Chen had been putting on a facade, for such an aura and sense of oppression can only be cultivated over time. Old Li observed with a frown, wondering why his young master lacked any trace of majesty. When Leaf Chen's mother, Duanmu Qingyun, was merely 14, she had captured a spirit realm tiger single-handedly, establishing herself as the pinnacle genius of the Duanmu family. Even the men of the clan had to bow their heads in her presence. Later, she was sought after by the unparalleled sovereign of the Xuanwu dynasty, and on her wedding day, the entire nation celebrated, festooned with lights and decorations for 3 continuous months. With such illustrious parents, how could Leaf Chen be so inadequate? No, it must be the shadows cast by his years of wandering that have suppressed his inherent fierceness. It appears that only through bloodshed can he awaken it. Old Li surmised silently, knowing he must ensure his young master possesses both the strength and courage to claim his rightful place in the royal lineage. Otherwise, how could he stand against the ruthless third prince upon returning to the palace? The jade-faced tiger, upon hearing Leaf Chen's words, turned to his second brother, the flowing cloud leopard, who was well-educated and served as their strategist. Brother Leaf, we currently have 3 options. First, we could take the initiative and strike them by surprise. Second, we could adopt a defensive posture and wait for them to approach. Or third, we could also take the initiative, but rather than a frontal assault, we could execute a night raid. What do you suggest? After contemplating, Leaf Chen nodded. Old Li gazed at him with anticipation, hoping his young master would choose the first option. Regardless of the enemies, they could simply overpower them. 3 early-stage Qi practitioners besieging a mid-stage Taoist was a near certainty for victory. Let us opt for the third choice. A night raid, Leaf Chen finally declared. A frontal assault would inevitably lead to bloodshed, and our brothers' lives are precious. A night raid would minimize our casualties. Very well, we shall heed Brother Leaf's counsel. Let us return to the camp and prepare. We shall act today, the jade-faced tiger said with a smile. Leaf Chen nodded, watching as the jade-faced tiger and his companions departed. Once they were gone, the facade he had put on crumbled, and he sank into a chair, exhaling deeply as a torrent of thoughts flooded his mind. Here I am, seeking a peaceful existence. Why must I engage in warfare? By the heavens, are you toying with me? Whether I wish to fight or not, I cannot abandon my wife and children. How can a modern man like me be thrust into battle? What do I know of warfare? Thankfully, I have read Romance of the 3 Kingdoms and Water Margin, so I possess some strategies. Otherwise, I would be utterly at a loss. Oh, Golden Finger, why has it not manifested yet? By the heavens, do I even have a golden finger? You must reveal it to me. Yi Chun felt a flush rise to his face, prompting him to rush outside and splash some water on himself to regain his composure. Taking a deep breath, he approached his beloved wife, extending his hand with a serious expression. Wife, the gun. Qian Yujing momentarily froze, then reached to the side and grasped the Yulongian, presenting it with a smile. Shall I accompany you? No need. As martial artists, we are quite formidable. Stay at home. I will handle this. After speaking, Yi Chun took the Yulongian and stepped into the courtyard to practice, striving to ensure that no mishaps would occur that night. Observing Yi Chen's sudden seriousness, Qian Yujing felt a twinge of discomfort, chuckling softly as she shook her head and continued to munch on sunflower seeds. If you're not going, then I can still see the fight from here, she mused, casually discarding the seed shells. Master, I feel that the male master is not cut out for fighting. He is much more suited for business, Xiao Ye spoke softly. Qian Yujing's expression turned icy, her phoenix eyes narrowing, as an ominous aura, reminiscent of a world on the brink of destruction, enveloped the space. In the next instant, The presence of the moon heaven path vanished, cast into the celestial mirror by Chen Yujing. A chilling voice echoed within the confines of the celestial mirror. He is my man. Chapter 76. Journey to the Bone Gate after 3 days of confinement. Should there be another occasion, I shall choose a different mirror. The moon celestial path's spirit shattered into luminous particles, causing the entire mirrored space to tremble violently. After a lengthy interval, the aura of destruction receded, and the moon celestial path reformed, albeit with a slight diminishment in its ethereal radiance. Moon celestial path, in a state of terror, clamped her hands over her mouth, daring not to utter a word. She felt as if she had truly flirted with death. The recent indulgence from her master had caused her to momentarily forget her identity, audaciously speaking ill of the male protagonist. Yet, she also felt a flicker of relief, for had it not been for the prolonged companionship between her master and the male protagonist, her master's original character would have dictated that she be crushed without hesitation, only to seek out another celestial path to refine into a weapon. In the courtyard, Old Li sighed heavily, repeatedly reminding himself that the young master was still too immature, having never taken a life or witnessed bloodshed. However, he resolved to follow closely behind and find a way to compel the young master into battle. He firmly believed that only amidst the throes of life and death could a person's mind mature rapidly. An hour later, a multitude of bandits, or rather, the insurgents of the Black Horse stronghold, arrived in a formidable procession, each clad in leather armor and bearing their respective weapons. Brother Yi, these are the horses prepared for you. Do take a look and see if they suit your needs, the faced tiger said, dismounting and leading forth a black steed. Yi Chun gazed at the black horse, recalling the previous experience of riding with his beloved wife, and the subsequent moments spent in the mountains awaiting the emergence of the giant python, during which the faced tiger and his companions imparted some equestrian knowledge and skills to him. As he stroked the long mane of the black horse, he felt his blood stir. Who, in their youth, had not dreamt of being a chivalrous hero, gallivanting across the world with sword in hand? With the jade dragoness whisper gripped in one hand, he mounted the horse, feeling a surge of excitement, and declared, "Very well, let us set forth." "Excellent." Faced Tiger laughed heartily. Young master, take me along, take me along." Old Li hobbled out, calling out repeatedly,
Ye Chan Fronet.
"I am aware that you are more formidable than I, but given your current condition, what purpose does it serve to join us? We are not embarking on a leisure trip. We are going to battle. Young master, I assure you, I am quite capable and will not be a burden. Headman, do you have a horse left for me?" Old Li insisted, glaring and then turning to Face Tiger. Face Tiger, feeling somewhat awkward, replied, "Old brother, it would be best for you to rest at home. We are not merely going for fun. We are heading to subdue a faction." Upon hearing this, Old Li's anger flared, and with a swift motion, he approached Face Tiger, delivering a punch to his face that sent him flying off his horse before he even had a moment to react. After this display, Old Li landed gracefully and dusted off his hands, gazing at the astonished bandits. "Did you see that? I, Old Li, am also a practitioner of the Qi realm. On the Tianyuan continent, vast and rich millennia ago, sacred sects thrived, with sects governing empires. It is unclear when it began, but a certain sacred land discovered that the imperial dragon aura was conducive to breakthroughs, thus supporting puppet empires. Over the course of countless years, the evolution of 1,000,000 years led to numerous empires vying for supremacy. In an era long past, the continental dynasty was divided into 4 realms, with sects succumbing to the dominion of the 4 great empires. The Xuanwu Empire lay to the northeast, its towering mountains expansive and formidable. At this moment, Yichan and his companions traversed the rugged terrain, hastening towards the Begumen, located 20 miles away. As they approached within a few miles of their destination, the group paused, concealing themselves within the dense forest. The evening sky had yet to succumb entirely to darkness, making this an inopportune time for their undertaking. They resolved to wait until the clock struck 2 or 3 in the morning, for it was during these hours that vigilance waned. Yichan, gripping his spear, sat anxiously upon a large stone, grappling with the unfamiliarity of the situation. Yu Mianhu approached, offering provisions. "Brother Yi, you should eat a little. It will fortify you for the battle ahead." Yichan looked up, realizing with dismay that his face had turned pale and beads of sweat adorned his brow. He managed a weak smile as he accepted the food. Yu Mianhu, after a moment of silence, suddenly sat down beside him, playfully patting his shoulder. Brother Yi, why so tense? I remember my first kill. I was merely 9 years old. Our family was impoverished, and with both parents gone, I wandered aimlessly. One day, I finally caught a wild rabbit, but before I could roast it, a beggar came rushing in and kicked me over. He clutched his chest, recalling the pain. It was excruciating. I lay motionless, and he thought I was paralyzed with fear, snatching my half-cooked rabbit to feast upon. Seizing the opportunity, I picked up a stone and struck him down. The blood, the scene, is forever etched in my memory. I then took the roasted rabbit, right beside him, and devoured it. As he recounted this tale, the nostalgic gleam in Yu Mianhu's eyes faded, and he firmly patted Yi Chen's shoulder. Brother Yi, in this world, to survive, one must take lives. We must eliminate all threats to ensure our safety. If you wish to protect your wife and children, it is not wealth that will shield them, but the spear in your hand. Yi Chen fell silent, contemplating his weapon as images of Qian Yujing flashed through his mind. Taking a deep breath, he lifted his head with a smile. Thank you, I feel much better now. Good. You will undoubtedly face your first kill tonight. Do not hesitate, for the Begumin is filled with sinister individuals. Their warriors are forged in blood and kill without a second thought. Yu Mianhu cautioned him. Yi Chen furrowed his brow, suddenly inquiring, when I came to your Haimajai, why did you choose to surrender? At this question, the jovial expression on Yu Mianhu's face vanished, replaced by an awkward demeanor. Rubbing his nose, he replied softly, it was simply that sister-in-law was too formidable. We stood no chance and surrendering was preferable to courting death. Yi Chen burst into laughter, rising with the provisions and spear in hand. My wife is merely a Qi cultivation realm master. Once I reach that level, I shall protect her in return. Old Li rolled his eyes at this remark, bemused by the naivety of the young master. He believed he had seen too little of the world, genuinely thinking his wife was of the Qi cultivation realm. Even as a third-tier martial god, he felt no hope of victory against her. Yet, he deemed it wise not to enlighten the young master, for this would serve as a valuable lesson in sharpening his mind. The young master was still too inexperienced. The chieftain, we have captured a member of the White Bone sect. At that moment, a member of the Black Horse camp rushed over and spoke in a deep voice. Yi Chen felt a jolt of energy, returning the morsel of food he had just bitten into the hands of the jade-faced tiger. He adjusted his clothing and seated himself upon a large stone. Bring him forth. Yes. The man dashed away, and after a few breaths, 2 brothers from the Black Horse camp emerged, dragging a robust warrior, drenched in blood, towards him. Yi Chen furrowed his brow as he observed the bloodied warrior. Despite being covered in blood, one could still discern the intricate red lines painted across his body, even upon his face. In the dimness of the forest, he appeared exceedingly fearsome. Ha ha ha! If you have the guts, kill me. The chieftain will avenge me. The warrior from the White Bone sect laughed menacingly, fixating his gaze fiercely upon Yi Chen. Chapter 77. Midnight Assault. Blood Transformation. Yi Chen gazed at him, a tumult of emotions swirling within his heart. He addressed the jade-faced tiger, instructing, it is entrusted to you. Conduct your interrogation. The jade-faced tiger nodded, advancing with a firm grip around the man's neck, dragging him into the depths of the forest. A single wail pierced the night, and soon after, the jade-faced tiger emerged, wiping the blood from his hands. Yi Chen's eyes widened in shock. Did you kill him? Indeed, the tiger replied nonchalantly. He dared me to do so, and I felt compelled to oblige. Besides, our reconnaissance on the Bone Sect revealed no more than 100 members, and the fighters we have brought are all seasoned warriors at the 7th or 8th level of blood condensation. We shall face no difficulties. The jade-faced tiger spoke with an air of conviction. Yi Chen nodded, retrieving a cloth bag from his waist and taking a bite of his provisions. Yet, the gruesome scene he had just witnessed churned his stomach, and he could only manage to consume half before his appetite vanished. The group lingered in the forest until the clock struck past 1 in the dead of night. Sensing the time was ripe, Yi Chen lifted his voice. Let us ride. With that, he mounted his steed, followed swiftly by over 100 comrades. except for Yi-chan and the yawning old Li. The others wore expressions brimming with excitement and murderous intent. As they rode at a leisurely pace, with only a mile remaining, Yi-chan suddenly shouted, "Charge!" Instantly, 100 horses surged forward, the thunderous sound of hooves echoing through the night. The entrance to the bone sect soon loomed ahead, and with a furious roar, the black-faced bear leaped from his mount, wielding a massive spiked hammer over 2 meters long, striking it down like a meteor upon the gate. "Open for me!" The gate shattered with a resounding crash, igniting flames within the bone sect. The guards barely had time to raise an alarm before arrows found their mark in their throats. The black-faced bear steed galloped furiously ahead, and as he descended, he charged through the broken gate, swinging his hammer wildly at the bare-chested warriors pouring out. The flowing cloud leopard had vanished without a trace, leaving only the thunder of hooves in the wake of the charge. Yi-chan urged his black steed onward, yet for reasons unknown, he found himself lagging behind as the others surged ahead. In the darkness, old Li wore an expression of frustration. Suddenly, he spotted individuals fleeing from the side and shouted, "Young master, there are deserters. Where? Let us pursue." Yi-chan responded, sensing his presence was unnecessary within the fray, and led old Li towards the fleeing soldiers. 2 legs could not outrun 4, and the 5 men, realizing their escape was futile, halted to prepare for a desperate fight. Observing that these soldiers appeared to be only at the 4th or 5th level of blood condensation, old Li's eyes darted, and with a sudden exclamation, he tumbled from his horse. Just before his fall, he gave the horse a light slap on its rear, causing it to bolt away. "Old Li, what ails you?" Yi-chan shouted in concern. "Young master, the horse has spooked me, and I have injured my leg in the fall. I am unable to move," old Li replied, his voice tinged with pain, his act remarkably convincing. Seeing the 5 warriors rush towards old Li, Yi-chan brandished his spear, spurring his black steed forward, preparing to pierce one of them with the sheer force of his mount. Yet the world here is starkly different from the one he knows. Such tactics may prove effective on a densely populated battlefield, but this is the wilderness. The man nimbly evaded the attack with a swift leap, while the 5 assailants advanced menacingly towards old Li. Yi-chan felt a surge of blood rushing to his head. There was no time to redirect his horse, so he leapt down, brandishing his spear and charging forward. Old Li, clutching his legs, wore a cunning grin, yet panic-stricken. He cried out, "Young master, save me." Yi-chan remained silent, pouring all his strength into his run, aiming directly for one of the attackers. His mind seemed to have cast aside all knowledge of spear techniques. The martial artist, whose back was turned to Yi-chan, appeared to possess an uncanny awareness, deftly dodging the thrust and calling to his companions, abandoning their plan to eliminate old Li. To them, the old man seemed bereft of combat capability. Once they dealt with this intruder, they believed they could escape unscathed. Surrounded by 5 martial artists, each of them at the 4th or 5th layer of blood condensation, Yi-chan felt a chill of perspiration trickle down his brow, his palms clammy with sweat. The 5 struck almost simultaneously. In a moment of panic, Yi-chan swept his spear horizontally, pushing back those in front of him. The hairs on the back of his neck stood on end as he bent low, narrowly avoiding a massive blade that sliced through the air above him, leaving him drenched in cold sweat. He had nearly met his end. The 5 pressed in again. Yi-chan flailed his spear in desperation, eliciting a look of dismay from old Li, who realized that all the training the young master had received had seemingly vanished from his memory. However, in an ironic stroke of fortune, even with his reckless thrusts, Yi-chan managed to pierce one of the assailant's legs. Instantly, the man roared in fury, raising his large blade to retaliate, intent on a deadly confrontation. Yi-chan swiftly raised his spear to block the strike. The impact forced him back a couple of steps. As the initial tension began to dissipate, he faced the advancing 5 once more, gripping the Jade Dragon's whisper tightly. In a flash, he moved, unleashing a sweeping attack with the spear, his blood energy surging forth, the weapon enveloped in a shimmering crimson aura that sent the assailant's blades clattering to the ground. A moment of contemplation flickered in Yi-chan's eyes as he pivoted the Jade Dragon's whisper. He targeted one of the martial artists, executing a precise horizontal sweep. The man staggered back, and Yi-chan seized the opportunity to retreat, leaving a blurred afterimage behind, thrusting the spear forward with astonishing speed, as if propelled by lightning. This maneuver, dubbed the Swallow's Flash, was a feint. The real threat lay in the follow-up. In an instant, the Jade Dragon's whisper pierced the heart of the martial artist, leaving Yi Chun momentarily stunned. Noticing the remaining for charging at him, he swiftly rotated his spear, repelling them while leveraging his momentum to deliver a devastating strike. The spearhead crashing down upon one man's skull, obliterating it like a watermelon. With no time to spare, he swept the spear across another's throat, then, with a vigorous shake, swung the weapon so that its shaft struck yet another assailant, sending him hurtling away. Just as the last attacker brought his blade down, Yi Chun deftly sidestepped, using the tip of his spear to deflect the edge before driving his elbow into the man's chest. The assailant, stifling blood, attempted to retaliate with a knee strike. In that critical moment, the reflexes taught by Old Li manifested. Yi Chun raised his leg to collide with the man. The spear's butt end thrust downwards, piercing through the assailant's chest. The martial artist coughed blood, his face contorted in a grotesque expression, eyes glaring defiantly at Yi Chun as he reached out in a futile grasp, ultimately collapsing against him. Yi Chun stared blankly at the figure before him, his body trembling as the grim reality sunk in. He had indeed taken a life and not just one. He touched his face, gazing at the blood on his hands, his complexion paling as he withdrew the long spear and stepped back, allowing the figure to collapse to the ground. The sound of the body hitting the earth echoed in the silence. The Jade Dragon's song dripped with blood, soon restoring itself to a pristine state. Yi Chun crouched, cradling the spear, his eyes fixed vacantly on the ground. After a prolonged moment, he exhaled deeply, rising to his feet with a slight shake to regain his composure. He turned his gaze toward the struggling warrior of the Bone sect not far away and advanced, thrusting the spear into his heart. Blood spurted forth, yet Yi Chun did not blink as he retracted the spear and approached Old Li, lifting him with urgency. The black horse returned, and Yi Chun placed Old Li atop it, speaking calmly, "Old Li, take cover for now." With that, Yi Chun mounted his own steed, flicked the reins, and urged the horse toward the Bone sect. Old Li raised his head, astonishment evident in his eyes. "Young master, it's dangerous there." Yi Chun remained silent, the flickering flames from the Bone sect casting an eerie glow upon his blood-streaked face. The Jade Dragon's song pointed menacingly toward the ground as he swung it forward, unleashing a torrent of blood that surged toward the wooden courtyard 2 meters ahead, splintering the wood as the black horse neighed and leapt into the fray. Chapter 78. Daring to embrace his wife while sleeping? In the courtyard of the White Bone sect, the imposing black-faced bear wielded a hefty hammer, engaging in combat with the jade-faced tiger, who brandished a long sword, against a man clad in a crimson robe. This individual was none other than the malevolent sect leader, Li, who practiced dark arts by harnessing human blood. Though lean in stature, the sinister practitioner unleashed fiery strikes, accompanied by a blood-red flying sword that danced around him, a stark contrast to the martial approach of ordinary warriors. Suddenly, a talisman materialized in the villain's hand, and upon activation, it erupted, sending a barrage of fireballs towards the two combatants. With a swift motion of his right hand, a crimson spiritual force coalesced into a colossal hand that ensnared the black-faced bear. Yi Chun, witnessing this, contemplated intervening, but in the next moment, a flash of blood-red brilliance illuminated the night. The elusive Lu Yun leopard reappeared, holding dual daggers with the blades poised downward. The blood jade daggers shimmered with ethereal light, as a massive serpent coiled behind him. The two daggers struck towards the sinister leader's neck like the fangs of a venomous snake. The spiritual hand dissipated, and the malevolent practitioner's body erupted with blood light. Yet, this was the culmination of Lu Yun leopard's carefully orchestrated lethal strike. The daggers pierced through the radiating blood light, shredding his garments and leaving crimson marks upon his resilient skin, driving deep into his neck. A decapitation. The head of the evil practitioner soared into the air, while his body gradually crumpled to the ground. Lu Yun leopard, gasping for breath, felt the wounds on his body emitting white smoke, corroding his flesh. That night, while the flames of the White Bone sect soared into the sky, many warriors departed on horseback, leaving behind a diminished number of comrades. Upon returning home, Yi-chan remained silent, vigorously scrubbing the bloodstains from his body with ash from plants. After a prolonged bath, he ascended the staircase quietly and collapsed onto his bed. Staring at the ceiling, he felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Turning onto his side, he noticed Qian Yujing beside him. Cautiously, he crossed the makeshift line of rope separating them and reached out to embrace her. Qian Yujing, with her back turned to him, stiffened momentarily. Although she had not turned to face him, her spiritual awareness had been attuned to his presence. She sensed his warmth near her neck, his breath brushing against her skin, causing a flutter of discomfort within her. Just for a moment, she thought, as Yi-chan whispered softly and closed his eyes. Qian Yujing remained silent, and after a while, Yi-chen's breathing steadied. The 9 dragon energies re-emerged, their flow quickening dramatically, yet due to Qian Yujing's presence, the energies refrained from descending. Gradually, she rolled over to position Yi-chan comfortably, allowing the 9 dragon energies to swiftly weave around him once more. As she lay on her side, observing him, Qian Yujing suddenly reached out, brushing aside the hair from Yi-chen's face. After a moment of contemplation, she too lay flat and closed her eyes. The following morning, Yi-chan awoke to a damp sensation on his face. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with the gaze of a canine. "By heavens, De Huang, you truly are a dog," Yi-chan muttered, as he grasped the scruff of De Huang's neck and tossed him aside. The dog, tongue lolling and tail wagging, appeared to be grinning. Casting a glance at his petite wife, Yi-chan furrowed his brow, as a vague memory flickered in his mind. Hadn't he been embracing her? Was it all merely a dream? Rising from his slumber, he stretched his limbs in the courtyard before locating Sumu, who was engaged in his morning exercises. He playfully patted Sumu's shoulder and exclaimed, "Mu, do you have any idea of my valor yesterday? I bravely faced 5 formidable warriors, each at the 7th or 8th layer of blood condensation, and emerged victorious. Impressive, isn't it? 5 warriors at the 7th or 8th layer of blood condensation. But Brother Yi, aren't you at the 4th layer?" Sumu's eyes widened in astonishment. Yi-chan felt a swell of pride within, crossing his arms as he replied, "Of course. Would I deceive you? If you doubt my word, just ask Old Li, he wouldn't he lie. All right, I shall inquire with my master." Sumu nodded earnestly before dashing into Old Li's dwelling. Yi-chan, momentarily sobered, shook his head and proceeded to freshen up. After finishing breakfast, the jade-faced tiger arrived with 7 or 8 relatively fair-skinned warriors in tow. "Brother Yi, I've brought the people. These are the shortest, leanest, and fairest individuals from our village. Please train them well," the jade-faced tiger said with a grin at his companions. Yi-chan found himself at a loss for words. Was the height of slightly over 1.7 meters considered short? Were they truly lean with their muscular physiques? Was tan skin labeled as fair? Sighing, he surmised that the Black Horse Village had no better candidates. "Very well, I shall teach them today and assess their learning capabilities," he responded with a nod and a gentle smile. Although his tone and demeanor remained consistent with the past, there was a subtle shift. It lacked the previous frivolity. The events of the previous night had profoundly affected him. A mere night's rest had restored him somewhat, yet he knew that if faced with a similar situation again, he would not be as flustered and helpless as before. As Qian Yu routinely tended to the cattle, Yi-chen arranged a circle of small stools in the courtyard, where the muscular men sat attentively, eager to absorb his teachings. You see, what you are engaging in is essentially sales. What is sales? It is the art of promoting our products and selling them. There is a skill to it. Consider how to pique a stranger's interest upon first meeting. Can anyone share their thoughts? I know. We can say that our coal is superior to firewood. It burns longer. One of the men interjected. Yi-chan shook his head and continued his discourse. Having previously worked in sales, he was able to relay the training he received from his employer. If one explanation did not suffice, he would repeat it, for as long as coal sold, he stood to gain immensely. After a morning of instruction, during their break, Yi-chan addressed them again. While I have extolled the virtues of our coal, there is one drawback I have not mentioned. Although our coal produces no smoke, it can emit certain gases. Prolonged inhalation of these gases, especially in a confined space, can lead to suffocation. However, do not disclose this to them just yet. Wait until the second sale to these regular customers to mention it. By then, they will be accustomed to the benefits of our coal and will continue to invest in it. He had this strategy finely honed. Had he revealed this flaw at the outset, Master Zhang would undoubtedly have refrained from purchasing, regardless of how eloquently he presented his case. The tiger said, "Tomorrow, summon the brothers who assisted in building the house. Now that the renovations are complete, let us treat everyone to a meal." After conveying this to them, Yichun nudged the slumbering jade-faced tiger beside him. The jade-faced tiger rose and nodded, rubbing his face to indicate his understanding. At this moment it was already noon, the hour for cooking. Oldly, reclining in a chair with a drink in hand, lamented that he had injured his leg and needed to rest, thus could not tend to the fire. Consequently, the jade-faced tiger, being the strong man, hurried off to prepare the meal. Mutu, please craft around 10 large round tables for me tomorrow. I intend to host a grand feast with an entirely meat-based menu, inviting both the people from the Black Horse Village and those from the brick kiln factory. Yichun calculated the numbers and waved his hand, saying, "Never mind, let us invite the entire village. We can spare that little extra meat." The combined guests from the village along with the leaders of Black Horse Village would indeed require a substantial number of tables. Yichun worried that the work might be too burdensome to accomplish from this afternoon until noon tomorrow. Sumu scratched his head, acknowledging the colossal workload. The village comprised fewer than 100 households, with 39 individuals from the brick kiln factory. Excluding the 3 from the Deguzi group meant that each person represented a household, totaling over 30 households. Rather than complicating matters, it would be simpler to invite the entire village. At worst, they could hunt a few wild boars or bears to supplement the feast. Furthermore, he was mindful that satisfying the villagers' appetites would pave the way for his plans to contract the village's land for the unified cultivation of sweet potatoes, establishing a vermicelli factory. Selling vermicelli could be quite lucrative. Engaging in battle was one aspect, but one must not forsake business development in the name of conflict, for having more funds would ultimately provide better sustenance for the people. For now, let us not linger. After the meal, I shall visit Uncle Zhang's house. The village surely possesses large tables specifically for hosting feasts. We can simply borrow them. Having given these instructions, Yichun ascended to the upper floor, where he found his lovely wife sipping tea. He ran his fingers through his hair and, with a cheerful demeanor, took a seat across from her, tentatively asking, "My dear, did I hold you while we slept last night?" Chapter 79. The foolish dog. No, you must be dreaming. Yichun pondered for a moment and murmured, "Perhaps it is indeed a dream. But let me tell you, my dear wife, how remarkable I was yesterday." He proceeded to recount his valiant exploits to Qian Yujing. She listened quietly, occasionally interjecting with a word of commendation, making Yichun's smile widen with delight. After he finished, Qian Yujing replied softly, truthfully, "Using the Jade Dragon chant against them is quite simple. There is no need for such complexity. You simply need to practice more." Yichun patted his chest confidently. "Rest assured, the next time such a situation arises, my performance will be even better." Qian Yujing nodded, her hand resting on her abdomen as she gazed at Yichun, her tone contemplative. "I acknowledge your remarkable talent in business, but should the Qingyun dynasty invade, all that you have built will dissolve into nothing. Ultimately, commerce is but a minor path. True strength is the foundation of existence." Yichun fell silent, and after a while he looked up with resolute eyes, meeting Qian Yujing's gaze. "Do not worry. I will diligently cultivate my skills and ensure your safety." "I believe you can achieve that," Qian Yujing replied with a gentle smile. "I will not abandon my business endeavors either. I have my plans, although I cannot realize them just yet. Once I succeed, I intend for all trade in this continent to bear the name Yi." The gleam in Yichun's eyes sparkled with ambition. He did not dispute the importance of strength, yet he understood that financial power was also crucial. Once wealth reached a certain level, it could nurture countless loyal subordinates. With these, he could expand his influence. Even if his martial prowess was lacking, he could acquire numerous rare treasures through his wealth. He was determined to become the strongest. Since heaven had not bestowed upon him a golden finger, he would utilize his intellect to create his own. Although much of the knowledge eluded him, he had spent 2 years navigating the business realm, witnessing the rise and pinnacle of a certain treasure platform in his former world. He firmly believed that by emulating that model, he could create waves in this new world. Nevertheless, he concluded that such musings were futile for the moment. Suddenly, he chuckled and took a bite of the apple on the table. Yet, contemplating the possibilities ignited a thrill within him. If he truly reached that level, he could stride confidently through life. After lunch, Yichun left the courtyard and headed towards Uncle Zhang's house, with the dog De Huang trotting along behind him. "Uncle Zhang, have you eaten?" Yichun called out loudly, even from several meters away. A few seconds later, the courtyard door swung open, revealing Uncle Zhang dressed in a tank top, holding a bowl and wearing a broad smile. "That sounds just like you. What's the matter? Is that rascal heir who's slacking off at the factory? When he returns tonight, I'll give him a good thrashing." Yichun approached, waving his hand with a grin, heir who is quite diligent. "It's not about that. My house has been completed, and since the roof was raised, I should have treated everyone to a meal to boost morale. But I was busy with the renovations, and now everything is ready. I'm planning to host a banquet tomorrow afternoon to invite the whole village for a feast. I wanted to ask if you have any tables available." Upon hearing this, Uncle Zhang was momentarily taken aback. He pulled Yichun into the courtyard, closed the door, placed the bowl in the kitchen, and said, "Yichun, this is not something you ought to treat. The villagers have not rendered any assistance, and there is no need for you to host this feast. If the villagers had indeed helped, it would be appropriate for you to treat them. The key point is that none of us have contributed, and this deviates from the customary practice. The village chief is a wise man." Yichun smiled faintly and replied, "No, Uncle Zhang, let me explain. There are less than 100 households in the village, perhaps around 100 to 180. I count Widow Lu, Widow Wang, and de Guzi's families as 3 households, which brings it to merely 83 households." Uncle Zhang interjected, interrupting Yichun's words. The villagers tend to speak their minds freely, and Yichun did not take offense. He continued, "Right? Together, they only amount to 83 households. With a table of 10, and including my friends from Black Horse Village, I could easily manage 20 tables. There's no need for concern, I can just hunt a few more game." Uncle Zhang hesitated for a moment, grasping Yichun's arm, and said softly with worry, "Yichun, you are an honest child. Despite the hardships of these years, you have never resorted to theft or robbery. I am not young anymore, nearing 50, and as the old saying goes, at 51 knows their fate. I have seen much in my life. Heed Uncle Zhang's advice and do not mingle with the bandits from Black Horse Village. The waters run deep here, and should you lose your footing one day, it could cost you your life. They are merciless killers." Yichun chuckled lightly, placing a reassuring hand over Uncle Zhang's. "Uncle Zhang, you know what kind of person I am, right? I can handle myself, and those bandits are not as bad as you think. Look, after paying our annual tribute, they have not only ceased to harass the village but have also protected it. You need not worry." Uncle Zhang's face still bore an expression of concern, and Yichun inquired again, "Uncle Zhang, do we have enough tables in the village? I cannot produce 20 tables on my own right now." "Yes, I will take you to them. These tables have been around for decades. Every household uses them for events," Uncle Zhang replied, fetching the keys from inside the house and leading Yichun out of the courtyard. The items for village events are kept in one centralized location to minimize loss. Suddenly, Yichun heard the barking of De Huang and turned to look towards the ancient tree at the center of the village. His eyes widened in astonishment as he saw a group of stray dogs sitting in a fan shape before De Huang, as if in reverence. When De Huang barked, the dogs all lifted their heads. "Woof! Arf, arf, arf! Woof, woof! Woof, woof!" Whimper. Uncle Zhang glanced over and remarked nonchalantly, "Your dog is becoming the king of our village, running around every day and barking loudly. I wonder if your dog has wolf ancestry." At first, several families thought a wolf had entered the village and were too frightened to open their doors. Yichun placed a hand on his forehead, stepping back in embarrassment. He felt utterly humiliated. It was he who had taught his dog to bark like that. Who would have known it would grow so large and could not be corrected? Sometimes it barked ow ow, sometimes wong wong wong. He resolved to rectify this silly dog-esque behavior. Accompanied by Uncle Zhang, they arrived at a quaint wooden cabin. Uncle Zhang picked up a tattered broom from the ground and swept away the cobwebs adorning the door, chuckling as he remarked, It hasn't been opened for over half a year, and it has accumulated quite a web. He reassured, as long as the table remains intact, all is well. Yichun offered a gentle smile. Uncle Zhang opened the wooden door, waved his hand, and dusted off the remnants inside. The interior revealed a stack of wooden tables and their legs. After inspecting them, he smiled and said, "In excellent condition. This table seems capable of lasting another decade or so. It might even see me off someday. I remember dining on this table as a child. How swiftly time flies." Yichun felt a twinge of nostalgia and, looking up with a smile, replied, "Uncle Zhang is a kind man. Living another 40 or 50 years, even reaching a century, would be no trouble at all. Ha ha ha, let us not dwell on that. In this world, good people don't often live long. If I can reach 66, I will be thoroughly content." Chapter 80. Quickly go to the courtyard and invite the headman. "Uncle Zhang, please don't move it yourself. I can call someone to help," Yichun said hastily upon seeing Uncle Zhang about to lift the table. "Go back and gather the brothers. Each can easily carry 2 at once. It will be done in no time." As villagers observed Yichun's grand efforts to move the table, their curiosity piqued. The village head, with hands clasped behind his back, addressed the crowd of villagers at the door with a hearty laugh. "Come on, lend a hand. Yichun has completed his new house and is hosting a feast for the entire village. Why are you all just standing there?
Yichun,
Are you truly inviting us to a feast? We haven't helped you build your house," exclaimed a village woman who hurried over, clutching a handful of vegetables, having just picked them from her garden. "Oh, there's no need for formality among neighbors. Once my brick kiln business flourishes, I'll make sure everyone in the village who can work has a job. We'll earn together." The village woman beamed with joy. "My husband can cook, and his brothers usually handle the feasts in our village. I'll go make the arrangements right away." "That's wonderful. I was just worried about who would cook." "Hurry back." The village woman, her face alight with a smile, dashed off, raising her voice to call others. In the small and close-knit Shanggu village, within less than half an hour, the news of Yichun's invitation spread like wildfire, and soon, his doorstep was bustling with activity. "Yichun, here is some sauerkraut from our family. Pairs excellently with stewed meat. You must not have much to offer after just starting out, so please take these 2 jars. Indeed, your supplies must be limited. I have a large pumpkin, a meter long, which will last you for several days. I'll leave it in your courtyard. I have too many zucchinis and radishes that we can't finish. I'll place these 2 baskets in your yard. Don't be shy." Every household in the village had a yard and a vegetable plot, and now they all rushed over to contribute, filling half of Yichun's courtyard with their offerings. "This is simply too much. We are just a small family. There's no way we can consume all this. Please, take it back." Yichun was at a loss for words, as his own backyard was already brimming with vegetables, and now there was even more arriving. What's there that cannot be consumed? Much of this can be pickled for winter. Pickled radishes are delightful. Brother Yi, I've brought a wild chicken my father raised. Do you think you could slaughter it? Little rascal. Come back here. That's a breeding male. The afternoon was filled with lively chatter, and outside the courtyard, 20 tables were swiftly assembled with the help of the villagers. Some skilled hands even set up a row of makeshift stoves, and Yichun didn't have to worry about the large iron pots. Due to the sheer volume of food and people, Chen Yujing had no choice but to lend a hand. However, upon seeing her, Yichun approached and urged her to rest, asking why she was working while pregnant. At this remark, the village head's wife suddenly remembered that Yichun's wife was expecting. A group of women quickly rallied to assist Chen Yujing back to the house, each one marveling at the home's decor. At first, Chen Yujing reluctantly engaged in conversation with the elderly women, but as they chatted, she discovered the enjoyment in their company. Aunt Zhang even brought out some sewing materials, mentioning that with pregnancy, one must consider making clothes for the child. Intrigued, Chen Yujing took the initiative to inquire about knitting from Aunt Zhang. This sparked enthusiasm among the women, as knitting was their forte. Meanwhile, Yichun led a group of mountain bandits up the hill. After an hour or 2, they emerged with 2 massive black bears and 3 wild boars. One bear weighed over 1,000 pounds, while each boar was around 400 to 500 pounds. Yet this was not enough. With a wave of his hand, Yichun directed the group to the nearby river to catch fish. Yichun, working tirelessly, soon found himself unable to catch a single fish, while even De Huang managed to haul in a bucket of soft-shelled turtles. Fish King. There is a Fish King. A man shouted from the deep waters, where a large shadow lurked beneath. Where is it? Where is the Fish King with 7 layers of blood? The man plunged into the water, only to resurface, struggling. The Fish King with 7 layers of blood. Quick, go fetch the chief. Yichun also spotted the Fish King, but he was unable to contend with it. Before long, the jade-faced tiger arrived with a sword, swiftly maneuvering through the water. Soon, the Fish King, measuring over 3 meters long and more than a meter wide, was lifted from the depths. Its mouth could likely swallow a person whole. As the crowd carried the Fish King back to the village entrance, the villagers stood in stunned silence. But that was not the end of it. Since Yichun intended to host a feast, the combined weight of the meat was only about 3,000 pounds, and even less after removing the bones. Some began to dismantle the bones and divide the meat, while others followed Yichun back up the mountain. That night was sleepless, with no lamps, only a campfire to gather around. Large chunks of meat were boiled, striving to have everything ready by noon the next day. The meat from these wild beasts was dense and tough. Without proper cooking, it would be difficult to chew. The villagers were wide awake, for this was a grand feast. Tomorrow's banquet promised to be extraordinarily lavish. In previous years, a single table would only feature a platter of meat, which was already impressive. Who possessed the means to gather such a bounty? Some elders and children, unable to endure, returned home to sleep, while the remaining villagers who could help busied themselves with washing vegetables, preparing food, fetching water, and cutting meat. The atmosphere was lively, with no one complaining of fatigue, all wearing bright smiles. By around 9 the next morning, most dishes were nearing completion. A group of children gathered around the makeshift earthen stove, drooling as they watched the huge pot filled with braised meat being stirred with a massive iron spatula. Having completed the hunt and with nothing else to do, Yichun joined in cooking, eager to showcase his culinary skills. As the dish was ready, he laughed heartily at the sight of the eager children and pushed a plate toward them, saying, "Seeing how you drool, take this back to eat, but be careful. It's hot." "Thank you, Uncle Yi." The children's words caused Yichun's smile to falter. It dawned on him that he had become an uncle. After all, he was only 24, turning 25 this year. Darn it. These little brats really know how to make one feel old. After toiling until 11 o'clock, all the dishes were finally prepared, and the grand meat feast was about to commence. The table was adorned with over 10 large bowls of meat, with the solitary vegetarian options consisting of a few dishes mingled with potatoes, zucchini, cabbage, and radishes, but they were vastly outnumbered by the meat. The 20 tables were filled to capacity, with children standing, some yearning to eat but restrained by their mothers who kept them nestled between their legs. For the host, Yichun had yet to give the signal. This was the village custom. Until the host declared the meal to begin, no one could partake. Yichun accepted a bowl of wine handed to him by Su Mu, stepped into the center, and with a broad smile, proclaimed loudly, "I shall refrain from unnecessary words. Today marks the momentous occasion of my newly constructed house, and the brick factory has successfully sold 2 batches of bricks. Do those who work with me have money in their hands?" "Yes." The young crowd erupted in cheers. "Yidagu is magnificent." Yichun laughed heartily. "If I can earn money, I will undoubtedly remember all of you. As the brick factory expands, I will certainly need to hire more workers. However, those who cannot join us should not despair. Next year, I have a plan for us all to prosper together. But I shall say no more. It is all in the wine." With that, Yichun raised his bowl and downed it in one gulp. Chapter 81. Changes in the situation of Shanggu village. Immediately, the men at the table stood up, raising their wine bowls and downing their drinks in one go. "Let us feast. If you can't finish, take it home."
Ye Chen shouted, igniting a vibrant atmosfere.
He returned to his table, surrounded by close companions. His wife Qianyu, Old Li, Su Mu, the village head Uncle Zhang, and the 3 brothers known as the Jade-Faced Tigers. The men's table maintained a semblance of normalcy, engaging in jovial banter while savoring large chunks of meat, their faces glistening with grease. However, the table occupied by women and children was a different scene altogether. The children, ever restless, needed to be fed first before the adults could truly indulge. Yet they were unperturbed, for there were more than 10 large bowls of meat. It was simply impossible to exhaust them. Only one table deviated from this norm, as it was graced by 2 men, Zhou Zuohua's husband, Li Datu, and their son in his 20s. According to village customs, men sat at one table, the elderly at another, and women with children at yet another. Only minors would share a table with their mothers. However, Zhou Zuohua's son was of age and, being rather indolent, rarely ventured outside. Had it not been for Zhou Zuohua's support, he might have turned out just like the 3 brothers, Dego and his companions. But Dego and his brothers were indeed different now. They had lost their parents at a young age and thus had no choice but to fend for themselves. They aspired to be good individuals, diligently guarding the entrance to the brick kiln under Yi Chen's watchful eye, never bullying fellow villagers, and often lending a hand when someone required assistance. Even the wooden house being built by old Zhuanto was partly due to their efforts. You truly have no shame. How could I share a table with you? If I were in your position, I would be too embarrassed to show my face. Someone at the table scoffed. Zhou Zuohua rolled her eyes, her chopsticks moving rapidly, her mouth stuffed full. For the first time, she refrained from retorting. Her husband and son mirrored her shamelessness to an extreme. Halfway through the meal, a scene emerged that would redefine the guests' understanding of audacity. Zhou Zuohua pulled out a large basin from her bosom and began transferring the remaining meat from her basin into her own. Her husband and son followed suit, revealing the hidden stash they had brought with them. "Zhou, you shameless woman. This is beyond disgraceful." A woman slammed her chopsticks down on the table, her face turning a deep shade of anger, echoed by the others around her. "Bah! What does it concern you? He claims to treat the whole village. Am I not part of the village? My lineage stretches back 2 generations in Shanggu village." "Silence!" Zhou Zuohua retorted, spitting disdainfully towards the other dishes. "This is all mine. Let us see if you dare to eat it. Son, let us head home for a moment and return later." Unbelievable. Utterly shameless. Several women trembled with rage, yet they were virtuous individuals and would not resort to physical confrontation with Zhou Zuohua. They could only voice their indignation. Yi Chen's table also took notice of the unfolding drama, observing Zhou Zuohua as she clutched her basin and hastily departed for home, their expressions gradually darkening. "Da Huang, go." Yi Chen patted the neck of his dog, Da Huang, who immediately dashed forward, barking fiercely at the wretched Zhou. Zhou Zuohua and her companions, upon seeing the approaching dog, hastily fled, their speed only increasing. Da Huang seized Li Datu's trouser leg, prompting a startled exclamation from Li as he fell forward, colliding with his son and wife ahead of him. Releasing his grip, Da Huang spat a few times on the ground, then turned and sprinted back to his master. Yi Chen approached Zhou Zuohua with measured steps, his expression impassive as he raised a hand to beckon to go. The mockery from Dego's trio towards Zhou Zuohua dissipated, and they cautiously stood. Upon reaching Zhou Zuohua, Yi Chen halted, observing the 3 who scrambled to escape. His gaze grew slightly frosty, prompting Dego and his companions to hurriedly join Yi Chen, bowing their heads in greeting. "Brother Yi." "Break their legs. Burn their house," Yi Chen stated flatly. Dego's trio exchanged startled glances, a flicker of dread passing through their eyes, and they quickly nodded in acquiescence, seizing a wooden stick from the roadside before pursuing. Yi Chen remained stationary, a crowd of villagers silently watching as Zhou Zuohua and her companions were overtaken at the village entrance. Soon, the sounds of punches and kicks echoed back, followed by 3 anguished cries that caused some timid villagers to lower their heads, unwilling to witness further. Uncle Zhang, the village chief, approached, expressing concern. "You wouldn't go so far as to kill them, would you? We are all from the same village. No matter how great the anger, taking a life is too much." Yi Chen shook his head. "No, just a broken leg will serve as a lesson." Turning to the assembled villagers, he noticed their gaze fixed upon him and smiled. "What are you all staring at? Enjoy your drinks and meals. Don't just stand idle. Drink up. Zhou's family has brought this upon themselves. Brother Yi is leading us to prosperity. They disrupt our efforts and deserve their fate," someone chimed in, lifting a wine bowl to smooth over the tension. Gradually, the atmosphere returned to its lively state. Human nature is inherently selfish, and their focus shifted to the potential profits Yi Chen promised, rendering any disparagement of him obsolete. Soon, flames engulfed Zhou Zuohua's home, her family weeping and cursing as they watched their residence burn. De Go signaled to Air Go and San Go, who approached with sticks, silencing any protests with swift strikes. Over the span of a month and a half, Yi Chun transformed from a downtrodden youth, victimized by all, to a figure whom the entire village dared not offend. Not only did they refrain from hostility, but they also sought to ingratiate themselves with him. Had he brutally incapacitated Zhou Zuohua's family initially, the backlash from the villagers would have been unbearable. Yet, the current scenario saw them praising Yi Chen's actions, declaring Zhou's family deserving of their fate. Such is the influence of power. When one lacks strength, even the most valid arguments fall on deaf ears. Yet, with strength, even the slightest utterance commands respect, drawing cautious admiration. After a 3-hour feast, as the villagers departed, Yi Chun insisted they take home any uneaten meat. Even though Zhou Zuohua's home lay in ruins, no one mentioned it, all smiles as they expressed their gratitude to Yi Chun. As for Zhou Zuohua and her family, Yi Chun had never intended to kill them. Why would he? With a broken leg and no home, who would dare to lend them a hand? To end their lives would be a mercy. Allowing them to languish in their suffering seems a far crueler fate. By the time the area had been cleared, evening had fallen. Leaf Dust gazed at a pile of vegetables in the yard, troubled by the thought of how many days it would take to consume them all. Turning to his wife, he found Qian Yu sitting in the main room, engrossed in knitting, seemingly captivated by the craft. Chapter 82. The 9 Dragons' Body Refinement. The dawn of transformation in the following period. Yi Chun found himself either engrossed in practicing with his spear or visiting the town to check if the tavern had been sold. The brick kiln factory had firmly established itself, requiring little of Yi Chen's concern. As the hustle and bustle brought them to mid-November, the weather gradually turned cooler. One night, Yi Chun retired to bed as usual, when suddenly, Qian Yujing awoke, her eyes wide open, and turned to gaze at Yi Chun. To her astonishment, she witnessed 9 streams of dragon energy swirling around Yi Chun, moving with the speed of phantoms. Calculating the time, she realized that a month and a half had elapsed. Originally, she had estimated that 1 month was the limit of Yi Chun's innate talent. Yet, as the month drew to a close, there were still no signs of Yi Chun completing his body refinement. Within the vast expanse of the Kanglan ancient realm, only the Dragon Emperor had ascended to the status of Heavenly Emperor through dragon energy, while others employed various methods. However, Qian Yujing found the Dragon Emperor quite unappealing, rendering her unable to predict the transformations that Yi Chen's physique might undergo. The only certainty was that Yi Chen's ability to sustain this for a month and a half indicated an extraordinary constitution. As the 9 streams of dragon energy fully integrated into Yi Chen's being, Qian Yujing sensed that an anomaly in the heavenly Tao of the Tianyuan continent was imminent. Her phoenix-like eyes narrowed, and with a wave of her hand, she sealed off the surrounding space, creating a barrier. Stepping away from the bed, she waved her hand, and the two of them found themselves in a void, where Yi Chun floated, enveloped in a radiant golden glow. His bloodline began to undergo a gradual metamorphosis, and Qian Yujing felt a slight pang in her abdomen, prompting her to take a step back, her eyes reflecting a hint of surprise. For 2 months, she had been nurturing the child within her using the innate sacred body technique, which had only recently begun to take form after weeks of effort. This child belonged to both her and Yi Chun, and now the bloodline attributed to Yi Chun was beginning to transform. A wave of ancient and desolate dragon energy slowly emerged, cleansing the child's bloodline. Looking up at the hovering Yi Chun, she noticed he had risen to a standing position, radiating an unparalleled golden light. His eyes opened, and 2 pure crimson flames shot forth, as golden light and fiery brilliance coalesced behind him. Where the golden dragon energy took shape, this golden dragon, measuring several meters in length, soared through the space above Yi Chen's head, manifesting a rainbow-hued auspicious cloud. With flames dancing around its form, the golden dragon began its transformation from head to tail. Starting with its mighty head, the scales burned away in flames, giving birth to new ones, and compared to the previous scales, the new ones appeared as dull bronze. Moreover, as the transformation reached the dragon's claws, Qian Yujing distinctly observed that an additional claw had sprouted from the originally 4-clawed dragon. As each claw grew an extra digit, the entire space began to tremble, as if something sought to breach this realm. Qian Yujing narrowed her eyes and with a wave of her hand, tore open a rift in the space, eager to discover what entity dared to intrude. A thread of golden light surged into the space, spreading an aura of desolation, while, faintly, a voice echoed in Qian Yujing's ears, the voice of primordial chaos. A stirring sensation filled Qian Yujing's heart as she gazed at Yi Chun. Could his physique truly invoke the essence of the primordial? Sensing no hostility from this beam of golden light, the dark phoenix, ablaze with black flames, naturally manifested behind her, embodying her Tao body. The surrounding space constantly shifted as she strained to comprehend the words being spoken, yet the meaning remained elusive. This golden light merged with the golden dragon above Yi Chen's head, and instantly, a golden scale appeared at the center of the dragon's brow. As the scale solidified, the fully transformed golden dragon surged into Yi Chen's crown, cleansing his body, while the coarse garment he wore disintegrated into fine powder under the radiant golden beam. With the dragon's disappearance, Yi Chen fell, his eyes closed, breathing steadily, as if he had never awakened at all. Qian Yu, feeling a cessation of pain in her abdomen, noted that the vitality of the fetus had increased exponentially, surpassing 1,000-fold. Raising her head, she was momentarily taken aback, and in the next instant, a flush of color appeared on her cheeks. With a wave of her hand, she returned to her chamber, draping a fresh set of coarse garments over Yi Chun. Reclining on the bed, Qian Yu was filled with perplexity. She had never encountered such an ancient and desolate aura, one that could even evoke the primordial power. An enigma indeed. The primordial essence, being the very genesis of heaven and earth, was exceedingly rare. Only those of immense capability who comprehend profound truths could possibly summon even a hint of such power. Having held the title of Heavenly Emperor for several centuries, she had barely grasped a method containing a trace of primordial force. However, no matter how formidable one's constitution, it remains ineffectual until fully matured. Yet, the future holds promise. Unbeknownst to her, she gradually drifted into slumber. The following morning, Yi Chun awoke as usual, roused by the affectionate licks of De Huang, and playfully tossed the dog aside. De Huang, could you perhaps find another way? How about licking my feet next time? De Huang, initially wagging its tail and extending its tongue, immediately turned tail and scampered away upon hearing this. Yi Chun felt a lingering haze in his mind and rubbed his temples, as if emerging from a dream where he revisited his former world, with whispers of primordial flames echoing in his ears. Shaking off the thoughts, he descended to wash up. As was customary, he picked up a wooden spear, gave it a shake, and with a sharp crack, it broke in two. Frowning, he remarked, "Wood is simply unreliable. Tends to break over time." With that, he discarded it into the kitchen, settled into a stance, and began to circulate his blood energy, only to discover that his vitality had surged tenfold. His eyes widened in astonishment as he sensed that his previous strength had vanished, and the path of his cultivation had shifted. Isn't this the route of the 9 Dragons body refinement method? Could it be that I achieved it in my sleep? Yi Chun pondered joyously. However, the unfortunate news was that his current strength had diminished to the first layer of blood condensation, equating to merely 1 dragon's power. The silver lining was that this 1 dragon's power possessed a staggering strength of over 120,000 pounds. With this in mind, Yi Chun ceased his stance and dashed upstairs, finding Qian Yu just sitting up. "My dear, I succeeded. I've mastered the 9 Dragons body refinement method and now possess the strength of 1 dragon." Qian Yu, appearing somewhat fatigued, reached out to caress her abdomen, which had once been slightly rounded, now flattening as a space formed within. Grasping the air, she summoned the Jade Dragon's cry and handed it to Yi Chun. "Now that you have the strength of 1 dragon, go down and attempt to channel your full vitality into the Jade Dragon's cry." Yi Chun, with an air of excitement, nodded vigorously while holding the Yulongian. He dashed down the stairs into the courtyard, his blood surging with vitality. Instantly, a golden aura enveloped him, and he gazed in astonishment, glancing back at the balcony where his wife stood watching. With a mere thought, he directed the vital force into the Yulongian. The spear seemed to come alive, transforming into a resplendent hue of white jade. Meanwhile, the black snake in the pond, previously resting and cultivating, suddenly widened its eyes and dove deep into the muddy depths of the water. With a swift motion, Yi Chun swung the spear, and a white dragon silhouette erupted from the Yulongian, roaring towards the wooden wall. In an instant, a sizable breach was created, and the dragon figure flew several meters before gradually dissipating. Oldly, upon opening the door, was taken aback, his face a mask of astonishment. The young master had broken through in merely half a month. What terrifying level of talent must he possess? Staring blankly at the young master wielding the spear, surrounded by swirling golden vitality, his eyes momentarily glazed over. "Remember to repair the courtyard," came the calm voice of Qian Yujing from the balcony. As she turned and returned to her room, feeling a tad sheepish, Yichen watched as Sumu rushed over, exclaiming, "Brother Yi, you're incredible. What kind of technique is this? I want to learn too." Oldly approached and pinched Sumu's ear, admonishing him, "You cannot practice his technique. Focus on the one I taught you. Show me the fist technique I demonstrated yesterday." Sumu, immediately deflated, obediently retreated to the side to practice. Returning upstairs, Yichun found Qian Yujing observing him with the Yulongian. She spoke softly, "Keep it. It is a gift for you. You can now wield it. Excellent."
Ye Chan Beamet.
Having long desired this moment, as he descended the stairs, Qian Yujing observed his joyful demeanor, and a faint smile graced her lips. Even she sensed the formidable aura surrounding him, indicating that he was truly extraordinary. She felt a sense of anticipation, eager to witness just how far Yichun could ascend. Chapter 83. The rainy alley with blue bricks and oil paper umbrella. After finishing breakfast, Yichun, accompanied by his wife and Sumu, set off to the town in an ox cart. The last time he visited Wang Hai's tavern was evidently struggling, and now, for days later, he doubted Wang Hai could still hold on. Upon arriving in town, they left the cart with an elderly man who watched over it. Instead of heading directly to Wang Hai's tavern, Yichun decided to explore the bustling market. It was around 8 or 9 o'clock, and the market was alive with activity. Sumu soon found himself laden with numerous bags. As it was now November 17th and winter was approaching, Yichun suggested purchasing a few garments, saying they had money to spare for new clothes. With that, he led Qian Yujing into a clothing store. An hour later, Sumu emerged from the shop wearing a long blue robe, his face beaming with happiness despite the bags he carried. Yichun followed suit, clad in a flowing white robe with a matching shirt underneath, his long hair casually cascading over his shoulders, an intentional nod to his childhood dream of being a martial artist. As for Qian Yujing, she stepped out somewhat awkwardly, as it was her first time donning white clothing. Nevertheless, she had reluctantly purchased a few pieces at Yichen's insistence. Initially, Yichen intended to buy Sumu a white robe, but the latter's fondness for blue prevailed, as he claimed it was the color of trees and suited his profession as a carpenter. As they made their way toward Wang Hai's tavern, Yichun suddenly felt a drop of rain on his face. Glancing up, he noted the overcast sky. Rain was imminent. "Dear, you should take cover. I will fetch some umbrellas," he said, turning around only to find that Qian Yujing had vanished. Alarmed, he spun back, and in the distance he spotted her walking toward him, holding an oil paper umbrella. In the dim light, as the gentle rain began to fall, Qian Yujing, clad in her snowy white attire and holding the umbrella, captivated Yi Chen's attention. The surrounding world blurred, and all he could see was her approaching figure. "What are you dawdling for, you fool?" she teased, as she approached, offering him 2 umbrellas she held in her other hand. With a shy smile, Yichun lowered his gaze, his heart racing and his cheeks flushed. Clearing his throat, he said, "Mu, here is your umbrella." He handed the 2 umbrellas to Sumu. Sumu looked surprised and replied, "One is sufficient for me." Without responding, Yichun stepped beneath the small umbrella held by his wife, taking the one she offered, grinning as he said, "One umbrella is enough for us." Sumu stared in disbelief. "Aye." After walking a few steps, Yichun noticed the florist nearby, gathering flowers from outside. He approached Qian Yujing, bending to pick a delicate pink flower, inhaling its fragrance before presenting it to her. "Here, take a whiff. It's delightful," he said. Qian Yujing accepted the flower, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Yichun handed the florist a copper coin and leisurely departed with Qian Yujing. Sumu held an umbrella, observing Brother Yi and his sister-in-law. With a dismissive snort, he retrieved a coin from his waist, picked a blue flower, inhaled its fragrance, and frowned, muttering about the scent. He shook his head and followed suit. The trio arrived at Wang Hai's tavern, stowed away their umbrella, and entered. Upon noticing Yi Chen's presence, the waiter approached with a smile, stating, "Brother Yi has arrived. Our manager is upstairs." "Very well, let us ascend," Yi Chen replied. "You carry on with your duties." "What duties? There's hardly anyone here, and with the rain outside, it's likely to remain quiet," the waiter responded. Having visited 4 or 5 times previously, Yi Chen had grown familiar with the waiter, who now spoke more freely. The three climbed to the top floor, which consisted of only 3 levels. Yi Chen pushed open a room marked with the character Tian, and, clasping his hands in greeting, said, "Brother Wang, I hope you are well. I hope my unannounced arrival does not disturb you." Wang Hai chuckled heartily, setting down his drink. "We are so familiar now, there's no need for such formality. The day you dare to knock on my door, I'll have someone dig you a grave." As Wang Hai approached, he noticed Qian Yujing behind Yi Chen and tempered his mirth, saying, "Brother Yi, I see you've brought your wife today. I'll have the kitchen prepare a few more dishes." Yi Chen nodded with a smile. The group settled into the room, where a plate of peanuts and several pots of warm liquor awaited, steaming in hot water. After giving the necessary instructions, Wang Hai entered, rubbing his hands together as he approached the table, lifting a pot of liquor and grinning. "Brother Yi, please forgive my habits. As autumn sets in, I develop a penchant for warm wine. With the rain falling outside, the autumn chill is palpable. I thought a few pots of warmed wine would be just right for your visit. Warm wine is delightful. It certainly enhances the experience. You seem to be preparing to return to your family?" Yi Chen accepted the cup of liquor handed to him by Wang Hai.
Wang Hai sighed,
shaking his head with a smile. "Let us not discuss that for now. Let us drink." He passed a cup to Su Mu, who promptly waved it away.
No, no.
"I don't drink." Yi Chen looked over, remarking, "You are a warrior now, having condensed your blood. What's wrong with a man enjoying a drink?" Su Mu continued to shake his head, lowering his gaze, unsure of what to say. However, being the designated comic relief, he eventually stated, "I am a carpenter. I must maintain a clear mind." "Very well, I shall not insist," Yi Chen replied, shaking his head. He clinked his cup with Wang Hai's and drank it down in one go. The two laughed and conversed, with Wang Hai sharing amusing anecdotes from recent days, while Yi Chen recounted his activities in the village, including his recent fishing endeavors, lamenting his lack of success and the reasons behind it. Wang Hai laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Next time, I shall accompany you fishing, for I am quite skilled at it. With me by your side, I guarantee we will catch a barrel full." "Agreed, let us make it a plan for the future." Before long, the dishes were served, and Qian Yujing remained quietly enjoying her meal, occasionally smiling and shaking her head, finding the mundane aspects of life surprisingly entertaining. After sampling the flavors and indulging in drink, Wang Hai set down his cup and sighed once more. "I may be departing in a couple of days." Raising his gaze towards the shop, a sense of reluctance filled his eyes. Initially brimming with confidence, he had believed success was inevitable. Who could have anticipated this outcome? Sighing, Yi Chen concealed his smile. Through 4 or 5 encounters over drinks, he had developed a certain fondness for this plump fellow. Although he appeared somewhat simple-minded, he was, in fact, quite astute. Yet his heart was not malicious. Yi Chen deduced the reason behind the lack of patrons at the restaurant. His family was behind it all. Perhaps returning to one's family is not such a bad thing. They wish for you to inherit the family business so you can leverage their foundations to explore broader markets. They desire to see the family thrive even more. So do not despair, consider going back. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Wang Hai clutched his hair with both hands, his tone laden with exasperation. "Do you think I do not wish to return? It is marriage that I dread." "What?" Yi Chen looked up at this revelation. Could it be that this fellow had fled to escape marriage? Is there indeed pressure to wed in these ancient times? Chapter 84. The sweater woven by the Empress. To speak candidly, my father and a friend of his arranged a marriage pact long before my birth. Yet, this is not the crux of the matter. The pivotal point lies in the fact that my father's friend is a martial artist who later joined the boxing sect and now resides in a different city rather than Wuling City. My betrothed, who holds the marriage contract, seems to have also pursued martial arts, emerging as a formidable warrior with exceptional talent. We are of the same age. While I am merely an ordinary individual, she has already reached the later stages of chi cultivation. Just before I fled my home, my father remarked on how impressive my future daughter-in-law, Xianyu, is, capable of shattering a boulder weighing 1,000 pounds with a single punch. Zhang Xianyu, such an elegant name, yet she is a female martial artist. Goodness! In that moment, I gathered my silver notes and hastily scaled the wall to escape. How could I endure marrying such a fierce woman? I cannot believe that my 200 pounds could withstand her blows. If she were to strike me, I would likely meet my demise. Brother Yi, do you think I dare to marry such a wife? I am not inclined to take that risk. Wang Hai, in a fit of agitation, rose and paced the room, his face drawn with concern. Yi Chun felt a flush of embarrassment, glancing at his wife, who seemed to surpass him in strength. A chi master indeed. I suspect your flexibility may not suffice. Would you like me to suspend you for training? Chen Yujing remarked, observing Yi Chen's gaze upon her with a hint of amusement. Yi Chun immediately straightened his expression. Wife, I was wrong. After a brief cough, he turned to Wang Hai, attempting to organize his thoughts. Brother Wang, having a wife with exceptional strength can indeed be quite advantageous. You do not understand. Your wife is so gentle and serene, unlike my unseen fiancé Yi, a late-stage chi warrior, capable of delivering punches of unimaginable force. It is terrifying. I cannot withstand such pressure. Wang Hai muttered to himself, perhaps under the influence of drink, suddenly raising his head, his eyes bloodshot. I've made up my mind. I shall annul the engagement. How can a childhood betrothal hold any weight? It cannot. That very day Wang Hai departed, taking with him but a bundle and an oil paper umbrella, accompanied by several esteemed family warriors for protection. As for the tavern, Wang Hai initially intended to gift it to Yi Chun. He had no need for the money, and Yi Chun was quite agreeable to him. However, Yi Chun declined, ultimately signing an agreement to repay him 3,000 taels of silver within 3 years, with Wang Hai leaving behind his address. East 3rd Street of Wuling City. After expending half a month, the tavern finally came into Yi Chen's possession. He gazed at the deed, shaking his head with a smile. This rotund fellow truly does not appreciate his fortune. What could be wrong with having a wife whose strength surpasses his? He found it quite favorable. There are those who yearn for such a life yet cannot attain it. Would turn back and create a sign. Let it be called Qianyi Tavern.
Ye Chan Sumonet Omo.
After contemplating, Sumu replied, Brother Yi, you are the head of the household. Why not name it Yi Chen Tavern instead? Yi Chen playfully tapped Sumu's head, glaring and asserting, do you think that name sounds pleasing? Chen Yi is far better. Sumu rubbed his head, a pout forming on his lips. Brother Yi, you mustn't strike my head again. It's your fault I cannot produce a beautiful plaque. Yi Chun gazed at his crooked mouth, chuckling as he delivered another light smack, wondering from whom this child had learned such antics. There was no need for Yi Chun to replace the shopkeeper and the cook. He only needed to summon Zhang Eru to take charge. He recalled that, during the last banquet, the villagers had prepared quite a delectable spread. He would gather them all. After all, they were from the same village. How could the opposing side lure away his chefs? Standing at the entrance, Yi Chun observed the bustling tavern across the street, lively even in the rain. Upon returning home, Yi Chun, with an umbrella in hand, sought out Zhang Eru and directly shared his plans, instructing him to recruit cooks from the village. He refrained from discussing wages for the time being, uncertain of the potential profits, deciding to assess the situation before determining the remuneration. Nevertheless, the reputation Yi Chun had built previously encouraged the villagers skilled in cooking to agree without hesitation, and they signed a long-term contract. Yi Chun directed them to begin preparations in town the following day. Later that evening, Qian Yujing held up a small knitted sweater, her lips curling into a smile, and approached Yi Chun, who was still immersed in his writing. Look! Yi Chun accepted the tiny garment and examined it closely. Grasping the sleeve, he inquired, My dear, what is this part for? Qian Yujing furrowed her brow slightly. It's the sleeve, where the child will extend their arms. Can't you tell? Yi Chun pursed his lips and probed further. The sleeve was knitted together, lacking an opening. My dear, do you think our child's arms can fit in here? Qian Yujing took the sweater, fiddling with it for a moment, her delicate hands clenching tightly, her face flushing as she turned to leave. Yichun shook his head, chuckling at Qian Yujing's retreating figure. Had the sleeves been knitted together, could they truly be called sleeves? Regardless, his bond with his little wife was growing ever closer. He grinned. Progress with my little wife. 10. Current progress. 60. The rain poured throughout the night, and by dawn, the weather hinted at a splendid sunny day. Yichun retrieved his jade dragon and practiced his marksmanship. Yu Tiandao sat upon a lotus leaf in the pond, now exceedingly well behaved. Having learned from a past misstep, she understood that as long as she spoke favorably of her master, she would be safe. Black sister, would you like to join me in fishing today? Little Yu appeared at the pond's bottom, gazing at the transformed Black sister. Black sister rolled her eyes. Call me Qing Mei. Yu Tiandao swam to the other side and reached out to touch the twin horns atop Black sister's head, only to have her little hand swatted away. Why should I call you Qing Mei if your name is Black sister? Little Yu asked, puzzled. Black sister twisted her body. The pond was filled with water infused with spiritual energy, and after relentless training, she had successfully transformed into a dragon. Presenting her dark azure body before Yu Tiandao, she declared, Look, I have transformed into a dragon, a blue one. Can you see? Call me Qing Mei. Yu Tiandao frowned, firmly grasping Black sister's tail, her face serious. No, you shall remain Black sister. The girl, shrouded in sorrow, yearned to transform herself, aspiring to cultivate her abilities swiftly in order to metamorphose into a dragon. She envisioned sprouting for magnificent dragon claws, thus fully embracing her transformation into an azure dragon, devoid of any trace of darkness. Determined to shed the unflattering moniker of Black Girl, she resolved to devote herself fervently to her training. Meanwhile, Yichun and Qian Yu had ventured into town with the villagers, leaving Old Li and Su Mu at home. Following Old Li's instructions, Su Mu diligently practiced his martial arts. At the pond's edge, De Huang, Xiao Hong, and Xiao Hua were playfully barking and chattering. With a sense of resignation, the girl emerged from the water, eager to hear De Huang's plans. Just the previous day, De Huang had announced that they would ascend the mountain to catch wild rabbits, competing to see who could capture the most in the shortest amount of time. After completing his training, Su Mu approached the pond to wash his hands. Noticing De Huang and the others gathered there, he chuckled and asked, De Huang, why are you not out and about today? De Huang lifted his head and let out a playful bark in response. Su Mu, shaking his head in confusion, gently patted De Huang's head. De Huang shook himself off and bounded towards the entrance. Suddenly, Su Mu's gaze fell upon a beautiful green snake in the pond, causing him to gasp in surprise. Is this also a pet of Brother Yi? He pondered. The small serpent did not evoke fear within him. At that moment, the girl had transformed into the form of a petite green snake, her dragon horns absent. Thus, Su Mu mistook her for an ordinary green snake. Brother Yi is quite peculiar, raising all sorts of creatures, Su Mu remarked, shaking his head as he stood up and flicked his hands. His attention was abruptly drawn to the small blue flower he had purchased the previous day, which hung at his waist. Bending down with a smile, he addressed the green snake. Little green snake, do you like this flower? It's yours. Chapter 85. The encounter of De Huang and the unicorn. The black girl fixed her gaze upon Su Mu, gradually surfacing as her slender tail entwined around the blue flower branches. Truly, Brother Ye's pets were extraordinary. Muttering to herself, she stood up and hurried back to craft a plaque. Approaching the pond's edge, she observed Su Mu's silhouette, and after a moment, turned her serpent head to gaze at the blue flower entangled in her tail. A woof! The bark of De Huang echoed from outside the courtyard, prompting Xiao Hong and Xiao Hua to leap into the pond, scampering towards the entrance. The black girl, eyeing the blue flower, swiftly dove into the pond. 2 seconds later, she burst forth from the water's surface, transforming into a fleeting shadow that vanished into the courtyard. On the mountain path, the formidable General De Huang, flanked by Xiao Hong on his left and Xiao Hua on his right, charged into the mountains with a black serpent atop his head, exuding an air of dominance. The rabbits below were in peril. If this continued, it was likely that the wild hares of this hillside would be entirely decimated by De Huang. With De Huang leading the charge, they unknowingly ventured deeper into the mountains, where the wild beasts and demonic creatures were no match for him. De Huang, indifferent to their presence, had eyes only for the wild hares. The black girl surveyed the terrain and suddenly her eyes sparkled. Hissing excitedly, De Huang and the others halted, listening to her speak, before veering to the left and over another mountain range, where the foliage grew denser. A small stream meandered forth, bordered by lush, tender grass. Not far away, across the stream, a magnificent creature loomed before De Huang and his companions. It was a unicorn, resembling a white steed, its coat glistening snow-white and seemingly emanating a soft glow. Its long mane cascaded elegantly as it drank from the water. De Huang tilted his head and trotted toward the stream, eyeing the unicorn on the opposite bank. He opened his mouth. A woof! The unicorn lowered its head to regard De Huang, eyes filled with curiosity. Where did this mutt come from? How dare you show disrespect towards me? A creature of the snowy peaks, the illustrious white jade unicorn of the vast mountains. The unicorn's tone was exceedingly arrogant. De Huang, displeased, rolled his eyes and, recalling his master's expression, instantly adopted a serious demeanor, barking with authority. I am the formidable General De Huang, the king of the village's mutts, the pet of the wealthiest family in the village. You shall address me as Brother De Huang. De Huang, refusing to concede, flaunted even more titles. The unicorn, irked, snorted. I am at the late stage of the spirit platform realm and will soon break through to the Yuandan realm. What does a mere village mutt understand? Woof!
Da Huang was enraged.
With a leap, he pounced and delivered a resounding slap to the unicorn's face. The unicorn felt as though everything around it had been sealed off, leaving it nowhere to evade. In the next instant it was sent flying, crashing through several large trees. Shaking its head and snorting, it stood up, incredulously staring at the mutt, unable to fathom that such strength resided in that creature. Unable to accept it. A woof! De Huang, brimming with pride, called out and trotted over to stand before the unicorn. The air of pride surrounding him truly embodies the essence of his master. Indeed, a master begets a dog. There is no doubt about it. In the town, Yi Chun had the sign taken down and engaged in conversation with the waiter regarding previous supply channels. By the time everything was nearly settled, it was already noon. After lunch, Yi Chun busied himself with supply arrangements, and by the afternoon, Su Mu delivered the new sign, instantly transforming the establishment. Chenya Tavern. The tavern keeper across the street emerged to observe. His face adorned with derision, and without even a hint of curiosity, he retreated. How could an unfamiliar individual run a tavern that rivals his own? He remained unconvinced. Even if the new tavern were to thrive, he could easily lure away the cooks. Ultimately, the profits would still be his. With a smug heart, the tavern keeper returned, calculating his next moves with a sly grin. In the kitchen, Yi Chun demonstrated various recipes to the local cooks, diligently writing them down. By evening, after tasting the dishes they prepared, he felt satisfied and planned for the grand opening the following day. Procuring paper, Yi Chun hesitated momentarily before seeking out Chen Yujing. He eventually asked her to write, and soon elegant characters filled the pages, which he carefully stored away. After completing these tasks, everyone gathered around the table for dinner, the atmosphere lively and cheerful. A few patrons came in to inquire, and Yi Chun simply informed them that the opening would be tomorrow. After leaving the town, Zhou Mu Shui and Zhang Qiao Qiao appeared before Chenya Tavern, jealousy shimmering in Zhou Mu Shui's eyes. Shortly thereafter, the two entered the tavern across the street. Leveraging her status as the county magistrate's daughter, Zhang Qiao Qiao forcefully purchased the rival tavern without having paid a single coin, claiming she would settle the payment in half a month. The tavern keeper was left in despair. How could a commoner contend with an official, especially the magistrate's daughter? Even the guards accompanying her instilled fear in him. That night, the sign of the tavern across was removed and replaced with Mu Chun Tavern. On the return journey, Yi Chun and Chen Yujing sat in one ox cart, while Su Mu followed in another. What was that song you sang earlier? It was quite lovely, Chen Yujing remarked, glancing at Yi Chun, her mind drifting back to a month prior when he had appeared so differently. Back then, he wore coarse garments and despite having washed his hair, still appeared rather disheveled, a stark contrast to his current demeanor. Each time he visited the town, he would express plans and aspirations, while she quietly listened. Little did she expect that within just over a month, nearly all he had envisioned would come to fruition, and in less than 3 years. Interestingly, she felt the most profound transformation was not in Yi-chun, but in herself. When she discovered she was with child, a first for her heart was in turmoil. In an inexplicable moment, she sought out Yi-chun. At that time, she was quite dissatisfied, as he seemed so unkempt and utterly defenseless. In the face of bullies, he had fought valiantly but to no avail. However, as she gradually got to know him, she found him quite intriguing. The mundane life he led these past days was more captivating than a century of her cultivation. In truth, there was nothing amiss with being a mortal. Qianyu silently contemplated, a subtle smile curling at the corners of her mouth. She resolutely decided not to reveal her true cultivation level to Yi-chun. Instead, she aimed to nurture him diligently, aspiring to transform him into a genuine emperor of dust. What song am I singing? Yi-chun paused for a moment, pondering deeply, then glanced back at Sumu, his face tinged with embarrassment. Tilting his head closer to Qianyu's ear, he whispered, "Dear, we're in public. Please show some restraint." Qianyu gave a soft huff, turning her gaze away. Yi-chun, feeling quite flustered, looked at his delicate wife and, gathering his courage, softly remarked, "Your smile is truly enchanting, like a blossoming flower. Stop, stop, don't sing anymore." Qianyu turned her head, feigning anger as she playfully pushed Yi-chun away. He chuckled heartily, pulling her into his embrace and softly singing, "Your smile is truly enchanting, like the flowers of spring, the entire." Qianyu's cheeks flushed slightly, her body gradually relaxing as she rested her head on Yi-chen's now broad shoulder. The autumn sunset blazed like fire, illuminating the winding path through the woods. Under the evening glow, the shadow of the ox cart stretched long. So very long. Chapter 86. The audacious little white drinks Old Li. What is this? In the courtyard, Yi-chun stared in astonishment at the proud unicorn. Don't ask me. I only saw him after waking up from my drunken stupor. He was brought here by De Huang. Old Li waved his hand, taking another swig of his drink. Approaching the unicorn, Yi-chun tentatively reached out to touch it. The unicorn regarded him with disdain, as if he could easily dispatch Yi-chun with a single kick. Nearby, De Huang let out a howl and the unicorn, in a display of resigned humility, lowered its head, allowing Yi-chun to stroke its neck. As Yi-chen's hand moved toward the unicorn's horn, a sudden crackle of thunder erupted, and arcs of electricity danced around the horn, accompanied by a gentle azure breeze. Good heavens! My dear, come take a look, Yi-chen called out. Qian Yujing walked over, her gaze calm as she observed the unicorn. The once haughty creature was now kneeling before her.
Yi-chan chuckled,
Pulling Qian Yujing onto the unicorn's back. Although there was neither saddle nor reins, the experience was surprisingly pleasant. He patted the unicorn's neck and said with a grin, "From now on you shall be called Little White, for your fur is truly white. Let us take a few laps around." Little White rose to its feet and galloped away. Yi-chun was exhilarated. The magical beasts in this world were indeed remarkable, able to comprehend human speech. Upon its return, Yi-chun surveyed the surroundings and pointed to a clear patch by the pond, saying, "You shall stay there. I'll build you a stable later." Little White obediently trotted over, and as Yi-chun entered the house, De Huang followed closely behind, tail wagging. Moments later, on the balcony of the bedroom, De Huang perched himself atop, looking down at Little White with a challenging expression. "Awoo, see that? You must address me as Brother De Huang. In this household, aside from the master and his kin, I am the boss." Little White snorted defiantly. "Humph, just wait. The master will surely call upon me more often. After all, I am a noble steed. Address me as Brother De Huang? You are all beneath me. I am of the grand lineage. Humph, little yellow dog. Awoo." De Huang leaped down in a flash. Little Red tilted her head at Little Flower. "Sister Little Flower, they are vying for affection. Should we compete as well?" Little Flower cast a scornful glance at Little Red, proudly raising her head and nonchalantly declaring before turning back to the cattle pen, Can they lay eggs? Little Red pondered for a moment, then realized, ah, right, they are all males. Once again, Little White found himself overshadowed by De Huang, who triumphantly bounded back upstairs, leaving the unicorn with a sorrowful expression. Soon, however, Little White shook off his dismay. He had just arrived and was still adjusting, but upon seeing the mistress, everything around him seemed to transform, suffused with abundant spiritual energy. He believed that, with diligent effort, he could certainly surpass the insufferable De Huang. He vowed to become the esteemed steed, the master's favored companion. Black Sister by the pond was overjoyed. With Brother De Huang's attention now diverted to Little White, she could focus on her own cultivation. This was precisely why she had suddenly hissed to alert Brother De Huang about the unicorn's presence in the mountains. As Little White prepared to train, Yu Tiandao floated over, hovering before the unicorn with arms crossed, a serious expression on her face. Little White, allow me to introduce myself. I am the most favored in this household. You may call me Sister Ye. Xiao Bai was on the verge of rebellion, but the celestial gaze of Yu Tiandao, like a rotating galaxy, silenced him in an instant, leaving him trembling in the corner. The following morning, Yichun hesitated for a moment but ultimately chose the ox cart over Xiao Bai, for the cart could carry a greater load. Watching his master depart on the cart, Xiao Bai bowed his head in humble submission. In the courtyard, De Huang remained inactive today, lounging beside Old Li with a contented expression as he sipped his drink. Xiao Hua, the little chick, flitted about, eventually stopping before Xiao Bai and clucking excitedly, which caught Xiao Bai's attention as he gazed at the bowl in front of De Huang. His eyes lighting up. With an air of pride, he raised his head, snorted, and gracefully strode over. De Huang opened his eyes briefly to regard Xiao Bai, then closed them again, wearing a look of derision. Xiao Bai lowered his head, licked the bowl, and gulped down the entirety of the drink in one go. In the next moment, his eyes bulged, and with a thunderous crash, he collapsed to the ground, his eyes rolling back and his tongue dangling to one side. Old Li chuckled, shaking his head, and poured another bowl of liquor for De Huang. At the town's tavern,